I was able to contribute to the meal. There are a lot more veterans in need, and Homes for Our Troops is going to be there to help them too.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post-9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
It's Bears Monday.
Handoff. And a big opening up to the 40-45. Swift almost got away and they nabbed him. Into Lions territory around the 47-yard line. Here it comes. Crosser. Thrown and caught. Adinze away at the 20. 15-10. 5. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Beautiful job by Caleb Williams. Left side of the offensive line for the Lions in motion. Tight end. Toss left to the 5. Sprinting untouched into the end zone for the touchdown. Gibbs quickly. The Lions strike. Here's the throw. Right corner, front corner of the end zone for the touchdown. Amon-Ra St. Brown on Tyreek Stevens. Snap and a fake handoff. Quickly setting up the throw. Goff with time. Finds Jamison Williams at the 42 to the 50 to the 40 of the Bears. Inside cut. Inside the 20 to the 15 and down he goes. Soft looking with time. Arching deep. Wide open. Inside the 5. Williams for the touchdown. And the Lions have opened up a 37-14 lead. And Goff gonna throw. Left corner of the end zone. Easy pitch and catch. Back shoulder throw. It is Amon-Ra St. Brown on McLeod in the left corner. It's 44-14. Detroit. Williams looking at first and 25 right now. Takes the snap. 4-man front. Here comes pressure. Hit. And down he goes. Braxton Jones could not handle the rush right there. The power rush. I mean, what? So you can't do that.
Please don't let it be on the Bears.
It's Bears Monday on ESPN Chicago.
Right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. Welcome into the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on a Bears Monday on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you as we talk about the Bears and their loss against the Lions 52-21. Phone lines over for you, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. And on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap, a total collapse in every level of the team. All three phases, coaching, all failed in embarrassing fashion in Ford Field yesterday.
What we watched yesterday was so embarrassingly bad on every level. I can't think of something where I go, wow, that was actually pretty good. I can build on that. You kicked the opening kickoff of the game out of bounds. Out of bounds. The start of the second half, you come out of the locker room, and I've been in locker rooms, and when you come out of the locker room, you already know we've got the football or we've got the basketball or whatever it is. Here's what we're going to run. They knew what play they were going to run when they walked back on the field. And you know what we got? False start, 58 offense, 5-yard penalty, replay first down. Excuse me? You false started to start the second half. That effort that they gave in the second half defensively was pathetic. They not only lost, they got punked because they quit. They flat out quit. They stopped playing. They were an embarrassment to that jersey. And look, I understand Ben going to the podium and saying, look, it's horrible, it's bad, all that, but we'll get this fixed, blah, blah, we'll stay positive. Because if he completely told you what he was thinking, he would lose his team 2 weeks in. He has to be able to stand in front of them and try to guide them. TJ Edwards, re-injured. Jalen Johnson, re-injured. You got Dallas coming in with Pickens, with CeeDee Lamb, with Dak. They've scored 40 yesterday. They got a kicker to make kicks from here to freaking Texas. This is on everyone. And when your draft picks can't even get on the field, what in the hell is going on in Lake Forest? Because it's worse than I imagined.
Cap, it's just a total collapse on every level of the team. All three phases failed, including coaching. And let me harp on the defense first, because I know that ad nauseum I've been talking about this defense. I've mentioned this all summer, that this defense does not have enough weapons to be effective. Off the edges with Adengbo and Sweat. Not enough pass rush. How many sacks did the Bears have yesterday? 0 against Jared Goff. You can't stop the run. 30 carries, good for 177 yards for Detroit. You get gashed over and over again. It could be the short pass. It could be the intermediate pass. It could be the long pass. The Bears defense couldn't get out of its own way yesterday. And for Dennis Allen, the defensive coordinator, he can talk tough and talk tough to the media, but until this is consistent, I don't want to hear about it. 52 points. Everyone wants to talk about the fly of the ball and Caleb Williams and the offense. How about 52 effing points? How about that? That's absolutely pathetic. Cap, when you surrendered 7 touchdowns, 511 yards, 8.8 yards per play, 25 first downs, you think that's any good? It's not good. It's not good. It's more than one phase in football. It's not just about offense, and it's just not about Caleb Williams. It's about the team. The offense, I will say this about the offense, Cap, you never confuse activity with accomplishment. You can have a new offensive line and have some really good players that you think that could be stalwarts on that offensive line. But you have the same issues through 2 games in which you're not working together. How's this happen? How do you have penalties with Jones and Dahlman and Wright? You're going to make mistakes out there, I understand. But the point is that it's not looking good early on. Caleb sacked 4 times, and the offensive line kind of looks like it did last year in some ways because of the undisciplined nature. So what I'm telling you is that it was embarrassing on a lot of levels, but the Detroit Lions want to make sure that they clown Ben Johnson. And by the way, when they scored touchdowns, they were just making it up in the dirt. Hey, let's do some of those Ben Johnson plays just to stick it to him. That's exactly what the Lions did. It's one thing to beat a team in your division like the Detroit Lions did. Sure, that's always key. But there was some extra salt that they poured into the wounds for the Bears fans, and Ben Johnson yesterday based on how the Lions reacted. That's how they did that. They want to do that on purpose. They poured the salt in on Ben Johnson. Oh, our former coach. We're going to clown him because they know we don't have a high IQ as a football team. That was on display last year. So here we are, another season. You think things are going to change, and now 0-2, and again, 2 losses. Not just 2 losses, 2 losses in the division. Sucks. Absolutely sucks.
Yeah, I can't disagree with one thing that you said. I did talk to a buddy of mine. He has very good knowledge of the Detroit Lions organization, and Shade heard the same thing because he's from up there and he has people that covered the team. They were sick and tired of hearing, boy, the Lions, boy, last week it showed how much that team needed Ben Johnson. They were sick and tired of hearing all offseason, yeah, without Ben, I don't know how they're going to win a football game. And they said, this one guy I was talking to, he said, Dan Campbell loves Ben. They are best of friends. But he's also sick and tired of hearing that, yeah, he's just a boob at the top. He's just, this fiery guy who rolls the dice on 4th down all the time. But Ben was really the genius of the whole thing. It got to them. They were like, done. And they ran that score up. They absolutely did. And you could bet Matt LaFleur, remember when Ben took the shot at Matt LaFleur?
Yeah.
Yeah. When he got hired, guess what? We'll be waiting for you week 14 is probably what he's saying.
Sure.
Good luck to you.
I just, this whole thing, Cap, where you collapse in all 3 phases is amazing. I want to make sure for perspective that everyone knows there's a reason why Ben Johnson's the head coach of his football team, because his football team needed fixing.
Yes.
If the football team was even average, Eberflus would be the head coach of this team. but he's the DC for the Dallas Cowboys. You're here to be able to fix things. I didn't know things were so broken that the football team looked like that. Do you know the Bears have relinquished 73 points in 5 quarters, the last 5 quarters? 73 points! You know how bad that is? So it's one thing, Cap, to be able to say, okay, I lost my one-on-one matchup. I saw a secondary that was in Chicago while the game was taking place in Detroit.
Yes.
Those guys in the back end, and Kevin Byard, the game starts at noon. Anytime that you actually want to make a play, go ahead and do that. Jalen Johnson, anytime you want to make a play, go ahead and do that. And because everyone was telling us leading into the game that, well, once the Bears get healthy, the defense will be better. Hell, it was worse. It was worse. As soon as you fix your linebacker and your secondary problems, when they get healthy, it's going to be. They surrendered 52 points, 73 points in the last 5 quarters. It's unacceptable. And then offensively speaking, people, I heard on Sportsman, right before he came on, they'd lay everything on Caleb Williams. Well, this was not all on Caleb Williams. Everyone gets the blame. But 21 points, when you're getting boat raced defensively, it's hard to catch up. There's no way the Bears, and I don't care, on Caleb Williams' best day, that offense was never going to catch up to what the Lions were doing. They could put up 28, 35. It looks like that wasn't going to matter. So I know that everyone wants to lay it on his feet, on his doorstep, but the defense did not allow the offense to even come close. Absolutely not. A collapse all the way across the board. 0-2 going into the Dallas game. Good luck.
And Dallas scored 40 points yesterday in a game that the Giants felt like we should have won that game. Like, the Giants truly believe they should be 2-0. Like, they're better than I think Shay and I and you expected them to be improved. They had a chance last week, twice inside the 5, can't score, they lose. Yesterday? Come on, man. What are we going to do here with that Dallas crew rolling in with Pickens and CeeDee Lamb and Dak? I mean, holy cow, are we in a really dark spot right now with our favorite football team?
When you have a coaching staff that just got here to Lake Forest, they're trying to figure out who could play, who can't play, because to me this feels like an evaluation for Ben Johnson. I understand because he's never been head coach before. But one thing you can instill is toughness. That comes from training camp. When you have a training camp and you say, hey, everyone's got to be together. It's game 2. Anzalone blasts Caleb Williams. Who goes there to be able to protect Caleb Williams? 0. Nobody. Did you see that play? Anzalone blasts Caleb Williams. In basketball, you would coach your guys, hey, if someone gets knocked down the baseline, I want 4 other hands to be able to reach out to pick up your guy. Or to be able to say, that's not going to happen, and you do. The technical foul is worth it. Or in football, the 15-yard penalty is worth it. You know why it's worth it? Because you have to be able to send a message, you're just not going to run over our guys. Nobody helped Caleb Williams when he got blasted by Anzalone after the whistle. That says a lot, doesn't it? It says a whole hell of a lot because you thought, well, under Eberflus, you can understand. They're just beat down. With a new coaching staff, you're not going to do anything to help your guy that gets blasted? Caleb Williams got his arms up and no one trying to help him. That says a lot because you're just 2 games in and that's how you react. Things need to be fixed because it's broken, not just on the field, but I think internally as well, that you don't pick up your quarterback and help him out. That's a tough spot right there. How's that happen? Explain that.
I can't. I cannot explain that. And these games are going to come fast and furious, man. You're going to play a Dallas team we just talked about has great offensive weapons, and then you're going to Vegas. And everyone went, oh, well, we'll win in Vegas. You could go to the bye 0-4. You absolutely, that is in play. I mean, and when you play these substandard teams like New Orleans, they're going to look at you like a starving man looks at a sandwich. I don't know where it's coming from right now. Obviously, you're going to have some defensive issues all season long. And now losing Edwards and Jalen again, it looks like. I don't know how it gets better. But here's the big question.
When they come back, it'll be fixed. Don't worry. Because that's what happened yesterday.
Wow. Okay, here's my question. With the 10th pick in the first round, the Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end. Boy, this guy can run the best routes. He gets separation, and I think he does. Ben wanted him desperately. So they draft him. He didn't get a target. I don't think he got one. Okay, at number 39, they're having a freaking party in the draft room. We got Luther Burden. Oh, my God. What did he get, one target?
He doesn't get on the field. He's a kick returner.
Yeah, one reception, 5 yards yesterday.
He got one target.
It blows my mind that they spent their first 3 picks on offense and none of those 3 players are involved. Colston can't buy a target. Luther Burden's a kick returner. Ozzie Trapillo's a healthy scratch. And bonus play, the 3rd second-round pick, Shamar Turner, for the middle of your defense, also a healthy scratch.
And Karan Amagaji, who you took in the 3rd round last year, healthy scratch.
Shout out Office Space. Ryan Poles, what is it you would say you do here? Help me out. You're 15 and 38.
He is undefendable. You cannot defend what he's done.
Well, when it comes to Burden and Loveland, only one person can get them into the game, and that is Ben Johnson. That's not on Ryan Poles. It's not, because when you're the head coach, you decide who plays and who doesn't. I never thought that I'd see Burden and Loveland in a redshirt year in their first year in the NFL. That's what it feels like through the first couple of games.
Let me ask you a question.
Does it not?
It does, but let me ask you a question. If I said, John, I'm going to make you the GM of the Bears. Look, we're not qualified to be the GM on every level, understanding everything that goes into that job. I get it. But if I said to Hoodie, I'm giving you that job, and in your first, 22, 23, 24, your first 4 drafts, I'm going to give you 2 number 10 picks. I'm going to give you a number 1 pick. I'm going to give you a bunch of second-round picks, multiple third-round picks. Do you think maybe you'd come up with, 2 players that you would hang your hat on? Darnell Wright at 10 looks like a bad pick.
Sure, but when
Ozzie Trapillo through 2, I know it's 2 weeks.
Yeah,
he can't play left tackle. They thought they could move him over there. That's bad. He didn't even dress. Rome Odunze, you're going to be a damn good player. Caleb, I can't sit here today and tell you that Caleb Williams is a long-term answer at quarterback. I cannot tell you that. I can't. Much as I want to, I can't. That would be disingenuous. I'd be lying to you. It's literally stunning to me that you have an NFL team with a head coach who ran the ball 48% of the time last year in Detroit. He comes from a system there where he had Jahmyr Gibbs, first-round pick, David Montgomery, highly sought-after free agent, and guess what? He comes here. We've got DeAndre Swift, who is as journeyman as they come, and I don't know another guy on that roster that I would trust to run the football.
Yeah, it's the lightest that we've seen in that room for quite some time. We'll get your phone calls coming in here, 312-332-ESPN, 332. ESPN is our telephone number. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitch. We want to hear your thoughts on this Bears Monday as the Bears just get dog-walked by the Lions by a score of 52-21. We'll hear from Ben Johnson, the head coach, coming up next. Kap and J Hood, weekday mornings, starting at 6 a.m.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
Hey everyone, big news, exciting news. Carmen and Jurko now, 9 a.m. to noon.
The new ESPN Chicago lineup.
On the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Bud Light and ESPN Chicago are taking the Waddle and Silvy show to the Chicago-Cincinnati game on November 2nd. You could win a spot on this trip. Join me, Shane Orling, tonight at Rebel and Rye in River West. The best football tosser of the night wins a Bud Light prize pack and is a finalist for the trip to Waddle's hometown. For complete details, go to ESPNChicagoContests.com. See you tonight at Rebel and Rye in River West from 6 to 8. Brought to you by Bud Light. Please drink responsibly.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
$2.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.6 million for a client who was injured in a bus accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers the Legend Red Bull Original and Rookie Red Bull Zero. Get 3 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
For me, get a 3-man rush. Williams stepping up. Somehow escapes Hutchinson. Throws down the field and a diving interception. Kirby Joseph. 9 interceptions a year ago. The Lions have taken the ball away for a second time of the Bears.
Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, the voices of the Chicago Bears right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000, in which we hear every game. The Detroit Lions, they defeat the Chicago Bears 52-21. Getting your reaction, 312-332-3776 on a Bears Monday. You have a stat.
I do have a stat. It's courtesy of one of our fine listeners, Isaac Zuniga. Here's a not-so-fun stat. The Bears are 5th in defensive spending, $125.5 million. 5th.
I tweeted about that last night. That's not Ben Johnson. That's 3 years of Ryan Poles constructing the 5th most expensive defense in the league and having it be terrible.
Without a pass rush, without difference makers in the secondary. This is not good at all. I'm not happy with it. I have not been happy with it since June, and so I'm not happy with it now. It's just to be able to relinquish that amount of production against the Lions, 52 points, all those touchdowns, all those rushing yards, and get clowned on top of it. Oh, my God. They're doing the stumble bum as a celebration just to stick it to Ben Johnson. You saw that, right?
I did.
It's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. But when guys get paid, I think they owe you an honest day's work and productivity. Are you cashing a check or are you earning a check? That's the question. Like, I hope that when my career is over, that my bosses will say, that dude earned his money. He showed up every day and he produced for us. Whether you agree with what I say, don't agree, I don't care. As long as you say, I earned my money. I worked hard for you. Montez Sweat? That dude's cashing checks. He needs to have literally a mask and a gun and go like he's robbing a bank, because that's what he's doing. That guy sucks. He gives you no productivity whatsoever. $98 million?
Was Mike Lombardi right?
No, because Mike was saying why trade for him because he could go back to Washington. That was never going to happen. Now, if Mike had said that he's a bad player, he'd be right.
Let's turn now to Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Chicago Bears, as a little testy Ben Johnson. I would imagine so. Being in Detroit, losing 52-21, getting your ass kicked. The message to the team.
When we play good teams, you got to capitalize on every opportunity that comes your way. And we didn't do that. You're -1 in the turnover category. And you really can equate the failed fourth downs as turnovers as well. And so when you play a good team like that, you give up explosives, you give up all those yards. That's the way it goes. The biggest thing is we're not going to hang our heads and get down on this. It's one game. We're going to be just fine. We'll take our corrections. Coaching staff, players, we're going to learn from it, and we'll be committed to having a great week of preparation coming up this week and finding our first win of the season. That's all we care about.
Did the Lions run up the score?
Dan Campbell ran it up on you on that 4th and 4 goal.
What's he supposed to do? It's 4th and goal. What do you want him to do? Yeah, he could have kicked the field goal. They don't kick field goals. They go for it there. So he was doing what he was supposed to do. That's what he does.
And what you're supposed to do is stop him. That's your job as the Chicago Bears, and not just roll over and die like you did on Sunday. Yeah, they're going to run it up on you. Yes, they're aggressive because that's exactly who they are. But it doesn't mean that you have to roll over. You got to be able to make a stop every now and then. And the Bears were bereft of stops on a regular basis yesterday. And by the way, we feel demoralized that the Bears lost. What about Ben Johnson?
How demoralizing is this loss, considering you were coming back, you left for Chicago? I mean,
it's not demoralizing at all. It's not demoralizing at all. We got to play better.
That's a lie. That's a lie. I love that guy. I'm glad he's our coach. He's flat out looking into the camera, and he's lying to you. Not demoralizing to give up 52 effing points. Come on, Ben. Stop with that pablum. It's not demoralizing. It's just 2 games. That's absolute garbage, and that's a fact. He is not being fair with the audience. He should have said, yeah, it's damn demoralizing that we work hard, that we're in here till midnight every night, putting a game plan together, and guess what? We got punked today. 52 points, false starts all over the place, holding, illegal hands to the face. This crap's going to get cleaned up, or I'll find players to get in that roster that will clean it up. I'm tired of this. That's what he should have said.
Yeah, he should have been able to do that like in game against the Lions when it's 3rd down and 4th down and 1 and you can't find someone besides Caleb Williams to sneak it. After that 3rd down and 1 and you don't make it, you have a running back that you could utilize or someone else and give you that 1 yard. Maybe he got it, maybe he didn't, but there was not enough evidence to overturn that, so they turned over on downs. Somebody's got to get a yard. More if 6'2" Caleb Williams can't do it, someone's got to get a yard. And he went to the same well twice and fell short.
And I think I texted with Shay about that. I understand the frustration. Why not use a running back? Guess what? If your quarterback can't get with your offensive line first it was 3rd a yard, now 4th and half a yard, then you don't deserve to win a football game, period. If you can't move them, 12 inches?
Yeah.
That's what was left? And you can't do it, you suck. Your offensive line is grossly overpaid and grossly incompetent so far through 2 weeks. And that is just a fact. I watched Braxton Jones. I think I texted you guys. He literally got run over on the way to Caleb.
Yeah.
I said, any one of us could have done that. I could have gotten in the way and gotten trampled. I mean, it was embarrassing what I'm watching. And you come out of the locker room to start the second half, and I guarantee you Ben said to Caleb in the offense, all right, here's what we're going to run. First play, let's try this. We're going to go downtown, and we're going to run the ball. We're going to do false start, 58 offense. You know what that tells you? His head's not in the game, period. Why don't you sit his ass on the bench? Ozzie, you're in. You're playing right tackle. Oh, sorry, he was inactive. He wasn't even dressed.
Yeah,
what a joke.
You trusted a veteran in that spot, and then you saw what happened. You're getting the same results as you had last year, Cap. And speaking of that 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1.
Tell you what, I'll give that defense a lot of credit. Kelvin Shepard, I think he's a phenomenal football coach, and he's just going to continue to ascend in this league. Last week, Green Bay struggled a little bit in short yardage as well. I think DJ Reader does a phenomenal job knocking guys back in that situation. I'll have to see how much of a factor he particularly was on those 2 plays. But, we've got a ways to go there to get those quarterback sneaks to be effective plays for us. And, if that's not the way we go, then we'll find another way to get the first down.
Yeah, that could have helped in that game. If Kale can't do it, someone's got to be able to do it. 1 yard or 12 inches, he could not find a way to get a yard to be able to keep that drive going. That's a microcosm of the Chicago Bears. Your phone calls next, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. It's a Bears Monday. Bears lose to the Lions 52-21. We'll get your reaction next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Think you're strong? Prove it at the Illinois Plain Pull, Saturday, September 27th at O'Hare. Teams of 20 take on the ultimate challenge, moving a 95,000-pound United Airlines 737 jet. Yes, a real plane. All proceeds benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Sign up now at IllinoisPlanePull.com.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Crash, bang. You know, I've been saying that to Chicago sports fans for the last few seasons. Lisa, why don't you give it a try?
Crash, bang. That's what that feels like.
Of course, personal injuries feel much worse.
They do. That's why the Chicago Personal Injury and Workmen's Compensation lawyers at Maurice Longo are here for you.
I'm Jim Morisi, and she's Lisa Longo.
Visit us at mauricilongo.com. That's MORICILONGO.com.
We're in your huddle when you need us.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Football's back, but summer's not done yet. Those surprise 85-degree days, they're coming. Make sure your home or business AC is ready with a seasonal checkup from Automatic. Trusted in Chicagoland for 80 years, Automatic keeps your home comfortable and cool when the heat hangs on and nice and warm when the chill eventually hits. Don't wait for a breakdown. Stay ahead of the game. Go to Automatic.com today or give them a hassle-free call. That's Automatic. Check them out at Omatic.com.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey!
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
New Beyond Raw Lit V2 pre-workout. GNC's #1 pre-workout. Now with harder-hitting energy, an intense mind-body connection, and enhanced endurance support. This isn't just pre-workout, it's precision engineering for your body. turbocharge your workout with new Beyond Raw Lit V2. Available now at GNC and GNC.com.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So Midas, they're rolling out a limited lifetime tire guarantee. So you pay nothing for repairs, nada for flat replacements, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. Zero for preventive maintenance as well. So think about it. The limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas. Midas. Trust the Midas touch. Jay Moore.
Now back to Kap and J Hood
When I tell you he's got his own money, I mean the boy has got his own money.
On ESPN Chicago.
The windup of the leg and the kick sails to the far side. It's going to bounce out of bounds, retrieved down the sideline there by Sailors. And so kick out of bounds to start the game. And that is not the kind of start you want.
Joniak and Thayer on the call right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. You're listening to the Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000. Also, we're on YouTube. Watch the show and all the shows here on YouTube. Like, share, and subscribe what we do there. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. With you until 9 o'clock, and then it's Carmen Jurko at 9, followed by Rich Eisen at noon, Bleck Abdalla at 2, Waddle Silvy at 3. Right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. Let's go to the phone lines to talk to you. 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. Arlington Heights, here's Ernest on Kap and J Hood. Ernest, good morning.
What's up, boys? How you guys doing?
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Hey, listen, Cap, if this is what they want to bring to Arlington Heights, they can stay in Chicago, man. I don't know about you, but
is that where you live?
That's where I live, and, man, I've never been more disappointed than I was yesterday watching the game. You know when I knew we were going to lose, Cap? When we couldn't get 3rd and 1, 4th and 1.
Yeah.
And
how about when you kick the opening kick out of bounds?
Yeah, that's so. That gives me to my question. We are on year 4 of Ryan Poles, right?
He got hired in January of 22. Yep.
So at this point, if we were to compare him to the last guy, Ryan Pace, would we say he's been a major disappointment, a great disappointment, or below average? Because, I mean, at least Ryan Pace, for all his faults, he got talented players in here. What talented player can we say Ryan, outside of Adunze, I guess, how many talented players can we say Ryan Pace has really added to the Bears?
Ryan Poles, you mean?
Ryan Poles. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Ryan Poles.
That's a fair question, man. He's got to wear this. Like Rome Odunze, really good pick. Mm-hmm. Are you convinced you'd take that quarterback number 1 again? No, you're not. You're not. Who have we drafted? Amagaji, Darnell Wright, Braxton Jones was a 5th rounder. Those are a shot in the dark. But of the high picks, you extended Cole Kmet for what, $50 million? Yep. Then you draft tight end, wide receiver, right tackle when you've got a right tackle that you took at 10 3 years ago. Like, some of the roster construction decisions don't make sense to me.
This past draft, Shay, says that that Ben Johnson had a lot of influence because he's an offensive guy. I say if you're generally managing the team, you have to have balance. You know that you need a pass rusher. You got a Dingbo, but again, you need to have a lot more. Just like you try to build your offensive line, you got to build your defensive line as well. And that's through the draft, free agency, or whatever. I think that you had to do that. So I just, when it comes to the offensive picks, I think that that's collaborative, but I think that's Ben Johnson needing more.
It's also just not those picks. Like, if this were Ben Johnson and a new GM, we wouldn't even be having this conversation today. We would understand what it is. Ryan Poles said 3 years to build this. Like, it's terrible. I can't remember a general manager who had 4 picks in the top 10 in 3 consecutive seasons and turned it into nothing. Nothing. I can't explain, like, look, man, you go back. You want to pay Jalen Johnson all this money. You don't have a defensive line. You did that first.
Right.
If you could go back in time, yeah, the Roma Dunze pick, he looks like a good player. Would you still do that over Jared Verse? No. Like, everywhere you look, would you still take Darnell Wright over Jalen Carter? No. You'd have to be insane.
Well, from the beginning, it was built ass backwards because you built your linebackers before you built your line. Just remember that.
And again, like, this is the guy who traded Roquan Smith because you can't have all this money sunk into a premium off-ball linebacker.
Yeah.
Then what did he do with Roquan's money? He spent it on off-ball linebackers.
Yeah,
and one of them's terrible.
Yeah, the one thing that I would, and I'm not saying you're wrong, so don't take it that way. There were real problems with Roquan in that room.
I get it.
That was really the reason they moved on.
Cap, I know, like, they had to trade Roquan Smith, but reinvesting all of his money at the same position on players who aren't as good as him, and one of them who's just straight up bad. Like, you could have used that money on a pass rusher. You could have used that money anywhere else on your roster where you had holes. Instead, you spent massive at 2 off-ball linebackers. You drafted DBs in consecutive rounds in your first draft. Like, none of it makes sense.
Yeah, those linebackers, by the way, influenced by Eberflus because he had to have them. So staying on
he begged for Tremaine Edmonds.
Just saying. Right. I mean, a lot of this, you have to generally manage the team. The coach could be able to have a say, but ultimately it's got to be your decision.
Correct.
Arlington Heights, here's Dan on Kap and J Hood. Dan, good morning.
Gervon Dexter, Luther Burden, Tyreek Stevenson, Velus Jones. I mean, you're spot on. My friend Ernest from Arlington Heights is spot on. Like, what have we really gotten? We've got what happens when people walk into 1920 football drive? They put on their stupid pants and just start eating paste. I mean, the ineptitude here is honestly mind-boggling. Like, how many timeouts does Caleb Williams have to call in the first quarter because he can't get the play in and the play right? Ryan Poles, I think, has just been arrogant. He's drafted 2 punters. The roster construction is ass backwards. And worst of all, well, best and worst of all is, a week ago, I had my first child, a daughter. She was
Congratulations.
Born, thank you. She was born. My wife went into active labor when Santos missed the 50-yard field goal last Monday night. And I said, Doc, turn it off. Let's go. I got a kid. And Thursday night, my little daughter saw big Packers win. And yesterday, she saw the Lions hang a 50 burger on the Bears. So my wife, who's an owner, is pretty happy right now, and I've already lost.
All right, Dan. We appreciate your telephone call. I want to be able to push back on a narrative that's been out there about Ryan Poles being arrogant. I would say that the word is complacency. That's not arrogance.
Yeah, I have not found him to be arrogant. He's been great with us.
I know that's
a punter in the 4th round. That's arrogant.
There's no
other word for that. That's arrogant.
Well, my word is complacency. I'll use that. That'll be my word. I think that he felt that, hey, man, we feel like we're pretty close, so we're going to get the best of the best in special teams. And I just thought, in no way, shape, or form am I doing that. So if he's bad at his job, that's not arrogance. There's a lot of general managers that we know that are never good at their job. I consider that complacency and not being able to do their job well enough to be able to make a difference for the football team. I just think that that's an easy crutch word I continue to hear. When there's bad GMs across the board, they're not all called arrogant. They're called bad.
Yeah.
That's a good old American bad.
Yeah, but, Hoodie, they don't all take 4th-round punters. Like, you have to look at your roster and think we're good everywhere enough. Like, arrogantly think we are good enough everywhere that I can spend a 4th-round pick on a punter.
Yeah, but you
have that thought.
John Lynch, who's built a good thing in San Francisco. He took a kicker in the 3rd round and cut him 2 years later.
Sure, but he's quick to move on from the decision, and there's proof of concept with what he's built. He had a fantastic offensive line, one of the best defenses in football. He hit on quarterback. He hit on a coach. They were in a place where they felt like they could do that. We looked at the Bears that year like, you've got holes on your defensive line. You've got holes on your offensive line.
Fair.
You don't have a running back.
Fair.
And you're spending a 4th-round pick on a punter.
So here's the drafts since he got here. Kyler Gordon, that's a good pick. Really solid pick.
Sure.
Got him in the 2nd round at 39. And Brisker, he's okay. He's, not an all-pro. He's okay. But then you took Velus Jones. That was his first really bad pick in the 3rd round, 71st overall. Braxton Jones, whatever. He was a 5th-round pick. Move on to the next year. Darnell Wright, right now, does not look real good. Not at all. Gervon Dexter, he's a journeyman. Tyreek Stevenson, Zach Pickens, he plays for the Chiefs now on their practice squad. Roshan Johnson, Tyler Scott, I don't even know who he's with. Noah Sewell, Now you move on. Caleb Williams, Rome, very good player. Amagaji, bust. Torrey Taylor, took a punter in the 4th round. And then Austin Booker, he's on injured reserve. Looks like he could be decent.
Careful on Amagaji now. I mean, it's a young player. We don't know if he's a bust or not. He
well,
just
as of right
play.
now, he can't even dress.
I mean, yeah, but doesn't mean he can't play. Like I said about Trapillo, that's not fair.
Well, Trapillo's been in the league for 2 weeks. Karan Amagaji was a 3rd-round pick who cannot even dress when you have one of the worst offensive lines through 2 weeks in the NFL.
Well, bust is not fair. I would say that's part of the hubris of Ryan Poles by taking a flyer from Yale.
Yeah, I don't think
that's a problem.
I don't think you can bust when you're a 3rd-round pick. Like a lot of those guys don't hit. But it is, Ryan Poles looked at a guy who was injured at Yale and said, that's my 3rd-round pick.
That's horrible. Horrible job.
And then this year, Colston, non-factor. Luther Burden, non-factor. Trapillo, Turner, didn't even dress. We mentioned Amagaji. Hippolyte, Za Frazier out for the year with an injury. Luke Newman, he's just a backup guy. And Manungai, can we stop with I watched that guy try to hit the hole yesterday. I'm like, whoa. We need a little more wheels there, dude.
Yeah, he's a rookie. And you need an offensive line to help. So I understand you always say
every guy can bust,
but I don't think all of those guys are busts. Not all of them.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're all busts.
But ineffective?
I like Colston Loveland.
Yeah, but ineffective, yes.
Up at training camp, I went, wow, that Colston Loveland, that dude can run, he can catch. You got to use him.
If you're on hold, you will be on the air. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. The Bears lose to the Lions by the score of 52-21. We'll talk more about it and your phone calls on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The ESPN Chicago Vegas vacation. Come with us and meet the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, 3-night hotel accommodations, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, an all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas vacation.
New friends and old favorites, it's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson, Brother Justice. An American single malt whiskey making its Whiskey U debut with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The Classroom, Sovereign and Plainfield, an old favorite and a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Think about this. You get a chance to spend time with Professor Carmen DeFalco on Tuesday, September 23rd at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign. As always, please drink responsibly. Jay Moore.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Summer is here, and so is the seasonal traffic. If you've been injured in an auto accident, call Postman Law at 844-POSTMAN to get the justice and compensation you deserve. With over $3 billion recovered, we fight and win for you. Chicago, don't let an accident ruin your summer. If you've been injured, call Postman Law now at 844-POSTMAN to schedule a free consultation.
The following is a paid advertisement for the Wellness Company.
Hey there, it's Michelle Smallman from Unsportsmanlike. I'm thrilled to be joined by Dr. Drew from the Wellness Company. And Dr. Drew, you have something very exciting to talk about today, the medical emergency kit. Tell us a little bit about this.
It is exciting. Look, I have been fighting to try to protect the patient-physician relationship my entire career, and we have lost. I finally decided I need to be involved with people that put the power back in the patient directly. These emergency kits give you everything you need so you don't have to spend $1,200 going to the emergency room. We have a significant medical team, the medical board at TWC, and we just sat down and put together what we would want for our family, for our patients.
Oh my gosh, so anything that anyone could need is in this
and there's a
kit.
guidebook here to tell you exactly how to use it, and again, telehealth backup.
It's remarkable. It's innovative. Everyone needs to get one. UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports to get $50 off your kit. That's UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Hey, Chicago, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Cap, let's talk a little bit about Midas. Tire care should not come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. There's that limited lifetime tire guarantee. You got to check it out. Only at Midas. Trust the Midas touch. Jay Moore.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Now time for Shay's platform. Here's Shay Norland.
Hoodie, this morning, I know it's bad for football in Chicago, but this morning the sun rises on a grateful universe. Thank you to the Philadelphia Eagles. The Kansas City Chiefs are donezo. Oh, what a start to the year. What a beautiful morning it is. The Chiefs' run is over, finally. Thank God.
Who do they play next week, the Chiefs?
They go on the road to the New York Football Giants.
They could lose that game.
Which is no easy game. And then, Cap, the 3 weeks after, they play the Ravens, Jags, Lions.
Wait, the week after they play what?
They play the Giants and then the Ravens, Jags, and Lions.
Oh, God.
They might and be 2-5 to start the year.
Yeah, they'll be done. They won't make the playoffs.
They're done. The Eagles buried them. A premature grave, but I was so happy to see it yesterday. No more Kansas City nonsense.
They have no receivers. Like nothing.
There is nothing on that team that inspires any level of confidence. Their offensive line is horrible. Travis Kelce, what was that yesterday? He couldn't make simple receptions. He's batting the ball up like a volleyball so that the rookie, Andrew Makuba, can pick off Mahomes. He's dropping simple crossing routes. He already killed Xavier Worthy on a mesh concept in Sao Paulo.
He apologized. I'm sorry. I may have ended your season.
They're done. I was so happy watching the Eagles yesterday. And it was a grotesque game. It was like just a slog, but the Eagles held on, and it made me ecstatic. No more Kansas City. Finally.
Wow.
Shay, you sent an interesting stat to the group chat. Can you share it?
Caleb Williams this season has a higher passer rating, higher completion percentage, and more yards than Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes has been awful to start the year. Awful. Some of the throws he missed yesterday, he had running wide open down the left sideline. There wasn't a DB within 20 yards of him, and Patrick Mahomes missed him by about 10 yards. I've never seen it before.
And Daniel Jones is 2-0. Daniel Jones!
Well, this is what a decline looks like. It could go in the matter of the Chiefs or the Golden State Warriors, Dodgers maybe. It always maybe. It always happens.
Hey, Tanner Scott, how was your weekend?
Yeah, you're at the high level, and all of a sudden you go to that decline. What I saw from Kansas City is them not being able to draw it up in the dirt like they used to. And once again, kids, women weaken legs, i.e. Travis Kelce. Just not the same guy. That'll be all for Kelce after this year. He'll be on tour with his soon-to-be wife, and that'll be all. He's a podcaster more so than the tight end, let's be honest.
Hoodie, they even got the benefit of their officiating stuff yesterday. Have you ever seen a picked-up pass interference like that? The official right in front of the play, flag out immediately, pass interference. The guy 30 yards down the field runs up and goes, hang on a minute, that's not PI. What?
I just got a message in my ear.
I'm like, what's going on here?
That is not PI.
So we'll keep our eyes on that, Cap. But let me tell you, against the Giants, that's going to be Sunday Night Football in the Meadowlands, and that should be tough for the Chiefs. I don't know if they're going to lose that ball game because the Giants can't get out of their own way also, but that will be interesting. It's always compelling to see a team at the apex and see what happens when they fall.
Yeah, but when you don't add high-level receiving talent and you lose a couple key pieces, obviously Joe Thuney was a key piece they couldn't afford, guess what? That's what happens.
And that is Shay's Platform, brought to you by
the Chicago Transit Authority. And hey, Chicago, summer is not over yet. We're getting some pretty good weather today, going into tonight. Going to be warm, going to be clear. Why don't you head to the south side, take in a fun baseball team, and use the CTA to get there. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5. It's less money spent on travel, more money for you to spend on food, merch, whatever you need. There's no searching for parking, no random surge pricing, and no traffic. The CTA will do the driving for you. CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains or buses. You can just tap your credit card or your smartphone. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time. Just tap and ride. Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Indeed, the White Sox will take on the Orioles for 3, and then San Diego for 3. So plenty of time to travel by utilizing the CTA to get there to 35th and Beck. Check out the White Sox. All right, we'll go to a guy, Cap, that has switched over from the strawberry letter of the Steve Harvey Morning Show to ESPN 1000, and that is Sean in Indianapolis, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Sean, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you guys doing on this Bears Monday?
Sparkles, how are you, man?
Man, I'm doing okay. I'm dealing with this San Francisco traffic here, but I just want to say one thing. Now, you guys have said it all, and I agree with the Arlington Heights callers and everything that you guys have laid out this morning. But let me add this to this. Now, here's my caveat. I love Chicago. I'm Chicago Bears, Bulls, Cubs, White Sox, Blackhawks, and the Sky. I'm not a hater on any level when it comes to my Chicago sports. But these Bears, they're not going to get anywhere near 9 games this year. Nowhere near 9 games.
Fair. I mean, I don't think they're going to get to 5.
I think, and I was going to add to that, what you said there, that's going to be an accomplishment if they get to 5. And that's sad. That's not good. But I understand, Coach Ben Johnson, this is his first year, so he's got to reestablish a whole team.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess we kind of expecting too much because of what he did in Detroit on his first year here in Chicago. We got to get back to reality, like a lot of first-year coaches. They don't do as great as we, as we hope that they would.
Sean,
I think that's going to be the case with Ben Johnson.
The reason why he was hired is because of his offensive prowess. That's number 1. It might be number 2 and number 3. Him being a head coach, they are projecting Ben Johnson to be a leader. Just remember that. They're here because of his playbook and because he was able to turn Jared Goff's career around and really help the Detroit Lions. He's not here necessarily to be the head coach. He's going to grow into that. But the number 1 thing is, can you fix Caleb Williams? Can you fix this offense because it was broken? Now we want you to be the head coach. Now we want you to set the culture. That doesn't happen overnight. Hopefully it happens sooner than later. In 2 minutes, we'll hear from Caleb Williams, the quarterback for the Bears, and take more of your thoughts. 312-332-ESPN. 332-3776 is our telephone number on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Bendard.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Cap, your friend. Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My guy.
Yeah.
Update and beautify your home with Sherwin-Williams pre-finished siding from Menards. LP Smart Side siding is durable and comes ready to install. Available in 13 timeless colors, it's machine applied for a professional look and coverage. That means no painting and no hassle for years to come. Save big money on all Sherwin-Williams pre-finished siding now at Menards. Plus, view our weekly flyer for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
It's Bears Monday.
Handoff. And a big opening up to the 40-45. Swift almost got away and they nabbed him. Into Lions territory around the 47-yard line. Here it comes. Crosser. Thrown and caught. Adinze away at the 20. 15-10. 5. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Beautiful job by Caleb Williams. Left side of the offensive line for the Lions in motion. Tight end. Toss left to the 5. Sprinting untouched into the end zone for the touchdown. Gibbs quickly. The Lions strike. Here's the throw. Right corner, front corner of the end zone for the touchdown. Amon-Ra St. Brown on Tyreek Stevens. Snap and a fake handoff. Quickly setting up the throw. Goff with time. Finds Jamison Williams at the 42 to the 50 to the 40 of the Bears. Inside cut. Inside the 20 to the 15 and down he goes. Goff looking with time. Arching deep. Wide open. Inside the 5. Williams for the touchdown. And the Lions have opened up a 37-14 lead. Snap to Goff. Gonna throw. Left corner of the end zone. Easy pitch and catch. Back shoulder throw. It is Amon-Ra St. Brown on McLeod in the left corner. It's 44-14. Detroit. Williams looking at 1st and 25 right now. Takes the snap. 4-man front. Here comes pressure. Hit. And down he goes. Braxton Jones could not handle the rush right there. The power rush. I mean, what? So you can't do that.
Please don't let it be on the Bears.
It's Bears Monday on ESPN Chicago.
Right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000, the Chicago Bears lose to the Detroit Lions 52-21. We're taking your phone calls, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. That's the Lions' third game with 50 or more points since the start of last season. The rest of the NFL has one such game combined since the start of last season. That was the Buccaneers. The Bears officially, Jay Moore, have lost 12 out of the last 13. If we're going to go back to last year, they lost 12 out of 13. And so
Green Bay, the only win in there? Is that the one?
Oh, that's when we went 1-0 at the start of the year. Remember that?
Yeah.
1-0.
Right, so we lost 10 in a row. We beat the Pack, and now we've lost 2. Yeah, that your math is perfect.
The Lions scored on 6 straight possessions from the second quarter through the fourth quarter. And I couldn't be more pissed at this defense. I don't stand here to be right every morning. That's not what I stand here for. I stand here to talk about the interesting. I stand here to be able to give projections. I don't stand here to be right, because you can't be right about everything. However, I will toot my own horn about this defense. They need to get better. I'm saying that hopefully what we see now is not what we see against Dallas and moving forward throughout the season. But I'm speaking on it today, since the show is today, and I'm telling you that today the defense sucks, and they're not working with each other. 52 points. People want to turn a blind eye to it and talk about everything else, the sky, the birds, the trees. I'm talking about how the whole operation was flat yesterday, including the defense. That's number one on my list. Dennis Allen can get up there and talk about football, and football is his life, and football. The team and his unit is not productive enough. Who's going to get after the quarterback? Who's going to stop the run? Who's going to be able to have communication in the secondary to say, hey, that's me. I got you. There's no communication, Cap. There's no communication. And so 52 points is hard to swallow. That is for sure. As promised, we're going to hear from Caleb Williams, the quarterback for the Chicago Bears. Thought he was quite chipper. Thought that was odd, his demeanor at the podium yesterday.
How about his demeanor on the sideline? And again, I'm not criticizing because I don't know the reason, I guess. But he was on the bench as they were getting the ever-living you-know-what beaten out of them, and he was kind of chuckling. Did you see that?
I did see that.
I'm like, okay, I'm not going to blast you for it. I'm asking.
I'd love to know, yeah. Somebody said something. Knowing Caleb, just from watching him, he's probably just like, not amused, but just like, yeah, this sucks.
Bemused.
Yeah, bemused. Like, oh, this sucks.
Yeah, because I think he plays hard. I think he competes. There was a quote last week. I don't know if I talked about it with you guys or I was just talking about with friends. There was a quote from Jalen Johnson last week on a podcast where he said, yeah, I noticed Caleb's car is in the parking lot a lot later this year.
Yeah, you said that last week.
Did I tell you guys about that?
Yep.
And I'm thinking, boy, was it that bad last year that the dude was checking out early? Wow.
Well, when you're by yourself, you can leave whenever you like, watching film.
Yeah, no one notices.
Yeah, like you go to that movie by yourself, you can leave whenever you like. If you think it sucks, you just leave the theater.
Right.
But now Ben Johnson's got him chained to the office, I'm sure. Like, hey, man, you got to get this right. The throwing inaccuracy from Caleb Williams, he was talking about that. But also, let's get to this, Cap, because I just thought that it was not as horrible as we've seen before from Caleb Williams, but you could tell he's got some ways to go, right, Caleb?
He does. Again, there's a few plays where you go, oh, that was a good throw. The throw to Rome for the 28-yard touch, good throw, great move by Rome at the 5. But all in all, I didn't think Caleb was very good.
No, that's just got to be better. 312-332-ESPN is our telephone number. Let us go to the phone line to talk to you. We will say hello to John on the north side. He's been holding patiently on Kap and J Hood. John, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. How are we doing today?
I think you know how we're doing.
Right. Caleb Williams looks constantly lost, and you just mentioned Holmes when he's on his miss. Have you seen some of the misses on this guy and his deep balls? They're completely not even close. Well, we have no pass rush, and we got to stop talking about this revamped O-line. They look just as crappy as last year and the year before that.
You are correct, and as Hoodie was screaming about it all last spring and in the offseason, that pass rush is awful.
Zero. And the opening kickoff pretty much sums it up. It tells you everything you need to know about the Bears.
Yeah, opening kickoff out of bounds, opening play of the second half, false start. We ought to have Jay Moore put together a montage of false start, illegal hands to the face, holding, false start. I mean, it's like a comedy show.
Look what Patrick Mahomes has done since he's come in the league. The guy we turned down, and we're talking kind of crap about him. Look what he's done since coming in compared to what he didn't he throw for like 55 touchdowns in the first year. And I think it's, they really missed their chance on that. It just drives you insane. The game was over practically at the beginning of the third quarter.
Yeah, sad. Have a good day, man. Have a good week.
We'll go back to the phone lines. Lewis is in Lyle on Kap and J Hood. Lewis, good morning.
Good morning, guys, and I say that very loosely. Not for you, but because this was really hard. I mean, yesterday, that game was so atrocious that it almost, keyword almost, made me want to go to Nobu instead of watching the game. That said, it was so bad that I went inside to have a Cap-level crash out once the game was over. I didn't want to be seen in public. I couldn't even watch the rest of the games. It broke me so much. That defense reminded me of the last year of Trestman, that 2014 defense that couldn't stop couldn't stop a tumbleweed in the desert. The second half, you know when I knew that game was over? I knew the game was over when, to end the half, the Lions got that extra 6 seconds and scored, because I knew that all of our momentum was gone, and I was right. The offense couldn't do a thing. The defense couldn't, like I said, couldn't stop a stiff breeze. I was shocked at the level of ineptitude, and I was even more shocked about Ben Johnson's decision. So the two QB sneaks on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 almost reminded me of Matt Eberflus's boneheaded decisions. I'm not saying he's as bad as Eberflus, but that was awful. I mean, and there's draft picks. Everybody's been talking about it. What the heck has Poles done? This draft has been atrocious. Burton can't see the field. Trapello, healthy scratch. Colson Oblin, he's not getting targeted. And granted, he was open a few times. I did see him open, but Caleb just didn't look his way. Caleb Williams, he's getting better. Don't get me wrong, but the fact that he supposedly didn't actually spend time truly scouting anybody reminds me of Ryan Pace not interviewing Deshaun Watson when he was going to take Mitchell Trubisky. Waddle and Silvy have been saying, hey, this is the home of the new Chicago Bears. This is the new home of the same old Chicago Bears. It's breaking me. It's honestly breaking me.
All right,
Have
my
a good
friend.
week, man.
Let's hear from Caleb Williams, the first comments that he made to the press yesterday as the Bears lost to the Lions.
What's your initial reaction to a game that got away from you like this one did today?
Yeah. First, you start with that team came out and played a hell of a game on the other side of the ball. We had momentum swings where we were taking punches and, we ended up turning the ball over, having false starts. And things like that, and with a team like that, and you have 2 turnovers, and a couple false starts, or just overall penalties on the opposite side of the ball. With a team like that on the other side, they make you pay, and they did that today.
It's 2 really up and down games offensively to start the season. And did you expect it to be going better and clicking a little better at this point? And why hasn't it been?
I always expect to come out and play well as an offense. That's the expectation, but it's not really necessarily surprising or anything like that. It's new coach, new offense, and all of that, and a bunch of new players, and we're all trying to figure it out together at one. And like I've always said, move together. Everybody do their 1/11th and move together when the ball snap and go execute the plays that are called.
Yeah, it's not surprising. New coach, not new players. Not surprising. You're 0-2.
Yeah, I didn't care for that comment. I would like to see.
Not surprising.
I would honestly have liked to have seen somebody with some fire at the podium.
Really?
And go, this is freaking unacceptable. No,
it's acceptable, Cap. It's not surprising. Hey, you got a new head coach and new staff and new offensive line. You just need to gel, so not surprised, right? 0-2? That's what he's telling you. Did you not say that?
He did.
I typically don't like to do the, why are you acting that way on the sideline thing, because, these guys are humans. They're doing their thing. But it was a little alarming after they got off the field late in the fourth quarter and they're getting it put on their ass, frankly, to see Caleb just laughing with Case Keenum, just chuckling, having a good old time.
I don't know what was said, and I've done this a million times, and you have as well. What are you smiling about when you're getting your head kicked in? Any sport, by the way. You're just not privy to what the conversation is. But I think that Cap gave you the right word, bemused at how bad things are.
Yeah, I can't, again, I didn't like it, but there are people, I read about this. I'm not kidding you here. There's actually a condition that people have where, they go to a funeral and they almost are, you're like, what are you smiling about or laughing about? It's almost like a shock thing that, that's a fact. until I know what was being discussed, like, hey, man, got to go back out there. Can't get much worse. Like maybe he was chuckling at a car crash. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
So I can't criticize him for it. I'm just questioning. Like, what were you guys talking about that you were actually chuckling in the face of just an awful day? That's my question.
Ben Johnson, not happy, by the way. You heard some of those quotes earlier. People, one question is that, do you feel demoralized? I'm not demoralized. Absolutely not. That's just not true, Cap.
Correct.
Everybody feels demoralized. When you lose, you feel demoralized. But when you get your ass kicked, you got to feel some kind of way. And if you don't feel anything, then I have to pinch you. Are you alive?
I'm okay with his answer there because I think he was refusing to take bait. I know who asked the questions. He's a known reporter in Detroit who I believe was trying to troll Ben Johnson, and I think Ben Johnson was not taking the bait. There's a rapport there. I'm okay with the way Ben Johnson answered that.
Oh, I didn't know that was a Detroit reporter that asked the question.
Yeah, I thought it was Leisure.
Nope, that was Jeff Rieger out of Detroit, and I think he was trying to bait Ben Johnson, and Ben Johnson wasn't taking the cheese. So I'm okay with the answer.
Thank you for the context. I did not know that.
Yeah, I did not know. Are you sure that was Jeff Rieger?
Positive.
Okay.
That's good context because usually in this market, that's Jason Leisure.
By the way, with T.J. Edwards going on the probable not going to play because he got hurt again list.
Yeah. That's a long designation.
Did you see Mike Vrabel on the touchdown run sprinting the length of the sideline?
Yeah.
He could come in and start for us right now. Oh, my God. I'm like, wait a minute. Who is... That's Vrabel. He had to be running a 4.6. Oh, God.
More of your phone calls coming up. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Courtney Cronin is still to come at 7:35 with the latest from the locker room from the Bears and the Lions. As the Bears lose to the Lions in just unbelievable fashion at Ford Field. We'll take more of your reaction next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
One of my guilty pleasures, did it yesterday during football season, is eating dips. My son Brett had his chips. There's wings. I had some veggies while watching the big game with Daisy French onion dip, a Daisy ranch dip. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So do what I do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip, a Daisy ranch dip at your local grocery store. Jay Moore.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants you to drive away a winner this September. Every Friday, we're giving away a brand new 2026 Jaguar. Earn entries weekly to increase your chances of driving away in luxury and style. Join us at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana each Friday in September. Be there, and you could be the next lucky winner to drive away in a Jaguar. Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Fall is officially upon us, and don't let drafty windows ruin your cozy season or raise your energy bills. WindowWorks has been Chicago's trusted expert for over 30 years, delivering custom windows and doors that match your home, your style, and your budget. Their certified pros ensure flawless installations and lasting comfort. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Upgrade before winter hits. This offer won't last long. Dial pound 250 and say Waddle to schedule your free consultation and lock in your savings.
Woodford Reserve said, pick a barrel.
They wanted something bold, rich, and charismatic. So naturally, they called me.
Are you sure they didn't say burnt ego? Because they called both of us.
Oh, okay. So as I was saying, we hit the distillery with a group of our listeners.
And together made the first ever single barrel pick of Woodford Reserve Double Oak.
It's got Chicago flavor written all over it, and it's going fast.
Grab yours at your local Jewel, A&S Beverages, or Armanetti's on Western.
Cheers from Carmen and Jurko and Woodford Reserve.
Please drink responsibly.
I'm Brent, and I've been on Nutrafol for almost 5 years now. I like Nutrafol because it was a hair growth supplement that was completely drug-free. After 3 months, my hair got stronger and thicker, which gave a huge boost to my social life. I mean, it was life-changing, to be honest.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com/men. That's Nutrafol.com/MEN. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Real customers were compensated to share their stories.
New Beyond Raw Lit V2 pre-workout. GNC's #1 pre-workout. Now with harder-hitting energy, an intense mind-body connection, and enhanced endurance support. This isn't just pre-workout, it's precision engineering for your body. Turbocharge your workout with new Beyond Raw Lit V2. Available now at GNC and GNC.com.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back.
Got me feeling lucky. I'm putting everything on black.
ESPN Chicago.
Caleb under center, one back set. Takes, sneak again, this time off the left side. If he's denied, it's a silver platter for the Detroit Lions. Lions feel he's short. They are celebrating.
Jeff and Tom in the call. You can hear every Bears game right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. We'll hear from Courtney Cronin, who covers the Bears for ESPN Chicago, coming up at 7:35 right here on ESPN 1000. Let's go back to the phone lines to talk to you. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. How many wins in the division, Cap, for the Bears over the last 3 years?
Well, I think Ryan Poles is 3-17 in the division right now, isn't he?
Like 3 wins in the last 3 years?
Well, they beat the Lions in Chicago, not last year, I think 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
They beat the Packers last year.
Yep.
And I think they beat the Vikings 2 years ago. I think that's it.
That's not taking the North and never giving it back over
That's
3
correct.
years.
That is correct.
You are what your record says you are, Cap. It's just not good. It's just not good. This is on George and Ryan and the whole organization. But yesterday, a microcosm of what the Bears are not versus who they are. Back to the phone lines we go. We will say hello to Jordan in Maryville, Indiana on Kap and J Hood. All right, Jordan, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, this is the issue an underlying issue with the Bears that I just resigned to this fact. If you look at the Bears roster, and if I'm game planning for the Bears, if you look at the offensive side or the defensive side, who do you need to game plan for? Who scares you on the Bears?
As of today, I mean, Rome is a very, very good football player. He is. But beyond that, there's not one guy so far where you go, oh, God, how are we going to handle that matchup nightmare?
Yeah, Jordan, it's a great point that you make because it's layered, right? Jordan, you say that, like, who do you game plan for? Okay, Odunze, as I projected, I think he's going to be wide receiver 1 next year. I think that Caleb's very comfortable with Odunze. But on top of that, Jordan, there's not enough leadership in that room. That's the other thing, too. Like, who are the leaders on this football team? Just because you have a C on your chest or you're designated as a captain does not make you a leader. You know, one of the leaders on the team, Cairo Santos, Jordan. How's that work?
And that's the underlying issues. Like usually your best players, your most talented guys is usually your leaders. Your captains, your go-to guys. You know, there's nobody on that team that has that sort of talent. I was looking at the game yesterday. You know, I look at Jahmyr Gibbs. Anytime Jahmyr Gibbs touches the ball, I feel like he can take it to the house.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Jamison Williams, he can take it to the house. Anytime it's 3rd and 8, I think Hutchinson's going to take the quarterback's head off. You know, we don't have those guys. Until we get that talent, we're in trouble, fellas. Have a good day.
Have a great day. It's fair, man. And, you know, I'm not telling you should take a running back in the top 10. I'm not telling you that. I'm not saying that, Carmen Jurko. I don't want to get assaulted when they come in.
Sure.
But I watched Bijan Robinson yesterday. He went 7th. He's a star.
Yep.
He is phenomenal. Jahmyr Gibbs went 12th. He's a star. He's phenomenal. Like, some of the truly great. Saquon Barkley went 2nd. Again, I'm not telling you should do that in every draft. But the best of the best there, our running back room is so bereft of ability. It's terrible. Kyle Monangai in the 7th rounder, and we're lauding, should this guy get more carries? Ugh. DeAndre Swift, he's as journeyman as they come. As journeyman as they come. And Roshan Johnson, that dude may as well just play in street clothes. He's always hurt.
Yeah. It's not a good room. But we knew that when the season started.
It is not. It is not a good room. Wide receiver room, that's fine. That's fine.
Odunze's the man. Like you're looking for a silver lining. Like that connection, Caleb to Rome Odunze, we're going to be talking about that for a while.
Correct.
Someone to Odunze, because the catches he was making, Cap, like, okay, you have established yourself as the guy, or the emerging as the guy, and the go-to guy at wide receiver.
Correct.
South Carolina is Jake listening on the ESPN Chicago app. All right, Jake, good morning.
Morning, guys. I just want to talk about
that's a fine.
Sorry about that. Little Craig counseling me. Want to talk about just Ryan Poles and this team in general. There's too many losers on this team. And what I mean by that is this losing culture that Ryan Poles has provided and the players he has brought in. The two biggest acquisitions in the NFL that this guy has made is Montez Sweat, loser, coming from a losing organization, and DJ Moore, loser, coming from a losing organization. It's not going to change until your star players, like Rome Odunze, who came from a team that went to a national championship, are winners. They don't have winners on their team. Ben Johnson, hopefully, can find some winners. It's time to get the losers. This is no offense to Cole Kmet and Jalen Johnson, good players. They're losers. All they know is losing from the past years. So it's time to move on from that. We need to get winners in the building, and until that, nothing's going to change.
Yeah, I can't co-sign with you. I mean, just because a guy played – so you go out and get any free agent that came from a good team, it automatically means I got winners in the building now. No, Cole came from Notre Dame. They had a good team when he was there. Jalen Johnson came from a hell of a team at Utah with Kyle Whittingham, their coach. They go to a bowl game every year. Does not make you a winner or a loser. Just get good football players. I think at times they get too caught up in, well, I don't know about the character. No. I don't care if you curse. I don't care if your hair's down to your ass. Can you play football or not?
Those two players, by the way, not named captain this year.
Yeah. I also
Kmet and Johnson.
Honestly, I do think there's something interesting to the philosophy at Hallis Hall. They seem to reward losers. All of these players have done nothing but lose. Cole Kmet gets an extension. Jalen Johnson gets a massive extension. Ryan Poles has done nothing but lose.
But
he gets an extension.
Jalen Johnson deserved an extension.
Sure.
He's the top 3 corner in the league.
And I'm not even saying he didn't, but to pay all of that money to a corner before you have a defensive line set, it is building your defense backwards. And it is like then to not address the defensive line appropriately, and now you've got the 5th most expensive defense, and it sucks. Like, that's a problem. And a big part of it is they've paid players who have done nothing but lose.
You know he's right.
I don't agree with him on the Jalen Johnson thing. The Cole thing, yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think we talked about it then. Well, that's a lot of money for a guy who's not like a massive threat in the pass game. Not.
The part I'm talking about is the way you built your defense.
Oh, that's fair.
But
it's also how you built your offense. Well, I don't know if this Braxton Jones is any good. Well, let's take the 10th pick and get a tight end. And let's make sure we use the 39th pick instead of taking, the Big Ten Offensive Lineman of the Year who's starting at left tackle for the Houston Texans. Let's not take him at 39. Let's take Luther Burden at 39, and then let's not use him.
So,
none of it makes sense.
Well, it makes sense when you want to appease your head coach, Cap. We talked about this in the Eberflus regime. Did you have to have those linebackers right in that spot? We haven't gone back chapter and verse and see who was better at those linebacker spots, but Eberflus had to have his linebackers because he wanted to set his defense.
Yeah, it was mainly you're talking about Tremaine Edmonds. That's the guy he wanted.
He wanted to have
T.J. Edwards, they got on a bargain, and he came out to be a very, very good player. But you're correct 100% on Tremaine Edmonds.
Okay.
But I would think if you made me the GM or you the GM, that I'd be like, all right, first thing I'm doing, I got to fix my left tackle. I got to make sure I got a bookend at right tackle. Who's my center? I'm not getting Coleman Shelton for bargain basement dollars. I want the best. I want to draft and develop those guys. Give me the, as you call it, iron gate in front of me. Then I'll figure it out.
I would agree with you. Of course I'd do that because you got to protect Caleb Williams, who could get out of his own way in year one. But I'm always going to feel like Ben Johnson had a lot of influence on how they were able to set those draft picks early. Because the reason why the Ben Johnson got the job is because he had multiple weapons to utilize with the Lions, whether it was running game, tight ends, and wide receivers. And so I thought that Ryan Poles bent over backwards unnecessarily to add more weapons and put a hat on a hat on a hat. Would you walk around the neighborhood with 3 hats, Cap? No, you walk around the neighborhood with 1 hat. By getting a tight end in Loveland, nothing against him, but you already had Cole Kmet in that spot, unless you're going to cut Kmet, which they did not. So you got 2 tight ends. On top of that, you had wide receivers in the room that could help you, but you just thought you needed Luther Burden that early in the draft. Did you need Luther Burden in that spot? You did not. But it appeases the head coach, Cap, because the head coach is used to having multiple weapons. But the one thing they forgot in the process is protection for the quarterback. They forgot about trying to get to the quarterback. You have to spread the wealth. It can't just be in one position. We talked about this after the draft. I said they were doing this to appease Ben Johnson because Ben wanted to have all these different weapons and all these different toys. All right, while you're doing that, how are you getting to the quarterback? How are you opening up holes for the running game? Where is your running game?
All fair.
See, that's my point. My point is that in that draft, this is, all right, Ben, you're an offensive genius. Can you work with all these guys? Oh, absolutely. But what about the rest of it, though? The things that matter, like stopping the run, like being able to have guys on the edge that can be able to make a difference besides a Dingbo, besides Sweat.
But you also can't miss on Zach Pickens in the 3rd round. He's on the Chiefs practice squad now. Jervon Dexter, I don't know if he's going to make it.
Well, you really can't miss on those picks because of where you spent elsewhere.
Yep. Correct. That's what I mean.
You lowered your threshold for getting defensive talent so much, you can't afford to miss.
Okay, Ben, you got to have Colston Loveland. All right, I'm going to take him. But guess what?
Then you don't
get
get
39,
Burden.
I'm not taking Luther Burden. Sorry, Coach Randall L. I know you wanted him. Can't do it. I got to take the Minnesota tackle right there.
I don't know that I would be a phenomenal football general manager, but I can tell you with a very high degree of certainty, I would not have signed Keenan Allen and then drafted a wide receiver in the top 10 and then drafted another wide receiver after drafting a tight end a year later with the 39th pick in the draft.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have done that.
No,
I agree.
All these different weapons, great. But how do you utilize it when you're getting your ass kicked by Detroit? How do you utilize them? Now we're having a conversation of, okay, you draft these guys high. How come they're not being utilized? I see a redshirt year happening with young players in the first 2 games. How do you do that? It's what you wanted. Tyler Warren looks like he's being utilized with the Colts.
Yeah, I was watching some of that yesterday with my son, and I'm like, wow, that guy gets involved in the pass game.
It's crazy, man. It's just crazy. We're going to hear from Courtney Cronin coming up next. 312-332-ESPN. If you're on hold, you will be on the air as we talk to you about the Bears. They have lost 12 out of their last 13 games. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning starting at 6 a.m.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Bud Light and ESPN Chicago are taking the Waddle and Silvy show to the Chicago-Cincinnati game November 2nd. You could win a spot on this trip. Join me, Shay Norling, tonight at Rebel and Rye in River West. The best football tosser of the night wins a Bud Light prize pack and is a finalist for the trip to Waddle's hometown. For complete details, go to ESPNChicagoContest.com. But see you tonight at Rebel and Rye in River West from 6 to 8 p.m. Brought to you by Bud Light. Please drink responsibly.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
So, you think you're strong? Prove it at the Illinois Plane Pull. Join Special Olympics Illinois Saturday, September 27th at O'Hare for the ultimate tug of war against a 95,000-pound United Airlines jet, all to benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Sign your team up now at IllinoisPlanePull.com.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
The new owner of Michael Jordan's former North Suburban estate wants to sell million-dollar shares of the property, and local officials are not having it. The city of Highland Park last week said the plan would make the 7.5-acre property a timeshare, which is not allowed for a single-family home in the suburb. Real estate investor John Cooper paid $9.5 million in December for Jordan's old house and branded it as Champions Point, offering ownership shares to buyers that would get to use it for a week out of the year. Cooper has said he's exploring other uses, and the property is listed for rent on Airbnb for $89,000 per month, but his attorney said he has a right to sell partial shares of the nearly 38,000 square foot mansion. Meantime, county records show he's got a $6.2 million mortgage on the property that comes due January 1st. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Are you ready to unleash the beast?
Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Let's talk a little bit about ZipRecruiter. What if a quarterback completed 4 of his last 5 passes? Or a point guard hit 4 out of 5 shots beyond the arc? Well, now when you're hiring, you can play at that level because 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Jim.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Get your beak out of this.
Courtney Cronin, National Chicago Bears reporter for ESPN.
You have to temper expectations if you are a Bears fan, just given everything that this team had to kind of undo.
Breaking down the Bears and the latest NFL storylines.
Foles was given the flexibility and the freedom to take this thing down to the ground floor, down to the studs, to be able to build it back up.
Courtney Cronin with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Courtney Cronin is brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured? Call 708-4million for the people of Chicago, because they are Chicago. Costa Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on a Bears Monday on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app as the Bears lose to the Lions. Courtney Cronin covers the Bears like a blanket for ESPN and ESPN.com, and she joins us here on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Courtney. How are you?
I'm great, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing great, but if that's true, what Hoodie just said, you cover the Bears like a blanket, can you start at corner against Dallas?
No, I can't. And we'll see if Jalen Johnson's able to. I think it's unfortunate that, the pass breakup he has in the second quarter and then immediately falls to the ground. You're like, oh, no, is this the same thing? And, what Ben Johnson said yesterday, it sounds like it was a re-aggravation of the groin injury for Jalen and a re-aggravation of the hamstring injury for TJ Edwards. And if they have to miss ample time, you saw how this defense got picked apart in their absence from the end of the second quarter onwards. That wasn't the entire reason. They were bad before that, but that certainly doesn't give you much confidence if you're a Bears fan, knowing how bad this defense looked. And if you're down two starters again, you don't have your starting nickel corner. It might be some time before this unit's at full health again.
You and I have talked about this defense since early this summer, and I was not convinced that this defense was fixed as far as getting to the quarterback, stopping the run, and just the miscommunication or lack of communication in the secondary was evident yesterday. What did you see? Because that's some of the worst defense we've seen in a while here.
Yeah, and there were a lot of performances under Eberflus that you chalk up to, wow, haven't seen something like that in a while. But historically, statistically, this was the worst. This was worse than anything we saw in the last 3 seasons when Matt Eberflus was calling plays for this team. And even the one season he wasn't, it was never this bad. And it's the explosive plays that were just so alarming. The 5 that went for 30-something yards. There were a bunch that went for 20, even more that went for 10. Ben Johnson poured on to that yesterday. He couldn't stop the bleeding. Like, that was the problem. When you allow Jared Goff to have a near-perfect passer rating, to look as precise as he did 1 week after they looked like that against the Green Bay Packers, it's more of an indictment, I think, on the Bears defense than anything the Lions were doing, because they couldn't contain them whatsoever. And every opportunity that they had to get a stop, there'd be something that threw them off, like the sack that Montez Sweat had that would have been a 9-yard loss. That gets negated by offsetting penalties, one of which was the illegal contact on Tyreek Stevenson. This defense is a problem right now, and I know that Dennis Allen wanted no part of talking about what happened in Minnesota last week when we were talking to him on Thursday. He wanted only questions on the next opponent. Well, are the questions that you want, like, how are you not going to stop Dak Prescott if you don't want to talk about this game? It's unfortunate. Like, this is really like a complete gut punch for a unit that was supposed to be the strength of this team while the offense took its time figuring it out. And now the offense, I don't know if they're going to be able to carry the weight here, but this is, you look around at both sides and you're like, which is worse right now? And it's certainly a 52-point blowout. All signs point at one unit there that clearly takes the cake coming out of week 2.
This is breaking news.
Wow.
On Chicago's home for sports.
Wow.
ESPN 1000.
We turn to veteran newsman Shane Orling with breaking news here on Kap and J Hood. Shay.
Hopefully the Bears defense can stop whoever is playing quarterback on November 2nd for Cincinnati, because Joe Burrow is officially out for 3 months. He will have surgery on his turf toe.
Cap?
Yeah, I saw that cross from Schefter and I went, wow. Well, Cincinnati has got to figure things out, but we've got way bigger fish to fry before we get to November 2nd. So, Courtney, here's what I really want to know. The team gets punked. They get pounded. They look awful. I saw guys making business decisions in the second half. I didn't see great effort as that thing got away from them. Yet, Colston Loveland, no targets. 1 catch for 5 yards for Luther Burden, who we just had to have at 39. Ozzie Trapillo, Shamar Turner, and Karan Amagaji didn't dress for the game. What in the F is going on up there?
Well, I mean, it doesn't reflect well on their draft choices right now that you had 2 second-round picks and a third-round pick inactive yesterday. You couldn't find any role for them, so they don't play. They're healthy scratches. And, I get the frustration there from Bears fans who want to do everything in retrospect and look at, the Bears could have had this player. They could have had this player. Yet you've got Ozzie Trapillo, who's done nothing ever since they figured out he's not a left tackle right now. He's been an afterthought in what they've been doing. He's a right tackle who was not needed yesterday, so he's inactive. Same thing with Shamar Turner, who's finally healthy, yet they can't find any role for him on the interior pass rush. He's inactive. It's not looking good when your draft choices, your high-end, early in the draft order draft choices look like this. It's just not. There's no way to sugarcoat it. And I think when you look at one target for any tight end yesterday, Colston Loveland, Cole Kmet, anybody, on 97 snaps, that reflects on Ben Johnson too, to not get those guys involved, including your top 10 draft pick. I know it sometimes takes time to figure out roles for players and to figure out what the target distribution is going to be, but it doesn't look good when A, you don't have certain guys active, and B, certain players are out there, but they're not doing anything. Sure, blocking is important, and I know that Luther Burden had was a strong run blocker and earning his way onto the playing field by doing that. But you got to find ways to scheme him into the game plan, because otherwise, why is he active? I think there's a lot of talent here on this roster, but figuring out how to use it is still a work in progress. But it's we all saw the inactives list yesterday, and I think everybody had the same reaction as to these are Ryan Poles draft picks, and the fact that they're not active, they're not hurt, is a reflection on him and his front office right now as to why these players are on the team if they're not contributing.
A peeved Ben Johnson after the game. We'll talk to Courtney about that and more as the Bears lose to the Lions. We're talking to Courtney Cronin on a Bears Monday on Kap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Hey, everyone. Big news. Exciting news. Carmen and Jurko now, 9 a.m. to noon.
The new ESPN Chicago lineup.
On the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
I'm all about loyalty. And when a company's been around 80 years, they're doing something right. And that's my friends at Automatic, my guy Steve Stahorek and crew. And to celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now until the end of October. This is a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable with the best in the business. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust. Visit Automatic.com or call and mention Kap. Take that.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Jurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Injured in an accident this summer? Postman Law can help. Call us at 844-POSTMAN to get the justice and compensation you deserve fast. That's 844-POSTMAN. Your summer shouldn't be spent panicking about medical bills or stressing over legal documents. With over $3 billion recovered for our clients, the Postman team gets you the results you deserve. Ready to get started? Call 844-POSTMAN to schedule a free consultation now.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and football season is here. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Are you ready to make a winning decision? Are you going to gamble for fun, or are you going to gamble for money? This year, make that decision that will build your bankroll all year long. Go Go to FatJackSports.com, and for less than $100 a week, make money betting on the games. That's FatJackSports.com. It's a personal portal. It comes to your email. It's hassle-free. It'll make you money. FatJackSports.com.
What if a quarterback completed 4 out of his 5 passes, or a point guard hit 4 out of 5 shots from behind the arc? Well, now, when you're hiring, you can play at that level, because 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter's technology hustles to find skilled people for your job, and you can invite your top picks to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, Chicago, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Right now, they've got a crazy deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and yep, 0 down, 0 payments, 0 interest for 2 years. Seriously, give them a call at 866-90Nation or check them out at windownation.com for your free estimate.
Beyond Raw Lit V2, the pre-workout's available at GNC, the #1 pre-workout, now with harder hitting energy, an intense mind-body connection, and enhanced endurance supports. Turbocharge your workout with new Beyond Raw Lit V2. Available now at GNC and GNC.com. Jay Moore. Check.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Courtney Cronin with us here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Courtney, how about this exchange with the press? Ben Johnson, when asked about Dan Campbell running up the score.
Dan Campbell ran it up on you on that 4th and 4 going forward.
What's he supposed to do? It's 4th and goal. What do you want him to do? Yeah, he could have kicked the field goal. They don't kick field goals. They go for it there. So he was doing what he was supposed to do. That's what he does.
How demoralizing is this loss, considering you were coming back, you left for Chicago? I mean,
it's not demoralizing at all. It's not demoralizing at all. We got to play better.
How about that, Courtney?
I appreciated that his honesty on it, instead of acting like
Courtney,
it
he
didn't
wasn't
exist.
honest. When he said not demoralizing, that's a lie.
I'm talking about the first part. And, you know, I personally, I don't understand what Dan Campbell could have done differently there. I mean, could they have run it a 5th straight time? Sure. But, you know, you're 4 yards away from the end zone. You dial up a pass play. Like, if Ben Johnson was in that situation, I'm sure he would have, on the opposite side, he would have done the exact same thing. Now, the demoralizing part, yeah, I mean, I think he's trying to keep it seeming like the sky is not falling right now. Obviously, they're 2 games into the season. You can't quit right now. You can't say that you don't believe in your team. You can't say this is the worst loss you've ever been a part of. He's been a part of a lot of bad ones before. You know, does it sound like he's talking out of both sides of his mouth there? Maybe a little bit. But what do you want him to say, Kap? Yeah, it's absolutely demoralizing. We're 0-2. Like, I can't see a light at the end of the tunnel. This first year is going to be awful. I don't know what more he can say. I really don't.
I said at the start of the show when I heard that cut, yeah, I'm demoralized right now. We'll go back to work. We'll figure this out. But guess what? When you give up 52 points and we've got false starts and hands to the face and holding, everything's on the table right now. No, I'm not demoralized. That's a lie.
I don't think you put that energy out there for your team to feed off of, because we know him taking accountability last week, all of the things that he talked about, from the botched challenge to trying to kick it out of the end zone. Like, his players heard that stuff. We talked to them about that, about how they felt Ben Johnson fell on the sword, owned his own mistakes, something the last head coach did not do, doubling down and dying with the lie at every chance. Mm-hmm. So that clearly is reflected in the locker room. I think Ben's saying, I'm not going to make it sound like I'm jumping ship now, because that's going to reflect poorly in the locker room. I think it's a calculated way of handling it. You may not have liked it. Fans may not have liked it. But I can understand the logic and rationale behind the head coach's decision to say, we're 2 games into this. 52 points is an ass-kicking. We're well aware of that. But why would he say, I'm demoralized, this is awful, like, I don't see a way out of this? I don't think that would have been the right play either.
Yeah, I think there's a way to handle it. I was telling Hoodie, I think you could say, look, I did an awful job. Obviously, I didn't have us prepared. Our game plan obviously didn't work, but there's a lot I'm demoralized about. And that starts with the coaching staff as well as the player. There's a way to say it.
And the question was also phrased about how demoralizing is it? He's using the reporter's words. Like, if that's not his word he was going to use, he could have thrown something else in there, but he was, just for context sake here, repeating back. I was sitting there right next to the person who asked him about it. That's how it was phrased. So he was using his words right back onto him.
Courtney, could you explain just what happened there going into halftime? I'm still confused on whether or not the runner was in bounds, out of bounds. What happened there with the Bears?
Yeah, I think we're all still confused about that. So because of, one official ruled Tesla was in, one official ruled that he was not. So the clock runs, and when Ben Johnson's told by the official when Goff tries to spike it and they get to 0, like, hey, it's halftime. You guys are down, I believe it's 21-14 at that time. Go to the locker room. And then because it was under 2 minutes, clock was at 16, the automatic 10-second runoff, and, I need to look and see what their timeout situation was. You can avoid a 10-second runoff if you call a timeout there. Obviously, that didn't happen. I don't know what their timeouts were. It's not in front of me. But, that's the reason it was down to 6 seconds. And, so they get the one more chance to run the play. It results in the touchdown. It's 28-14. It's an official mistake. It's a mistake that's only on two people there. The person who was closest to the play and the person who ruled that he was, out of bounds. And I think it's an unfortunate situation because you're already on the way to the locker room. You come back out. I know it didn't seem like it was that much to have to come out and defend one more play, but given the way that Detroit had been driving, they were the ones in control at that point of the game. So from the 4-yard line, for that to be a touchdown to then become a 2-score game, when you think, okay, we've got him where we want him, we get the opening kickoff, we're down by 1 touchdown, I think that's the turning point right there, because there was confusion. Ben Johnson, calls don't always go the way that you want them to, but to not get an accurate explanation in real time and then to have all of that go on right before they actually go to the locker room, I think did a lot of damage.
Yeah, I don't have the box in front of me either. I think they were out of timeouts. And so the issue was he was clearly in bounds when you watch it again.
Tesla.
He hits in bounds. The clock should keep running, and they got to race to the field to be able to get the ball spiked to get 1 second to kick a field goal. Instead, the official, who's standing right freaking there, can't miss that call.
I don't disagree with you. I'm giving you the explanation we were given in the press box yesterday, and it was confusing, too, because the runoff's always going to happen there. But if he's in bounds, that's 6 seconds. Do you really think they're a veteran team. They've probably run this drill a lot at the end of practice to get there, to have 1 second to spike the ball. You saw Goff try to do it in real time initially, and, then obviously they had to, they send him to the locker room, they reverse it. We know what happened after that. It's an unfortunate officiating error that ended up more costly for the Bears than it did for the Lions.
As always, Courtney, we appreciate the time.
Thanks, guys. See you next week.
See ya. There she is, Courtney Cronin on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
How about that Joe Burrow news, huh? That'll be all for the Bengals. It just goes to show you, man, how many years you have to go through this with Burrow. It's not his fault. He's just unlucky. But that's a damn shame. When you want to get behind the Bengals, when you want to get behind Joe Burrow, there's an injury to Burrow. And now look.
When was the wrist injury? 2 years ago or last year?
Last year, I think. Mm-hmm. It was a problem in camp, and then he couldn't throw the ball to start the season.
He'd always flex his hand and his wrist.
And he got hurt on a Monday night.
I think he hurt it 2 years ago late in the season, and then it was still a lingering issue.
That's correct.
At the start of last year.
But he had surgery on it.
Yeah.
That was in season. Was that last year
that
or
was
2
years ago?
2 years
like
ago.
December of
He got
the
hurt
season
on a
2 years
Monday
ago.
night or Sunday night game. I remember watching it.
Went into camp, though, and still had problems being able to get that flexing, that feeling of it.
We got to be honest, though. also, at some point, Joe Burrow has to stop taking some of these horrific sacks. He sits in that pocket for an awful long time.
So that's a tough bit of news.
They're 2-0, right?
2-0. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm smoking to Joe Burrow.
All right. So coming up, you get out of here, sir. Coming up, we will give you shot or no shot. That's in 2 minutes on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Ball's wet.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger, I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe, amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Get the best quality Dutch Boy paints for your painting project at Menards. Max Bond Plus exterior paint and primer is designed to stand strong against weather extremes. It provides max adhesion, hide, and performance while repelling rain in just 90 minutes after application. And with Dutch Boy's high-performing paints that last, transforming your home has never been easier. Save big money on Dutch Boy paints and head into Menards to get your paint project started today.
Save big money at Menards. Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game, ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000. And streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We got Shay, we got Jay Moore, we got you on this Bears Monday as the Bears lose to the Lions 52-21. We'll get back to your phone calls momentarily, but first, shot or no shot. Here's Shay Norling.
Good morning, boys, on a Monday. How we feeling?
We're good, man. Good to be with you guys. Couple quick thoughts, Hoodie. I just watched the Travis Kelce interception on a ball right in his hands. Taylor Swift could have caught that.
Yeah.
Holy cow. I mean, he literally dropped a dime right in his hands.
Dude,
his hands picked.
He was terrible yesterday.
Not good. And then I have a question for you guys. I asked Hoodie this so he can't answer because he knows. Can you tell me what wide receiver in the National Football League leads the NFL in touchdowns through 2 weeks?
Off the top of my head, I want to. Is it Rome?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Rome with 3. Number 1 through 2 weeks.
He's really good.
Wicks.
Wicks, surprisingly Wicks. Not Wicks Furniture? No.
Yeah.
Jordan Wicks? No, it's actually Roma Dunze who's really good.
Wow.
You're talking about silver lining, right?
Yep.
That's the guy. That's the guy. That's the combination. That's going to be the combination not only this year, but going into next year as well.
Correct.
I'm just saying, like those are the guys. Roma Dunze makes the tough catch. He makes he gets good run after the catch. I like the size. Yeah. Yeah, those two are going to be simpatico.
He's 9th in the league in yards, 1st in touchdowns, 13th in receptions.
All right, I'm going to actually start I have some stuff written up here, but I'm going to start someplace else off of that stat. And by the way, good morning, Hoodie. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Your Jets were great yesterday.
The Jets, okay.
Justin Fields had a 1.0 passer rating.
Boy, was he bad.
Justin Fields, a little cuckoo, not cuckoo,
Boy,
not a surprise to this veteran observer.
The Justin Fields career resurgence lasted all of a week.
Wow.
This is why brothers get fired. Aaron Glenn just got there. Christ.
But with that Rome Odunze stat, that Rome leads the NFL in touchdown receptions, and I think has been the best offensive player on this team through the first 2 weeks.
Yes.
Granted, that's an extremely low bar to clear. Shot or no shot?
Brother.
DJ Moore will have a new uniform at the trade deadline.
Well, that's a no shot. No. That's a no shot. But next year, this will be Rome Odunze's unit. How about that?
I got to look and see what his dead cap hit is, because if his contract is movable at the deadline, yeah.
No, that's a no shot. He will be here, but moping at the end of the year if it keeps going this direction.
Yeah, you can't trade him at the deadline because his dead cap is $60 million.
So, but next year, that'll be a different conversation. So that's a no shot.
They say the potential out is not until after the 2027 season.
Yeah, but there's ways next year if they trade him with after a June 1st or if they give him a post-June 1 designation, there is a lot of cap savings moving on from
$35 million after the season.
My thing is if this season starts really poorly and you're at the trade deadline and you're 2-6 and somebody wants to flip you a couple picks for DJ Moore, can't you just we'll take the cap hit right now and get the assets to be better next year? Couldn't you actually say that?
Oh, that'd be awfully hard to do, man.
DJ Moore. Why do we need DJ Moore? We got Jade Walker. Yes.
He's hurt.
Jade Walker. That's what I like.
Wow.
No, that's a no shot. He will last the season, but next year you make changes and you make evaluations of your Ben Johnson. Don't stick with it just because he was in the Eberflus regime. Put it in your image, whatever it is, if you're Ben Johnson. That's what it comes down to. You don't owe anybody favors. Draft picks, acquisitions, you don't owe anybody anything.
No.
This is your team now. Shay?
All right, well, somehow, despite picking in the top 10 4 times in 3 years and making 7 picks in the second round in that span, Ryan Poles is now 15-38 as a general manager 2 weeks into his 4th year. Nobody will ever convince me that 4-year rebuilds exist in the NFL, and nothing he has done inspires any confidence that he will successfully build a winner. So when we talk about where we rank general managers in this city, or rather personnel decision makers, shot or no shot, Ryan Poles is no better than Arturas Karnisovas.
That's a shot.
That's a shot.
That's the numbers. Just look at the numbers. That's a shot.
Yep.
You could be his wife. She's going to say the same thing. Hon, I love you, but guess what? Your numbers are you're 15-38. You're 3-17 in the league. We don't know who our left tackle is going forward. We really are not sure if our right tackle you took at 10 3 years ago is going to be there for a second contract. And the right guard you just extended for $14 million a year, he looks like he belongs at Whitehall Nursing Home. He's
at least we made play-in tournament.
Well, thank you, Art, for stopping by.
Do we have a play-in tournament in the NFL?
Yeah, it's called the regular season.
Jeez.
Good job, Art, for stopping by. You're still relevant. Pagliosha from the Sky, that's the worst. He's the worst general manager in the city.
What's his name?
Pagliosha.
Wow.
I know he's driving and listening. You are the worst, sir, even if that's not how you pronounce your last name.
Not good.
Pagliosha, you're the worst. You're the worst.
Not good.
Boy, if you were more relevant, boy, we'd be going after you, too. Here's Shane Norling.
Well, it's interesting you both said shot to that, me putting Ryan Poles right alongside Arturas Karnisovas. This was always my fear. And I said when they extended him, I didn't understand it. Why are you doing that now? He's shown you nothing. You're extending him on ifs, things that you believe are going to be good that you did in the offseason. We haven't seen any of it on the field. Now we've seen 2 weeks of it, And in the words of Mike Tomlin, it all sucks. Mm-hmm. So I think really what they did was make the decision to move on more difficult, but shot or no shot. The Bears will be willing to move on from Ryan Poles if this season doesn't improve.
It all sucks.
No shot. Hold on a minute. I'm not saying they should or shouldn't. I'm simply saying to you, hang on a second. Hey, George, I know we extended this guy in September, and now he's tied to us for 5 years. You gave him a 3-year extension with 2 left on the deal. Yeah, we were wrong. We want to blow that up. Who do you think owns the team, Steve Cohen?
I know.
I will plant the flag on the take again, because I know we have new listeners and new viewers because it's Bears season, because we get some of this stuff gets lost in the sauce in the summer. I'll plant the flag again and tell you that Ben Johnson will outlast Ryan Poles. I said that at the time that Ben Johnson was hired, and I got a lot of pushback, like there's no way, he's got a new contract. I said that if Ben Johnson has the stroke at House Hall and he has as much as a general manager, that Kevin Warren will not be patient with this. He will not. And I'm not saying that he's like this football guru and all, but I'm just saying that you've got to be able to save face with this thing. So even though I didn't say Ben Johnson won't make Arlington Heights, that was not my declaration when he was hired. What I did say is that if the Bears can't get this right, Ryan Poles will be fired before Ben Johnson. That is a fact.
Well, yeah,
this is not just because they're aligned from a contract standpoint doesn't mean they're going to walk out the door together.
Well, the one guy probably makes, I have no idea what Poles makes. I'm going to guess he makes, let's call it $2 million. Ben's got $65 million.
Right.
That makes it way harder.
That's why I ask. Like, you made this choice. You may have to buy your way out of it. Do you think that they would be willing, shot or no shot, they would be willing to buy out Ryan Poles at the end of the season if this season keeps going the way it is?
No, it's a no shot for this year. No, that's a no shot. But if you keep going in this direction, not this year, but into next year, following, like, he's not going to make his entire contract, Ryan Poles. Absolutely not, because it's not deserved.
Okay, but let me push back on you on this. When you say not going to make his entire contract, that's 5 years. Like,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. This isn't, I get it. We don't have a Texas A&M booster who's going to buy out Jimbo for $75 million. But, like, in the SEC, he wouldn't make the end of the season. Gone.
Right.
Get him out.
Yes.
Get the next guy in here.
He might already be gone. Virginia Tech blew their coach out. UCLA blew theirs out.
Yeah. And your buddy Dabo's next, by the way.
If this were college, Poles might be gone today.
Yeah. But when you say not going to make the whole contract, are you saying he'll be gone after next year, 4 years down the road? Like, I don't know where this thing's headed, but what if they finish 3-14 and they're picking in the top 5? Again.
Not just the way it's just the way the Bears operate, unless it's completely different. Now, I'll tell you what, it has been different that you fired a coach in season Eberflus. All right, that's different. How much more of a change are you as an organization that you would do that to Ryan Poles after 1 year of Ben Johnson and his coaching staff? I don't know. But I feel safe in saying that if it goes in this direction, continues to go in this direction, that Ben Johnson stays and Ryan Poles is gone.
If they really finish this season 3-14, I mean, that would make his record as GM after 4 years 18-50.
Yeah.
18-50. There's just no way you could hang on to that. You could never hang on to that guy.
I would not. I was here telling you that there should have been a change in the GM spot, but I know how the Bears do business.
Yes, we talked about it.
No matter how powerful this microphone is and this power shift of the morning, there's nothing that we could do about it. Nothing. We could talk about it, but I'm just telling you that you can't keep going in this direction, especially when your draft picks are not bearing enough fruit, not making enough of a difference for the football team, and now you have the coach that you wanted, the staff that you wanted, and you still can't get out of neutral. You're going backwards. You can't even put it in drive. So that's a problem, Cap.
Drive? You can't get it started to get out of the garage.
It's bad.
It is horrifically bad. And look, I'm thrilled that Ben's the coach. I am. He hasn't had a great start, obviously. They gave up 52 points. The things that bother me about Ben are your offensive line is going to keep making all these mistakes, and you're the offensive guru. Either clean it up or guess what? Hey, this week, Ozzie Trapillo will start at right tackle. And I guess, Ben, you're giving up on a top 10 pick? Right now, he's not playing like one. So maybe a week sitting will wake his ass up. Period. That's it.
You don't win games in the depth chart, even though I open it up every morning.
That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So just because Darnell Wright was the top 10 pick, guess what? I'm starting Shea Norling at center because that guy didn't come ready to play, or at right guard, or at right tackle, whatever it is. Like, I want to see some change. And what happens if, let me just spitball this. What if they get drilled by Dallas?
Could happen.
Okay? And that could absolutely happen.
Could happen.
Okay, let's assume they're 0-3 going to Vegas. And now you lose the Vegas game. Vegas is a good football team now. And that guy's a veteran coach.
TrueFanTravel.com.
TrueFanTravel.com.
Yeah.
We'll be there. Just what if you go to the bye week and you're 0-4? You going to keep running Caleb out there? Or are you going to go, Caleb, you're going to take a seat. We're 0-4. Everything's on the table. We're starting Tyson in week 5.
I just tell you, if they get drilled by Dallas next to, like, they're favored right now, and they do, as bad as things feel, they do have an opportunity here to rescue the season. You beat Dallas, you take care of business, and then you go to Vegas and get a win. You're 2-2, and everything looks okay. But if they get drilled by Dallas at home this weekend, they are right there with Miami in the cellar of this league.
Yeah, no question about it. And by the way, if Caleb Williams can move over to the secondary, I would be all for Tyson Bagent to start against the Dallas Cowboys. It's more than the quarterback position on this football team.
Agreed.
That's a lot. It's a lot more.
That's more than fair.
So, do you have time? I know we're against it. Can you squeeze in one more? Because I know we got around the NFL.
Yeah, I'm just going to – Ben Johnson talked post-game. Lions were just doing what they do when they declined a field goal on 4th and short and opted instead to go for a touchdown with a multiple-score lead. Ben Johnson said – they're not running it up. They just do what they do. They're aggressive. They go on 4th down. They don't kick field goals. Shot or no shot? The Lions intentionally ran it up on Ben Johnson.
That's a shot.
Absolute shot. Hey, Ben, we love you. I'm tired. If I was Dan Campbell, and he said, we'll be friends forever. That guy's one of my best friends. Absolutely. I get it. You've been in the foxhole together for a long time. But if I was him and I would be sitting in my office and you have the TV. Kevin Byard said to me, if you think guys don't hear what you guys all say, they all do. They all run to social media. They all know what the news writers are writing. They all see the TV stuff. And all their friends and family go, hear what they said about you on ESPN 1000 or on whatever? I guarantee you he came home to his wife and goes, I'm sick and tired of hearing we were nothing without Ben Johnson. We lost to a good Green Bay team. We're going to beat his ass.
They clowned him on purpose.
No doubt.
And the celebrations after those touchdowns told you all you needed to know. That's exactly what you wanted. They wanted to stick it to him, their former coach. And by the way, good for them. The Bears have surrendered 73 points the last 5 quarters. Can you imagine the Lions scored on 6 straight possessions from the second quarter on down? That is just unbelievable, but not surprising because the second verse, same as the first. And Lake Forest. We went through this last year, and here we go 0-2. Doesn't mean the season's over, but what it says is that it's definitely not going in the right direction. That is for sure. Again, we will have Around the NFL next. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning starting at 6 a.m.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago. Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Hoodro, let me tell you about our friend Howard Ankin, the famous attorney. He is the best personal injury attorney in Illinois.
And it brings us to sidebar.
May I approach?
Yes, you may. Think about this. Hundreds of personal injury law firms, but only one firm is Injury Law Made Personal. It's our guy, Howard Ankin.
That's right. He's won all the big awards. He is the #1 personal injury, rideshare injury attorney in Illinois. 312-6-MILL.
Remember when we were doing commercials with Howard Ankin in studio, and he was there right in the middle and goes, I'm Howard Ankin. And then, excuse me, hold on. Hi, this is Howard. Yellow. Yep. I'll call you right back after my recording session. He actually called the guy back.
He did from the studio.
Yellow.
We recorded the spot, and he said, hey, it's Howard. I got your call. And he said, yes. Okay. Yep. I'm on it. We will have someone in touch with you. We'd love to handle your case. This dude is accessible.
312-6-billion. Entry law made personal. That's Inc. in Law. Jay Moore.
Bud Light and ESPN Chicago are taking the Waddle and Silvy Show to the Chicago-Cincinnati game November 2nd. You could win a spot on this trip. Join me, Shane Orling, tonight at Rebel and Rye in River West. The best football tosser of the night wins a Bud Light prize pack and is a finalist for the trip to Waddle's hometown. For complete details, go to ESPNChicagoContests.com. See you tonight at Rebel and Rye in Fulton Market District from 6 to 8. Brought to you by Bud Light. Please drink responsibly.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
If you aren't sleeping well, you aren't ready for game day. If you're dealing with sinus pressure, your cheers won't be heard. Football season requires your attention to these details. That's why I recommend Sinus and Snoring MD. Their advanced, minimally invasive procedures and treatments help you breathe better, sleep better, and feel better. Be your best on game day. Visit sinusandsnoringmd.com today or call 847-545-0147. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry. Terry! Terry! Keep awkwardly chanting your own name, Terry. You deserve it. Woo! Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month. Yeah! He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
And now it's time for Around the NFL here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. If you haven't checked in with us, please do so. 312-332-ESPN. We'll take your phone calls coming up at 8:35 on the Bears and their loss against the Lions. It's now time for Around the NFL with Shane Orling. Shane?
Overreaction Monday, Hoodie. I'm going to start with Indianapolis because I'm starting to feel like that whole organization might just flip the national talking heads the bird and go to the playoffs with Daniel Jones. Did they get bailed out by a penalty? Yes. But they're good in the line of scrimmage, and the ball moves with Daniel Jones in that offense. Those Anthony Richardson conversations look ridiculous in hindsight.
It's Overreaction Monday, so I'll accept it. But we have to be better than this. We know how this movie ends.
Indiana Jones, man. It's a whole new deal with the Colts.
Are they selling merch?
They need to.
I think that's very clever.
I tell you, this is something I'm going to be on a little bit this week, too, is there is something to let's pick up somebody else's failed first-round quarterback and just make it work.
Yeah, you just have a better feeling, man. You just put a new shine on things. The Colts will play the Titans next, then the Rams and the Raiders. Okay, to me, the Colts could win that ball game, even though it's on the road in Tennessee. It's very likely for them to be able to go 3-0 here.
They just move the football. It's stunning, but good for them. And I'll tell you what, how about Carly Ursay on the sideline with a headset? She's getting all the play calls. She's taking notes throughout the game. That's the most involved owner I've ever seen.
I did see her on the sideline.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I did see her with her little
I need
little
to
tag.
learn what's going on here. I want to listen in.
I thought it was really good, what I saw there.
Yeah, super cool.
All right, what else?
J.J. McCarthy is not ready to take the Vikings where they want to go. The Bears defense that allowed 73 points in 5 quarters made him look like Steve Young. And I think he might just be a Bears defense merchant because last night it wasn't bad. It was awful. He's missing throws left and right. He's missing low. He's throwing terrible interceptions. That was awful last night.
Not so much of a winner yesterday. And here's where you're going to be either right or wrong, Cap. The Vikings play the Bengals coming up next. Now, what kind of McCarthy and what kind of offense do you get there? This is at home now against Cincinnati without Burrow. What kind of McCarthy do you get in that spot? Because the Bears made McCarthy look like someone special. Fine. He looked awful against the Falcons. Now, game 3, let's take a look. What is he now?
Yeah, Bengals won't provide a ton of resistance either. I'll tell you that much.
No, this is a game that he needs to play very well.
He looked lost out there.
He's a little tired. He had a baby this week.
All right.
It's a big week. He was the homecoming king here in Chicago. He was the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. And his beautiful bride or girlfriend or significant other gave birth to their first child.
Fiance, I believe.
Fiance. Okay.
Yeah.
I said significant other.
Yeah, yes. He ran afoul of the law. Wow. For me and Jay Moore, that's just baby mama, but he was just his fiance. He had a child.
Just my baby mama.
Yes, right. see the difference there? He ran afoul of the law, made a slight error. What happened was with the Bengals, we're going to find out what quarterback he is. Some guys in your generation would say, baby, get a nanny. Get in the playbook. Next.
That's it.
That's what would happen. Get a nanny. Find a way.
Push.
Push. Push. Okay.
All right, speaking of where Cap is either going to be right or he's going to be wrong, I'm leaning towards the side of wrong. I think the Steelers might be picking in the top 10 in the draft. That defense is an atrocity.
I know you don't like the nickname, but first take Shea. They're 1-1. Stop.
That defense is horrific against the run. The Jets, who they were in a dogfight with, got body bagged by the Bills. And that Bills defense we didn't think was any good. Jets couldn't move the ball at all.
I guess Sean McDermott can coach a little bit.
Aaron Rodgers took another beating
all
again.
over him.
That offensive line is awful for Pittsburgh. Aaron Rodgers took another beating yesterday, got sacked 3 times, and was terrible in the air against the Seahawks. That team is not good.
You know the name of this segment, right?
Shea's platform.
No, it's not Shea's platform. No, that was
by the Chicago Transit Authority.
No, that was at 6:50. No, this one is.
NFL.
No, it's not around the. No, it's not. It is Overreaction Monday.
That's true.
Okay. So don't take the cheese on Mondays. Don't you understand?
This guy in there, man.
It's overreaction Monday.
It's Jimmy Pitaro. Is Shea there? I need somebody for first take.
I'd be happy to do it. I'll tell you what. I wouldn't complain at all. Be happy to.
You'd have to dress up. Got to put on a
it's
shirt.
Perfectly fine. I'd be there with bells on. Are you kidding me?
And an Angels hat.
Correct.
Why is this brother in my studio wearing an Angels hat?
The Los Angeles Angels are trash.
Well, let me just tell you right now. You're going to come in my studio. I mean, Stephen A. would just rake you over the coals. Mike Scioscia is not walking through that door. So I would say we were talking about the Steelers, and so it was not good at home.
They are not good.
Okay. I know you're rooting for Aaron, but there's going to be ups and downs.
I told you last week, too. I was unmoved by their performance against the Jets. Their defense is bad, man. It's bad.
The press got after Aaron Rodgers. Did you see that after the game? They asked him, is this like really down game? He goes, it's just 2 games, man. Just 2 games. Come on, man. We're going to be okay. Okay, take on the Patriots in Foxborough. Let's take a look. See what that looks like.
They'll pound them.
We'll see.
See what that looks like.
Jay Moore, I need a little help with some music for this next one.
Back then, coaches didn't want me. Now I'm hot, coaches all on me. Back then, coaches didn't want me. Now I'm hot, coaches all on me. I got the NFL going nuts. Mac Jones, Mac Jones, Mac Jones, Mac Jones.
Mac Jones, Woody.
Who?
Mac Jones is back.
Who?
You know him, Mac Jones.
Oh.
Mac Jones is the next Sam Darnold. Watch out. Fire drilled into a starting spot with Brock Purdy's injury. Mac goes out 26 of 39, 279, 3 touchdowns, no picks, 113.1 passer rating. I said, this is the moment. We'll find out. Can Shanny work it with anybody? Yes, he can. And I think he's going to rehab Mac Jones into another one of these failed first-round picks. Goes and finds a bag someplace else.
Mr. President has showed up. Yes, he can. That's what he just told us, Cap. That's what he just said. Mr. President. So he's telling you in Overreaction Monday that Mac Jones is back.
Mac Jones looked good, man. He did. He absolutely looked good.
Saints.
And
Saints, Cap. Saints. Horrible.
Still,
horrible.
He got the job done. He delivered.
He also, I know it's the Saints, but you're fire drilled into the offense late in the week when Brock Purdy gets officially listed out. You just go out there and play. He's the reason they won that game.
And there's no question about that.
He was really good.
That's exactly right. So now the Cardinals coming up. Uh-oh.
Mac Attack is back. I'd say the Cardinals, boy, they started the season great. 6 quarters of fantastic football from Kyler Murray. And then yesterday, second half, he turned back into Kyler Murray. I don't know if you
almost gave that game away.
I don't know if you watched any of it, but Kyler Murray did his best to throw the Panthers right back into it.
And then they couldn't even recover the onside kick, and Carolina had a shot.
It was tight.
Twitch says Mac Jones is the new Bo Nix.
Yep. Mac Jones, man. I'll tell you, the Mac Attack is here. Shanny's going to turn Mac Jones into a $40 million quarterback.
Back then, coaches didn't want me. Now I'm hot, coaches all on me. Back then, coaches didn't want me. Now I'm hot, coaches all on me. I got the NFL going nuts. Mac Jones, Mac Jones, Mac Jones, Mac Jones.
I tell you what, if Belichick never does the idiotic move of hiring Matt Patricia to be Mac Jones' coordinator, you might still be a Patriot.
Mac Jones out of the rain and the fog of Foxborough, and now the man in San Francisco.
And remember, little secret, he's the quarterback Shanny always wanted in that draft. There was that badly kept secret that John Lynch didn't want Mac Jones, but Kyle Shanahan did. He's finally got his guy.
Yeah, we'll get him this time off the scrap heap. Yeah.
If you
God bless.
If you really bring your eyes really tight, just kind of wince, kind of just take it. Spencer Rattler, any good? I see something there. If you wince, if you just squeeze your eyes, Cap, can't you see Spencer Rattler?
You sound like a South Carolina fan circa 2 years ago.
You see something in Spencer Rattler?
Not much.
Remember, Rattler got benched for who? Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams.
At Oklahoma.
Yeah. There you have it. All right.
Brutal.
That is
Brutal.
Overreaction Monday on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. One of your phone calls coming up, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. We'll hear from the quarterback. We'll hear from the coach. The Bears, they get walloped and dog-walked by the Lions, 52-21. You need more Bears? Check out the ESPN Chicago app. Look for Pat the Designer. Chicago Bears podcast available now on the ESPN Chicago app.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Ball.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Hey, if you're in the market for windows, we're getting them this month. Call my guy, Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. Don't get fooled by those buy one, get one free gimmicks or the sketchy half-off deals. Russ Armstrong keeps it real. He offers the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price, guaranteed. There's no subcontractors. There's no marathon sales pitches. Russ came to the house, walked around the house with me and my wife, Mindy, said, that window needs to be replaced. So does that one. That one's actually still good. You don't need that one. Just top quality products, expert installation, and you deal directly, like we did, with Russ Armstrong himself. Chicago window guys are the guys I trust, and you should too. Call 847-881-3060 or visit ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Yurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
Pub City's bringing the heat and the brunch. Join them every weekend for a brand new brunch menu featuring brunch classics, golden fluffy pancakes, and breakfast tostadas. Plus, enjoy expanded live music Tuesday through Saturday in River North and Thursday through Saturday in Rosemont. Reserve a spot now at pub-city.com.
Think you've got what it takes to pull a plane? The Illinois Plane Pull is back September 27th at O'Hare. Teams of 20 go head-to-head towing a 737 jet. Yes, a real plane. All proceeds benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Register now at IllinoisPlanePull.com.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at ServiceTitan.com.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State. With 10 minutes left in the second quarter, Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro. Like it never even happened.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
Football's back, but summer's not done yet. Those surprise 85-degree days, they're coming. Make sure your home or business AC is ready with a seasonal checkup from Atomatic. Trusted in Chicagoland for 80 years, Atomatic keeps your home comfortable and cool when the heat hangs on and nice and warm when the chill eventually hits. Don't wait for a breakdown. Stay ahead of the game. Go to Atomatic.com today or give them a hassle-free call. That's Atomatic. Check them out at omatic.com.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Included with every tire purchase with paid installation, you'll pay nothing for flat repairs, NADA for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventive maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas.
Trust the Midas touch. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you till 9 o'clock. Then Carmen Jurko come your way at 9, followed by Rich Eisen at noon. Bleck Abdalla at 2, Waddle Silvy at 3. And then White Sox baseball to take on the Baltimore Orioles. That's 6 o'clock pregame right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. As we talk to you about the Bears and their loss against the Lions, 52-21, let's hear from the quarterback for the Chicago Bears, Caleb Williams, just not being able to get a first down twice on 3rd and 1 and then 4 and 1.
Yeah, just got to go get it. I thought I got it on the first one, and I guess I got closer. And then, the second one, I would say I got it, and, the refs end up spotting it back, and, you move on from that play, but just got to go get it.
Also talks about just that interception that he surrendered.
Yeah, ended up rolling out. Probably need to throw it away right there. Tried to make a play, but I thought OZ was going to go high, and he ended up breaking flat, and it was just a miscommunication on the field.
After watching so much college football on Saturday, Shay, I thought, is Langway the quarterback for Florida now the quarterback for the Bears? As Caleb was trying to throw that ball away, as Langway, the Florida quarterback, had like 5 interceptions on Saturday.
That game really pissed me off.
But, yeah, so he's got to throw that ball away, Cap, and there's a little bit too much air underneath it.
Yeah, again, the second interception bothered me. The other one first, second and 32? All right, whatever. It's a punt. I don't care about that one. Just some of the things that I don't know how you're not going to get these cleaned up, and then you don't. False start, kickoffs out of bounds. How's the opening kick go out of bounds?
How about a face mask on your left tackle? I don't know that I've ever seen an offensive lineman called for a face mask.
Oh, I've seen that. Oh, absolutely. Illegal use of hands to the head.
Yeah, but illegal use of hands, a 5-yard penalty. They called Braxton Jones straight up on a face mask, and it was 15 yards. That's why it was 2nd and 32.
Well, if nothing else, if you didn't know before, Bears fans, you know now what it takes to have a strong offense and aggressive defense in the NFC North, and the Bears are far from that. Completely horrendous effort and result for the Chicago Bears against the Lions yesterday. 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. Back to the phone lines we go. Reese is on the west side on Kap and J Hood. Reese, good morning.
Yo, good morning.
Morning, Reese.
Hey, I had 2 things. One, Jalen Johnson, he got a lot of nerve to talk all that because St. Brown went over the middle, made that play, and all of a sudden that train started speeding up after that play. So I guess they figured we can go against their best defensive player, supposedly, that we can pass this ball. We won't have no problem. The other thing is with the QB, it's hard for a man. I don't know how it is they pick the guy they expect to follow a guy, their leader, and he's not focused. His focus is on, like last Monday night, painting his nails for some special promo or something he should be doing outside the game. He's not focused, and it's hard to find that's our leader.
Yeah, I can't co-sign.
That's going to be difficult.
Hold on a second. Reese, you're telling me because he put a suicide prevention message on his nails that means he's not
all the time.
Oh, so what? Period. It takes like five minutes to change his nail polish.
That's kind of morale for men to follow. That's our leader.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the nail stuff.
You got a problem.
Wouldn't be for me, but I don't get.
It's hard. Yeah, but look how he played.
Was that?
That's the bigger problem, how he plays.
Well, there's no correlation.
He's focused. My problem is he's not focused.
So you're saying he's effeminate?
He's not focused. He's not focused.
Reese,
he's not focused.
So you want to have a conversation, or you want me to move on?
Conversation.
Okay. So are you saying he's effeminate to play the position?
Definitely.
Okay. Appreciate your phone call.
That's ridiculous.
No, just but say it how it is, though. No, don't beat around the bush. You think that he's too much of a woman to play the quarterback position. That's what he just said.
Yeah, and I mean it's just a silly, foolish comment.
What's that?
I have no problem. Again, I'm not in the room. When I hear Jalen Johnson say, well, I can tell you his car's in the parking lot a lot longer than it was a year ago, that's super indicting of him. But I said that to you guys in the spring, and I had jackaloons coming at me because keep my quarterback's name out of your mouth. No, I was just telling you what I was being told, that he lost his way. But when Ben got here, I'm hearing his work is good. He's working hard. May not be playing great, but he's working hard.
Reese would have hated Dennis Rodman.
Right. Rodman, Shea wasn't around here, and Jay Moore was. Remember, he showed up in a wedding dress?
Yeah.
In a dress with long white gloves.
Look at
all the
and a
chicks.
wig.
Look at the outfits Joe Burrow pulls up to games in. Like, it doesn't
I got
matter.
no problem with Caleb had the suicide prevention number on his nails. God bless him. That's what you choose to do. That has nothing to do with him as a leader. How he plays, how he does his job, that's where you make your bones.
Anytime that you have a guy that goes after another guy based on how he dresses or how he paints his nails or lives his life, then you probably should take a look at that person also, because I'd want to check your dresser. What undergarments do you wear, Reese?
Yeah, I had no problem with any of that stuff. Just
Got the in the closet zest going on. A little zest.
Just play better.
Fully clean.
I think it's also getting lost in the shuffle a little bit.
Calling out Caleb when he's zesty.
Oh, no.
I thought Caleb did play better yesterday.
He wasn't great. He wasn't horrible.
All right, let's get back to the point. The point is that Reese thinks that he's too effeminate to play the position.
That's what he said.
That's the central point.
Yeah,
and what we're saying is that is dumb. If you have a problem with him playing the position, all good. But why should I cast aspersions on someone because he dresses different than me? He looks different than me. That right there is a microcosm of 2025 right there.
Yeah.
And one call.
Caleb can be bad because he's bad. And that can be the only reason. Like, it doesn't have to be all this extra stuff. It's just, and I thought he played better yesterday. I don't know why he's taking the blame when your defense got clowned.
Yeah.
Your defense was just a joke. It was just, and like I was arguing with or discussing with Courtney, like, what do you want him to say? I want him to say what Kevin Byard said. Embarrassing loss. It's a look in the mirror game for sure. I like that. I like hearing somebody go, yeah, that's embarrassing. Not demoralized at all. Oh, really? Because I think the Lions just scored again.
In Denver, Colorado, listening on the ESPN Chicago app, here's Isaac on Kap and J Hood. Hey, Ike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Kap, Hoodie. Love your show. Love you guys and your passion.
Appreciate you.
Man.
Appreciate you.
How do I keep getting tricked? Like, every year I keep thinking they got to move past this rebuild. Like, they got to get out of it. But I think the Bears, I don't know, they just love being in the rebuild. It's like, what is it? Oh, man. But I had a question for you guys. So I saw a graphic on social media where it showed just a depressing thing about Chicago sports in general. I think other than the Cubs, all the other teams since 2020 had losing records. And I'm wondering right now, I know we were super high on the Bears, and I was super high on the Bears. I think I have more confidence that the White Sox are going to get out of their rebuild faster than the Bears right now. And, man, I sure hope the Cubs do something good in the playoffs, because right now stuff, it's just not good. But anyway, love your guys' work. Love your show. Bear down.
Bear down.
Bear down.
Like, I was reading over the weekend, they talked about how devastated Sean McVay was that he couldn't trade up to get Colston Loveland, and that the Bears took him at 10.
Yeah.
And that his board, he thought the Bears were going to take Kelvin Banks, but he went 9 to New Orleans, the left tackle. And so they took Colston Loveland, and they said that was the guy. That is absolutely the number one tight end in the draft. Okay, if that's accurate, and Ben wanted him desperately, how are we not even throwing a ball to him? Like, really?
That's a Ben Johnson question.
Right. Like, I'd like to be up there today and go, Ben, I got a question. You guys just gave up 52 points and got punked in Detroit. You got embarrassed. And your first-round pick had no targets. Your second-round pick caught one pass for 5 yards. Your second-round pick, he was inactive. Your third second-round pick, he was inactive. And your third-round pick from a year ago on an offensive line that right now looks substandard, he didn't even dress. He's inactive. What is going on?
Well, some of that I can answer, and I keep telling you the answer, but again, you just throw it out over your shoulder. So I'll say it again for the audience. There's one football. One football.
But what about the O-line guys?
I can't help you with that.
Or the D-line. You want D-line help.
Yeah.
You drafted Shamar Turner in the second round.
Cap, I'm just telling you about offensively, about Burden and Loveland in particular. I told you there's only going to be one football. I told you that Zacchaeus is going to be a key to this offense, and he has been on 3rd down and 7, 3rd down and 8. He's giving you first downs. He's done that. I said Roma Dunze is going to be the guy. Said that already. DJ Moore is still, again, a solid veteran. May not be here next year. Not trying to throw him out, but he's going to be part of this offense. Cole Kmet's got to eat. Burton's got to eat. Loveland's got to eat. There's a lot of weapons. And somehow, some way, Burton and Loveland feel like they've been redshirted. But again, there's only one football and one quarterback that feels comfortable with really two receivers. That's Odunze and Zacchaeus for me. That's what I've seen so far. So, again.
You got one target between your first and second round receiver picks. One target?
So, whose fault is that?
Ben and Caleb.
Okay. Well,
the guy calling the plays and the guy delivering the football.
Nothing we can do about it until that gets better. First 2 games has just been uninspired.
I wonder how they perform in practice because I thought it was supposed to be the best person for the position will get the job.
Yeah.
And if these draft picks aren't getting any play, are they performing in practice okay?
It tells a great story, doesn't it? Based on the first 2 games?
Again,
it tells a great story.
You have Darnell Wright looks terrible at right tackle.
Yep.
I'm not telling you he's getting run over like Braxton Jones. All I'm telling you is, okay, I'm done with the false starts and the this and the that. Guess what? Ozzie, you're in at right tackle. Period. Play. Yeah. Just play.
The Kap and J Hood cut of the day is right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
Hey, everyone. Big news. Exciting news. Carmen and Jurko now, 9 a.m. to noon.
The new ESPN Chicago lineup.
On the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Let me tell you about Daisy Dips. It was the only good part of the day yesterday for me and my son Brett as we watched the Bears get trucked in Detroit. One of our guilty pleasures during the football season is dips with chips, wings, and veggies while we watch the big games. And that means Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip. Delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So do what we did and do what we do. Daisy French onion dips go on your game day roster and Daisy ranch dip as well, available at your local grocery store.
If you're the unwitting victim in a calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Coast Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4million.
Hey, fellas, it's your pal Jurko, the good kid. Sometimes we all need a little extra confidence when it's your time to perform. And guess what? That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. And here's what I love. It's simple. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Everything is online. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right option. And it all ships in a discreet package right to your door. Think about it. Whether it's a big date night, an anniversary, or just a normal Tuesday, showing up ready makes all the difference. Confidence counts. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Be the legend of the night. And right now, I've got a special deal for you. Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, use promo code ESPN, and pay only $5 for shipping. That's it. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, a small chew for a big difference.
I wish I had Morgan Freeman in my life just to narrate me through situations.
Impressionist and comedian Frank Caliendo.
Because my wife will ask me, do I look fat in these jeans? Well, that's when Frank realized he'd be sleeping on the couch for a while.
At the Paramount Theater in Aurora, one night only, Saturday, October 25th.
You could not play Scrabble with Charles Barkley.
Hundreds of voices from one mind.
What are you going to do, challenge him when he puts this down?
TRBL.
Frank Caliendo.
What's that?
Terrible.
October 25th. Get tickets now at ParamountAurora.com.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and football season is here. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Are you ready to make a winning decision? Are you going to gamble for fun, or are you going to gamble for money? This year, make that decision that will build your bankroll all year long. Go to FatJackSports.com, and for less than $100 a week, make money betting on the games. That's FatJackSports.com. It's a personal portal. It comes to your email. It's hassle-free. It'll make you money. FatJackSports.com.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
All right, Jay Moore. What's the read for? Do you know? Take a look at that log.
GNC.
Ah, yes, GNC.
I love GNC.
Go to GNC.com.
I'll get vitamins there. I've gotten all sorts of protein there. Yeah, I'm a big protein drink guy.
Yeah.
Yes, GNC. They've got them all over, and it's the healthy way to live. GNC.
A new slogan, GNC, the healthy way to live. Jay Moore.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
That's right, GNC, the healthy way to live.
They're going to be their CEO somewhere listening online. He's probably a huge Kap and J Hood show fan. And he's like, I got a new slogan. GNC, the healthy way to live.
Because the boob threw the read away. The boob would be me. As we get ready for the Kap and J Hood Classic Cut of the Day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Gorgeous week with summer-like weather. I know we're into September. Sit on that patio, relax, take a deep breath, have a great meal. Try the burger, get the fries, splurge a little bit. Nice beverage. Thank me later, J. Moore.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever. It's not boring. Okay, then you're boring.
All right,
This guy comes in with a cloak and dagger every morning looking to kill people. It's so strange. I mean, it goes along with the bomber coat he's got today. But to still.
I have a bomber coat on. This is like an army fatigue jacket.
Exactly. And stay away from Kap. Who knows what he's got in his pocket.
That's it.
I'm just saying, just understand. You don't have to kill people every day.
I didn't. I asked. I simply
said.
And
I told you he's alive. Don't believe Woody. Nope. Still alive. Looks good. I told you they're alive.
I knew that one of them had recently passed.
Wayne. Doesn't matter. There he is. There's Kap. Going through the mall. Still alive? Still alive? Dead. Got him. Still alive? Still alive? Dead. Got him. Still alive? Still alive? Dead. Take that!
I got one.
What's the matter with you?
And that's all, folks.
The classic Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by David Flom, Matt Moore, and Chicago Cut Steakhouse, baby, on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River.
All right, we thank you so much for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. Our thanks to Shay and Jay Moore on the other side of the glass. And coming up, Carmen and Jurko, they will review the Bears and their just absolute beatdown at the hands of the Detroit Lions. Embarrassing.
Carm has some amazing numbers. He and I were talking at break. He's got some stats that will blow your mind.
You know why?
I've got the best job, Carm.
That's why. That's it. I got the best stats, Carm. I got the best stats. We thank you so much for listening and calling in. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. So long, everybody.
Take that!
From Chicago.
Well, see you later.
I've got the best
I'm
job,
Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo. Morisi Longo & Associates. We're there when you need us.
Hey, Chicago, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Now is the best time of year to replace your old, drafty, cheaper builder-grade windows. And WindowNation.com can get the job done in 1 day or less. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 free, plus you won't make any payments for 2 years. No interest, no monthly payments, no down payment. Don't miss out on Window Nation's most popular offer. Get top-quality replacement windows at an affordable price. 866-90Nation or WindowNation.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
It's Bears Monday.
Handoff. And a big opening up to the 40-45. Swift almost got away and they nabbed him. Into Lions territory around the 47-yard line. Here it comes. Crosser. Thrown and caught. Adinze away at the 20. 15-10. 5. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Beautiful job by Caleb Williams. Left side of the offensive line for the Lions in motion. Tight end. Toss left to the 5. Sprinting untouched into the end zone for the touchdown. Gibbs quickly. The Lions strike. Here's the throw. Right corner, front corner of the end zone for the touchdown. Amon-Ra St. Brown on Tyreek Stevens. Snap and a fake handoff. Quickly setting up the throw. Goff with time. Finds Jamison Williams at the 42 to the 50 to the 40 of the Bears. Inside cut. Inside the 20 to the 15 and down he goes. Goff looking with time. Arching deep. Wide open. Inside the 5. Williams for the touchdown. And the Lions have opened up a 37-14 lead. Snap to Goff. Gonna throw. Left corner of the end zone. Easy pitch and catch. Back shoulder throw. It is Amon-Ra St. Brown on McLeod in the left corner. It's 44-14. Detroit. Williams looking at 1st and 25 right now. Takes the snap. 4-man front. Here comes pressure. Hit. And down he goes. Braxton Jones could not handle the rush right there. The power rush. I mean, what are these guys can't do that?
Please don't let it be on the Bears.
It's Bears Monday on ESPN Chicago.
Yeah, it is a Bears Monday, all right. Bears are 0-2. They've never made the playoffs in franchise history when starting 0-2. It is tough, especially when both are division losses. So there's that. You know what the Lions opened up yesterday, right, Yerk?
Yep.
A can of whoop ass.
A big can.
A big can of whoop ass.
Specifically on our defense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the defense is a problem. Injuries are a problem. The O-line's a problem. There's some roster construction stuff that's a problem. You got guys you drafted in the second and third round the last couple of years that are inactives, and you've got other guys that you drafted in the first and second rounds that are not contributing. They're not even getting involved, and they're not even on the field that much. So it's all a problem. It's kind of same old, same old. Now, I heard you say yesterday on the postgame show with Peggy, and I've heard you tell the stories a million times over the years. You were on a team that once got a can of whoop ass opened up on you guys. You lost, what, 52-10?
52-10.
Was that the game in Minnesota? Am I thinking of the right one?
In Minnesota, yeah.
You bounced back the next week, and you won.
Beat Pittsburgh, went to the playoffs.
You know,
we ended up beating the New England Patriots in the first round, went up, played the New York Jets in the next round. We got beat.
So you know what it's like to have 50 hung on you.
And I've had my ass handed to me before. It's not fun. It's not a good feeling.
At some point, most guys do. I mean, it does happen. The Bears haven't had a 50-burger hung on them in some time, but it happened yesterday.
I'm waiting for back-to-back 50-burgers now. We've got to match what happened with Tressman.
With Dallas's offense coming to town and the Bears' defense, it might have. Bet the over. Total opened at 48.5. It's already at 49.5.
And number one's going to be gone. Jalen Johnson's not going to play.
Jalen Johnson made a great play in yesterday's game and re-injured his groin.
Yep. He's not going to be there.
T.J. Edwards came. You saw it. You saw him pull up, trying to chase down Jamison Williams. You saw him grab his hammy.
53.
That's not good. 53 probably won't be there.
He's hasta la bye-bye.
Gordon, I don't know.
29 can't get hurt. Unfortunately, he's going to be out there, and he's going to play for you, which is problematic. I think we were sold that he was more of a man-to-man cover guy coming out of Miami, Florida. I don't think that worked so well yesterday.
It did not work so well yesterday.
He was trying to cover number 14, who had himself a day. He had a day.
Now
he had himself a day.
That
now,
number 14 is pretty awesome.
He's pretty damn good, yeah.
But
he had a day.
He had a day.
And it was in man-to-man coverage a lot.
The Lions had a day. I think they you know what I probably underestimated? Because I thought the Bears would hang in this game. I didn't think they'd win. I didn't pick them to win. But you know what I think I underestimated, Yerk? And you were kind of all over this last week. And you're like, it's not good that they got their asses kicked in Green Bay.
100% correct.
And I also think I underestimated how much they wanted to rub it in Ben Johnson's face. I really do. I think I underestimated
the little
that.
revenge factor that might have been there. I just looked at it, the two teams, and said, who's more likely to respond in a positive manner? And I think all the advantages fell toward Detroit. Every advantage fell for Detroit.
Yeah.
Whether it was the revenge factor.
You were right.
Whether it was, they certainly got embarrassed in week one, and they expected probably to go in there and win, and they beat the Packers twice last year, and they were coming home. The coming home factor is a huge factor.
Yeah, and I think, and Peggy, who was in for you on Friday, she was kind of more with you. She's like, I don't think the Bears are going to find it very easy to stay in this game. I think Peggy was kind of feeling the same way. I thought the Bears would keep it close and lose a close game. That obviously did not happen. It was close for a little while. Anything you want to talk about, and there's a lot to go over from yesterday, 312-332-3776. That's the number for Carmen and Yerk.
And still not a solid explanation about what happened at halftime.
Well, I think it was ultimately adjudicated, right? Don't you?
No. I think the mechanics of the call were all off.
But he was definitely in bounds.
He caught the ball in bounds. Was he touchdown in bounds, or did he go out of bounds?
Well, it sure looked
he
like
was
he was
definitely going forward. So if he's touchdown in bounds, the clock stops at 21. Right? The ball was caught at 21 seconds left on the clock.
At 16
no,
seconds.
21 seconds.
Oh, is that
on
right?
The clock. That's what I saw. And then it's them scrambling, trying to get back to the sideline. But I thought the time was out. I thought I saw hands going up like this.
Well, one official did do that.
Right.
And he was wrong.
Right.
Because.
Well, if he's doing it, the guy that's wrong is the timekeeper. Because if the official's doing it on the field,
because the timekeeper had the clock rolling.
Right. So he's the wrong one.
Yes.
The timekeeper. If it's being called on the field, the timekeeper's wrong.
Yeah. Now, the league explained it afterwards that they were replay assisting to make sure it was a catch, and that's when they realized he was touchdown inbounds. Because they made an error, they called for the 10-second runoff.
They're horrific. And then that allowed them, with 6 seconds left on the clock, to go for the end zone to make it a 14-point game instead of a 10-point game. And then naturally, the Bears get the ball at the beginning of the first half and do absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
They do nothing with it.
The Bears have gotten the ball in each of the first 2 second halves in which they've played to start the year.
Yeah.
They got the ball coming out Monday night. They got the ball coming out yesterday. Yeah. They've run 6 plays for 1 yard.
Yeah.
6 plays, 1 yard coming out of the break. Yeah. Here's where I want to start with a few things. Karan Amagaji and Ozzie Trapilla were inactive yesterday.
Yes.
They were second and third round picks in the last 2 years. Luther Burden was drafted 39th overall. He has 2 catches for 2 yards in 2 games. But what's really concerning is the fact that your 10th overall pick, Colston Loveland, has 3 total targets in 2 games. He was on the field for 53% of the snaps yesterday. Ty Warren has been on the field for over 80% of the snaps in Indianapolis. He has 11 catches for 155 yards. 8 of his 11 catches have gone for a first down. Again, he was on the field for over 80% of the snaps yesterday.
With a long of 44, Kerm.
With a long of 44. Last year, Brock Bowers, in his first 2 games, on a horse bleep team with a horse bleep coach and terrible quarterback play, had 17 targets in 2 games. He had 15 catches in his first 2 games. He was targeted 17 times. If you go back to 2021, after the Falcons probably reached a little and made Kyle Pitts a top 5 pick, in his first 2 games, he was targeted 15 times. Someone explain this to me. Someone explain to me how Colston Loveland was on the field for 53% of the snaps yesterday. I want a real explanation. And this is the problem with this franchise that may never go away. I really believe in Ben Johnson, and I hope this is right. And I think he'll be great. But who the hell knows with this franchise? You drafted a tight end 10th overall. And we've seen neither hide nor hair of him in 2 games. And while 2 games is a short sample, I don't get it. I'm giving you other examples of teams that are going to draft and maybe overvalue the position a little and still draft guys that they really like high, and they get them involved. So I don't understand it. You drafted Luther Burden with a top 40 pick. You've thrown him the ball twice. He has 2 yards. So but I don't understand it. So what am I missing? What is the novice missing? What is the dummy missing?
And thank God Bajan got on the field to give him that second reception.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like, what are we missing? And I'd love a real explanation from the Bears. I get it's 2 games. Waddle always says make it make sense. What about this makes sense? What about this makes sense? 53% of the snaps?
Mm-hmm. Are you ready?
Yes, please.
I'm about to let you know what's happening and what's going on.
Go ahead.
Your 2 offensive linemen aren't ready to play.
That's Amagaji and Trapillo.
Yeah, drafted in whatever rounds they were
Second
drafted
and third.
in. Yes, respectively. They're not good enough to play. Just being active on Sundays matters not for an offensive lineman because most of the time you're not going to get in there and play anyway. You've got guys that have to be able to play special teams, and special teams is the ultimate concern. Having a 8th or a 9th or a 9th and a 10th lineman active during a football game is not important.
Usually, right?
Yeah,
barring catastrophe.
Because
right?
you need special teams players out there, and you need guys that can run up and down the field on special teams.
Yeah.
So I'm more upset at the fact that you've picked these guys and you thought they had starting ability, and they don't have that starting ability yet. You picked an injured player.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you picked an injured player that you knew you weren't really going to have, and he was going to miss all of training camp the first year. Then when he did get a chance and an opportunity, probably was not prepared for that chance and the opportunity when he had to go in and substitute late after somebody got a headache. And he played, and he got absolutely destroyed in that football game. Came back into camp this year and was not good enough to go ahead and take any position anywhere, be it a guard, be it a tackle, be it a swing tackle, be it whatever it is. And Chappelle's just a young player. And you have your right tackle.
And you have a right
And if you're not going to pay your right tackle, guess who your right tackle is going to be?
Trapillo in a couple
Ozzie
years.
Trapillo. Yes. Yes, his 3rd year, right?
This is the 3rd year
For Darnell,
right?
You're going to have to pick up a 5th-year option this year,
yes,
right? That question is, are we going to pick up a 5th-year option? If not, you don't pick it up, and then what are you going to do? You're probably going to let him go, right? That's what you're going to do. That's what I have a feeling they're going to do. I mean, you've got the grades, the PFF grades. You love to go over them. You love to take a look at them. That's that.
We're waiting on the game
Carmen,
from yesterday, but last week he graded out well.
The explanation for your tight end position is you have not targeted your tight end. Both tight ends in both games. 2 and 1, 3 targets. What were they, 4 targets last week?
Total.
Yeah. So what are you at, 7 targets? 8 targets for the tight end position this year? I told you the football can only go to so many places. And I broke down what Detroit was doing last year. And, who had to be productive and not productive. 11 targets went to Rome Odunze. Is anybody worried about Rome Odunze anymore?
I don't know that anybody's ever been worried about him anyway.
No, but we're worried about him becoming the number one receiver, and he clearly has now become the number one receiver and the favorite target of one Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Okay? DJ Moore is now comfortably sitting in that number 2 position. Your guy, number 14, has become the number 3 guy that wants to be targeted, and that's who he's taking a look at. The tight ends have slid down behind the running backs, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Behind the running backs.
Oh, yeah.
So your tight end in your quarterbacks running through the system has become the number 4 option. Okay? That's what it's become. I'm not telling you that it's right or it's wrong.
I hear you.
I'm just telling you, in the order of operations, when it comes to your quarterback, in the way he looks at things, tight end is not of it. And you saw the disappointing season that Cole Kmet had last year. Right? We would all look at Cole Kmet's year last year and say 40 balls.
Yes.
That's a little bit of a disappointment for a guy who's caught 70 balls in the past.
Yeah. They've been targeted combined, to your point, 9 times in 2 games.
Thank you.
9 targets combined for your tight ends in 2 games.
And the kid down in Indianapolis has more receptions than they've been targeted.
Yes, he has 11 catches.
All right, so whose fault is that? Is it the system, or is it the quarterback not wanting to go where he wants to go? And I like the way Caleb Williams went through what he was trying to do yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday looked better?
Looked like it was a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I thought so, too.
Some of it, you know.
Wait, do that again. That's some of it.
Cringeworthy, a little bit of it. But I think you saw a lot of quarterbacks around the league do some cringeworthy things yesterday. So,
yeah, you did.
Again, I told you there's only so many footballs that can go around, and there's so many pass attempts and so many receptions that can be divvied out. And right now, if Tyler Warren was here in Chicago, because he's the Cole Kmet clone,
you think it'd be the same thing?
I think it'd be the same thing. We'd be complaining about Tyler Warren not getting a chance and an opportunity.
And Loveland would have the 11 catches?
And Loveland would be looking like a superstar down
that's
there.
Not
and
good.
We'd be complaining and we'd be moaning.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
I know.
And it sounds like Ben Johnson really went to the mat for Colston Loveland 10th overall. Then get him on the field and find a way to get him involved. And the same goes for Luther Burden. Again, this franchise.
Luther couldn't beat out Zacchaeus.
This franchise that thinks it's so good at so many spots, we're just going to keep drafting as many skill position players as possible because we're so good. We have so many good O linemen and so many good D linemen. We can draft punters and skill position players whenever we want. And you're not so good. You have 0 pass rush. 0. Sweat's a 0, guys. He's a 0.
Montez Sweat?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a 0.
He did have a sack yesterday.
And that got called back. That's true.
Tyreek Stevenson destroyed his sack.
He's a 0.
Yeah.
Like, this is terrible. And then you don't even get these guys involved, so make it make sense. I dare you.
Grady Jarrett had 2 QB hits yesterday. Dexter had a QB hit, and Montez had a QB hit. Those were your QB hits. Now, I mean, we're looking at the analysis of QB hits. Sacks are a big goose egg. They're at the bottom. It says 0.
They did not have a sack.
TFLs, 4 TFLs. It's guys on the run. Edwards, Stevenson, Sewell, Noah Sewell, and Dexter had a TFL. That's where you're at.
All right. Anything you want to talk about
any
from yesterday?
Any interceptions?
No.
Any fumbles?
No.
Oh, boy.
What's got you chapped the most? What's confusing you? Anything about yesterday's game that you want to talk about and just other big picture things? Ring us up. It's the same old. It is rinse and repeat. They got another winnable game on deck. In this league, week to week, most games are winnable, especially this time of year. Who knows what anybody really is? Teams kind of figuring things out. Teams use this time to really sort of get up to speed since the preseason has changed so much. The Bears are a small favorite this week at home in the late window against the Dallas Cowboys. Neither defense looks like it could stop anybody right now. Maybe we get a shootout at the lakefront late in the day on Sunday, and they could win that game. Sure, they could, because that's this league. How does any of this make sense right now, though? And I did not expect with Ben Johnson, I didn't expect for them to go into Detroit and get their asses handed to them. I didn't expect that. And to give up 52. 312-332-3776 on a Bears Monday. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
A 1 hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest, Bleck Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
Mitch, the stock market sure can be a roller coaster, right? Going every which way, and it makes people approaching retirement a tad bit nervous.
And they should be, Yurko. If you're 5 years from retirement or are already retired, you're in the retirement red zone. That's when volatility can hurt the most.
It's what I tell folks. You need a plan that works no matter what the market does.
Exactly. At Mitch Lyons Wealth, we help people shift from growth mode to a steady, reliable income strategy, so you know what's coming in every month.
It's like having a quarterback who doesn't panic, just moves the ball down the field and puts his team in a position to win.
That's the goal. Consistency, protection, and peace of mind. That's what we help deliver.
Don't roll the dice with your retirement. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com and build your game plan today. That's Mitch, Lyons, Wealth.com.
Mitch Lyons Wealth, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Guys, we turn to some funny places for support, but not everyone is a therapist. Not everyone is the one. Find your right match with BetterHelp. Hey guys, it's Silvy. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Find the one with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month. Plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons. Call 866-4 Seasons.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Chicago, when you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Caleb Williams looking at 1st and 25 right now. Takes the snap, 4-man front. Here comes pressure, hit, and down he goes. Braxton Jones could not handle the rush right there, the power rush.
If Braxton still has trouble, man, against those bull rushes, he just does. You also give the other team, once they start running up the score,
right? They
you give the other
ears
team,
back. Pin ears back.
That's it, dude.
They don't have to play the run.
Right.
And you saw the sacks. They came.
It's easy pickings.
They come.
Yeah.
When you're up by 21, guess what's going to happen?
Especially when you don't have a great offensive line. I mean, guess what is going to happen? I'm with you on that.
Penalties, all the offensive line. On all the offensive linemen yesterday, they got penalties, except for...
Tooney. I don't think Tooney had one.
Tooney
Everybody
did
else
not
did.
have a penalty. Everybody else had a penalty.
Through 2 weeks, the Chicago Bears have 20 penalties for 177 yards. Only the Titans and Cardinals have committed more penalties than the Bears There still are 2 games tonight. Remember that 2 Monday nighters tonight for our treat.
Yeah.
The Bears have allowed 79 points. That's the most in the league. They're allowing 7.1 yards per play through 2 weeks. It won't take you long to figure that, of course, that is the most yards per play in the league through 2 weeks. Not good. Here was Ben Johnson yesterday when asked about Dan Campbell going for it up so much late in the game.
Dan Campbell ran it up on you on that 4th and 4 going for it.
What's he supposed to do? It's 4th and goal. What do you want him to do? Yeah, he could have kicked the field goal. They don't kick field goals. They go for it there. So he was doing what he was supposed to do. That's what he does.
That's right. Good answer from Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
The idea of running up anything at the professional ranks is sort of silly.
Right.
This is not high school. This isn't even college, where maybe sometimes you'd find a scenario where like, that could have been a little uncalled for. Alabama's playing at an FCS school. There is no running up any score. This is the big leagues. This is the professionals. Sorry.
You know who's responsible for getting yourself off the field? The defense is responsible.
Thank you.
For getting themselves off the field. Nobody feels sorry for you.
Nobody.
This is the big leagues.
That's right.
How do you get off the field? By getting yourself off the field. Force a turnover. Force a 4th down. They fail on a conversion because you're playing stellar defense. Nobody feels sorry for you.
Yep.
You've got to do it yourself.
There you go. John's in Los Angeles. What's up, John?
Johnny
boy.
L.A., baby.
Going once.
L.A.
Hey guys, sorry.
Thanks
for taking my call.
You got it, buddy.
Hello. So Carmen, before the break, you asked what confuses me, and what confuses me is a question about coaching in general and why we put so much stock in coaching. You took a look at what happened yesterday. You know, the Lions were supposed to be degraded because they didn't have the great Ben Johnson anymore. And then look what happened. He's gone, and they ring up 52 points on us last night, yesterday afternoon. You know, you can go on and on. Look at Bill Belichick after Tom Brady. He was 83 and 104 after Brady was gone. So he went from an absolute NFL coaching god to Matt Eberflus overnight. That's a 45% winning percentage after Brady.
Or without
Brady. At the end of the day, we need to stop taking so much stock in coaching, paying guys $13 million a year. It's not even his fault. It's the players. You need guys who are leaders out there. You look at Caleb Williams against Pat Mahomes. I mean, it's not even close when you look at the body language out there about who's a leader and who's not. It's about the players, and we need to stop scapegoating coaches because it's not on them.
Roster construction certainly matters. I would disagree that that coaching does not matter. In the NFL, I think it matters a great deal, actually. I think there's a reason Sean McVay...
Trust me, it matters.
Yeah, I mean, Jurko.
I had Greg Blosh as a defensive line coach, and I had Larry Brooks. Let me tell you something.
I think it matters.
Those are 2 worlds apart. It was like the sun and Uranus.
Yeah.
Miles away. With the sun being Greg Blosh and Uranus being Larry Brooks.
Yes. Now, roster construction matters. Of course it does. This is where good rosters and good coaches come together to make beautiful music, right? I mean, Andy Reid's been successful because he's had a lot of good players and he's a great coach. Andy Reid matters. Sean McVay matters. Matt LaFleur matters. Kyle Shanahan matters. And then the roster construction married to that makes teams and franchises sort of repeatable and successful and sustainable. And the Bears just don't have that. So I would push back a little to say that it doesn't matter. I think it does. And I think Dan Campbell's a good coach. That's what Detroit has going in its favor, is that Dan knows how to get them motivated, how to prepare them for a week, how to work with his coaching staff.
Yes.
I think Dan Campbell's quite good at his job.
I
think it matters.
Yes, it
Tom's
matters.
in Toledo. What's up, Tom?
Hey, hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, you may remember me. I was the guy that was lobbying big time for Tyler Warren before the draft. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Well, I think a lot of people were lobbying. For Tyler Warren.
Yeah, well, you look at what he's doing down in Indy, and he's kicking butt.
Yes.
But the point I want to make is I'm waiting for Ryan Poles to give an extension to Darnell Wright. Why wouldn't he? Everybody, it seems like all the players that come to Chicago, they're coming to get paid. They're not coming to play. They realize that, you get paid, you don't have to play well. You just get paid.
Wow.
Look at his draft picks.
Carm, where are the PFF pick, the grades?
Hold on. Tommy, thanks. But I don't have this week's grades yet, but
all right.
Darnell was very good last week.
He was very good last week. I'd say a lot of people want to beat up on Darnell Wright.
Yeah.
And that's fine. He had himself a couple of plays yesterday that make you scratch your head and say, what the hell's going on?
Bears-Lions data is still under review. So as soon as we get it, I will pass it along to you.
Yeah,
I will.
I think it's important just to kind of relax. Not throw. Dahlman played better this week.
You thought so?
I thought he did.
Jackson
yes.
too, even?
I thought Dahlman played better. Well, Jackson was so poor last week.
I know.
That any effort could have been better than what he had last week. So I
was.
do think he played better than he did last week.
Yeah, I think there were some better signs from the O-line until, you like Jurko said. When the other team gets the pin its ears back,
this team's improvement will come via the offensive and the defensive line. When they decide to get together and they decide that, hey, it's going to start up front. When that happens, this team's going to play better and it's going to be better.
Yeah. Lewis is in Oak Park. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Talk to us, baby.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know. I just want to say right quick that the offense is the least of our problems. Caleb made some really good plays with arm and leg. Still got to work on that accuracy, the big issue.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show that Ryan Poles messed up in the draft. He should not have drafted Loveland and Burton, because when I was watching Atlanta last night, they got two players we should have drafted. Mike Green kid, the rusher, and Xavier Watts from Notre Dame.
Yeah, I love Watts.
Yeah, those two players should be playing for us and helping our defense. We got two receivers we didn't need because Caleb has great rhythm with a Dunze. He's number one, like you said. More Zacchaeus. That's how the rhythm's going to go. And then you got to feed the running backs, and then you got Komet. So we got two players that we really didn't need, and our defense is trash because of it.
Thank you, Lewis. I mean, if you're going to be drafting these guys high, you've got to get them involved. And the lack of snaps and targets for Loveland is a little bit curious. Now, maybe it's something he's not doing. Maybe this is more on Loveland. This will require an all-22
Let's talk
look.
to Tommy.
Tommy Waddle
Tommy
has currently watched the first half.
I am not surprised.
Waddle, do you mind if I read this on air? I got to ask Tommy that.
Yeah, make sure you find out if it's okay. Colt Kmet has been targeted 6 times with 3 receptions, and our guy Loveland has been targeted 3 times, 9 times, Carm.
Yeah.
5 receptions. Not good.
Not good.
Not good at all.
If you're going to do those things, you got to get them involved. I told you what normally happens if you're going to be drafting that position that highly. Brock Bowers was targeted 17 times in his first 2 games last year. Again, in a disastrous situation. The coach stunk. The quarterback play stunk. The offense stunk. The team stunk. But they drafted Bowers. Where'd they draft Bowers, guys? Was he 13th? They drafted Brock Bowers somewhere in the top 15 or so, right?
I believe so.
And they were like, we think he's a stud. So guess what they did in the first 2 weeks? He was on the field for 75% of their plays, and he was targeted 17 times.
Yep.
That makes sense. This
does not make sense.
Doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
Which is so Bears.
13th.
The 13th. Thank you, Chris. They realized, they're like, we think, maybe a little bit of a reach, but we think he's a stud. And he's a stud. The Colts, today, Junior.
Today, Junior.
Oh, the Bears get me so aggravated. The Colts drafted Ty Warren. They're like, we really like him. Guess what we're going to do? We're going to throw him the football. He has 11 catches in 2 games. 8 of his catches have moved the chains. They also gave him a handoff in which he picked up a first down. Mm-hmm. He has 9 plays in which he has gained a first down for the Indianapolis Colts in 2 games.
He's making an impact.
Yes. And am I saying that, he's better than Loveland? No.
No, you're not saying that. You're just saying he's making an impact.
Because they're involving him.
They're utilizing him. He is part of the game plan. But like I say, it feels like the tight ends aren't part of the game plan here in Chicago.
They're not. They have, like you bring up an astute point, they've thrown the ball 9 times.
9 total
combined
times.
in 2 games.
In 2 games. So if you were 9 for 9 for 9 yards a gain, you'd have 81 yards. I mean, that's where you're at.
It just doesn't make sense, which is so this franchise for so long.
Running backs, how much have they been targeted, Carm? Which is very important, okay? I've got it here, 12 times. 12 times they've been. Zacchaeus has been targeted 12 times.
Yeah.
He's the second leading target for the Chicago Bears. Your third wide receiver is your second leading target. Remember how I said that I think that your Colston Loveland could be in that role?
Yeah.
Well, it's not happening.
Not happening.
It's not happening.
So Waddle, I asked Waddle, is it okay what I read?
And Luther.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that one.
Is getting less than everybody.
Waddle said, sure. Yerk's right also. Dahlman and Jackson were better. Only seen the first half to this point. Guard to guard, much better. The Avalanche starts as soon as they go 3 and out to start the second half. And that's when they were really allowed to pin their ears and go nuts. But
they started scoring on every single drive,
yes, but which
meant the offense went out there and said, oh, boy, we have to score something or we're gone.
Waddle has only watched the first half of the All-22 so far. This is what he texted me. Loveland is not the focus of any all caps of their routes. He's basically a throw-in through 30 minutes, not trying to get him involved at all. That's Waddle's interpretation of what he's seen on tape from the coach's film through the first half. So nobody's here saying, oh, the Bears made a mistake again and they screwed up and Ty Warren's better. We're not saying that. What we're saying is this doesn't make sense. 53% of the snaps and 1 target doesn't make sense.
So
that's what we're saying.
What does make sense to me is that your number 1 target is Rome Odunze. Your number 2 target, I thought, would be DJ Moore or would be a tight end. And it's not
the case. More of your Bears calls. I know we got full phones. Guys, we have no guests on Monday, Bears Monday. This is a show for us to rant and for you guys to rant with us. We commiserate together with this team that we love so much that continues to lose. That's what they love doing. They love to lose.
Do we have any bourbon in the office?
Yes,
I need it in
of
my
course.
coffee after watching this weekend.
Where are we? Of course there's bourbon in the office.
Man.
I got Whiskey U details for next week, too. I'll give you those coming up. 312-332-ESPN. We'll get all your calls in. It's Carmen and Yerk till noon. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Orioles. Coverage begins tonight at 6
on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
$2.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.6 million for a client who was injured in a bus accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies. But I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. And the Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. And the Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and guys, they are going to help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are. Born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop. Born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey! Tell them more Jew Irish whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Branton Sons Inc., New York, New York.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Number one claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
The post-career day press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed, and I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Chicago, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Swift, the running back. On the RPO, it's Swift. With a man out in front, the ball comes out and popped in the air at around the 32-yard line of Detroit, and the Lions get the ball.
Couple of turnovers, never good. The interception Caleb threw was a bad one. You'd like to have that one back. Caleb was better, I thought, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. The defense is an issue, and they're all beat up. You get 2 guys back, and they're out before the game is over, T.J. Edwards and Jalen Johnson. And it was another game in which Kyler Gordon couldn't play. Now the Cowboys will come to town this week, and that's the Fox game, right, boys? That's the big one. That's the Buck. Buck. I don't know why I said Buck Brady. That's weird. That's the Fox game with Tom Brady and who is it? Joe Davis?
I think it's Jody Davis, the catcher.
You mean Kevin
catcher.
Burkhardt? Oh, Kevin Burkhardt. Yeah, I'm all confused.
Kevin Burkhardt.
Burkhardt. Why did I say Joe Davis?
Burkhardt. I thought it was Jody Davis, former Cub catcher.
Yeah, no, it's Burkhardt and
Davis
and Brady.
backwards.
So the big crew's coming.
Savid.
The big crew's coming to town for the late afternoon kick.
Hopefully the
Soldier
Bears
Field.
team doesn't disappoint. Because this Bears team has been a disappointment in week 1 and 2.
Looking at the 2 defenses, I'd say bank on a shootout. Who knows, though? Watch, it'll be 10-3 going into the 4th. But Russell Wilson threw for over 400 yards for crying out loud on that Cowboy defense. They signed Jadeveon Clowney. I don't know if you saw that, too.
I did
They
today.
took a chance on Clowney because, guess what? They need a pass rusher.
Yeah, they need a pass rusher.
Hey, the Bears could use that, too. Bears could use a pass rusher,
Bears had 3
too.
sacks.
The Bears are a minus 34. That's the worst in the NFL. 2 games still to go tonight, but minus 32 in 2 weeks. You know, that's worse than the Dolphins. It's worse than the Browns. It's not good.
It would have been great to have not Minnesota, but Detroit in the cover 5 this week.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Another brutal week for me in the cover 5,
not a good
guys.
week in the cover 5.
Not for me, at least.
Me neither,
I
I,
mean,
don't think. I don't know. It was an okay week at the window, so that's good. I probably should get off the Jets. Shame on me for giving out the Jets as a best play. Justin Fields, unfortunately, got knocked out with a concussion, and we learned that Justin Fields still, in fact, is not any good. Quite bad, actually. And so are the Jets. So at least we have that going for us, which is nice. Tim's in Wheaton. What's going on, Tim?
Yeah, I want to talk about the tight end situation, and I want to comment on what Ben Johnson actually said last week, that going in knowing the pass rush was going to be the way it was, the tight ends knew they weren't going to be very active. And I wanted to talk to the guys and get their opinion on that.
You're talking to the guys. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. Yeah, last week I was a little bit concerned because in the post game there was discussion about the use of the tight ends, and Ben Johnson was really quick to mention, hey, you know, going into this week against Brian Flores, the people coming forward and everything, these guys knew ahead of time with the game plan they were going to have kind of a journeyman effort. They were going to have to help out with
chipping.
the
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
And I don't, that might be something to follow up with Tom Waddle after he's watched, but it just kind of bothered me last week to hear that if you've got a big pass rush that your tight ends know that they may not be targets that much. And I obviously didn't, watch each and every down to see where the guys were lined up, but I wondered if that played into this week.
Yeah, interesting point, Timmy. I was surprised at how little Loveland was on the field. It felt low in the moment. Now, it was still a little over 50%. I actually thought it might have even been lower, and I was texting the guys at one point during the game. I'm like, am I crazy? I said, did something happen? Sometimes Sundays when the Bears are on at noon, it could be frenetic, right? Like, there were 9 games in the noon window. I've got Red Zone on one. I've got the Bear. And I was like, wait, did I miss something? And I'm like, why? But I'm like, he doesn't appear to be on the field much. 53% of the snaps.
My question is chip rate.
I know. Yeah, we got to go count that.
Well, what is the chip rate? How many times are they in there not actually running a route? And then just releasing late, maybe.
Right. Even if you're chipping or releasing late, right, Yerk?
But is it a block rate or is it chip rate? Which one is it? Are they really in there blocking? Are they really in there trying to help the offensive tackles? Or is it a chip rate? How much time do they waste at the line of scrimmage, chipping, getting in the way, and then releasing into the routes?
Frank's on the south side. What's going on, Frankie?
Hey, y'all. So I'm calling about Roschon Johnson, and why is he on this team at this point? Because that 3rd and 1 definitely could have went to him. He's a power back, and especially when they said he was dominating in practice during training camp. It seemed like this team could really use somebody to run the rock and get his team a 2nd and 7 or a 3rd and 5. And that's it, guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you, brother. He didn't have a carry yesterday, right? Roshan, no carries?
Special teams. Activated for special teams.
Yeah, special teams. Yep.
Yesterday's rushing.
Manungai had the bulk of the second running back carries.
Manungai, 7 for 28, 4 yards. DeAndre Swift, 12 for 63, 5.3 and a tutty. Zacchaeus had 1 run for 9 yards. Bajan 2 rushes for 3.5, 7 yards for 3.5, and Caleb rushed 5 times for 27. They ran the ball 27 times for 134 yards, 5 yards a carry.
5 yards a carry, but
5 yards a carry.
By the EPA metrics, by the expected points added metrics, the Bears were dead last for the week in rush EPA.
Yep,
and more of a gauge of efficiency and explosiveness.
Well, there's no explosiveness there.
No, there's none.
10, 20, 9, 7. On the other side, 42 for Jahmyr Gibbs and 18 for David Montgomery.
Not a lot of explosive plays yet, Eric. Not a ton anyway.
And I thought the defensive run was going to be a little bit better this year. It is not. 177 yards rushing, 5.9. Jared Goff barely had any of that.
Right, yeah.
23-28 passing, Carm. That's above 75%.
When you think about how poorly they ran the ball Monday night, and then what Atlanta did to that Vikings run defense yesterday. Now, in fairness, Blake Cashman out, Andrew Van Ginkel out, Harrison Smith still out. That's Cashman and Van Ginkel being out, especially Cashman. I think Viking Scott would tell you, as someone who's an observer of all of their snaps, I know what he thinks about Cashman's important to that defense. But that Atlanta team ran all over the Vikings last night, Yerk. All over them. And the Bears couldn't find any rushing success last week.
He shall be Bijan.
Yeah, Bijan was awesome, I thought, last night.
Yes.
He was fantastic. Let's go to Amin in Glendale Heights. What's up, Amin?
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
Good, man.
Good. Hey, I wanted to say, so Caleb Williams, when you're watching on TV, is getting about 1,000 seconds, okay? And are the receivers not getting open, or is he not going through the progressions? What do you guys think on that? Also, the throws, why are they so low? They're always getting tipped at the line of scrimmage, and I think that's probably why he's not throwing to Loveland, because I think Ben Johnson doesn't want him throwing over the middle of the field. So I don't know if I got to watch the Kurt Warner film, but last week, when he's coming out of the drop, his feet aren't set right, so he can't make the throws. So he's just going to Romo Doomsday, guys, and I think he's looking at one place only, and Lions defense, they're going to. I mean, the offensive line was giving them time. The Lions defense is not.
I think he's going to the right place. If Roma Dunze is your number one option, I think it's the right place. He doesn't have 40 targets in 2 games. He's got the requisite amount of targets, and if you'd have caught the one that hit him in the chest yesterday, his numbers would even be gaudier. You know what I'm saying?
He did have a drop.
I think he's going to the right place. I think the chip rate and the block rate we've got to take a look at. And Tommy, 22, all 22 Tommy, will let us.
That's a crazy.
Yeah, Tommy, all 22.
Tommy, all
him.
22.
Yeah, Tommy, all 22 will tell us. Last week he said there were open receivers.
Yeah.
Tommy will be able to tell us today whether they're open receivers or not.
I thought it was better,
was
though.
Here in jail watching the game. So limited to what I can and cannot see.
I thought he was a little bit better. I thought the timing, and I don't know, it just looked like more was on time yesterday. Not great, but better. I thought it was better than Monday night for whatever that's worth.
Absolutely.
The ball's getting batted at the line of scrimmage. That's happened probably too often in the first two games. But 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Jurko. More your Bears calls coming up.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger. I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit Astound.com today.
It's football season once again.
And the collision of the week.
Sounds more like a rear-ender on the Dan Ryan to me.
Maybe when you hear collision.
Exciting on the field, not so much when you're behind the wheel.
Aiken Laws help thousands of people across Chicagoland and Illinois injured in car, truck, and rideshare accidents get the compensation they deserve.
Yeah, but can you help the offensive line?
He's Howard Aiken, our go-to lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
So, you think you're strong? Prove it at the Illinois Playing Pool. Join Special Olympics Illinois Saturday, September 27th at O'Hare for the ultimate tug of war against the 95,000-pound United Airlines jet, all to benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Sign your team up now at IllinoisPlayingPool.com.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Listen for Danny Acker and the Crane Chicago Sports Business Minute. Airing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here's the throw, right corner, front corner of the end zone for the touchdown. Amon-Ra St. Brown on Tyreek Stevenson. Easy peasy. 2 seconds to go in the half. 27-14, Detroit.
Yeah, I had the official right next to me throughout that process. He told me it was halftime, so we went in for halftime.
And then what happened? What did they explain?
Land came over to me at the end of the third quarter, and he told me, I believe, that they ruled it out of bounds. They reviewed it and said it was in bounds, and so it was a 10-second runoff. So we'll see what it looks like on the game tape. That certainly was not communicated to us.
Definitely some confusion. We alluded to that earlier. I mean, there were still chances are the Lions were going to get up and clock it anyway and still have a shot at the end zone. But it was clunky. The officials ultimately got it right, but one official was signaling out of bounds, and then like Jurko said, the clock operator never responded, and the clock was still running.
He's got to look at the official. The official said it's out of bounds. He's waving his arms. You got to stop it.
I disagree with you, though. The way the Lions got up to the Lions scrimmage, I don't think they would have been able to snap it before the clock runs out.
Oh, you don't think so? There was 16 seconds. What were they doing?
Exactly. But when they hustled up to the line and the official was standing over the ball, the clock was at 1 second. They weren't set. That was going to run out.
Man. I don't know. How did they screw if that would have been the case, how would the Lions have screwed that up? That's plenty of time to get downfield. And right?
You would think.
You would think. Take one shot at the end zone if you wanted to. It was kind of a big momentum turn, if you want to say that. I don't think it was going to matter much, I'll be honest. It was a 1-score game to a 2-score game all of a sudden, but the Bears got the ball. They came out, they gained a yard on 3 plays. They punted it away.
Yeah. That's the Bears.
I mean, come on.
That is the Bears. 3 plays, 1 yard in a minute and 18 seconds.
A cloud of dust.
And then Detroit kicked the field goal.
Yeah.
Bears got the ball back. 5 plays, 15 yards, nothing. Turned over on downs.
Exactly.
Going for it on 4th down, though. It's very consistent. Then they got a touchdown, 3 plays, 46 yards. 5 plays and a punt for the Bears, touchdown. Bears get a touchdown. Lions, another touchdown. Bears punt. The Lions punted finally at 52-21.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions punted.
Finally.
And then 8 plays, 58 yards, end of game for the Chicago Bears. Congratulations.
You know who hasn't punted? You know who hasn't punted yet?
Who?
You guys know? The Indianapolis Colts have not punted in 2 games. How about that?
That is interesting. And they took a punter in the first round this year.
They did.
No, they didn't. I'm being a smart ass.
You know what is hilarious? It's sad, but it's hilarious. Remember Caleb, I called Torrey Taylor, told him we won't use him much. I'm going to give you 2 numbers. You tell me what they are, okay, Jurko?
Mm-hmm.
3,958 and 4,389. What are those 2 numbers?
Say it again, 3,500?
3,958 and 4,389.
And what are those
numbers? 2 numbers?
The amount of yards that quarterbacks have passed for in the NFL.
Caleb Williams' career passing yards through, how many games has he played now? 19? 3,958.
Right.
Torrey Taylor's career punting yards, 4,389.
Yeah.
So much for not needing or using the punter.
Yeah. Using the punter a lot. And boy, has he really helped pin the Detroit Lions
he's so
back.
good. He's so amazing.
You know how important it is to have a great punter, guys? When you're getting your ass kicked
nobody
by 32?
else. You guys don't get it. Nobody can do it. Torrey Taylor does. Sure.
So important to have a punter when you're getting your ass kicked by 31 yards. What an imprint.
So impactful.
What a big piece of the pie.
You guys don't know anything. You're haters. You don't know. He does something no other punter in the history of the world has ever done.
Some draft guy in Aurora sitting with his pants around his ankles in his mom's basement right now telling me how great of a draft choice that was.
Mike in Batavia. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. Hey, just wait until Poles drafts a kicker next year. Just wait for that.
Who's the kid? Abdalla already made the joke. The kid at Georgia Tech. Winner, by the way. I had Georgia Tech with the points. They won outright. I wish I would have had him on the money line. Adam already made the joke over the weekend. 56, I think, Adam.
I was 55.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, I was listening to the broadcast on the way home from golf, and it was they said he lined up for 56, and they had to correct it because 56 would have been a record for them, and it ended up being 55.
55-yarder for the Georgia Tech kicker to walk off Clemson. There you go, right, Mike? That's what's going to happen this year.
Exactly, yeah. But anyways, guys, just a couple points. So you guys have alluded to this already, but the tight ends, it just seems like Ben Johnson is using them as an extension to the tackles, which I assume just means he has absolutely no faith in Braxton Jones or Darnell Wright. That's number one. And then number two, what do you guys think about Theo Benedict finishing the game? You know, like, is that something to keep an eye on for this Dallas game or Vegas or maybe after the bye week?
Yeah, that's.
And then just one more thing, sorry, real quick, is that, you know, I was telling Adam, like, these past two games just shows you how far the gap is from the Bears being a real playoff team. And the guy in charge of closing that gap is Ryan Poles. 3 division wins in 3 years, 15 total wins in 3 years. Please. And he got a contract extension.
I know,
please.
Mike.
Also, shout out to Illinois ILL. Thanks. Bye, guys.
You got it, buddy.
I.
They pitched
I'll
a shutout,
finish it
I think,
for you,
this
my
weekend.
friend.
I think they pitched.
By the way, a
this
good
weekend.
college game this weekend. The Fighting Illini again going to Indiana and Bloomington.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be the one because Illinois' schedule is Indiana's schedule last year, right? So that's why everybody kind of felt like Illinois' got a chance maybe to do a little something this year. But if you go to Indiana and fail,
right,
then no good. No good.
Saturday night at
for
Indiana.
the Fighting Illini, and for, you know, and they haven't had a lot to cheer about.
No.
But for Fighting Illini fans, this is the week that you want to show up in Bloomington and make something happen for yourself.
Off to a good start. They haven't given up 20 in a game yet.
These guys over here love college football, and usually I reserve all thoughts about football. I usually let you guys give them out, but I have watched a little bit this year, and I thought I'd throw that.
Illinois is good. They got a chance.
Should be a great game.
It should be good.
NBC, I think,
It is.
night game?
It is. Night game in Indiana.
It's going to be great.
Yep, it should be very good. We'll touch on a few of Mike's other points, too, about, like, what does it mean anything with Theo Benedict? Look, they talked openly about the bye, needing to maybe reassess some things. They're 0-2. Now, they could still be 2-2 at the bye. They're winnable games. Most of these games in this league are. But you're 0-2 and you just got your you-know-what's kicked in. So, yeah, they're going to be assessing some things. I got asked a lot yesterday if Caleb, I got this question multiple times once Bajent was in. Should Caleb be out there for the reps? We'll talk about that when we come back. We got full lines. Sit tight, guys. We'll get to all of you. It's Carmen and Jurko on a Bears Monday. Back in 2 minutes.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants you to drive away a winner this September. Every Friday, we're giving away a brand new 2026 Jaguar. Earn entries weekly to increase your chances of driving away in luxury and style. Join us at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana each Friday in September. Be there, and you could be the next lucky winner to drive away in a Jaguar. Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
If you aren't sleeping well, you aren't ready for game day. If you're dealing with sinus pressure, your cheers won't be heard. Football season requires your attention to these details. That's why I recommend Sinus and Snoring MD. Their advanced, minimally invasive procedures and treatments help you breathe better, sleep better, and feel better. Be your best on game day. Visit sinusandsnoringmd.com today or call 847-545-0147. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Dutch Boys Durafighter is an interior paint and primer in one with a tough lasting formula. It provides great scrub resistance and durability with remarkable hide and a smooth finish. Save big on Dutch Boys Durafighter paint at Menards and start your next project today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Bud Light is taking the Waddle Silvy Show to the Chicago-Cincinnati game November 2nd. And you could win a spot on the trip. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Come to Rizzo's Bar and Inn in Wrigleyville Thursday night. The best football tosser of the night wins a Bud Light prize pack and is a finalist for the trip to Waddle's hometown. For complete details, go to ESPNChicagoContest.com. See you Thursday night at Rizzo's Bar from 7 to 9. It's brought to you by Bud Light. Please drink responsibly.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
There you go. So the Bears off to a tumultuous start. They had a good first drive and really went downhill after that. Lions had 52 on them today. Wow. Yeah. So you want to be a head coach?
No, you don't. Sometimes it's pretty good being a play caller.
Burkhardt and Brady having a little fun at the expense of the Bears, getting their asses kicked in Detroit. Like we said, that will be the A teams rolling to town this weekend. That's going to be the crew for the 3:25 kick at Soldier Field, where the Bears are hosting the Cowboys this weekend. The Cowboys desperately searching for a pass rusher. I wonder where they could get a good one. Oh, yeah, they had one. They traded him.
Yeah,
they signed Jadeveon Clowney. They need some pass rush. They haven't been able to stop anybody either.
They've handed out some extensions over in Dallas.
They just got Smith done, right?
Yeah,
they
so
got
whatever
Deron
money,
Bland done.
Whatever money they've saved, they've kind of been divvying it out to the fellas that are going to play for them.
That's right. Yeah. So they're trying to do that.
Not a bad strategy.
They had a big win. Could a Soldier Field record be set this week? Because the kid in Minnesota tied the record Monday night. Right, 59 yards is the all-time Soldier Field record.
Yeah. Yes.
That kid tied it. Brandon Aubrey can make them from 70.
Yes, he can.
And he made like a 64-yarder. What was that, guys? Like 64 to tie it?
That was
I think it was
huge.
Like, they ran a draw play.
It was huge.
Right? They're like, no, he's good. We're like, really? 64 yards? They're like, no, he's fine. Now, that kicker we can talk about.
I'll talk about him.
We'll brag about him a little bit.
I'll
You'll get
talk
excited
about him.
him.
He's a kicker.
The team basically said, we don't need any extra yardage, really.
Now it's go time.
It's about 64. No, he's good.
Yep.
It would have been good from 74.
Yeah.
And then he made the game winner in overtime after Russ was great. I mean, we dogged Russ pretty good in week one. Rightfully so. He was terrible in Washington. He was great yesterday. It was a lot of just, I'm going to throw it deep. And
how'd your kicker?
Wandale Robinson and Malik Neighbors will go get it, and they did. But then he threw an inexplicable pick.
How'd old Cairo, Illinois Santos handle his opening kickoff this week?
He kicked it out of bounds. Was that? I thought for a second it was a joke. I was like, wait, you were supposed to do that on Monday night.
Yeah. Well, he's supposed to kick it through the end zone.
Well, he can't.
Yeah, I know.
I was asked a lot, why is Bajan in there? Shouldn't Caleb get the reps? I disagree with that. Like Yurko and I said, two things are happening at that point. You're pretty much...
The game's over.
The game's over. You're handing it off anyway.
You're handing it off. You want the time off the clock.
Yeah, and even if you were going to start throwing it and you want him to get the reps, you're allowing the other team to just tee off on your quarterback.
Yeah. Yes.
So I don't think it was a sign of anything, and I don't think the Bears made a mistake. Caleb doesn't need those reps in that game.
Right.
Do you agree?
I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think that was an issue.
That game was over, and what you want to do is save the health of the quarterback and you put your backup in.
Yes.
And that's what they did, so that's fine. No problems.
All right, let's continue to get through all these calls.
Let's do it, Carm. Let's talk to the people. It's what we do.
Jeremy is in Phoenix. He wants to talk Bears with Carmen and York. What's up, Jeremy? Hey, Jeremy.
Jeremy
spoken.
Morning, guys.
What's up?
Welcome back.
Oh, hey, I got three quick things. I think there's too many mouths to feed. We had 4 mouths to feed kind of last year, and now we got 6. And then what was Ben doing the 3 quarterbacks or the 2 quarterback sneaks? Our line isn't pushing anybody.
I don't know, Jeremy. That gets us into like a larger, I think, conversation we should have again today about the tush push, because it's in the news again after yesterday, what happened in Kansas City. Well, you had 3 questions. Go ahead. Ask your third, Jeremy, and then we'll try to touch on all those. Go ahead.
Oh, and then the only other thing I was going to say was, man, the wheels fell off of J.J. McCarthy when we made him look like John Elway.
He had one quarter. He had one quarter where he looked unbelievable.
Yeah, I will say this, like, That's a hectic week for that kid in that organization, right? They come here, they have the amazing comeback on Monday night. His fiance had their first child this week.
That's emotional.
So I think he was back here in Chicago. Am I wrong about that?
I don't know.
I think that she might have had the baby here. So like he was here. It's the crazy come from behind win in his hometown. I think he went back to Minnesota. Maybe I have this part of it wrong, but I thought she had the baby here. So, like, he was back here. Then he goes back to Minnesota.
Was it a masculine child?
It was I don't know, to be honest.
Was it a boy or was it a girl?
I don't know. It was a masculine child.
Yeah.
And so it was a pretty tumultuous week. Oh, and his left tackle is still out, and he lost his center in the game. So I don't want to make excuses for him.
Sounds like you're doing it,
Was
though.
it a masculine child? He didn't look great.
Congratulations.
He did not look great. I think that was an easy pick this week. I think Vikings... I think they were. Falcons was the best play of the week for me. And
was it? I didn't know that.
Odds couple, yes. And I think I should have bet them. You know, you always wish, man, I should have had the courage to bet them on the money line. I thought they might win that game outright, but getting 3.5, I think that was an easy play, and the Falcons showed you why. But I wouldn't like totally dismiss JJ in that offense just yet.
A baby boy. They named him Ivan. No, they didn't. Of course they didn't. Rome Micah McCarthy.
Rome, that's a cool name. Rome McCarthy.
Yeah.
That was a tough, maybe just a tough spot for the young kid. And I think there are bigger picture things with Minnesota. Again, the defense is beat half to hell. Its defense is minus 2 critical players and Harrison Smith, who maybe is not as critical as he once was. But their defense is missing 2 critical players. They're missing one of their best wide receivers because of suspension, and they're down 2 starting O-linemen. That does start to compound, you know, Yerk?
Oh, yeah.
The other point, there are too many mouths to feed. I don't know. Were there too many mouths to feed in Cincinnati? I mean,
there's not too many mouths to feed in Detroit.
Yeah, there's not too many. Thank you.
You look at how efficient everyone is. The second guy caught a touchdown, 2 receptions for like 80 yards. And a touchdown.
They have Amon-Ra. They have Williams. They have Gibbs. They have Montgomery. They have Laporta. They've got this Tesla. Does anybody say, well, you know, there's just too many mouths to feed in Detroit?
Yeah, Tesla's the king of the one-hand catch.
Yes.
Do you know that?
Yes, he's done it twice.
And the backup tight end had 3 receptions also for a tutty.
Does anybody say in Detroit, like, are there fans calling in being like, you know what?
No, because they win.
There's only one football. There's too many mouths to feed.
When you win, there's enough footballs to go around. When you lose, it stinks.
I'd love to have Amon-Ra and Jamison Williams and Jameer Gibbs and Sam Laporta. What do you mean too many mouths to feed? Manny is in Evergreen Park with Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000. What's up, Manny?
Hey, guys. No, I just wanted to talk about I mean, we're going over all these little things, but you've been in the business, Carm, radio business. You know how some of the ownership goes. NBC is different than WGN. Jurko, I'm sure some of the owners were, the football community.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them are good guys to work for. Some of them are chumps. The bottom line is that anytime you see a transfer of ownership, you can look at any franchise. And, I mean, I'm talking across almost all sports. I mean, MLB is kind of hard because it goes all the way back to the 20s. But in the modern era, of the NFL merger, of the NBA merger, every time ownership changes hands, you see championships start to emerge. That's true of Philadelphia. That's true of the Chiefs. That's true of the Steelers. The Bears were last relevant in the 40s. I mean, honestly, they were last relevant in the 40s.
Little bit in the 80s.
They went 40 years without being relevant. Then George McCaskey hands it over to Virginia. 2 years, they win a Super Bowl. So, I mean, the same thing with the Bulls. I mean, we see it with the Bulls. Jerry Reinsdorf took over. Of course, he's got Michael, but still, 4 years, 5 years, bam, championship. The Ricketts family, the Blackhawks, Rocky Wirtz. Every time you see some type of transfer of ownership, because it just becomes the same old voice that it's like, oh, well, it doesn't matter, the old man, he doesn't worry about this. We can party the weekend and blah, blah. You get, I've been in the belly of Soldier Field and of the United Center. They're absolute dumps. There's absolutely no interest in investing in these places. And when you feel like your company doesn't care, that trickles down all the way to the place, like they're just making a paycheck. And so when you get new ownership, guys build new stadiums. The Buccaneers did the same thing. Robert Kraft took over.
Yeah, I know. I hear you. I mean, that's plenty of examples, Manny. But there's also some of that is like you're saying transfer of ownership. I mean, maybe a transfer of power. You're rattling off some instances where there was no transfer of ownership. There was no transfer of ownership necessarily.
But
there's
a transfer
blood
of power. There was new blood with the Hawks.
Right.
It went from Bill Wirtz to all of a sudden Rocky taking over and him doing things totally a different way.
Yeah,
I think that's what his point is.
Yes. Okay. And
in death comes change.
Well, the Bears have transferred some power within the family. Over a decade ago, they did to George. How's that worked out? It hasn't worked out well.
No, it hasn't.
The common denominator
in 2012,
here, through all of this for the Bears in this dark period is George McCaskey, unfortunately. And the Bears were obviously relevant in the 80s because they were very good. They didn't reach the heights as frequently as we thought, only going to one Super Bowl and winning one. But the last time this team was a dynasty was the 1940s. That's a fact. The 1940s, when the league was completely and totally unrecognizable to what we watch today in terms of the way it's played, the way rosters are built, the draft, free agency, ownership, everything. The last time the Bears were any type of sustainable dynasty was World War II. When the world, the league, and everything in between it was so different, and everything we see today, it's unrecognizable. That's how long Bears fans have had to suffer. That's a fact. Let's go to, oh, come on, Matt. I love Matt, but please. Matt, what's going on?
Hey, Carmen Jurko. Carm, come on. We've seen it last year, so I'm not saying he's a fault, Carm. I'm not saying that. What my question was, as Jurko and Carm, is if this team goes to 0-4, which I fully expect this team to do, that there's going to be another. I do believe, Carm. I don't think they can beat the Raiders. I believe you guys are going to have a front row seat about another 40-burger maybe. But you guys, I don't see this defense getting better. I don't see any effect that Dennis Allen's had on, especially on Montez Sweat or Tyreek Stevenson. I know he had T.J. Edwards in for 2 quarters, but once again, he had T.J. Edwards, Garrison, Jameson Williams, and the 60-yard bomb, and Jared Goff just saw the mismatch and just nowhere to go with the ball. But anyways, my question is, what happens, Jericho and Carm, if this team is 0-4? Is this regime going to bring the coaches in, or are they going to fire their coach like Dennis Allen, or are they going to bring in like DJ Moore, Cole Kmet, Montez Sweat, bring these veterans in that have been here for 3 years or plus, and just say, do you want to be here, or do we start acquiring picks? Do we start trading talent away?
All right.
I don't want Ryan Post with the talent, but I'm just saying, what's going to happen? They can't go 0-4 and not do anything with it.
Two different questions. The second one is an interesting one. The first one, no, come on, Matt. They're not changing any coaches. This coaching staff just got here. Dennis Allen's not getting fired. And Dennis Allen is a very well-respected defensive mind in this league. There's no coaches are going to get fired. Other than by HR, because of HR violations, which we've seen happen before.
At the very least, he's going to have to identify what his guys can and cannot do.
Okay.
You may want to bring pressure, and you can't bring more than 5. Or you've got to do it in a more unique way to get to the quarterback and actually pressure the quarterback. Because right now, the way they played against Detroit, it was not pretty.
Now,
that's not pretty.
When you get 52, when you get over 500 yards hung on you.
Yeah.
Now, to Matt's second point, like what happens come trade deadline? That's a more interesting, potentially relevant question. If the Bears are 0-4, I don't expect them to be 0-4. This league is, at some point, they're going to respond here, I think. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit and putting too much faith in all this. I'd be surprised if the Bears are 0-4. They're going to win one of these next 2 games.
If we're going to do that, I think what we ought to do, the 4 of us, kind of the way we did it early on with like who was going to be where during the preseason, but we put it in an envelope. We
seal it,
and then we open it up after the trade deadline to see if any of our predictions came correct.
See, like at 3-6, let's say, by the time they get to the deadline, is that a slightly interesting question to contemplate?
I think it's a very interesting question, especially with injuries around the league.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's a very intriguing question.
As Ben Johnson kind of digs more and more into like what they have and don't have on this roster, maybe he sees more than ever now that there are some real glaring deficiencies.
I think that they'd be very interesting.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought exercise. 312-332-3776. More Bears-Lions breakdown. It was ugly yesterday. No way to sugarcoat it. We got 2 Monday nighters tonight. Both could be pretty good.
But do you trust Ryan Poles to do it?
Not looking at his track record. How could you?
Well, you can trust him in making the deal and getting good draft choices back. But you can't trust him in picking the players. That's become painfully evident.
We'll continue to go around the NFL in week 2. A game that I think was somewhat hyped that we were probably looking forward to yesterday turned out to be a bore, quite frankly. And the tush push is back in the news. I know people may be sick of it. I don't know. But it's relevant right now again, kind of like it was in the offseason after yesterday. We'll talk about all that as we're breaking down week 2. 312-332-ESPN. We'll be right back.
listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Abdalla, we just watched another great weekend of college football because it's fall and college football is back.
Oh, that's right. What a great weekend, and nothing like celebrating it all with an ice-cold Yuengling, crisp, classic, and always refreshing.
Whether you're at the stadium under the lights or gathered with friends watching game day, Yuengling is the perfect companion for every college football fan.
And we were just talking about them, Chris. Right now, Flight by Yuengling is a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics.
Yeah, it makes sense. The oldest brewery in America, Yuengling, is all about tradition, and Illini football and champagne is one of the best traditions around.
So raise your glass, celebrate every touchdown, and enjoy the taste of game day all season long.
Celebrate college football, good company, and Yuengling.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You know those old drafty windows that let all the cold in and just don't look right? It's time to upgrade, and Window Nation can get it all replaced in a day or less. Right now, they've got an amazing deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years on top of that. I trust Window Nation because I've got their windows throughout my own home. I've seen the quality and the difference they can make. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com for your free estimate.
Postman Law is used to winning. That's why with every home win by the White Sox, they're adding $100 to the Postman Law Home Team Scholarship Fund. More wins, more scholarship money. Because at Postman Law, they win more for you. Visit postmanlaw.com/scholarship to see how much your city has earned and apply today. After an injury, you could use a win. Call Postman Law today.
This is attorney advertising.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
Think you've got what it takes to pull a plane? The Illinois Plane Pull is back September 27th at O'Hare. Teams of 20 go head-to-head towing a 737 jet. Yes, a real plane. All proceeds benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Register now at IllinoisPlanePull.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Caleb under center, one back set. Takes, sneak again, this time off the left side. If he's denied, it's a silver platter for the Detroit Lions. Lions feel he's short. They are celebrating.
I mean, just a half-assed effort. Pun intended, I guess, like with the tush push. You see college teams trying it. I mean, you see Texas in the opener at Ohio State try it. You see the Bills. The Bills have the biggest quarterback in the sport. They can't do it. The Bears with a half-assed effort. Whatever it is that Philly's figured out, good on them. I don't think, and I've said this all through the spring when this was a topic of conversation, like I don't think that it's necessary that you should outlaw play just because one team is doing it better than everybody else. I think you give credit to Philly and whatever they figured out, the personnel they have. Now, yesterday may have been a tipping point, and I have a feeling the league is going to outlaw this. Yesterday was a disaster in Kansas City. At some point, while you could give Philly a lot of credit, now they're just offsides every time. Jurko has always said it is a very unesthetically pleasing. Am I phrasing it the right way? It's unesthetically pleasing.
You're trying to make
it's just unesthetic,
sexy. Every rule's changed since the 70s has been for the advantage of the offensive football team to make it more of a high-flying, high-scoring,
right?
league. Now to go back to the rudimentary
rugby kind of scrum.
Put the handles on each other's hips and just get together and let's scrum this one out. It's rugby. It's not football.
You've always said it's really an ugly play. I think honestly, and now they're offsides every time. There were multiple examples yesterday where you could see that, and they're not even adjudicating. They're not even calling it. Dean Blandino at one point threw up his hands. He goes, I don't want to talk. I mean, he basically at the end of the broadcast is like, don't ask me about it. Yeah. Because they were trying to figure out who you spot.
Who's offsides?
The
Kansas City or the
Eagles.
Offensive?
The Eagles.
Yeah,
I shouldn't say offsides. I should say false start.
But they're encroaching.
But I guess it is off. They're
encroaching on the tip of the football.
Correct.
Yeah.
But and also in the slow-mo, you can see the guards are firing before the football snaps.
Before the snap.
So in the super slow-mo, both guards are moving towards the defensive line before the ball is even
So is that
put
like
between the legs.
that's a neutral zone infraction? Basically,
So
I don't know if they rule that as a false start.
It's a legal procedure, Carm. It's a legal procedure.
Yeah.
Yes, a false start. That's 100%.
So, like, if they called it correctly,
they're moving.
It would eliminate.
Back. Yeah.
It would eliminate it, right? Like, if they were calling it, then it puts them 5 yards back. They can't use it.
It's like them not calling the penalty on 74 for Kansas City when he goes early.
Yeah, John Taylor.
And the whole world sees it. But they won't throw it every time, but they'll throw it on the most egregious one.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So, to me, it's silly. It's a penalty or it's not a penalty, period.
I thought yesterday was, for a Super Bowl rematch, for the Chiefs and Eagles, I thought it was like watching paint dry. I got to be honest.
Yeah, not sexy.
I mean, it was. I thought it was a tough watch.
To me, Carolina's game, the way it finished, was a great game. The New York Giants game was a great game.
The Giants-Dallas game was
there are great games out there to watch.
Oh, yeah. The Colts
Kansas
game.
City, Colts game, too, yeah. Kansas City, Philly was not the game to watch.
It was terrible.
Yeah.
And I think it was maybe a tipping point, too, where they're like, we got to get this out. This is trash. It doesn't look good.
And who was it that didn't finish the job last year in the playoffs?
It was
Baltimore.
Washington.
Yeah.
No.
No, who was it they were playing? Yeah, Philadelphia. Washington playing Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Why not finish it? Go flying over the top and hit Jalen Hurts right in the helmet.
And I also think it's why I thought Brady, Bleck made this point last week too. Like, is Brady getting better? I think so. Brady made the point a couple times. Like, he was all over, I think. And again, it was a bore of a game. But I think Brady was all over, like, why Reed was trying to get the onside kick. And I thought it was good analysis by Brady. He was basically saying, he's like, you can't stop them. They're going to run it twice. They're going to be in 3rd and short, and he knows you won't stop it. And it's just so I think everybody that wants it out is going to get their wish. And I think you could circle yesterday. They're going to go in the spring. And the league's in it, and the owners that did vote for it last year and they came up a little bit short are going to be damn sure that maybe so, Adam, but it's going to be out.
It's so stupid.
But I will say that
play, I agree.
No, he's saying get rid of it.
Yeah,
it is the most lethal play offensively in NFL history.
The most lethal, because they do it with such a high success rate.
Absolutely. Can't stop it. They're the only ones who can do it.
Can't stop it.
Can't stop it. They score touchdowns on it. They get first downs on it.
And you guys, nobody else can do it.
No one else can do it. And they do it so well. It is like if you go through the history of the league.
It's crazy.
And, if somehow this team ends up winning a second Super Bowl,
I'm trying to
think. Their trademark is going to be they're the tush-push bunch.
I know.
Like, this is the group. This is their thing.
And I won't advocate that, like, just because they're so good at it, you have to outlaw it. But I think in the big picture, like, what we saw yesterday is going to lead them to be like, this is no good. And that's not the only thing that made that game a tough watch yesterday. Don't get me wrong. Just Kansas City in general, offensively. I mean, they have, and maybe it'll look different in Week 10, Yerk, because maybe he might play next week. Like maybe Worthy's shoulder holds up and Rashee Rice will be back. But that offense they still have offensive line issues. They still have a right tackle problem.
Yes.
They can't run the ball. Mahomes is their leading rusher.
Right.
He can't connect with Tyquan Thornton. He finally did at the end on that touchdown. How many times in 2 games has he thrown it over Tyquan Thornton's head? Now, maybe they'll get on the same page, but they just – Travis Kelce can't hold on to the ball anymore. That offense is –
Was he looking for somebody to blame?
Yes, he was absolutely looking for somebody to blame. He turned around and he threw his hands up. What? The ball hit you in the hands, Travis.
What's the problem?
What's the problem?
Maybe he had a melody in his hand, in his head. Maybe he wasn't concentrating.
That offense is just a tough watch. I didn't think I'd ever say that about Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. But it's a tough, ugly watch in that game yesterday for a Super Bowl rematch. It was like, this is the game we got?
It's what you're going to get.
Yuck.
Hollywood Brown, not a factor.
Am I crazy? 2017 final.
Yeah, 5 receptions, 30 yards. Hollywood Brown had 10 receptions last week, 187 yards total, only 16 receptions. 29, 26, you're looking at about 55, 58 plays.
Jalen Hurts threw for 101 yards, 4.6 yards per attempt. Now,
That's an ugly game.
Spags was all over him. He was coming at him nonstop. He was relentless in his pressure.
I think Saquon hit the over for the yards on his rushing yards.
Did he?
I think Dad had set it like 83 or something.
Yeah, he
got
hit the
88
over
yards.
Yeah, he had 88.
It's one of the features of the week.
That was not a fun watch.
15 receptions. My God.
15 to 22 for Jalen Hurts, 4.6 yards per attempt. Mahomes was 16 to 29 for a $187, you guys.
Yeah.
A touchdown and a pick, and at least 2 more overthrows.
That is
Thornton.
not sexy.
At least. And I don't know if I missed some in between there, but he had at least 2 more. Now, he did hook up with them late, finally, after he missed a wide-open throw on that drive before him. But at least 2 more misses of Thornton down the field, just inaccurate balls. So I don't know what's going on, what's happened. They can't run the ball. Take out the Mahomes runs yesterday. Mahomes had 7 for 66, Yerk. Outside of that, they barely ran for 2 yards a carry.
Yeah.
Outside of Mahomes. That did not look good.
That, Carm, is ugly. 54 yards in 19 carries.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 2 point something and change.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Barely a little over 2 yards a carry.
Yeah.
Bob's in Libertyville. What's up, Bob?
Hey, guys. Just wanted to talk, like when I was listening back at the beginning of the show, you guys mentioned, the no Bears team has ever made the playoffs after starting 0-2. And it immediately reminded me of Jim Mora and playoffs, because that's the least of our concerns at this point. That is a no shot.
Good point. Just win a game, right? Like,
right. Well, and I'm looking at it, and I know you've talked a lot about the Minnesota-Atlanta game and the problems with Minnesota, but the bottom line for the Bears is not only are you 0-2, but the 2 teams that beat you got beat soundly in their other games.
I know.
So you're not, when you're talking about possibly winning games, I'm going to go with the Shawshank Redemption. I try and live my life more as Andy Dufresne's view of hope, but I got to be honest with the Bears right now. I'm in the red camp of hope is a dangerous thing that can drive a man insane.
Yeah.
And that's where I feel about the Bears right now.
Bobby, thanks, man. You're right, too. Like, the teams that beat the Bears were really beaten down in their other 2 games. Again, I think in the case of Minnesota, it's got a lot to do with the short week and a lot of injuries. And their quarterback was bouncing back and forth and having his first baby, or his partner was, his fiance was. So maybe that explains away a little bit. There are a lot of significant injuries on that Minnesota team on both sides of the ball right now. Maybe that explains that a little bit. But, man, Green Bay smacked Detroit around.
Yeah.
And then Detroit just turned around and did it right back to our beloved Bears. So,
well, and again, did you know it was going to happen? Did I try to warn you?
You tried to tell everybody.
Did I try to tell you Detroit's in a better position to recover than Chicago?
You did.
Most of the fact is because they're at home. I didn't even garner the revenge factor, which might have played a bigger role. You admitted that earlier.
Yeah, I think it played a bigger role than we
It might have played a bigger role than we thought.
Yeah.
But the Bears going on the road after getting it handed to them by J.J. McCarthy.
In the fourth quarter.
Yeah. Jared Goff is a little bit better than J.J. McCarthy, whether anybody believes it or not, he is.
Yes, right now.
And that offense is better than the Minnesota offense.
100%.
And boy, did it show up. It show up.
You're right. 52-21 final. It was awful. We can brunch rush a little if Adam wants to throw any big topics out there. There is some significant NFL stuff. I mean, we haven't really even touched on the Burrow stuff yet. That's huge NFL news today. 312-332-3776. More of your calls. We'll get them all in. We're on till noon. Then it's Rich Eisen. Bleck and Abdalla will be back with you live and local at 2. Uninterrupted 2 until 3. Then it's Waddle and Silvy to get you home into White Sox and Orioles tonight on the South Side. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
A 1 hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck and Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest Bleck and Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
Details. It's everything, right? Just ask the Bears, ask the Lions. That's why I go to White Buffalo Barbershop. They pay attention to all the details. These aren't just stylists and barbers. These are artistes. Part of the Zazu Salons family. You know you can trust that name here in Chicagoland. They do it right. Whatever you're looking for. The sharp cut, the clean shave, hot towel, beard trim. They got you covered. Kids cuts as well. You can book through the Zazu Salons app. It's not just a barbershop. It's an experience. That's where I go. Born original, just like you. They've got spots in LaGrange and Hinsdale. The new location in Hinsdale is open. They've always been in Hinsdale, but they moved into a bigger space. It's fabulous. The official ribbon cutting is Thursday night, late afternoon into the evening. I'm going to be out there. There's going to be food and drinks and all kinds of fun stuff. So come check us out at the brand new Hinsdale location for White Buffalo this Thursday, starting at around 5. Again, book today on the Zazu Salons app. That's ZAZU, or go to whitebuffalobarbershop.com.
On average, between 2 and 3 people are killed each day in car accidents with rideshare drivers. According to the University of Chicago, rideshare drivers have directly led to the death of almost 1,000 people per year. While rideshare drivers carry auto insurance, it's important to know that the amount of insurance coverage available often depends upon whether or not the driver is logged onto the rideshare company app and whether there is a passenger in the vehicle. For example, if the driver is logged into their rideshare app, the liability coverage could reach $1 million. If they are not logged into the app, then the rideshare driver is using their own car insurance, which could be much lower coverage. That's why it's important to have a lawyer who knows how to conduct a proper investigation when you're in a rideshare accident. If you've been injured in a rideshare accident, call the Verdoliak Law Group. Call 844-4VLG-LAW. We've been fighting for injured people for 60 years. With over 30,000 clients represented and over $9 billion recovered, Verdoliak Law Group has the resources, knowledge, and experience to fight for you. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement. It's like a megaphone for your wallet. Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously, but they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
Plumbing disaster, power out, furnace or AC failing? These can't wait, and neither should you. Four Seasons guarantees same-day installation with no extra fees for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call your trusted local expert today at 866-4Seasons.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, Call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey everybody, Joe here, founder of Fry the Coop. Did you know that we now use Vienna beef pickles in our awesome chicken sandwiches? Vienna beef makes the best pickles ever, and we couldn't be happier. Don't believe me? Stop by any Fry the Coop and prove me right.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Snap back off, looking with time, arching deep, wide open, inside the 5. Williams for the touchdown. And the Lions have opened up a 37-14 lead.
Jeff Joniak here on your home for the Bears. Too easy. Lions had 511 yards of offense. They averaged 8.8 yards per play. Their EPA per play yesterday, you guys, the 99th percentile. 2 games to go tonight, but the Lions are, of course, number 1 in the NFL for the week in EPA per play by a wide margin. They didn't turn it over. Goff wasn't sacked. He was sacked once, but a penalty nullified it. Sweat actually did something, and they took a sack away. So it is ugly. Through 2 games, the Bears fall to 0-2. Now they'll host the Cowboys this weekend. Texans-Bucks in Houston is the first game tonight. That's at 6. And then at 9, our time, it's Raiders and Chargers. I doubt I'll make it up for the end of that one. I kind of hope so because it might be a good game.
I'll try.
And Bowers is playing. I kind of like the Raiders a little, getting the 3.5 tonight, Yerk, at home. I kind of like the Raiders a little. I do a little bit.
Who do you got scoring touchdowns in this one? Maybe if you're going to do a little touchdown score parlay. Bowers, Genty.
Bowers. I was going to say Bowers because Genty was really bottled up by New England last week. Yeah. Do a Bowers Genty. Might not be bad.
And then the other side, McConkey.
I'll do
the guy that's been hot over there has been Quentin Johnson.
Do a Lad Johnson at 2 in the first one. Do a Lad into Omari and Hampton. How's that?
Omari and Hampton.
We'll find like a running back, wide receiver on each.
A little 4-packer.
Yeah.
All right. And you don't have the threat of quarterbacks taking stuff away from you, so that's not a bad thing either,
right? Not those 2 teams. Yeah.
Okay.
I like those.
All right.
Have some fun with it tonight. A little parlay action for everybody.
Pimp your parlay, Carm.
Pimp your parlay.
Got a 4-teamer. I love it.
Adam, any brunch rush stuff we should talk about real quick? And the big news is obviously Burrow, right?
Yeah, Joe Burrow is going to miss, 3 months from now. That's all of the rest of September.
So he's having surgery, you guys?
He's having surgery.
And that's going to be a 3-month rehab?
On the turf toe. Yeah. That is a 3-month rehab.
On his Sergeant Hulka.
Yep.
On his Sergeant Hulka. Schefter is saying that they are making phone calls to free agent quarterbacks. I don't know who that is.
They don't want to ride with Browning? I mean, who's better out there that's available? They don't have a terrible backup situation. Well, I know he threw 3 picks yesterday, but he let him.
He went 4-2 as a starter He has gone 4-2 as a starter.
Right. Yeah. And he let him down the field on that last drive.
He did lead him.
Not only did Cincinnati win that game, they found a way to cover when it looked like there was no way that was going to happen. When Jacksonville was driving in the final few minutes, already up 3. And by the way, I don't blame Liam Cohen for going for it on 4th down. This is another situation where you had a beautiful play dialed up and your best player didn't catch it. It hit Brian Thomas in the hands.
Maybe I missed something, but I would guess the calls to free agents are for a backup to Browning.
Oh, that makes more sense, Chris.
Right?
That makes much more sense.
They don't have a third quarterback on the roster.
That makes much more sense because I was like, who's out there that's going to be better than Browning for them?
Probably not.
That makes sense.
There are guys out there, but
sitting on the
you
couch.
would bring them in to be the backup to a guy who knows the system.
That makes more sense.
Bring Neckbeard in.
They've never started 2-0. When was the last time they started 2-0? The Bengals.
I don't. Oh boy, I bet you it's been a few years.
Okay.
Right?
Do you go in? What's Cousins got left?
Yeah, but again, he doesn't know the system. So
I know. I don't know.
Throwing him in.
Okay, I would say
throw it up there. Chase has got
28 teams would make a move like that. Cincinnati Bengals won't do anything like that because why?
The money.
Yeah, because their owner is cheap.
And Burrow's going to be back this year. I know it's a long injury, but I don't think they'll do that. I think they'll.
Injury. in a very tough division.
I know. I think they'll ride it out with Jake Browning. I think he gave them a little bit more confidence driving them down the field for the win. And again, they didn't only win, they ended up covering that game as a 3.5-point favorite. It was unbelievable.
Speaking of the Bengals being cheap, I don't know if you can believe it or not. So this just might be fake internet stuff. Did you guys see that apparently the Bengals are like one of the few home teams that they didn't purchase one of those Gator like carts? So, like, that's why Joe Burrow had to walk on his coach's shoulders all the way back to the locker room.
You know, back in the old days when they shared Riverfront Stadium with the Cincinnati Reds, they had a Cincinnati Red one come out.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Could that be right?
I saw someone yesterday afternoon.
Reds.
I saw someone ripping the Bengals that their most prized asset, Joe Burrow, had to limp his way all the way to the locker room because they wouldn't spend $10,000 on one of those Gator carts to be able to take players back to the locker room. And again, I don't believe almost anything I see on the internet, so it could be just made up.
Possibly be true.
But
I mean, if that's true,
it's hilarious if it's true.
Oh my Lord, that really is something.
That's crazy.
That good news for the Bears, though. I don't know if anything's good news for the Bears. I mean, I don't think the Bears are going to be competing for the playoffs. It doesn't matter, but they'll get the Bengals now without Joe Burrow because he's not going to be back by that game. That's what, the first week in November?
Yeah,
So,
he's not.
Joe will not be back.
He's
for
not
that
going to be
game
back
after surgery on his toe. All right, what else, Adam?
Justin Fields is now in concussion protocol,
and he was awful yesterday.
I
was on the Jets, so I was watching. He was
not great.
He was dreadful before the injury, you guys.
They lost to the Bills 30-10.
Dreadful. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It was so bad.
Dreadful.
It was so bad, Jurko. Poor Justin. He can't play.
Well, he got a concussion injury.
Well, and that too.
Yeah.
And now he's got a concussion to boot. You just can't play.
And like he had a concussion in college. He didn't have a concussion with the Bears ever.
I don't know. It's hard to keep track of them all these days. I don't know.
No, because I remember people were talking about it on Twitter after it happened. That like, because you do the background check of, well, has he had one before? Is it more likely? All this kind of stuff. Elsewhere, let's see. From that game last week too.
Did Allen end up breaking his nose, or was it just a bloody nose?
I think it was just a bloody nose.
Just a bloody nose?
Yeah, okay, as far as I know.
Not a full break.
Aaron Rodgers didn't look great either. 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions.
And boy, the rookie.
They lost that game.
Did you guys see the mistake Caleb Johnson made? Did you guys see that? The rookie?
Yeah.
So he was in the return zone, and they kicked it short. Seattle kicked it short, and he didn't realize it's a live ball. He let it bounce. It hit in the zone, and then it went in the end zone, and he stopped. And Seattle came down charging, knowing it's a live ball. It was a touchdown for Seattle. That poor kid. You got to wear that rookie. That was not good.
Got to know the rules.
Got to know the rules,
You
man.
got to know the rules.
Yeah. Okay, Adam, what else?
The Baltimore Ravens scored 41 points. Derrick Henry had 23 yards rushing and no touchdowns.
Wow. That Browns team is.
If you were a Derrick Henry fantasy.
You're saying you're a little bit upset?
Or you had him in a touchdown parlay, you are livid.
Lamar had 4 touchdowns, so that's the guy you wanted.
Livid.
41 points, and he had 23 yards. Yeah, go figure. You wanted Lamar yesterday.
Livid.
4 touchdowns for Lamar.
41 points, and not a single one of them comes from Derrick Henry.
That's hilarious.
And then, you guys already talked about Daniel Jones and the story from the Colts. I didn't have the guts to pull the trigger on the Colts yesterday. Chris and I talked about it, how we were going to.
Well, what do you guys think? Did you guys see the play and then the leverage call against Denver? Boy, that looked like
just a normal everyday field goal block.
Yeah, that just didn't look like much.
Where you go rush in and then you try to throw a hand up in there. And just the left hand was there, and he went to. Yeah,
it didn't look like much, you guys, and I think Denver should have won that game. And for those of us in the contest, we're going to do this week to week that have Denver making the playoffs, and I have Denver winning over. I need Denver to win 10. I hope that doesn't haunt me because that looked like a win. That kid wasn't close on that field goal. And Denver was celebrating thinking they had won the game. I don't know about that call. I mean, I guess I'm biased, but man.
Here's some news. Ian Rappaport reporting that Cowboys center is going to be out 6 to 8 weeks with a high ankle sprain.
Wow. And I'm trying to think who's playing center for them. Is it I'm blanking.
Cooper Beebe?
Yeah, I think that's right. No, it's Beebe.
Cooper Beebe?
Yeah.
Beebe?
Okay, so he's out
6 to 8 weeks with a high ankle sprain.
All right, so backup center against the Bears.
Yeah,
We'll see if somebody can take advantage of
They
it.
won't do anything with it.
They won't.
They won't do anything with it.
They'll leave him uncovered.
It'll be a comfortable day for that
They'll
backup.
leave him uncovered, and all he'll have to do is chip.
Nice
They're just
Sunday
gonna
in the
help
park.
One of the guards. That's what he'll do.
Carmen, it's true. You think that this Bears? You think they're going to bring monsters of the Midway to the party?
I
Come
don't
on.
know. I mean, at least you're going up against the backup. But with this team, you're right. Who the hell?
I'm gonna get. How about this? I'm gonna give you my player of the weekend early.
Already?
Wow, all right.
I'm gonna give. I know we're doing it next, but how about this? Roll Tide, Mac Jones.
Hey, yeah, yes.
279 yards, 3 touchdowns. Nobody said it could be done.
And Mac did it.
Everybody said that. How about the 49ers with Mac Jones? Everybody said the Saints. Nobody said the 49ers.
He done did it, Adam.
He did it.
He
Mac
done
Jones,
did it.
3 touchdowns, 280 yards. How about that? Good for Mac.
There you go.
I'm happy for him.
Quarterback rating of 113.1 for Mac Jones.
Good for him.
Without
That was
George
going to be
Kittle.
my pick.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was. Here,
There's
here.
no
You
there's
just stole
no
Chris.
way
Look
that
at
was
my
gonna
computer
be your
screen.
pick.
Mine
Look at my
too.
computer screen.
Okay,
What
it
was
might
I
have been-
looking up?
It might have been your pick.
I've got to adjust now.
Everybody
on the
adjust.
fly.
See what
On the
happens
fly.
when we go out of order?
Fine, I will change it.
Look
I
at
will
me.
have a different
I'm the
one.
best.
It'll
I'm
be
gonna go
Erling
Mac
Haaland.
Jones.
It'll be
How
Erling
about,
Haaland.
how about just go Ryan Williams? Your Bama team lit up Wisconsin. Just go with Ryan
That
Williams.
doesn't count. That's not a real team.
Ryan Williams had a monster game on Saturday.
Not a real team.
Just do that. We will talk about our players of the weekend coming up next. We got another hour. Sit tight. We're going to get all your phone calls in. We're venting about the Bears after a 52-21 loss in Detroit. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships has designed the experience with you in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators, explore financing options, and stop on by. They value you and your time, getting you in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
I'm Sammy Luback, Chicagoland's real estate agent, here to help you make your next move. With Baird & Warner, a Chicago institution for 170 years, my team has helped our clients buy and sell homes from Lakeview to Lake Forest, Bucktown to Barrington, Hinsdale to Highland Park, and 80 towns in between. Get exclusive access to private listings and smart strategies to win in today's market. No surprises, just results. Let's get started at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Luback, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Holding. Defense. The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
So, you think you're strong? Prove it at the Illinois Plane Pull. Join Special Olympics Illinois Saturday, September 27th at O'Hare for the ultimate tug of war against a 95,000-pound United Airlines jet, all to benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Sign your team up now at IllinoisPlanePull.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Let's talk about our players of the weekend. Our players of the weekend know how to step up. So do our friends at White Buffalo Barbershop. Expert barbers.
White Buffalo.
And stylists. They're artistes. Sharp cuts, hot towel, shaves, beard trims.
I'll give you the old hot
I know
towel,
you will,
Carm.
Jurko. Every detail done right. Find them in LaGrange and Hinsdale. I get my haircut at the LaGrange location. Or visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com. Don't forget the Hinsdale grand opening is this Thursday starting around 5, and I'll be there. So that'll be fun. Come by and say
We
hi.
got to get a touch-up before Vegas.
You know, I was just thinking about that because I got my haircut last week, and then, we're going end of next week. I'm going to have to go get the neck cleaned
Get a little
up.
touched up?
They'll do that for you, too. You duck back in between cuts. And,
absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Take care of the eyebrows for you?
Yes, Jurko.
Oh, man.
Maybe if you ask real nice, they'll shave your back.
You're
I don't
bushy.
Know. We'll see.
I don't think they'll do that. I think you've really gone out of whack there.
Who are you going with for your player of the weekend?
Mine's easy. After getting mine stolen here earlier, I had to adjust. And I'm going to go with AC Milan's own Luka Modric.
Nice.
The 40-year-old player became the oldest player to ever score in the Italian league.
Is that right?
That's right. The oldest player ever to score.
Wow.
1-0 victory over Bologna. Absolute man of the match performance for him.
The oldest player to ever score in Serie A?
ever score in Serie A.
That's awesome.
Luka Modric.
Black. I like that. Black.
Well, when he had the buildup of, because my selection was taken, I'm going to go with the easy
Could've
one.
gone with Scotty Scheffler or
No,
something.
I thought he was going to take what I was going to take, and that's Jared Goff.
Goff was
5
great.
touchdowns, 334 yards. The Lions kicked the Bears' butt, so I'm going to give it to Jared Goff.
Good call. We know Abdalla's. You went with
Erling
Mac
Haaland,
Jones.
guys. Erling Haaland, 2 goals in the derby against Manchester United. Manchester City, Manchester is blue. It was a great game. It was over by noon, so if you were watching, you could have watched football, the regular football, the American football, as it was well over 50 minutes into the game.
Who gave a more hapless effort yesterday, the Bears or United?
Yes.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
I believe United was in line with the Bears.
Yeah.
We don't do it very often. Yurko and I like to make fun of them. I'll give it to the kicker. Not only did he hit a 64-yarder, 64 yards like it was nothing to send them to overtime, he hit the game winner from 46, and he hit another 51-yarder in the game. That's the guy you want, Brandon Aubrey.
You know what he's the only guy to do?
He's the only guy I think I read or heard Yerk to ever win it, or to send it to overtime and then win it.
Send it to overtime with no time left on the clock, and win it with no time left on the clock.
And win it with no time
That's
left
one
on the
important caveat.
Yeah, makes sense. That was
0-0 both times.
fantastic. So good
I
for
really
him.
wanted a tie.
Those are,
I
we were getting close there for a minute.
I want ties
I
so
love
bad.
ties.
Those are our players of the weekend. Brought to you by White Buffalo.
As the 3 soccer fans in here, like this, we are the soccer show. There's a hockey show. We are the hockey show. We're also the soccer show. I want ties.
In football, it's kind of like in soccer. I get it, but in football.
Yeah, but it's funny.
Oof. Let's go to Alan in River North because he has a question about kickers. Go ahead, Alan.
Hello, guys.
Hello, bud.
I have some thoughts and a question.
Go ahead.
Trying to understand, the Chicago Bears have the former Detroit Lions offensive mastermind Ben Johnson as our head coach. Now, with that said, the Detroit Lions scored 52 offensive points without Ben Johnson.
Yes.
I don't think Ben Johnson putting the kicker Santos on notice and bringing in kicker Jake Moody is the answer to turn this losing Bears team around.
Yeah, that'll do it, right?
My best friend Raphael says the same thing, so I want to hear your thoughts.
So you're saying that what are we really talking about? If the plan is change the kicker and everything will be fine, is that what you're alluding to, Alan?
Correct.
Yes. We can't tell you that it will be. Now, you might need a better kicker. But to your point, that's not going to fix all their problems, and it's certainly not going to fix their defense.
It's not going to help your defense.
And Silvy, I couldn't believe it when he kicked that out of bounds yesterday. Silvy goes, "Is he trying to get cut?" And I was like, "You can't make this up." Where they probably should have kicked it out of bounds on Monday because he can't get it through the end zone. And we talked about it all last week. Kick it out of bounds. And then he starts the game yesterday kicking it off out of bounds. I mean, just incredible. Incredible. Only the Bears. Q on the south side. What's up, Q?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How y'all feeling today, man?
Good, man. All right.
Got a couple of quick statements I want to make / questions. One, I think we're going to have to get up to the Bears practice facility and use some of your medical expertise, because I need someone to explain to me why these young, well-oiled, fine-tuned machine athletes all have soft tissue hamstring pulls. Somebody's got to explain to me what's going on up there, that all our players are just coming up, pulling up lame with hamstrings and groin pulls, man. Is it something we're doing, hydration issue? Are we overextending them?
Could be a
what's
supplement
going on?
issue.
Yeah.
Could be a conditioning issue.
I mean, it's not exclusive to the Bears, though, Q. You do see it around the league a lot. I mean, we talked about
Yeah, I don't care about them. I care about the Bears.
That's right.
You know?
Care about the Bears, baby.
I care about the Bears, man. And second of all, we went all summer at the camp talking about how our new head coach was zero tolerance for mistakes and chewing the guys out every play that they got wrong, and the discipline of running the plays effectively. And for the first 2 weeks of the season, if you close your eyes and close your ears, if you close your ears, and then listen to the game, you would swear it was the Eberflus Bears playing. Yeah. And I think based on these first couple of weeks, we kind of owe him a little apology, Eberflus, because you can see now that it wasn't just so much about him per se. It's probably personnel also.
All right, Q, fair enough. I don't know that we owe him an apology. You bring up a good point about the undisciplined nature of the first two games. I gave you guys a stat earlier. 20 penalties through 2 games. The only teams that have committed more are the Titans and the Cardinals. 20 penalties is a lot of penalties in 2 games. $177 in penalty yardage. Yeah, that's not good.
If you plan on finishing the year with 170 total penalties, it's going to be a rough year for you.
Not good. Yep. I got the final grades from PFF. We can go over some of that. Your thoughts and concerns about this Bears team, the defense, the offense even. Caleb got a little bit better. I thought there were some good things from the offense, but it was not nearly enough yesterday. We'll continue to talk about all of it. Rich Eisen's up in about an hour. Then Bleck Abdalla will be back with you at 2. 312-332-3776. Carmen and Jurko back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, a Zazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
If you aren't sleeping well, you aren't ready for game day. If you're dealing with sinus pressure, your cheers won't be heard. Football season requires your attention to these details. That's why I recommend Sinus and Snoring MD. Their advanced, minimally invasive procedures and treatments help you breathe better, sleep better, and feel better. Be your best on game day. Visit sinusandsnoringmd.com today or call 847-545-0147. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go.
Injuries on the field are rough, but your injury case doesn't have to be. At Postman Law, there's no fee unless they win. Car crash, work accident, slip and fall. Postman Law's your local injury lawyers. With over $3 billion won for their clients, they don't just show up, they deliver results when it matters most. After an injury, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise, Postman delivers. This is attorney advertising.
Fall is officially upon us, and don't let drafty windows ruin your cozy season or raise your energy bills. WindowWorks has been Chicago's trusted expert for over 30 years, delivering custom windows and doors that match your home, your style, and your budget. Their certified pros ensure flawless installations and lasting comfort. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Upgrade before winter hits. This offer won't last long. Dial pound 250 and say Waddle to schedule your free consultation and lock in your savings.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
It's Bears Monday.
Handoff. And a big opening up to the 40-45. Swift almost got away and they nabbed him. Into Lions territory around the 47-yard line. Here it comes. Crosser. Thrown and caught. Adinze away at the 20. 15-10. 5. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Beautiful job by Caleb Williams. Left side of the offensive line for the Lions in motion. Tight end. Toss left to the 5. Sprinting untouched into the end zone for the touchdown. Gibbs quickly. The Lions strike. Here's the throw. Right corner, front corner of the end zone for the touchdown. Amon-Ra St. Brown on Tyreek Stevens. Snap and a fake handoff. Quickly setting up the throw. Goff with time. Finds Jamison Williams at the 42 to the 50 to the 40 of the Bears. Inside cut. Inside the 20 to the 15 and down he goes. Goff looking with time. Arching deep. Wide open. Inside the 5. Williams for the touchdown. And the Lions have opened up a 37-14 lead. Snap to Goff. Gonna throw. Left corner of the end zone. Easy pitch and catch. Back shoulder throw. It is Amon-Ra St. Brown on McLeod in the left corner. It's 44-14. Detroit. Williams looking at 1st and 25 right now. Takes the snap. 4-man front. Here comes pressure. Hit. And down he goes. Braxton Jones could not handle the rush right there. The power rush. I mean, what?
So you can't do that. Please don't let it be on the Bears. It's Bears Monday on ESPN Chicago.
I haven't seen a 50 burger in a while. We have now. 52-21. Bears get absolutely smoked. And Detroit rubbed their face in it. I don't blame them. Jurko laid out a week ago today, after Detroit looked really bad opening weekend in Green Bay. He said, well, that's not good because now you've got a hungry playoff caliber team that doesn't want to start 0-2, that's going to go back home. And there was all that, and then we probably did not adequately factor in just how much they wanted to stick it to Ben Johnson. Not that they don't like Ben Johnson or that they wanted to disrespect him. I think that's a team that wanted to show their former coordinator. You think they hear what everybody says, I guess, Jurk. I know the way you guys are wired, and they hear what everybody says. And I think especially after their ugly performance in week one, and then they heard it even more, they wanted it, not that they don't like or they want to disrespect Ben Johnson, but I think they wanted to show we're still the Lions. We got a lot of talent, and we're going to be a playoff team.
And
we believe we're a Super Bowl team.
Even though we lost to the Packers, we're still the favorite to go ahead and win this NFC North. I think that's what they wanted to tell the world.
Yeah, and they're like, we'll show you.
Yes.
And I think they really wanted to stick it to the Bears. And they did. So good for the Lions. Bears have to wear it, own it, try to get better. They're 0-2 again. Bears have never made the playoffs in franchise history after an 0-2 start. It is tough historically. A little bit easier these days. You play an extra game. There are more teams, right, Jurk? I mean, it's a little bit easier.
Yep, a little bit
than
easier.
in the old days. This does not look like a playoff team, though. You better start playing better and correct a lot of things if anybody thinks they're going to be a playoff team. And I don't know how many people picked them to be a playoff team. There was some, there's a little bit of an appetite for it.
Talking about the Bears?
Yeah.
I did.
I know you, but I mean, there's some appetite for it. You better really get it in gear this weekend.
That is the appetite for destruction, I think. That's exactly what I bought into.
If you want to pretend like you are, or you want people to think, or even maybe, I don't know, do you really think it? Like, you better go out and have a great win.
The closer you get to the season, I convinced myself, I took myself from 8-9 to 10-7. The closer we got to the season, I started talking myself into it.
Yeah.
And like a jackass, I should have not listened to myself.
What really stinks about the start is they should have won last Monday night.
Yeah.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda, but they should be 1-1.
Right. But they're not.
But they're not.
Which means they've got to win the next 2 to be 2-2 and get their heads above water.
Yeah.
Just get your head above water. That's all you can do.
It's Carmen and Jurko on a Bears Monday. Hope everyone had a great weekend despite the outcome of the Bears game. It's beautiful, so at least we got nice weather. Beautiful again today. 312-332-3776. Rich Eisen show in 1 hour. You want some PFF grades?
Yeah, I'd love them.
All right, so blocking grades. Last week, Darnell Wright went from being the best pass blocker to the worst.
Okay.
Now, he still had a very strong run blocking grade. Darnell Wright's run blocking grade was actually 90.7. That's very good.
Very
that's
solid.
great.
Yeah, that's very solid.
But his pass blocking grade for the day was the worst on the Bears, 43.7. Theo Benedict's was the best, but he had 4 pass blocking snaps.
Right.
So that's a
right.
little.
At the end of the game when nobody cared.
Jonah Jackson had a good grade, so he bounced back. Swift had a good grade for the second straight week. DeAndre Swift has been good in pass pro. Braxton Jones, not so good. Monangai, not good. Darnell Wright, not good. Your overall blocking grades, Rome Odunze walked away with the highest. Again, this is just of everybody on the offense, not just the linemen.
Yeah.
Jonah Jackson's was good. Darnell Wright's was still okay overall, but I mean, it was, you talk about two tails according to PFF. Great run blocking day, terrible pass blocking.
What about Dahlman?
Dahlman was... Yeah, he was 11th overall on the team. His overall grade was 58.9. He was 69 in his pass blocking, 61 in his run blocking.
Where was Tooney?
Tooney was Joe Tooney. 60 in run blocking, 58.7 in pass blocking. Not great. He didn't have any penalties. Like you said, he was the only guy that didn't have a penalty.
Didn't have a penalty.
So not another day in which it wasn't not great for the O-line. The coverage grades are what's going to be really ugly here. Obviously.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I don't think you even want to see some of these. I mean, you could look at the coverage matchups. Let's see some of these here. These aren't going to be good. Jalen did well while he was in the game. Jalen just wasn't in the game much. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Stevenson's coverage grade, I knew this was going to be ugly. 37.3. Oof.
Could be the worst in week 1.
Yeah, it's going to
I mean, it could be the worst in week 2. Around the league.
That was, and I'm sorry, that was a specific matchup. Forgive me. That was his matchup against Amon-Ra.
Yeah.
He was targeted in coverage on Amon-Ra. Oh, boy, you guys. 3 times. All 3 catches were made. All 3 led to a first down. 1 led to a touchdown here. That's rough.
Yeah, I imagine the PFF scores were going to be rough.
Yeah.
I don't know what's the win rate on defense? Is there a win rate or something on defense?
Yeah.
As far as like defensive linemen?
Sure,
Jeez.
like pass rush grades. Sweats wasn't terrible. On true pass sets, he was at 22%. That's pretty good. I don't know. I don't think he impacted the game much. That's just me. It's also the game's totally got away from them, so I don't think that's that good. But I don't think he played that well. But he did have a 22% win rate on true pass sets. Nobody else was above 20%, Eric. Dio took a little bit of a step back. Wasn't terrible.
A little bit of a beating?
A little bit of a step back. Jarrett was okay. Nobody else did really anything of note. There's no pass rush really on this team, Eric.
Sure.
You know? Their pressure percentage right now is like 21st in the NFL, 22nd in the NFL through a couple of games. So you're bottom third there. They've got, I think, what do they have? Only 3 sacks, I think, right? 3 sacks in 2 games.
3 sacks,
I mean,
yeah. All 3 in the first
not
game.
Not a ton. Yeah, they didn't have a sack yesterday. That's right.
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be much of a pass rush. And then the real confusing thing, I mean really confusing thing, is what's going on with their top 2 picks. Forget the fact that Karan Amagaji and Ozzie Trapillo were inactive yesterday. All right, we'll try to put that aside. 2nd and 3rd round picks from the last 2 years. 2nd and 3rd round picks from the last 2 years are inactive on game day. Turner as well, but he's been injured. So maybe that explains away a lot of that as he's trying to work himself back. But they've got all these, that's a lot of 2nd and 3rd round picks the last couple of years that are inactive for you.
Yes.
On game day. That's brutal. Luther Burden has 2 catches for 2 yards in 2 games. But this is the real head scratcher. Colston Loveland has 3 total targets in 2 games. He was on the field for 53% of the snaps yesterday. Now, I don't know what he's not doing in their eyes. Maybe if an expert would look at the All-22 and say, oh, my God, he can't block to save his life. And they don't trust him, and that's part of it. That's not a good sign. 53% of the snaps on Sunday for Colston Loveland. 1 target late. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't think any of us would say through 2 games, oh, that's it, they screwed up, Ty Warren's better. But what annoys me is not that, like, Ty Warren might be better. What annoys me is that Indianapolis drafted Tyler Warren in the first round, and what have they done in 2 games that they've won, by the way? They've thrown the ball his way a lot. In fact, he has 11 catches already for $155 and 8 first downs. He was on the field for over 80% of their snaps yesterday. And he was on the field for about 74%, I think, in week 1. Brock Bowers last year as a rookie on an awful team with an awful coach and bad quarterback play was targeted 17 times in his first 2 games. He had 15 catches for like 160 yards. What is happening? Why is Colston Loveland on the field for 53% of the snaps? Why does he have 3 total targets? And why do the Bears tight ends in 2 games combined have 9 targets? Put another way, as Yurko said earlier, Ty Warren has more catches in 2 games than the Bears tight ends combined have targets.
Both tight ends. And then we talked about how much are they blocking? What's their block rate or chip rate? How much are they staying in to help the offensive tackles who have struggled? How much of this is the game plan to help keep Caleb Williams up? And quite possibly that could be a big effect. Tommy All-22 is analyzing it right now and should have a final analysis for us.
PFF is giving Loveland 3 pass block opportunities yesterday. And 0 in true pass sets. What they do there is they're taking away like screens because they're trying to give you a better idea of what really is a pass play where guys have to anchor and hold up and give their quarterback time in the pocket. So when you hear that true pass set, just know they're taking out screens, okay? So on true pass sets, they're saying Colston Loveland didn't have a single pass blocking rep. They're giving him 3 for the game. They're giving Komet 2. Now, Yurko brought up the point, like, well, how are they grading that? Like, is a chip graded as a pass block? I don't really know the answer to that.
Yeah, if you're delayed getting into the route because you've got some sort of pass responsibility.
Yeah, I don't know. But what is happening is the question.
And one of our callers also said that Ben Johnson noted that
in week 1.
Yeah, in week 1 that they may not necessarily be a target because we've got to help slow people down.
Then why are you drafting a tight end 10th overall?
If you didn't plan on using him, why'd you do it? There you go. I think that's not a bad philosophy. If you didn't plan on using him, why'd you pick him?
I mean, if you were going to get to, and I guess you could say, well, it's pre-schedule and he had just gotten here and he didn't know how bad his all line was. Like, if the plan is, well, we're playing Minnesota, we got a chip, we can't have our 10th overall pick go out and pass better.
It's a problem.
Doesn't make sense.
It's a problem,
Paulie's in the loop on ESPN 1000. Hey, Paulie.
Hey, guys. Good show.
Thanks.
I got a few bullet points, if I may, please, before I ask a strategic question of Yurk.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. First of all, the Bears are in a 3-year rebuild, okay? We got to stop worrying about if we're winning or not now. They need 30 new players. 35 new players. New England got 25 new guys this
year. They have a lot. That's true.
Okay, so
I'm listening.
Two adages from Coach. It might not count, but it matters. But this one I love the most. It takes 21 days to create a habit. Right now, Williams is on his 14th day of being terrible. The whole team is. He doesn't have any players to replace them with, right? We took the under on the Bears this year, not because of the offense, because of the defense. The defense sucks.
Yes, it does. Right now, it sure does, especially with injuries. It might be average at best when they're healthy, but now you take away a few very key contributors. No Johnson, no Edwards for most of it, no Gordon yet. Yes, that's not good. Austin Booker's on IR. Yeah.
Blues has more wins so far than BJ this year.
Who?
Now, for the strategy question.
Flus.
Oh, Flus doesn't have anything. Flus is not a head coach.
I know. He's just part of a team that does.
I got
Brian Schottenheimer has more wins.
We've got you.
Yeah, that's for sure.
True. Okay, you're 2 minutes to go in the first half. You're on the 6-yard line. You know you have this play where you're going to score. That was a great play.
Great play.
Why don't you run the ball once and either make them kill a timeout or run off 40 seconds?
Maybe a fair
Even
question.
do it twice.
Maybe a fair question, Paulie. I wondered that too. Like at the end, when they got below the 2-minute warning, did they leave Detroit too much time? I mean, obviously they did.
Yeah.
But, man, you're down there. You're already down 2 scores.
And
you're
the team
looking
that
to score.
struggles the ball, the team that struggles to score. You're a team that struggles to score, don't
I know.
you?
And I thought the Bears did a good job of handling the clock to the 2-minute warning. When they got down in the red zone, like they ran it on second and short's usually a throwing down, right? Because you've got another down. They ran it on second down, and then they did a design Caleb run on third down. They converted. But that was, I thought, smart. I'm like, oh, Ben Johnson's thinking here. He wanted the clock to burn because that was like their 4-minute drill, basically, right? You're like,
yes.
He wanted the clock to burn. So on second and short, he ran it. Detroit did not burn a timeout. Detroit let the clock run. The Bears took their time. They didn't do anything fast. They took their time. I think they picked up a yard, and now it was 3rd and 2. It was 2nd and 3. They ran it. They went all the way down. It was, I think, I can go back and check the box. I think it was 2nd and 3. Design run to Caleb. He picked it up again.
Right.
I thought that was smart. And then they were able to bleed it down to the 2-minute warning. But after that, like Paulie's point is, they scored on that first, that nice little play to Rome, and you left the Lions with a $155. So I thought they were doing everything right. Did they screw that up? I don't know the right answer to that. Like Jurko said, you got an offense.
When it happened, I go, that was quick.
Yeah.
That's all I said. That was quick.
Do you run it there once and take your chance? Now, like if you score okay, but even if you get stopped, you have that play in your back pocket if you think it's going to work and you know the look you're going to get from them in that situation because the yardage is not going to change much. And so maybe you run it first and force Detroit to burn another of its timeouts. I think where they were on the field, they were going to give Detroit the ball back with a fair amount of time anyway. Mm-hmm. That's how I'd answer that. Not everybody might like that explanation, but I think that's how I would say that. I think that's how I'd answer it. And I don't know if it's anything that they totally botched. Would you agree?
Yeah, I don't think they botched it. In a perfect scenario, would you like to leave less time on the clock? The answer is yes.
Or at least get them to use another timeout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would like to have less time on the clock. Absolutely. Right. They were left with 2 timeouts at the end, right?
They were.
And they utilized both of them, left themselves with nothing, and got bailed out by the officials.
Yes.
3-1. So that's the way that works.
312-332 ESPN. More Your Bears calls coming up. We'll be right back.
This is Carmen and Jurko making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shane Norling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us Saturday morning at 8 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, presented by Yuengling Beer.
New friends and old favorites, it's time for this month's Whiskey U. Yes, we are back for September, of course, and the lesson this month is Brother Justice. It's an American single malt whiskey making its Whiskey U debut. It's a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. We're going to learn about it, and we're going to taste it next week. The classroom will be Sovereign in Plainfield. That's an old favorite, a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. We've done lots of great shows out there. So Sovereign, downtown Plainfield. This is happening next Tuesday night, you guys. September 23rd, starting at 6:30. So join me with Brother Justice. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign next Tuesday night, starting at 6:30. And as always, please drink responsibly.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants you to drive away a winner this September. Every Friday, we're giving away a brand new 2026 Jaguar. Earn entries weekly to increase your chances of driving away in luxury and style. Join us at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana each Friday in September. Be there, and you could be the next lucky winner to drive away in a Jaguar. Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Save big money on your roofing project at Menards with Owens Corning Shingles. Your roof is the first line of defense against the elements and enhances the appearance of your home's exterior. Owens Corning Duration Shingles offer ultimate protection and impressive curb appeal. Choose from 24 colors of Owens Corning Duration Shingles and transform your home today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Howard, got a question. It's fall. I'm on the road.
Beautiful. Michigan's calling.
It was Wisconsin.
Okay, the point.
Some guy behind me admiring a sugar maple rear ends me.
Been there. What happens, Howard, when you're hurt and you're out of state?
Hopefully you'll never experience peak color and pain, guys. But if you're injured, out of town, I can most likely assist. Aiken Law is attorneys licensed in all contiguous states and referring attorneys across the U.S.
So you could still help me out.
312-6-million.
Howard Aiken is our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Swift, the running back. On the RPO, it's Swift with a man out in front. The ball comes out and popped in the air at around the 32-yard line of Detroit. And the Lions get the ball.
Bears had the only 2 turnovers of the game. That fumble by Swift. A bad interception by Caleb. Caleb was sacked 4 times. Jared Goff wasn't sacked. Lions didn't turn it over. They had 500 yards of offense, and that's how you beat the snot out of another team. 52-21. The EPA numbers were insane for the Lions. Just insane. 99th all-time percentile. It was about 0.40 something, I think. Just a big spread between them and the second-place team for week number 2, obviously. Number 1 for week 2 in EPA per play so far with 2 games to play tonight. The Lions did pretty much whatever they wanted. And the Bears had their struggles. Some good things. I mean, the opening script has been good in a sense, so that's a positive. They've started the second halves poorly. They ran 6 plays getting the ball in 2 games out of halftime. They have 1 total yard. That ain't good, Yerk. I know that much.
No, that's not good at all.
Short yardage situations continue to be a problem for the entire league other than the Eagles. Nobody can do a tush push except Philadelphia. Here's Ben Johnson on the failure to convert on the 3rd and 4th and 1.
I got to go back and I got to look at it from behind. It's hard for me to tell with just the still pictures, but just like I told our guys, I got a lot of confidence in them when it becomes a 3rd and 1 that we can get a first down in 2 plays.
I mean, please, shouldn't be that hard. Here was Ben Johnson asking what he's going to stress to the team after a beatdown like that.
The biggest thing is we're not going to hang our heads and get down on this. It's one game. We're going to be just fine. We'll take our corrections, coaching staff, players. We're going to learn from it, and we'll be committed to having a great week of preparation coming up this week and finding our first win of the season. That's all we care about.
He needs his first win as a head coach. Brian Schottenheimer got his.
In an exciting game.
In the most exciting game of the day. 40 4 points, right? In the fourth, in overtime? I think it was 44 points in the fourth quarter in overtime.
I believe you're right.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That was the game of the day. Vrabel, of course, has been a head coach here, so he's won plenty. But Vrabel got his first win in his new stop. Schottenheimer got his win. Pete Carroll, of course, has many, many wins, but also got a win in week one with his new team. Kellen Moore's team has been feisty, despite being, one of the worst rosters in the league, probably. But Kellen Moore's team has kind of hung around in its first two games. They don't have a win yet, but, let's go.
Well, realistically, then you take a look at it. You're coming home.
Yes.
You anticipate something positive happening at home. You're coming into your building, playing at 325, plenty of time to tailgate in front of it. This sets up as the game that the Bears get their first victory. At the beginning of the year, I had this chalked up as a win.
Tom Brady in the house.
Nothing,
I did too. I think
nothing has changed. I still have this one chalked up as a win, no matter how disgraceful the effort was last week.
Black, by the way, had the question of the day in the meeting, with Tom Brady in town, because Danny gets all excited when he's around celebrities. Danny Zetterman, our content director.
Oh, yeah.
And the joke, not the joke, but it was suggested I think Abdalla had said maybe you'll bump into him in the bathroom. And Black had the question of the day, and he said, if you did find yourself standing at the urinal with Tom Brady, would you sneak a peek? And the immediate response, I fear, from most of us was like, of course. I mean, of course you're going to sneak a peek. It's Tom Brady. I mean,
weird, but
if that's what you do.
Zetterman jumped all over it.
It's what you want. If that's what you do.
The question, not anything else.
We used to the Wheel of Fortune thing. What is it? They say you're a clock watcher, a wheel watcher. We used to go, you're a clock watcher.
Clock watcher.
Oh, no, we didn't say clock.
No, I can't. Thank you, Yurko.
Something else?
We said a different word.
You did something else?
Yeah. We said a different word. So if that's what you do whenever you're in a public facility,
well, I think it's unique.
If it was Tom Brady, why wouldn't you continue to do
that?
But
I think it's unique to Tom Brady. I don't think you would in normal circumstances.
Well, I don't know. The individual that we're talking about, I don't know.
I think it's unique to Tom Brady.
This might be just his usual. It's his usual thing when he's in there.
He said he was in the bathroom with Kurt Warner last week, and he did not.
Oh, he didn't want to.
Right. No, I think it's a Tom Brady thing.
It was a Brady thing.
Yeah.
Which, stop me if it's too over the line, guys. But, in the past, radio shows have done the, could you book a friend? Who's the most famous friend that could call into a show, and we have a prize?
Yes.
Familiar with those things,
of
right?
Of course.
Yes.
What do you think?
It was called the pandemic.
Do you think someone out there has a story of the most famous one that they've peaked?
I bet you. I bet
that
so.
they've taken a look.
Listen, there's an entire Curb Your Enthusiasm episode about this.
I shower with Reggie and Sterling and.
Those don't count.
But you were in the locker room. You're a player. I'm talking about common folks out in the wild.
Those don't count.
But
the internet doesn't count. You can't. You can Google a bunch of them.
When you shower with those people that are infamous, then it's a little tough just to look at a generic one or somebody that might be a pseudo celebrity.
Right.
I'm not checking out a pseudo celebrities.
Right. Yeah.
No.
Different when you share the locker room.
But I'm sure someone's
at
out
the urinal,
there who's like,
I once snuck a.
I walked out of the shower because I felt inadequate.
Oh, me too. There's a whole episode of Curb about this, where they're checking out Muggsy Bogues.
I thought a baby seal was going to get killed one day.
Right.
There are so many clubs in there. Like, what is going on today?
Baby seal was going to.
That's what I felt like, a baby seal.
That's great.
I didn't want to get clubbed to death. I went to the hot tub, tried to make it bigger.
I feel like the answer to your question, Chris, is yes. Like somebody's got a story out there.
Like Muhammad Ali or.
Sure.
Right? Like some all-time great.
Yes.
Where they're like, I found myself in the bathroom with him, and I
sneak a little peek.
Yeah,
kind of went on my tippy toes to look over the divider.
It was very funny, and Danny didn't hesitate. He's like, "Of course."
Oh yeah.
So Tom Brady, if you're listening, watch out for Zetterman on Sunday.
I'm not saying anything. I got a joke in mind.
Did you guys see, before you go to Tony real quick, did you guys see?
Hold on, Tone.
I don't know if you guys saw this, but I would imagine that when Tom Brady goes to the bathroom, did you guys see the way Taylor Swift walked into the Chiefs
like
game?
Like a Popemobile or something.
Yeah, I would imagine that's how For the people that didn't see, Taylor Swift, when she walks in the Chiefs game, this week she had a big divider protecting her as she walked into the Chiefs game. I would imagine that when Tom Brady goes into the bathroom, he puts up an extra divider. So he doesn't have
brings his own
peepers.
Yeah.
Like,
what if he chooses to go into the stall?
Might wait for the stall.
Let's see the stall.
You know what Danny would do? Danny would climb up over the top.
Do you think he's got stage fright?
Over the top's better than underneath.
I doubt. Well, that's for sure. Danny's going to get in the stall next to him and climb up over the top. Don't mind me, Tom.
Guys that have stage fright usually hit the water and let the water run so they can hear it, and that helps propel it.
That's an interesting trick.
Yeah,
I never thought of that.
Oh, yeah. You hear the water running, all of a sudden, whoa, you relax.
Tony on the south side. What's up, Tone?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Good, buddy.
Just a little potty talk. All right,
exactly.
I like it.
That's right.
I'm just wondering who's the leaders on this team. Like, Caleb's laughing on the sidelines. No one, like, rallying the troops. No fire, in my opinion. But it's just like they roll over and die when they, like, get in a big deficit. I don't know. It just seems like there's no real leaders. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Tone. I would say it's Tooney and Grady Jarrett. That's why they were brought here. Do they have enough of it? Maybe that's a fair question. They don't have a lot of guys that have won a lot. Now, Caleb won in college. Most of these guys win in college, though, right, Yerk? I mean,
yeah.
I'm sorry to be so harsh, but, like, DJ Moore's never won.
In the pros.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm talking about at the pro level.
In the pros.
Montez Sweat has never won.
No, matter of fact, they disbanded that team and sent everybody everywhere, like Jonathan Allen, Montez Sweat. Who's the guy that used to come off the corner that blew his...
Chase Young.
Chase Young.
Mm-hmm.
Chase Young was on that team, and then Don Terry Poe was on that team. He's still there.
At least
Remember,
he
they
won a
got him
little
from
bit.
Kansas City.
Yeah, at least he won.
Yeah, they got him from Kansas City, put him in there. They spent a lot of money on that defensive line.
Like Dio, like, he's never won.
Yeah.
He never played in the playoffs. I don't know. Has Sweat played in the playoffs? I doubt it.
I never.
Did Washington go to the playoffs once with Montez? Maybe.
I went to the playoffs twice in college, so when I got to the pros, I never won. But when we started winning, you got the taste of winning.
Montez did play in the playoffs once in 2020.
So when you get the taste of winning, Carm, you know what that feels like. You like that. Playing when everybody else, the rest of the league is kind of done. And back then, only 12 teams made the playoffs, so 20 were sitting at home. And they're watching you. Then as you advance, there's 8 more sitting at home. Yeah. Then as you advance, there's more sitting at home. Yeah, that's what you like.
That's what you like. Obviously, Tooney's won at the highest level. Grady Jarrett's won. He's been on division-winning teams. He's played in the Super Bowl. But how many of their guys? Jalen Johnson's never won in the pros.
No,
most of these guys
been
haven't.
a bear.
Most of these guys just haven't won.
He's been a bear.
Braxton Jones hasn't won. Darnell Wright hasn't won.
Did you guys mention DJ Moore?
I said DJ. That was the first one I started with. DJ's never won.
Yeah, Zach LaVine and shoulder pads.
Is it like a Zach LaVine kind of thing?
I know you guys mentioned him. I was just trying to get that line in.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
But it's
I'm
good
glad
line.
you brought it back up, my friend.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You are on top of your game today, my friend. Like Erling Haaland.
He's been waiting for a week for that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, guys.
I like it.
He seems to.
It's so I don't know where the leadership is, you guys. I think that's why they were so keen on bringing in guys like Jarrett and Tooney. But do they still have enough of it?
But is Tooney okay? I guess Yurko. Okay, are Tooney and Jarrett too new to get up there and be like, guys?
Kind of like why they're here, though.
No, I know, but they've been here for like a week.
Well, they got to do it with their play. I think I think that's how they got to do it with their play. With their play, things become better. So, yeah, I mean. The turnaround of this football team starts with the big men. When the big men get their act together and the big men start playing some quality football, then the turnaround for this team is going to happen. If the big men can't get it done, it doesn't go outside in. It goes from the big fellas out. The better the big fellas play, the better the team plays. And if I'm a linebacker, I'm going up to the big fellas and I'm patting them on the back and saying, boys, we need you. We need you. If I'm Caleb Williams, I said, fellas, what we've done is not good enough to the offensive line. I need more. We need more.
Montez playing in that one playoff game. Washington was 7-9 that year and made the playoffs.
Yeah.
He's never been on a winning team. Montez Sweat has never played in the pros on a winning football team. Ever. Either is DJ Moore, either is Jalen Johnson, either of a lot of these guys. Is that a problem? 312-332-ESPN. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Hey, football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY at villageofbedfordpark.com.
$2.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.6 million for a client who was injured in a bus accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. In football, speed and quick decision-making change the game. The same's true for business. Cyber threats move fast, and you can't afford to play catch-up. That's why companies trust Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they detect and stop threats in real time before they ever slow your team down. Trusted by enterprises worldwide, backed by over 35 years of innovation, Trend Micro helps your business stay fast, agile, and secure. Cyber threats move fast. Trend Micro moves faster. Go to trendmicro.com to see for yourself.
And here we are, folks. It's the Jeff and Jeff Call. I know football.
And I know houses, because when it comes to selling your house, you need a winning team you can trust.
No surprises, no fumbles, just a clear path to closing, just like a perfect play.
Jeff Buys Your House makes it simple. A fair offer, no repairs needed, and a closing date on your timeline.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Visit us at jeffbuysyourhouse.com for your no-obligation offer today.
Think you've got what it takes to pull a plane? The Illinois Plane Pull is back September 27th at O'Hare. Teams of 20 go head-to-head towing a 737 jet. Yes, a real plane. All proceeds benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Register now at IllinoisPlanePull.com.
Hey, Chicago, it's Joe Aurelio, and if you haven't heard, we've created our new Poperoni Pizza to honor the Pope's most recent visit to Aurelio's Pizza in Homewood. It's now available at all 35 locations. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Rich Eisen's show coming up here noon to 2. Bleck and Abdalla back with you, taking your Bears calls at 2 o'clock sharp. They'll be on till 3 uninterrupted. Then Waddle and Silvy get you home on this Monday. White Sox are back home after getting swept in Cleveland. They've got the O's in town for 3. The Cubs move on to Pittsburgh for a series starting tonight. We're taking all your Bears calls on a Bears Monday on your home for Bears football. 312-332-3776. Let's try to get through everybody before we're out of here. Who's been waiting the longest? Looks like our buddy Danny in Schaumburg. Danny, go ahead, bud.
Hey, guys. I was sipping on some of that Woodford Double Oak Saturday night after Notre Dame.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Feeling good. You guys hit it out of the park with that one. And I looked over.
Beauty.
I got a neon old school Bears helmet in my basement, and I'm like, this team is going to get the doors blown off tomorrow. Oof. And I was right, and I'm taking every over Dak prop bet next week. Jerry Jones is going to be talking about glory holes after Sunday.
He might.
It ain't going to be good when you guys go to Vegas. But ultimately, I was playing the schedule game. I think they're going to make it back to 5-5, as insane as that sounds. But Red Rum next week.
Boy, if they go to 0-3 and they still get to 5-5, okay. Thanks, Danny.
It'd be a remarkable turnaround.
How about that ND A&M finish? There was some great football this weekend. That finish was awesome. I mean, don't botch the snap on the hold either. Yeah. That I feel you always feel for that with those kids in that situation. They're still college kids. I know it's Notre Dame, but it's like, man, that was rough.
Well, you don't critique them as bad as you critique the guys that are getting paid professionally. Even though guys in college are getting paid, you still don't critique them.
That was a rough one. And then, of course, wouldn't you know it, A&M goes down, scores, ties it, makes the extra point. A&M walks them off. Student athlete.
Remember I told you it was a farce?
Yeah,
it's always been farcical.
That was great. The Georgia Tech finish we talked about, 55-yarder at the gun to win it, to upset Clemson. Great. The Tennessee-Georgia game, fabulous.
Georgia.
And again, it was another special teams thing there. I think they had a penalty that backed them up 5 yards, and the kicker missed it. They went to overtime. And Georgia won in overtime. There was some great college football over the weekend. And then there was not so great. What happened to Wisconsin? Not so great.
No
Abdalla
good.
liked it.
Yeah.
What happened to Northwestern? Not so great. But we sort of saw that one coming.
Yeah.
What happened to UCLA as a 2-touchdown favorite? Not so great. In fact, it got him their coach fired.
Deshaun Foster.
Former
running back.
That's right. Okay, let's go to Alex in the West Loop. What's going on, Alex?
It's going good. Shout out to you, Carm. I'll be going to White Buffalo tomorrow to get my hair cut.
Nice.
For about a year.
That's my guy. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but basically, I'm only 26 years old, and all I've seen is losers. It starts at the top, with our umpiring owner and his stupid mustache, Ned Flanders, as Jurko calls him. Starts with him, goes down to Ryan Poles, who also another loser, was a loser as a player. Loser as a GM, and that's just what this team is. They're just losers. I'm just losing hope.
You're being very harsh, Alex, but yes, we are losers right now. The team we cheer for, anyway. Definitely. Do you want to take a quick Bengals call from our guy Keith?
Let's do it.
Who's like the biggest? Oh no! Oh, we got a break. Oh, the guys are saying
we got a break. We'll get him on board.
We got to take a quick break, and then we'll try to sneak in. Sit tight, guys. We'll try to get everybody in here before Rich Eisen at the top of the hour. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
A 1 hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest, Bleck Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win. With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver. Fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident. Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
If you aren't sleeping well, you aren't ready for game day. If you're dealing with sinus pressure, your cheers won't be heard. Football season requires your attention to these details. That's why I recommend Sinus and Snoring MD. Their advanced, minimally invasive procedures and treatments help you breathe better, sleep better, and feel better. Be your best on game day. Visit sinusandsnoringmd.com today or call 847-545-0147. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Hey, Chicago, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Now is the best time of year to replace your old, drafty, cheaper builder-grade windows. And WindowNation.com can get the job done in 1 day or less. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 free, plus you won't make any payments for 2 years. No interest, no monthly payments, no down payment. Don't miss out on Window Nation's most popular offer. Get top-quality replacement windows at an affordable price. 866-90Nation or WindowNation.com.
New friends and old favorite. It's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson? Brother Justice, an American single malt whiskey with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The classroom? An old favorite, Sovereign in Plainfield, a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Join us Tuesday, September 23rd at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign, and as always, please drink responsibly.
Whiskey me? No! Whiskey you!
Out here, it's football season, where nothing beats backyard grilling, gathering around the fire pit, and cheering on your favorite team with friends. The yard is mowed, the lights are strung, and the grill is warming up. Whether you need to fill up your propane, get a new grill, or even a generator, out here, it's game day. And we're ready for it. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
I didn't realize my mic was on. Sorry. I pulled the stern. Like, oh.
That's amazing.
I'm burping up pickles. I put homemade pickles on my sandwich for today. But now I'm burping up the garlic. All right, football's back. What a weekend of football it was, man. Twin Peaks is the place to watch it. From kickoff to the final whistle, you'll catch every play on wall-to-wall TVs while enjoying ice-cold 29-degree beers and made-from-scratch favorites. No better way to celebrate the return of football than at Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Cowbell, baby. All right, programming note. When Bleck and Abdalla are back on the air at 2, they'll be back to take your Bears calls, obviously. More venting. They will also play the Ben Johnson show, as Joniak will always sit down with the coach after every game. And then it'll air at some point here on ESPN Chicago. They'll play it during the show when they're back, when Rich Eisen's done after his show, noon until 2. So just remember that. Keep that in your back pocket for later. Let's hear what the coach has to say about a few of the things as they went back and looked at the tape after getting their asses kicked in Detroit. I was saying our guy Keith, who's the biggest Bengal fan in Chicago I know Keith lives on the south side. My son had a game, where were we? Maybe Evergreen Park High School this summer, and I feel like I must have been by Keith's house because a guy had his house like decked out in Bengal stuff. I'm like, wait, is that Keith?
Had to be close.
On the south side? Do you live by Evergreen Park High School?
How's it going, guys? Good morning.
Good morning. What's up, buddy? Was that your house?
Yeah, you got it right, my friend. I'm just drinking some hot tea and honey, man. I lost my voice at 2 rock concerts this week for Youngblood, representing Ozzy Osbourne, a great kid, and screaming my lungs out, losing my quarterback, and watching some great football games.
Well, and watching your team rally. And next time I'm down there, I'm knocking on the door. I saw that house. I'm like, wait, is that Keith?
You guys,
on the south side?
I told you guys, you're more than welcome to come by anytime and watch a game. I got so many games going on in my house.
That's awesome.
The more the merrier. Everybody's welcome. It's about having fun, enjoying the thing we love the most, football.
I love it.
And like I said, I'm sorry for you guys losing this week. I wish you guys the best. I want you guys to get better. I mean, I know how it is. I mean, I'm hurting right now myself, but next man up. I'm hoping my football team rallies. I'm hoping that this kid has a chance to shine for his family and lead as a quarterback and do his job as a backup and try to learn under the wing of Joe Burrow. And, I mean, it's not going to be great, but I'm not going to give up on my team. I love football, and, like, the Bears fans love their Bears. So all we can do is just sit back and watch something we love. I mean, we work all week looking forward to that Sunday football game.
Yeah, you're right. All they have to do now, and I mean, it may be easier said than done when you do have to turn to a backup, Keith, but keep your head above water, and then Burrow will be back, and you hope he's effective when he comes back. I mean, that's all you can do.
You guys are right. But you know what I'm relying this year, my friend? I'm relying on something called defense. And I saw a defense show up that I didn't even know we even had. And I just want Shamar Stewart to come back healthy. I'm hoping he's okay. And we always got Trey Henderson.
That's a huge one.
And I'm going to hope that we have the old Baltimore Ravens, Ray Lewis defense that won them Super Bowls back in the day. Maybe I'll get lucky with something like that this year.
We'll talk. Yeah, good luck, Keith. We'll talk to you in Week 9 too, before Bears Bengals that week. They've got back-to-back at Minnesota and Denver now. Yerk, the Bengals.
Yeah.
Then Detroit. Then at Green Bay. Then Pittsburgh. The Jets should be easy at home, and the Bears at home. That's their schedule going into the bye.
It's nightmarish.
I mean, without their quarterback.
Their next
and
four
then, like you said,
are really tough.
Stewart got banged up. Boy, you know what? It's nice. You see Trey Hendrickson when they had to have a play late, though? That's what, the Bears don't have. And, maybe not everybody. Maybe this is getting a little greedy, right? But you think about sometimes when you're watching games and the defense needs to make a huge play. Like, who made the biggest play late for San Francisco yesterday? Nick Bosa. Mm-hmm. How many times have you seen T.J. Watt when, the Steelers need a stop? T.J. Watt, strip sack fumble.
What?
Game's over.
Yeah.
Or I don't know, Myles Garrett, when they're good. They're mostly
Cleveland.
bad. But you know what I mean? Yesterday, Trey Hendrickson made a big play late. When you need your best pass rusher to all of a sudden just go make a play, the Bears don't have that, I don't think. They needed it on Monday night. They didn't need it yesterday. They got their you-know-what kicked in. But, they needed it Monday, right? Didn't happen.
Yeah.
One guy to make that big play.
Yeah, exactly.
That big sack, that big play.
One piece of individual greatness.
Yeah.
And that's what it takes sometimes for a defensive player when they're coming out of the corner.
Yeah. Sean's in Santa Barbara. Must be nice. What's up, Sean?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm glad the last caller has defense to rely on in Cincinnati because all I had yesterday was bourbon. That's all I got.
Good point.
By the way, Johnny Drum, if you haven't had it, give it a shot.
Love Johnny Drum. Yes, that's a nice little bargain bourbon right there. Good call.
Yeah, that and Old Granddad 114. If you can.
Yes, now you're speaking my language, Sean.
That's fuel.
All right, guys. Just a general question. I won't take too much time. With second and third rounders that are either developmental, lineman-wise, or can't play, or just plain out injured when they show up, at what point do you lose faith in Ryan Poles where the head coach starts to have a little bit more of a voice than you can see on paper? If you know what I'm saying. It sounds like I believe in Ben Johnson. I don't believe in Ryan Poles. And at one point, I feel like he's got to start having the loudest voice in the room. I'll hang up the list, and I love you guys.
Thank you, bud. Thank you, Sean. I think Ben Johnson had a pretty big voice in Colston Loveland.
I think so, too.
Now use him. I think he had a big voice in Luther Burden.
Yep.
Now use him.
Now you got to use him.
You passed up linemen. If Calvin Banks didn't go the pick before, maybe that's the Bears' pick. I have a feeling it is.
You believe that, yes.
But you had another pick at 39 where there were linemen on the board. You had defensive pass rushers on the board at 10, at 39. Are you so good that you can just keep stockpiling skill position players? Are you so good everywhere else in your football team where it matters most along your trenches?
Unless you're looking to get inexpensive at those places.
Well, but that's how you do it, Yerk. Right through the draft, you get inexpensive.
Well,
don't you? I mean...
So you're getting inexpensive at maybe the receiver position where you already paid a guy. So now you've got this guy, you've got Burden, you got Zacchaeus, who's
he's cheap.
He's inexpensive. I mean, if that's what you're looking to do, you're looking to get less expensive, or you knowing that somebody else is going to replace your expensive guy. That's what you plan on doing. I mean, I don't know. That would be the only theory I would get for doubling up at certain positions. You always want to draft starters. That's what you're looking to do. You always want to draft starters, guys that you think project to be starters in this league, because at some point, unless the truly exceptional is here, you're going to want to replace a guy that's making a ton of money where you might not be getting the exact return that you need.
Yeah. Ryan's in Shorewood. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the culture of the Bears. I'm 52 years old. And for 40 years, this team has been absolutely brutal to watch. It's the same thing every single year. The one thing that has never changed is ownership. And when Virginia unfortunately passed this past February, I thought maybe there could be some change and the Bears would look about selling a portion of it or a majority of it. But you got to remember, the guys that are in charge of the ownership side pick the people who pick the people who pick the people that play on the field. Yeah. And we've seen nothing but bad. Now, when it comes to this stadium deal and Kevin's got to come out and ask us for money or wants the public for the money, they're going to have a real hard time getting the backing, especially if they keep losing. Mm-hmm. It's sorry to say, I've been a Bear fan for most of my life. I've switched teams recently, but I hope that they do get better, and I'm just not sure until ownership changes we can get there.
Who'd you switch to?
I went back to my roots, which was the Chargers.
Oh, all right. Okay. Well, good luck tonight. Love your uniforms, and I love your quarterback. He's a Charger fan. You're back to his roots. John in Oak Lawn. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, nobody seems to talk about the maturity of quarterbacks. These quarterbacks come out after 3 years now, like Caleb, and everybody expects them to be world beaters. You know, you had Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels. They spent 5 years in college. This would only be Caleb's 5th year in college. Everybody's expecting him to know everything. You get the Green Bay quarterbacks, but they go to Green Bay and they sit, they mature. You know, Troy Aikman and Manning, they sit there and spent 4 years in college. Then their first year, they was bad. Basically, 5th year, by the 6th year, 7th year, that's when they start hitting their stride. Everybody's expecting Caleb to be a world beater and basically what would be his 5th year in college. Everybody got to be patient with the dude.
Yeah, yeah.
But I know with these escalating contracts, you know, you got to expect something, but it's not realistic.
You have until the end of next year. Yurko and I have always said that. You have to the end of their 3rd year.
I've also given you the Brett Favre example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
About where he sat in Atlanta, got to Green Bay, didn't get the starting position. Mikowski got hurt in the 4th game. He came in and won that game when he had Kittrick Taylor down the sidelines on a four vertical pattern. And then he was not great in 1992. Mm-hmm. Right? That's when he got there?
92, I think.
Yeah,
that's
92, right?
Yes, and the 93, like it was still
9-7. It was not great.
Right.
And 94 was 9-7 too. They made the playoffs in 93 and 94. Okay.
Yes.
95, he went to 11-5 and he became the MVP. He threw 25 interceptions either in 94 or 93. One of those 2 years, he threw 25 interceptions.
24. Yeah. Yep.
24 interceptions. Yep. He's throwing the ball to the other football team. Yep. Here's the difference, though. Here's the difference.
He was much better in 94, though. You started to see it. Like Holmgren always told that story to us.
Yeah. Here's your problem, though. Favre believed he could make every pass. Favre believed even if the guy wasn't open, he could throw the ball hard enough and get it there. So it's easier to turn him down than it is to turn Caleb Johnson up.
Caleb Williams, yeah.
Caleb Williams, to get him to make that throw, to get him to want to make that throw. So that's a more difficult aspect and a difficult job for the head coach.
Thanks for listening and calling into today's show. If we missed you, we're sorry. We'll get to you tomorrow. Bleck and Abdalla are back with you at 2. They'll have the Ben Johnson Show. Waddle and Silvy at 3. Thanks to Chris and Adam. Everybody, enjoy the day. At least the weather's beautiful. Enjoy 2 football games tonight to wrap week 2. We'll see you tomorrow. Rich Eisen's next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Football's back, but summer's not done yet. Those surprise 85-degree days, they're coming. Make sure your home or business AC is ready with a seasonal checkup from Automatic. Trusted in Chicagoland for 80 years, Automatic keeps your home comfortable and cool when the heat hangs on and nice and warm when the chill eventually hits. Don't wait for a breakdown. Stay ahead of the game. Go to Automatic.com today or give them a hassle-free call. That's Automatic. Check them out at omatic.com.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe what I just saw.
Sack! Ball out in Atlanta. Scrambles for it.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
64. And sweet butter.
Today's guests, senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer, and your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Overreaction Monday, our podcast, is ready for you to take in on our YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Love looking down and seeing every phone line lit. We'll get to your phone calls in a second. Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated is going to join us in about 15 minutes' time to tell us the status of Joe Burrow's toe and whether or not the Bengals might actually make a phone call to the Atlanta Falcons to see just how expensive Kirk Cousins might be, or do they believe in Jake Browning as much as I do? That's how I started the program. And I think what Jim Moore Sr. said back in the day, and this is one of our favorite early drops. You have to go deep in the archives for this one, Mike Del Tufo.
Season is not over.
What he said as he was covering the Saints from New Orleans a few years ago.
Feels like you're ready to put in adoption papers on Jake Browning.
No. I'm just saying I wouldn't jump and call Terry Fontenot of the Falcons just yet and say how much for Kirk Cousins.
But, Rich, if you were a Bengals fan, I'm sure you wouldn't feel that way.
Well, I think Jake Browning did very well in 2023 when Burrow went down. And I think he's got it. And it's not like Jamar Chase was waiting to get thrown a football yesterday. Okay? T. Higgins was making plays. This guy can get the football to the right guys. And let's just protect him. That's what I said in hour 1. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Let's take Jimmy in San Antonio. That's line 5 for those scoring at home. Hey. What's up, Jimmy?
Ay, Dios mío.
What's going on, sir?
Jimmy.
What's
going on?
Okay, I have a quick overreaction. The red zone commercials, it wasn't that bad. I think people thought it was going to be Frank Thomas and Doug Flutie pushing pickleball pills. It was quick.
Okay.
They were little hits. I didn't notice a difference.
Okay. And by the way, everybody blames ESPN for that. ESPN and the NFL, the deal is not. It hasn't been approved. ESPN has nothing to do with this right now. At all.
I know. And
by the way,
bad. It didn't interrupt programming, and I'm sure the host got to go pee every now and then.
And when the deal gets done, by the way, the NFL is still producing.
Yeah, nothing's going to change.
Honestly, and if the deal does get done and ESPN takes over NFL Network and turns any NFL Network employee that they're hopefully going to take all of us, that Scott Hansen will be the last NFL media employee ever. So, you know what I mean? Like, everybody just pipe down about that. Well, how about the Cowboys, Jimmy? Huh? What do you think about your Dallas Cowboys, Jimmy?
Okay, I'll get to Mr. Aubrey in a second because you and I have a beloved hating of Notre Dame, and my Aggies put it to the Irish.
Oh, yes, sir.
Shane Gillis, you can suck it.
Whoa.
Hey.
Well, sorry, he's staunch, and I'm the 12th man, so, gig him, Shane.
Okay. Listen, Jimmy, you know, normally I would join you in this sort of thing.
But not against you.
Dude, the game-winning touchdown, I mean, the takedown of the defensive tackle that was somehow... Probably should have been. Give me a break. And the quarterback standing right next to the takedown hold. And how are you missing that? Good Lord.
I guess I missed it. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Just like the officials. And then the Cowboys, man, the next day. Look at them, huh? Coming out with it.
Okay, so here's what Jerry Jones is going to do. He's going to make Aubrey the highest paid kicker in NFL history despite Macca.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy in San Antonio, everybody. There we go. There you go. Well, there's a new guy in town. I don't know if we're going to get a drop of Jadavian.
Macca. Macca.
All right.
That is a great drop.
Ladies and gentlemen. Dallas Cowboys versus the New York Giants.
What a game. I mean, it was
Did you know, because this game usually starts the season, or they play it on a Monday night or a Sunday night, right? Or it starts the season for either one of them on a Sunday night. It was the first 1 o'clock Eastern game in Dallas between these two since Drew Bledsoe beat Eli Manning.
Oh, wow. Manning, Eli?
Back in the day.
What's it, like 2007
in a game that, wait for it, went to overtime.
Woo.
Just like yesterday's did.
Woo.
And I'll tell you what, game should never have gone to overtime.
No.
Let's just start with one thing first. A mea culpa. I want it all from all of us. You join me in it, I'll join you in it. A sincere apology to Russell Wilson. You've got to conjure it up, Chris. I understand the tweet that got sent out last week when he put in mentally tough into all of our timelines.
Here we go.
Okay, everybody thought, okay, it's just like, is that the name of a new Subway sandwich? Like, is he promoting something? Like, what does he mean mentally tough? I honestly thought when you called that to my attention, it's that the Giants did indeed make the move to Jackson Dart.
Yeah,
because it looked that bad in Week 1.
Go Big Blue.
And we all thought Russ once again was going to disappoint. We all did. Except, I'll say this, you and I believe T.J. Jefferson in the What's More Likely segment on Friday, what if Russ balls out?
Ooh.
And you, Chris, said, yeah, but really, do we all expect that to happen? Does any of us expect that to happen? None of us agreed with you, but I think our silence said enough. Russell Wilson, ladies and gentlemen, he was spectacular in Dallas. He was vintage Russell Wilson cooking.
Yeah.
In the 23 years that I've been associated with the National Football League, thanks to my association with NFL Network, I don't think I've ever seen a better thrower of the deep ball than this guy. Aaron Rodgers is included in that regard. You know, Aaron Rodgers is the king of Hail Marys, and guy right next to him is this guy. Deep passing. That's a next-gen stat statistic that we hear all the time. 20-plus yards in the air. Deep passes. He was 7 for 11 for 264 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, and a pretty bad interception in overtime. 66 deep pass touchdowns since 2018 now. That's the most in the NFL per the next-gen stats. 10 more than anybody else. And who thought that was going to happen after what we saw in Washington, D.C. last Sunday? Maybe him and his lovely wife and anybody else in his family. If you put the Giants coaching staff, I'll say it. I haven't spoken to him. I'm just assuming, and we all know what that means. I might be the one who looks like an ass. But you put the Giants coaching staff on sodium pentothal, you put them in a Meet the Fockers basement, and they would definitely not expect what we saw. Malik Neighbors, $167 and 2 touchdowns, and Wan'Dale Robinson in the end zone. Boom! To put him up, boom. I was watching with Cooper. We were both screaming at the television set.
It was a great game. That's funny.
Cooper was also noticing at the time, because he's Coop. T.J. Jefferson, your Mets were in extra innings living on the razor's edge against the team from Texas as well, while the Giants were in overtime with your Cowboys. And so T.J. Jefferson was sweating it out.
Shout out Pete Alonso.
Sweating it out. The Polar Bear got it done, and so did Brandon Aubrey. And that's why this game should never have gotten into overtime. Greg Olson was wondering it, watching the game. He and Joe Davis on the call on Fox. Why are the Giants backing up on defense when Dak had the ball last in regulation? Why are you letting them get close to midfield? You need to I'd rather be beaten deep, because all Brandon Aubrey has to do is get to one of the points of any of the stars on that star. Doesn't matter if it's one pointing up right at Jerry's box or at the field goal that he's aiming for, or the one pointing in the other direction, or any of the other stars' points. You got to get at 1 point of any of the stars, and it's a bunny field goal for this guy.
He's making it.
Out of any kicker in the NFL who's kicked more field goals from 60 yards that causes an announcer to say that would have been good from 70, it's Brandon Aubrey. He leads the league in that stat, if it was such a thing. And the Giants just let Dak just matriculate. What are you doing? Go and get beat deep. And I'm not saying this facetiously at all. I swear to God. When the game was on the line in Philadelphia, Dak and CD couldn't connect deep. Take that chance again. No, they just let him dink and dunk. Let him throw right over the middle so Brandon Aubrey can show up from 60 plus and be good from 70. And then he wins the game. He wins the game. Anyway, Brandon Aubrey, man. This guy is
best in the world.
He is the best in the world. 64-yard field goal as time expired in regulation. Second longest made field goal of his career. He made a 65-yarder good from 70 against the Ravens in 2024. And his fifth made field goal of 60 or more yards in the final seconds of a game since 2000. The guy, this is what he does. And the Giants just said, do what you do. And then, of course, it fell apart in overtime for him. But it was the first win of Brian Schottenheimer's career as a head coach. And he needed to survive 6 lead changes in the fourth quarter in overtime. The most such lead changes in fourth quarter overtime in NFL history, so he earned it.
We tried from 70-ish. I mean, we've seen him make those before. We always want to try to get as close as we can, but he's always like, yeah, I'm good. And, that's pretty cool for Dak's always like, oh, hey, what's the line to make? I'm like, yeah, 50-ish, 50-ish. He's like, oh, okay, well, that's like a 70-yard field goal. Like, that's cool. So there's really not one. But the confidence that you see the guy kick with is just incredible.
And I showed you earlier we'll keep bringing it up, the statistical difference between starting 0-2 and 1-1 since playoffs expanded in 2021. 0-2 teams make the playoffs 15% of the time. 1-1 teams 40%. That was a massive win for the Dallas Cowboys. Massive.
Super necessary.
Mm-hmm.
That's marvelous.
You don't want to drop those division games at home, certainly against a team that you're used to beating. Dak Prescott has now beaten the Giants 1 gajillion times in a row. Actually, it's 14 wins in his career. Only Roger Staubach has beaten the Giants more, 16.
14 straight wins.
14 wins, not 14 straight wins, sir.
That was not?
No.
Yeah.
The Cowboys have won each of their last 9 matchups with the Giants. Dak is now 5-0 in a Week 2 following a Week 1 loss in his career. How about this, TJ?
Mm-hmm.
The Cowboys have now avoided going 0-2 14 straight years. Second longest such streak in the NFL behind the Packers, 19. And Dak got it done, man. He put the ball in the hands of George Pickens. He put the hands in the ball of CeeDee Lamb and overcame a performance of the ages for Russell Wilson. Dude. Do we apologize? We don't apologize? You can't bring yourself to look in the camera and say, I'm sorry, Russ, I didn't think you could do it, but you did it? Because I'll do that. You want me to do it for you? I know you're a prideful man.
They lost.
Okay. I'll do it then. Russell Wilson, on behalf of all of us here at the Rich Eisen Show.
Rich Eisen does not speak for me.
I will speak for you, if you don't mind. You do.
I do.
I'll just speak for myself then. I doubted you, man. We'll see if he can keep doing it. I don't know if he can. We might see Jackson Dart sooner rather than later. But he showed that there's a passing game, and he can connect it, and holy crap. Holy crap. Fourth time Russell Wilson in his career. Multiple fourth-quarter touchdown passes of 30 or more yards. No other player has done it more than twice since Russ came off the campus of Wisconsin in 2012. And he had this to say when asked if he wanted to spike the football on people who said he couldn't do it.
Yeah, I think that you got to respond in the midst of adversity. You know, I think I don't think I know how talented I am. You know, I know what I'm capable of. I don't need somebody to convince me of that. I don't need outside praise or criticism to convince me of what I'm capable of. I embrace the noise. I don't run from it. And we got to keep answering the call. Like today we didn't do enough to win. And that's all that matters, is us as a team, us finding a way to win that game. We believe in the guys in this room, the defense battling, the offense battling, special teams. We laid it all on the line, and you can't ask for any more effort and love and passion and energy and work than we just gave. So we have to respond back.
Next up for him is the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday Night Football. Whole country will see if he can do it again. I'll just say this. That's my concern about your Dallas Cowboys, because Javonte Williams is running it, and in a way that I didn't see coming. But that back end of the defense, Diggs does not look like himself, man. Doesn't look like himself, and if they're also banged up on the back end, because Trent McDuffie is going to be coming through that door on Sunday night in New York and New Jersey, and we'll see what happens. I'd proffer to say it'll be a lot tougher for Russ to get done what he got done on Sunday in Dallas. But I just, for the moment, just tip my cap. And
the best thing about us, though, it's about us.
Which is kind of crazy. Normally, you're on the same page.
It was an awesome game. He played phenomenal.
He did.
Feels like a one-off. But if they can do that against Kansas City, they have a chance to beat them.
And then Jackson Dart can just marinate.
And guys, just to clarify, when I said Dak's won 14 in a row, that loss, Andy Dalton started that game. That wasn't a Dak Prescott game. So
844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. Albert Breer has checked in. Let's take a break so we can check in with Albert. Sports Illustrated and the MMQB, a must-read on Monday. We'll get it verbally best we can coming up.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You know those old drafty windows that let all the cold in and just don't look right? It's time to upgrade, and Window Nation can get it all replaced in a day or less. Right now, they've got an amazing deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years on top of that. I trust Window Nation because I've got their windows throughout my own home. I've seen the quality and the difference they can make. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com for your free estimate.
At Coast Ivoni, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavoni and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4 million.
Coast Ivoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and football season is here. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Are you ready to make a winning decision? Are you going to gamble for fun, or are you going to gamble for money? This year, make that decision that will build your bankroll all year long. Go to fatjacksports.com, and for less than $100 a week, make money betting on the games. That's fatjacksports.com. It's a personal portal. It comes to your email. It's hassle-free. It'll make you money. fatjacksports.com.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
I wish I had Morgan Freeman in my life just to narrate me through situations.
Impressionist and comedian Frank Caliendo.
Because my wife will ask me, do I look fat in these jeans? Well, that's when Frank realized he'd be sleeping on the couch for a while.
At the Paramount Theater in Aurora, one night only, Saturday, October 25th.
You cannot play Scrabble with Charles Barkley.
Hundreds of voices from one mind.
What are you going to do, challenge him when he puts this down? TRBL.
Frank Caliendo.
What's that? Terrible.
October 25th. Get tickets now at ParamountAurora.com.
New friends and old favorite. It's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson? Brother Justice, an American single malt whiskey with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The classroom? An old favorite, Sovereign in Plainfield, a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Join us Tuesday, September 23rd at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign, and as always, please drink responsibly. Whiskey me? Whiskey you!
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
Hey everyone, big news, exciting news. The Carmen and Jurko show is now going to be on from 9 until noon.
Weekdays on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
In a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
Out how to do it at the highest level possible. That said, if like there's rule breaking on this or it's hard to officiate in that way, I think that adds another element to it. So I would love to. I think it was Jeff Schwartz, one of the former offensive linemen on Twitter, said something yesterday along the lines of like there's false starts on every one of these, and I would actually like to go back and take a good look at that too. Like, is that happening on every one of these? And it's just such a bang play that it's impossible to officiate whether somebody's, got a false start. Here's the other part of it.
Yes, Albert Breer.
Here's the other part of it.
Yes.
They're not always pushing Hurts. Like, he doesn't always need the push. So I don't know that, like, the idea of going behind people and going behind the quarterback and pushing him would really materially change the Eagles' desire to do it. I think they would still do it without the people in back pushing. So do you have to go even further than just having the push-pull rule in there? I don't know. I mean, one thing that was interesting from inside the meeting in March was how, Rich McKay had the president or the chair of the competition committee and the president of the Falcons had explained how when the rule changed in 2004, to allow this, it was actually had nothing to do with what was happening at the line of scrimmage. This was about things happening down the field. And, they thought it was too difficult to officiate this stuff down the field where someone would come flying in and it was hard to tell whether he was blocking an opponent or pushing his own teammate into the end zone. So that's actually why that rule about pushing and pulling a teammate came out of the rule book in 2004, something that had zero to do with what the Eagles are doing.
Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated's MMQB is out there right now. We were just talking, starting on the Disney Plus ESPN app everywhere side, about the tush push from the Eagles-Chiefs game being front and center. And now ESPN Radio, its audience has rejoined us. ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Albert here. Let's put a pin in the Eagles and the Chiefs and pull that later on in our conversation. Let's start with Joe Burrow's foot and what's going on with it and how long you really think he's going to be out and what they might do about it. I give you the floor.
I think 3 months minimum. And this is a bad injury. And it's one of those unfortunate, it's like unfortunate how it's named because it doesn't sound that bad, but it is. It's like a high ankle sprain where it's this isn't somebody like stubbing their toe. Like, this is torn ligaments, and he sought second opinions, and now he's gonna have surgery. And it's gonna take him out for 3 months. Now, a couple silver linings here. The Bengals are 2-0, so they have a little bit of a cushion. If you look at their schedule from now until, and I have it circled, December 14th against the Ravens is, I believe yesterday was the 14th, right? So that'd be 3 months to the day.
Yep.
So December the 14th against the Ravens could be a day they target for a return. And I just have seen enough of Jake Browning where could he help them tread water? Like, could they go? Because if they go, because they had that 2-0 cushion now, say they can go 6-5 over that stretch. Now they're 8-5, and if you look at their schedule down the stretch, that Ravens game's a big one, but then it softens up after that. So, I don't think the Bengals season is over. And I think if Joe Burrow is a fast healer with this, and he can get back by mid-December, there is a chance that they're very much in the thick of it. Now the question becomes, at what level do you go get reinforcements, right? Like if you're the Bengals, because Jake Browning's proved that he can help you tread water. Do you call the Giants about Jameis Winston? Do you call the Falcons about Kirk Cousins? Like, how much are you willing to spend to go and give yourself the best chance, the most important position on the field while Joe Burrow is out? And I think that's an open question. I think they're discussing that today and what their plan's going to be. I would just say this, coming up in the league, covering the league in the Brady Manning era, I always think about how precious these opportunities are when you've got a quarterback like that, and how it's incumbent on the teams involved when they've got a quarterback like this to make the most out of the opportunities they have. And so I think that's got to be part of the equation here for the Bengals you've got a rare quarterback in Joe Burrow. And if there's a chance he comes back with a shot to make it into the playoffs, then you have to give yourself every opportunity you can to try and get your team there in mid-December, where you're still playing relevant games at the end of the season.
I mean, it's silly to say, but it's 7 weeks until the trade deadline. So that's a nice month and a half to try and see, what Jake Browning can do. And we've already seen what Jake Browning can do, not just the last time that that Burrow is hurt, but I mean, I understand 3 interceptions will get you a little scared against the Jacksonville defense.
Yeah,
but Browning still
credit to
winged
him,
it
though.
around, man. He winged it around, dude.
I mean, credit to him, though, Rich. Like, I talked to him after the game, and credit to him for throwing that pick in the fourth quarter and then turning it around and driving the team 92 yards. And it wasn't like there was a big chunk play there. They just sort of, the old Hank Stram, like, matriculated the ball down the field. And they had a couple breaks there. There was the DPI on Travis Hunter that converted a fourth down. But I mean, I thought Jake Browning showed everything about like why the Bengals really like having him around, and that he can step into a situation like that and he can ride bumps out. And I actually think he deserves credit for riding the 3 interceptions out and being able to lead that 92-yard touchdown drive at the very end. They've got confidence in him in that building. And so, again, I look at their situation. I look at their schedule. I just don't think the season's over, I think you're going to have to, probably pull some upsets. Like, you'll have to split with the Steelers. Both the Steeler games are while Joe Burrow is out. I think that's reasonable to say, like, that will be one requirement. But I think they've got the team to do it if they can continue to improve on defense.
All right, let's move on, Albert Breer, to the team that I mentioned in hour number 1 is, I guess, of all the 0-2 teams, the one that's the hardest 0-2 might just be Miami, with a team that gets blown out on the road to start the season. 2 days later, they're having a team meeting. And 5 days after that, they lose at home by giving up touchdowns in almost all 3 phases to a Patriots team coming into a building that they've historically taken care of, even in the Brady era. Right. So where do things stand in Miami right now? Certainly with a lot of people talking today about Tua's comments that Tyreek Hill needs to track his ball when he's throwing it, Albert.
Yeah. Well, let me take you inside the players only meeting last week. Like, my understanding is that there was a message from the captains to the rest of the team about accountability. And it was about accountability to each other and accountability to yourself. And more or less, it was the NFL is going to judge you regardless of your circumstances, regardless of your coaching. The NFL is going to judge you in a vacuum, and it's on everybody to take personal responsibility and to more or less closing ranks and saying this isn't about anybody else but the players. And sometimes that happens at the end for coaches, So I think, like, that message was received by the people in that, by the players in that building. The tough thing, I think, for McDaniel, and I really like Mike as a coach, and I've known him a long time. Like, I think the tough thing for him is this narrative has been there for the last 4 or 5 months. Like, that some of the stars in that building ran wild over the last couple of years, and they spent some time this offseason in their roster building trying to clean all of that up, and that you would have this sort of issue after week 1, and that sort of no-show in that week 1 game against the Colts. And now you're 0-2. I think only further fuels the narrative. The other thing that's just lingering out there is the fact that they're in the middle of, a sort of a soft rebuild. Teron Armstead retired. They traded Jalen Ramsey. They've moved now from the phase where they had 2 on the rookie contract into now he's on a big second contract. And so they're going to be gradually relying on more young players over the next couple of years. And when a franchise does that, the natural question for an owner to ask is, are these the people I want leading the rebuild? And so if things don't go well early this year, those questions will naturally come up. So I think all of that is in play. You've got a standalone game. You and I both know how that can affect things against maybe the best team in football on Thursday night in Buffalo. It's a lot, and that's a big spot, I think, coming up this Thursday night for Mike McDaniel. And another thing that's lingering here is the fact that his defensive coordinator, Anthony Weaver, is beloved inside that building and is seen by a lot of people as a future head coach. So if there comes a point where this really goes the wrong way, could Stephen Ross say, I want to take a look at Anthony Weaver as my head coach? I think you could eventually get there. I don't think it'll be after Thursday night, but I think they could eventually get there.
Yeah, I mean, ask Brandon Staley how a blowout loss in division on Thursday Night Football went for him a couple of years ago. But
I mean, it shouldn't be a factor, but it is, right? Like, the owners have to hear that. Like, it's the only game on, and so it becomes bigger than maybe it should be sometimes.
Albert Breer here on the Rich Eisen Show. What message do you think Dan Campbell was sending yesterday, huh? against the Bears. And where do things stand for both teams?
I mean, what's so interesting about it, though, Rich, is like how like the whole "we don't know crap" in Week 1 thing actually like kind of came to life with that, because it's like if you put all of those pieces together, okay, the Lions beat up on the Bears, and we thought the Bears were pretty good because they hung with the Vikings, but the Vikings lost, and then maybe the Lions offense looking the way it did in Week 1 was just how good the Packers defense is, because we saw how good that Packers defense looked against the Commanders. So you're sort of putting some pieces together there. Look, like I talked to Jahmyr Gibbs after the game, and I thought the most interesting thing he said was our problem in Week 1 was communication. And if you think about it, an offense on game day has 3 main communicators: the quarterback, the center, and the coordinator. And 2 of those 3 pieces have been pulled out, right? So you have, going into Green Bay, if you're Detroit, a new center and a new offensive coordinator with Jared Goff back as the quarterback. You're playing against a defense that is a new piece in Micah Parsons. You have no idea how they're going to use him, and a loud environment at Lambeau. And so, what Gibbs said was like our communication was really stressed, and we didn't think we did nearly a good enough job of it. Then they come home. They have this motivation of everybody thinks we're dead now. Johnny Morton's got a game under his belt as the offensive coordinator, and they have an opportunity to really put their foot on the gas. And I think there's this chip on their shoulder too, which I thought was kind of interesting. And I think you heard it if you really listen to what Dan said during the week and after the game, you really heard it. It's like Ben Johnson is great and did an awesome job here, and I think they all respect him. But Jamison Williams is a good player. Amon-Ra St. Brown's a good player. Penei Sewell and Taylor Decker are fantastic tackles. Sam Laporte is a great tight end. Jahmyr Gibbs is a really good running back. Jared Goff is a quarterback who's gone to conference title games with 2 different franchises. I think there were a lot of players that felt like this was about us too. This wasn't just about Ben. So I think it was a combination of, the first 2 weeks of the season, the adjustment and communication, and then I think a few guys, at least a few guys in that building, having a little bit of a hair across their ass about some of the perception on how that whole thing was put together over the last couple of years.
Interesting way of putting it right there. Yeah. Did Russell Wilson?
I don't know if your Disney Plus. I think this is my first Disney Plus appearance, so I'm not sure if that's okay.
It's all good. It's all good. I think that line is in Encanto 2 coming up. Listen, did Russell Wilson stave off Jackson Dart? Do we do that or what? What do we got?
Yeah, I mean, I think what people aren't paying enough attention to here is the left tackle. The left tackle situation has really undermined where they thought they would be on the offensive line right now. And, obviously the offensive line didn't play great against the Commanders in Week 1, which I think screwed some things up offensively. Andrew Thomas is still not back. And they lost him after, I think it was about 6 weeks last year. They felt like their offensive line had made a lot of progress before then. So I, just having talked to people there, I'm not sure how willing they would be to go to Jackson Dart anyway until the offensive line situation is sorted out, until they have their left tackle back. But certainly, I mean, they've felt comfortable with where Jackson Dart is, and there's a quiet confidence to the idea that he could very well play pretty good, as a rookie if they put him in there. And I think they showed that confidence by making him the second quarterback. You don't do that unless you're comfortable putting a rookie in a game. And it looks like, in fairness, like Russell Wilson really responded to a lot of that noise yesterday. So best case scenario for the Giants is that Russell keeps playing well, and, Jackson keeps developing. And, if Jackson looks like he's really pushing him in Week 10, Week 11, and the team's winning, that's a good problem to have. I do have their schedule up, though. And I pulled this up when I heard you talking about it in the last segment, Rich.
Yep.
Kansas City, Chargers, at New Orleans, Philly, at Denver, at Philly, San Francisco. That's between now and November 2nd.
Right, and at Chicago, and one assumes that an 8-game, run or 9-game run between Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams will eventually start looking like the Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson connection that everyone in Chicago is hoping for, and And then there's
Green Bay at Detroit.
and Detroit, and then New England, which may not be the
right now, New England
usual.
could be a lot better December 1st than they are now.
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know when you would do something like that. I understand. Albert Breer here on the Rich Eisen Show. Before we get to the Eagles and Chiefs, before I send you on with the rest of your day, Brock Purdy, is this a 1 week sit down for him? Mac Jones, I know, looked really good. The Niners are 2-0. There's 3 2-0 teams in the NFC West. Yeah. By the way,
I was told 2 to 3. I was told 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
So my sense is like maybe it's one of those deals where he gets back out there on the practice field and does light work at the end of the week. But my sense is like that they wanted to sit him out at least 2 weeks and maybe the third week. And this is the less serious version of turf toe than what Joe Burrow has. But I think it sounds like he's going to be okay. And I really like where the Niners are too. I mean, I think, to be 2-0, given the amount of injuries that they've already dealt with and, some of the things they're working through, they won't have Ayuk till week 9 or 10 at least. So they McCaffrey's been banged up, Kittle's out. And then you look at the amount of young guys they're playing on defense. The cool thing about the Niners right now, I think, Rich, is they could really develop depth over the course of the next 2 months. And the impact that Robert Saleh is having with some of the young players on the defense, they really feel like that's going to take as the season goes on. So they've got a relatively manageable schedule if you look at it. And I think this is a team that believes, like I just said this about New England, I think this is a team that believes it's going to be a lot better come Thanksgiving, come Christmas than it is right now because the amount of young guys they're playing and the amount of depth they're being forced to develop because of the injuries. So I think Brock Purdy is back probably, if I had to, and this is a rough estimate, I would say week 4 or week 5. And as they start to work some of these injured guys back in, I think the hope would be that they're going to have a deeper team. And Mac Jones is part of that equation too. You hit the nail on the head there. He played really, really well yesterday in New Orleans.
Before I let you go, Albert, I would be remiss if I did not ask you your impressions of Eagles-Chiefs moving forward. The Chiefs 0-2 for the first time in Mahomes' time, and the Eagles 2-0 again, now moving on to take on the Rams next week. What a big Week 3 game that is. I give you the floor. Your takeaways from that big game is what?
So my number one takeaway is, my goodness, the job that Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni and Jeff Stoutland have done developing that offensive line and keeping it as one of the strongest units in the league at any position, right? And I say that because I think the Eagles' offensive line influenced the way the last 8 minutes of that game were played. And here's what I mean by that. They were able to churn out that first down, which was ended with a tush push, but they got the 9 yards to get in 3rd and 1 with a couple of Barkley carries there, right? That allows them to take another couple minutes off the clock. Then they punt it away to the Chiefs. The Chiefs wind up driving the field and scoring, so that makes it 20-17. And here's the key. The Chiefs decided not to kick away, and I believe it's because of the Eagles' offensive line. I believe it's because the Eagles, they did not think that they would be able to stop the Eagles on 4 straight plays because they thought the Eagles' offensive line would be able to lean on them and get into one of those 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1 situations where you're then able to push that thing over the line and end the game. And that concern wound up becoming justified when after the failed onside kick, the Eagles did just that. So, to me, it's so impressive. They've lost a starter every year. They lost, last year, Jason Kelce. This year, they lose Mekhi Becton. But that was the thing that stuck out to me. Even on a day when the offense had less than 250 yards, that offensive line won that game for them at the end. So that'd be number one. The Eagles would be there at the end. We know that. And I'm not counting the Chiefs out yet at all. But my concern would be how much Patrick Mahomes is running right now. I know Mahomes doesn't want to run. Andy Reid doesn't want him to run. I feel like when you see him run this much, as he's run the first couple of weeks of the season, you were there in Brazil for it, it means they don't have the answers right now. Now, I think that they're just, the same principles I used in talking about the Patriots for 20 years, I use talking about them. I think they'll figure it out. But this is going to be a process, and how do you survive and keep your record where it needs to be over the next 6 or 7 weeks so you can get Rashee Rice back, so you can get Xavier Worthy healthy, so you can get Josh Simmons the experience that he needs as your left tackle.
I think those are the big things. And I trust that Andy Reid and Matt Nagy and Steve Spagnuolo on the other side of the ball will be able to figure it out. But this is definitely a little bit of a different challenge.
Albert, you're the man. Thanks for the time. Greatly appreciate it. Look forward to our next chat already. Everybody check out the MMQB on Sports Illustrated from the great Albert Breer. You be well, sir.
All right. Thanks, Rich.
That's Bert, everybody, right here
Albert.
on the Rich Eisen Show. We'll be back on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, with our live stream on Disney Plus and the ESPN app everywhere after this.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out their members, like our former gold partner, Michael Heron from Heron Construction Company. To learn how they can help you, visit tmaillinois.org.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and football season is here. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Are you ready to make a winning decision? Are you going to gamble for fun, or are you going to gamble for money? This year, make that decision that will build your bankroll all year long. Go to fatjacksports.com, and for less than $100 a week, make money betting on the games. That's fatjacksports.com. It's a personal portal. It comes to your email. It's hassle-free. It'll make you money. fatjacksports.com.
This is the run my own business dream. This is the college is paid for dream. This is the retire early dream. This is Busey, where your dreams and possibilities become moments. Through trusted guidance and expertise, through lifelong relationships. Because we're here to help you achieve the life you've always envisioned. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Doctors and nurses make their living trying to help others, but they are human beings, and human beings sometimes make mistakes. When a doctor has worked for 24 hours straight, fatigue and lack of focus can lead to critical mistakes being made. Other times, it's the policies or system that's to blame. For example, when a doctor or nurse comes in on their shift, they are forced to rely on charts and records created by others. Sloppy paperwork or inaccurate record keeping can give the doctor an incomplete picture, or even worse, the wrong picture, and that can lead to serious injury or even death. It's called preventable medical error. Recent studies claim that preventable medical error causes up to 400,000 deaths a year. That's nearly as many deaths as caused by smoking. When this happens, those responsible must be held accountable to compensate the injured person or their family. But the good news is, just like you and I are required by law to purchase auto insurance, doctors also get insurance coverage in case they accidentally hurt someone. For help, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
If you aren't sleeping well, you aren't ready for game day. If you're dealing with sinus pressure, your cheers won't be heard. Football season requires your attention to these details. That's why I recommend Sinus and Snoring MD. Their advanced, minimally invasive procedures and treatments help you breathe better, sleep better, and feel better. Be your best on game day. Visit sinusandsnoringmd.com today or call 847-545-0147. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go.
Hey, Chicago, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Now is the best time of year to replace your old, drafty, cheaper builder-grade windows. And WindowNation.com can get the job done in 1 day or less. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 free, plus you won't make any payments for 2 years. No interest, no monthly payments, no down payment. Don't miss out on Window Nation's most popular offer. Get top-quality replacement windows at an affordable price. 866-90Nation or WindowNation.com.
New friends and old favorite. It's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson? Brother Justice, an American single malt whiskey with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The Classroom, an old favorite, Sovereign in Plainfield, a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Join us Tuesday, September 23rd at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign, and as always, please drink responsibly.
Whiskey, me?
Whiskey U! Bears and Cowboys. Joniak and Thayer call the game Sunday at 3:30. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Loving that meal. We got to do this again.
Was it worth me missing my own show with Amber and Zaslow for dinner on Friday night?
Yes.
Amber, Indiana. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, our friends at Hyundai want to let you know about the Hyundai, all-new Hyundai Palisade. It's an incredible SUV. It's got a spacious interior that's comfy for the entire crew. It can go off-road. And it's over 600-plus miles of range. It's the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. All that and more. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603 for more details. Let's talk a little college football, shall we? LSU taking care of business against Florida. 4 interceptions for that LSU defense. Boy, Florida, once upon a time after, remember we were sitting here saying after Arch lost to Ohio State, wait till they play Florida. It's going to be a big test. Well, first of all, we're talking about Arch against UTEP first and how it still doesn't look like him blowing the doors off for everybody. And I think the Heisman Trophy conversation is definitely finished for Arch in Texas right now. I mean, it's going to take a monumental final 2 months of the season to get him back in that conversation. But anyway, long story short, we bring this up because Brian Kelly didn't like some of the questioning after the game, after they won at home against Florida in front of the whole country. He's feeling good about the way the team went. And somebody was asking him something that wasn't entirely positive about his team. Hit it.
I know you love these immediate post-game sessions, but what are you seeing with your offense?
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you. We played the game to win the game. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's a ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it. That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect. How about that? Give them some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous. For a group of seasoned reporters, that kind of question is so out of line.
Coach Deshaun Spears, 2 interceptions tonight. It seems like he's worked into a role on.
That's a great question. Thank you.
Oh my word! The only that was the only thing that was missing was hello.
I know.
You know,
you don't play it; it's just play it. That's the great thing about sports.
Oh boy! I mean, instead of you played to win the game, he said we played the game to win the game.
Right.
It's a little bit more wordy than you play to win the game, which is it's not going to look pretty sometimes. But all we needed to do in one moment was just get 2 yards. We don't need to go get 20. And I understand, reporters are like it's still not clicking. But the reason why I wonder if he's going to get any blowback for calling them spoiled.
That's what I was just going to say.
When you call someone spoiled, although he did also, did you see, he paused to pick and choose the right word to not offend them as to what to call them, what type of reporters. He used seasoned.
Yeah, is that the solid? when talking about reporters?
Seasoned reporters means that you know better. You should know better than to just take the bait of you're having trouble running the ball when all you needed to do was run the ball well that one time to win the game. And I'm sure the reporters were responsible. If you ran the ball more consistently well, then you wouldn't be hanging on for dear life, potentially. Although LSU is ranked third at 3-0.
32-11
right now.
LSU under Brian Kelly. They are 3-0 in bowl games, but spoiled. They haven't been in the mix to win a title since he's been there.
But this is the SEC.
This guy.
Hey, not in Central Michigan anymore. Cincinnati. Or even Notre Dame.
Yeah.
You know? Even Notre Dame.
Played for the Natty, though, at Notre Dame.
LSU's ranked third. Yeah, hello. That was the only word that was missing. Oh, I think we got ourselves a new rant.
Oh, yeah.
And the question about the interceptions was like the Matt Leinart will be next. It's a very, very, we are who they thought they were. Don't worry about it, Mike. We're out of time.
Just going to play the Matt Leinart.
Hour number two is in the books. Your phone calls in hour number 3, and we'll talk about the rest of week number 2. We'll get some Vegas stories, what happened there. Not exactly going to stay there from T.J. Jefferson, who was there for the prize fight over the weekend.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I know how tough it is dealing with lingering pain, whether it's your back, neck, or even headaches. You don't have to live with it anymore. Chiro One offers natural chiropractic care that can help you live pain-free without drugs or surgery. From everyday activities to getting back in the gym, or most importantly, playing with your kids. Chiro One has your back, literally. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Andersonville, Evanston, and Vernon Hills. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oak Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
You know me, I love a moment of certainty, and when it comes to your home, Jeff has the solution.
That's right, Jeff, because in this market, you shouldn't take a chance selling your house with just anyone.
No commissions, no lengthy showings, just a direct approach from a local, veteran-owned company.
Since 2007, we've been buying houses quickly in Chicagoland. Get your easy as-is offer today.
Move forward with confidence, just like winning the coin toss. Visit JeffBuysYourHouse.com.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. One moment everything's going your way, the next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills start piling up, paychecks stop coming in, and the insurance companies try to give you the runaround. This is where Postman Law comes in. With over $3 billion recovered for personal injury victims, they deliver speed, ease, and results when you need the most. Car accident, workplace injury, slip and fall, no matter how you got hurt, Postman Law fights for you, so you can focus on getting better while they handle the rest. No upfront fees, no hassle, just real results. Getting the compensation you deserve shouldn't be a battle. That's why Postman Law makes the process simple, guiding you every step of the way and standing up to the insurance company so you don't have to. Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Save big on your next project right now at Menard.
Increase your home's value with a new Ideal garage door. From traditional to modern, Menards has a garage door to enhance your home's appearance. Choose from our large in-stock selection or design your own using our free Garage Door Designer. Save big on Ideal garage doors. And don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
We're making in terms of how this roster is constituted, the pieces that are around it.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe what I just saw.
Sack! Ball out in Atlanta. Scrambles for it. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
64.
And sweet butter. Earlier on the show, senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer. Coming up, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Third and final hour of our Week 2 Monday edition of the Rich Eisen Show here on Disney Plus, ESPN app everywhere, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Not one, but two football games tonight. 2 football games tonight, 7 Eastern and 10 p.m. Eastern time. The kickoffs to Tampa and Houston, the winners of the Southern divisions in last year's National Football League season. Texans coming off of licking its wounds here in Los Angeles, one of 3 teams to not score a touchdown in week number 1. The Houston Texans trying to bounce back to avoid the dreaded 0-2 start against the Bucs, trying to stay one in front of the Atlanta team that turned things around lickety-split last night defensively, pounding J.J. McCarthy and not letting him off the mat like the Bears did 1 week ago tonight. And then the Vegas Raiders trying to lead the division after just 2 weeks of action, taking on the Los Angeles Chargers, who we have not seen since 2 Fridays ago, and trying to take a 2.5-game lead over the 0-2 Chiefs and then lead the division by 1.5 over the Raiders and 1 over the Denver Broncos, who they are seeing in their house to kick off their home schedule on week 3. So that's what's all at stake tonight on ESPN and ABC and all the family of networks. And we'll be talking about it at length, obviously, tomorrow. Our first hour guest tomorrow is Jordan Love of the Green Bay Packers. Nice. Check out our Overreaction Monday pod. It's already been out there for a couple of hours, wherever you get your podcasts. All 3 hours of this show available that way as well. A rhetorical question to kick off hour number 3, which means I already know the answer, and it does not require an answer.
But we'll give you one. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, man, I really want to answer.
Yeah, do you think the Detroit Lions and Dan Campbell were sending a message on Sunday? Do you?
Do you? Hang on.
You got that?
Yeah, hold on.
Our favorite Bill Burr soundbite. Do you think
do you?
they were sending a message?
Like Mighty Ducks. Not worth winning if you can't win big.
Exactly.
Gents, I was fearful for the Chicago Bears this week. The narrative that has been sitting out there. Oh, the secret sauce for Jared Goff. It's Ben Johnson. He's gone, and so is your opportunity to score points. How does a 50 burger sound to you with Ben Johnson in their house? And then, Ben Johnson's going to turn around Caleb Williams. That's what he's going to do. And so if Caleb Williams is turned around in their house and Jared Goff and the offense suffers, that's a double narrative salted away that Ben Johnson was the real reason that the Lions could do what they did on offense and thus win 15 games and be the 1 seed last year. Coming in with as many consecutive losses in a row as they had total losses last year, including obviously the playoff loss to the Washington Commanders. Potentially, it's Ben Johnson's doing, is it not? I mean, that stumble bum play that happened in Chicago was the moment that the Bears maybe thought, this is our guy. Jared Goff stumbling around, throwing for touchdowns on purpose. That guy's gone, and so are the Lions on offense, and thus, in general. How does 52 points sound?
A lot.
It is indeed.
So many.
Second most, tied for second most in the game all time. And how about Goff? Boy, Jared Goff, boy, you can't do jack without Ben Johnson. How does a 5-touchdown, no-interception game do? He's now had 3 of those as a Lion. Stafford only had 1 in his tenure. Amon-Ra St. Brown, what's he going to do without Ben Johnson, huh? We didn't see him very much of significance in week 1. How does 100 yards and a touchdown by halftime sound to you? That's what he had. First player with 100 yards receiving in a touchdown in the first half of a game this year. First 100-yard first half game of his career. Oh, that's Ben Johnson on the other sideline doing that. How about Sonic and Knuckles scoring a touchdown for the 10th time as teammates Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery now have as many such games, 10, as Paul Hornung and Jim Taylor and Hugh McElhaney and Joe Perry had for the Packers and Niners respectively. I'll give you a little hint. They're all in the Hall of Fame. How about that? Oh, and just in case you think you're missing Aaron Glenn, too, how about we just get all over Caleb Williams and Kirby Joseph comes up with his 18th career interception, most since 2022. I mean, you would talk about it's the second most of any safety this century. In the first 4 seasons of a career. So, Lions, I think we're sending a message, How about Jamison Williams and all? I mean, I could go on and on and on and on and on because the Lions did on Sunday. And, restored a little bit of faith in me as they were restoring that roar in Ford Field for choosing them to win the conference. You heard Albert Breer saying in hour 2 the issue was communication in week 1, according to Jahmyr Gibbs on offense.
Makes sense.
Dan Campbell, I think, was communicated the narrative. And I told you, watch out. It's not the roster. It's certainly not the head coach. It's the guy who's now the head coach of the Bears. And it's not like Ben Johnson was the one who started that narrative. We're all in the media, the ones who've been talking about it. And I think Dan Campbell wanted to shut everybody up.
I mean, I don't know all that. I know this. That was a tough loss last week. That was tough. We went out there. We expected to play much better than we did, we didn't give ourselves a chance. Green Bay got after us pretty good, and so I think more than anything, that was a big part of it. I think we answered a lot of questions as it pertains back to what you said. I've said this all along, man. This train keeps rolling, man, and we got plenty here, and it always is going to start with the players. We got players, we got playmakers, and they're made the right way. They're the right kind of guys, man. They know how to get in the ditch and just start digging, man. They don't worry about the other stuff. So, it's a good job.
Good job, indeed, I would say. Can confirm. Good job. Ben Johnson didn't want to hear about the run up the score stuff. I liked his response, actually. Hit it.
Do you believe Dan Campbell ran it up on you on that 4th and 4 goal?
What's he supposed to do? Is 4th and goal. What do you want him to do? Yeah, he could have kicked the field goal. They don't kick field goals. They go for it there. So he was doing what he was supposed to do. That's what he does.
How demoralizing is this loss, considering you were coming back, you left for Chicago?
It's not demoralizing at all. It's not demoralizing at all. We got to play better. Simple as that.
Okay. Not demoralized. I'll tell you what, man. Couple things. First on the Bears here. Rome Odunze's getting his, and if he's the first option, one would think in most of the schemes, right? He's first option. Caleb's finding him. The question is, what about options 2, 3, and 4? What about that? All of 3 of Caleb's touchdown passes this year has gone to Rome Odunze. As people, I imagine, who have DJ Moore and anybody else in fantasy or any of the tight ends are probably talking about right now.
I resemble that.
And Odunze's already matched his receiving touchdown total from all of last year. So the Caleb Odunze combination is working. DeAndre Swift got in the end zone. There's just going to be, certainly when you're 0-2, it's going to ratchet it up next week against Dallas and Chicago. That's a must-win for the Bears. And they're gonna have to start looking a lot more efficient on that side of the ball soon. I don't think I'm stating anything out of the ordinary here, but already, we're seeing too many shades of last year and not enough of what we're supposed to see this year through 2 weeks. It's a long season. Let us see. I don't know how patient everyone's going to be. You're already hearing, I guess, Ben Johnson go, what's he supposed to do? Just kneel on the ball on 4th down? Last week he didn't want to hear questions deep into the week as he was getting about his decision to not kick the ball out of bounds to force the Minnesota Vikings to have fewer stoppages of the clock at their disposal, right?
Cost themselves about
of their own self, right?
Seconds, yeah.
Okay, so that was something you didn't want to talk about deep into the week. We'll see how Ben Johnson as HC handles everything. So far, we haven't seen enough wins. That's obvious. So I'll still counsel patience for you Bears fans. And as for the Lions, that's what you want to see. You want to see them feeling dominant again. The place in Ford Field going nuts. One of the toughest places to play. You want that right back at you. And week 1 caused a lot of the mojo to be taken away. And you wanted that right away. You didn't want more doubts. The Bears are leaving not demoralized, as he said, Ben Johnson, but feeling doubts. You want doubts removed. You want to feel like we're back. Check that box. Through the long run, though, we'll find out that week 1 Lions-Packers game, more about the Lions not having communication or the Packers are just that freaking good. The Lions are the first team to play since being beaten by the Packers this year, and we've seen the big difference between weeks 1 to week 2. Is it more about them getting their ducks in a row, better communication? We'll see down the line. But right now, I look at this, and I'm like, the Packers are maybe just that good. And we'll see how the Commanders are in week 3 against the Vegas Raiders, who will see how they follow up their week 1 win in New England on Monday night. But I'm like, great to see, certainly since I picked the Lions to win the conference, great to see Roar restored. They're back. It's not just Ben Johnson. It really is the guys there. They can get on the page and jump and maul people and be bullies and push around and bite kneecaps and take off, hunks of your muscles and all that sort of stuff. They can do that still. Great. Check that box. But are they better than the Packers? We shall see. And the Lions, as we can check out, next see the Packers. When is that? They are, oh boy, look at this.
13.
Thanksgiving. There you go. That's right. Yeah. Okay. So that's a nice meal to kick off the John Madden tripleheader celebration. Yes. So because the way we saw the Vikings struggle, we're going to see ups and downs clearly with them. And the Bears are, dare I say, who we thought they might be. I don't know just yet. That's the way I took, that was my takeaway from that. Let's go to, where are we going to go? Terzo in Iowa. All rise. Let's take our friend. What's up, Terzo? How are you, sir?
Doing well, Rich. Hey, man, Jimmy kind of took my joke away. I was going to make a funny joke about Jerry and who needs Mika when you got a golden leg of Brandon Aubrey.
Nice.
But the Niners looked good yesterday. Mac Jones played well enough. I don't know if I really agree with Breer on saying that he looked really great. I just thought he played well, did what we needed him to do.
Yes.
It still just feels like we're just injury prone, and each game I'm just nervous that somebody's just going to continue to go down. And we had a couple people on the offensive line that happened to.
Yeah, I'm looking at the standings right here. I don't see any pictures, and I don't see any medical reports. I see 2-0. You know what I mean? And you know, and not to go all, Brian Kelly on you here, but Mac played the game to win the game. You know what I mean? And he won the game, which is more than anybody else who's backed up for Brock Purdy since Purdy became the man has done. You won the game. They improved that position. They didn't know by week 2 they'd need it. And they're also now 2-4 all time without Kittle. So you don't usually do well without anybody named Purdy when Purdy's been the starter, and you don't do well without anybody named Kittle in this in uniform. So you just got to check the boxes, man. Check the boxes, matriculate. Now you got Arizona, which is a battle of 2-0 teams in week 3. How about that?
That's going to be good, and I'm going to be at the game for my 40th birthday.
Hey, nice! Happy birthday in advance. Awesome. Look at you. Look at you. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah, I got an awesome girlfriend who's taking care of me, so I do appreciate that.
Love it.
Okay, thanks for the call, Terzo. Mac Jones had this to say about getting over the nerves. Oh. Okay. Hitting.
I think it's just like not making it bigger than it is, and like sometimes when you have them, like you fight them, but like you can't really do that. You just got to let them come and figure out how to work through it, and a lot of it's just breathing and slowing down your pulse. And obviously worked on that this off season, and got to continue to grow in that area. But really, the guys around me, like Trent, came up to me. He's like, "You're good, dude. Just go out there and hoop." And I was like, "I got you. I can go hoop." And then once he said that, I was like, "All right, let's play ball." So that was kind of cool.
I'm so happy for him. When with Kurt and the NFL Network crew, called his game in Frankfurt, Germany, against the Colts, that turned out to be his last gasp as the starter in New England. He was talking to his old teammate Tua and hearing about how Mike McDaniel would sit next to him on the bench, have him over, chit-chat, connect with him as a head coach. And it sounded to me like, I wish I had that here in New England.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And when
What's
he left
that
the
like?
room, and we were waiting for Bill to show up, I asked that of Kurt and everyone else in the room. I'm like, did you get that vibe from Mac? And they were all like, we were thinking the same exact thing. And now, I don't know if Kyle's inviting the Joneses, if he is married, I don't know what his situation is, over to the Shanahans. I don't know if the Joneses and Shanahans are all hanging together and, playing Scrabble. I mean, what do you do? Trivial Pursuit?
Yeah.
What do we do anymore? I don't know. A little Quizlet?
Cards Against Humanity?
I don't know. Whatever.
That's
but I don't know if that's what's happening. But he's got something different going for him. Last year he had it with Doug Peterson. And now he's got it with Kyle, and Kyle is the one who sent Darnold off into, the next iteration that wound up with a 14-win season for Sam, and then now here he is as the Pizzade quarterback of the 1-1 Seattle Seahawks, as Sam Darnold won the battle of former Jet quarterbacks in Pittsburgh. So I don't know. I mean, you are what you are, and what you are is a 2-0 team, and you know what helps? It helps to have number 22 around. You know, Christian McCaffrey joined two other gentlemen as the only players in the history of the NFL with 50 or more career rushing touchdowns and 30 or more career receiving touchdowns, because he had a receiving touchdown on 5 catches for 89 yards. And let me tell you again.
He's 23 with the 49ers.
Oh, 23. Did I say 22?
He was 22 with the Carolina.
My bad. 23. Yeah. 23. My bad. Thank you for that number correction. But, you know, it helps to have McCaffrey there. And I remember McCaffrey at the Combine when he was running routes. They had him run the route tree as a receiver, and he was running it better than the receivers in the Combine when he was there working out as a running back out of Stanford. And we were all talking about, oh, man, he didn't want to play in the Sun Bowl in El Paso, and what a bad teammate he might be. Do you want to have you want to pass on him in the draft because there's a red flag?
Big deal.
Let's not forget that one.
That's such a big deal. So dumb.
At any rate, you know, the two people who he passed is the only ones with 50 or more rushing touchdowns and 30 more receiving touchdowns in a career. He joined Lenny Moore and our guy, 28, Marshall Faulk.
Hey.
So it helps to have that guy healthy. Isn't it crazy everyone else around him is getting hurt, and this guy is as strong as a bull, it seems, after scaring everybody with a limited designation.
Right now, Rich Eisen.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's not wood, but I'm with you.
I understand.
To use the Gruden phrase.
I think this is wood.
So, hey, for you Niner fans, 2-0. Don't care about anything else. Oh, man, we almost lost to Spencer Rattler. Okay, so what? Onward. Move on. That's gone. You're 2-0. I see that on the standings without any pictures. Next up for them, Arizona and Jacksonville at home before an early week Thursday night trip here to take on the Rams. It's possible Purdy's back for that. Who knows? Before they visit Tampa and then have a pretty big Sunday nighter against Atlanta. The Niners have got some interesting games coming up, and we'll see. You know, they keep sneaking through, and nobody keeps paying attention to them. You never know. Get Ayuk back and off you go. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs for protection on the road and on the water. See how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. More of your phone calls, and we'll talk about the wild game in Indianapolis and a new nickname that I'm hoping will stick in the NFL. And more of your calls here on The Rich Eisen Show.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisor Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, the shrimps are really jumbo.
Well, here we are again, and I got to tell you, Jim, this match has me really concerned.
Here we have a powerful heavyweight, a train, weighing in at 6,000 tons. And this hasty lightweight challenger, a car, at just 1.5 tons?
This does not bode well for the car, or the people in it.
It's no contest. Every day, people are injured or killed trying to beat a train at rail crossings. See tracks, think train.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Football season is finally here, and if you want to kick off like a pro, you need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you just to get in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4 million.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. On the field, every great team starts with a strong defense, and the same's true in business. That's why companies trust my friends at Trend Micro. They protect your network, your cloud, your data, and your people from ransomware, phishing, and today's toughest cyber threats. With AI-powered proactive security, Trend Micro stops attacks before they ever reach you. Trusted worldwide and backed by over 35 years of innovation, this is enterprise defense done right. Go to trendmicro.com today. That's trendmicro.com.
More fiber and laxatives, eh?
Who are you?
I'm future you.
Future me?
Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
New friends and old favorite. It's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson? Brother Justice, an American single malt whiskey with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The classroom? An old favorite, Sovereign in Plainfield, a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Join us Tuesday, September 23rd at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign, and as always, please drink responsibly. Whiskey me?
Whiskey you! Dear Rocky Roads, the 2025 Toyota Tacoma doesn't flinch. Rugged twists? Been there. Rutted turns? Done that. With tons of top tech and rock-solid resilience, Tacoma is tougher than any terrain. And when the dust settles, Tacoma's legendary resale value means confidence for the road ahead. Find your Tacoma at Toyota.com or visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HIM to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HIM to 369-369. That's HIM to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
A 1 hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck Abdalla.
Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
Shay. Support. This isn't just pre-workout, it's precision engineering for your body. Turbocharge your workout with new Beyond Raw Lit V2. Available now at GNC and GNC.com. Shay.
Back on the Rich Eisen Show radio network on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We just got a nice update from what TJ was doing over the weekend at the Bud Crawford, coronation. It was neat stuff. Everyone buzzing about that. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the program. Let's go to Matt in Omaha, Nebraska. What's up, Matt?
Speaking of.
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good. What's on your mind, sir?
Home of Bud
You
Crawford.
got to be feeling good, man. Well,
watching the Indiana Jones and the Leverage of Doom this weekend.
Nice.
Wow. How about that?
That's, by the way,
okay.
Next level. If I wasn't sitting down, I'd be standing up, if that means anything to you.
I've been watching
Leverage of Doom. Okay.
Indiana Jones do so well this weekend and also the weekend before. And I've been on record as being, before the season, very negative towards Danny Dimes when we signed him. I was really hoping Anthony Richardson would get the job, but I've been kind of turning the other way. But I'm a little nervous since I watched him last season, same as you did, Rich, in Europe, and how poorly he played then. And I'm nervous that, can we make it to the playoffs this year? And we'll be able to, take the division for the first time in almost 10 years. And, I'm unsure of how we're going to do this year. I was wondering if you had the same thoughts, or
Matt,
should I be riding the hype train?
Let me help you out here. Because you gave us Indiana Jones and the Leverage of Doom. Let me help you out here.
Very good.
Just soak in the moment, brother. Soak it in. 2-0 for the first time since 2009. This is a team that couldn't do anything in week one, and now you're 2-0 for the first time since 2009. And you have a coach who made the right decision. The new ownership group let the coach make the right decision. And again, thanks for the call, Matt in Omaha. I understand why Matt in Omaha and other Colts fans wanted Anthony Richardson to get the gig, because they drafted him so highly and they thought so highly of him that they thought this is going to be our guy to run it and throw it and take a two-way quarterback threat and place him in Indianapolis, where there's a statue out in front of the stadium that exists because of the guy that the statue is made of, and he is the ultimate pocket passer. And so now we're going to take the 2.0, the 21st century type quarterback who can run it and throw it, and we're going to get that guy, and we're going to dominate the league just like Lamar's doing with the Ravens, Josh Allen with the Bills. And here comes now Daniel Jones, and he gets the gig, meaning Anthony Richardson ain't it, or at least he's not it yet. And I'll tell you what, the way this guy, Daniel Jones, has played over the first 2 weeks, you are not seeing Anthony Richardson again. If he keeps playing this way, he is done as a Colt. That's a fact. And this is also another fact about the NFL. You can't make it up. You never know. We hear that all the time. And Daniel Jones's first 2 weeks have proven it. Now, can he keep doing it? Great question. Will the Colts be a playoff team? Starting 2-0 means you got a 3 out of 4 chance of making the playoffs. Based, again, on the stats I started the show with, since 2021, when they expand the playoff field to 7 teams, 77% of the teams that started 2-0 made the playoffs. Looking good, Billy Ray. And Lewis is feeling good because look at what Daniel Jones has done. Stuff that they have not seen since Peyton Manning. I'm serious. 4th player in Colts history with a 100 or better passer rating in each of the first 2 games of the season. The only 3 other ones. One guy's got his name in the Ring of Honor, is Jim Harbaugh in his captain comeback year in 95. He was dynamite that year. Johnny Unitas did it in 1967, and Peyton Manning did it in 2010. This, if you had said to me, name an offense that will score in its first 10 possessions and also be the first of the season and also be the first team in the Super Bowl era to not punt a single time in each of the first 2 games, we would have named a half dozen, if not a full other dozen teams with high-powered offenses and dynamite quarterbacks before we landed on Daniel Jones, Shane Steichen, and the Indianapolis Colts. And whatever Daniel Jones is dialing up, and the RPOs that he never really ran with the Giants, and he's now running because that is the bread and butter in many ways of the Indianapolis Colts offense, has gotten Jonathan Taylor fully off the hook. 25 carries, $165, and 2 receptions for 50 yards and a touchdown. 7th consecutive game with at least 70 or more rushing yards. That's the longest active streak in the NFL. 10th career game with 150 or more rushing yards. That's the most in the history of the Colts. The only player this decade with more than 10 such games is named Derrick Henry. Fifth career game was with 200 or more scrimmage yards for Taylor. Only Derrick Henry has had more than Taylor since he entered the NFL in 2020. And in terms of most games in Colts history with 200 or more scrimmage yards, he trails only Edgerrin James in that regard. He's one behind him, and he just broke a tie with Lenny Moore and Marshall Faulk, who are in the Hall of Fame. That's what he's doing. And Tyler Warren, he broke T.Y. Hilton's rookie record for most receiving yards by a Colts player in their first 2 games of their career, 155. And defensively, they're doing what they need to do. They got a big-ass break at the end of the game against the Broncos.
Sure did.
The leverage call, the leverage of doom. And this is something that, again, we're going to be talking about maybe the rest of the season. If the Broncos are as good as we think they are, and I think they are, and the Colts have proven to be as good as they are, looking like a playoff team that is going to be rooting for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers tonight, because if the Bucs beat the Texans, they'll have a 2-game lead over the Texans entering week 3. And so, this break that they got at the end of the game, because, the leverage call is rarely called. You did see the Broncos player in question put his hands on the lineman, blocking for the field goal at the end of the game for the Colts. And the 60-yarder, no good. Now after another untimed down, 15 yards closer, it's good. So the Broncos were 2-0 for literally 5 seconds, and the Colts were 1-1 for 5 seconds. And I told you the difference between making the playoffs is 37% difference between 1-1 and 2-0. And the Colts are leading their division, and the Broncos are going to be in second place in their division by the end of the night, depending on whoever wins in Vegas. Got to give it up to the Colts, man. And Daniel Jones, man. 588 pass yards in the Colts' first 2 games. 5 offensive touchdowns, and the key, 0 giveaways. No bird brain decisions that you're like, really? This guy went to Duke and did something as silly as that? Shouldn't he have a better brain than that? The first Colts player with 5 or more offensive touchdowns and no giveaways in the first 2 weeks since Peyton Manning in 2010. And again, the leverage call not only flipped the script for these 2 teams, but it took Shane Steichen off the hook because it looked like they were playing for a 60-yarder. It's crazy to watch coaches play for 60-yard field goals now.
Right.
Normally, it's like you're playing to make sure you're at least getting within 50 yards, but he played for the 60-yarder, and Spencer Schrader missed it. After that penalty, the 45-yarder was a gimme, right? And they're 2-0. First time since 2009, they made the Super Bowl that year. They started 14-0. If you remember, they took a knee on their undefeated season. Bill Polian took a knee on it, helped the Jets out, who they eventually saw in the AFC Championship game, beat, went on to the Super Bowl, and lost to Sean Payton, who they beat yesterday. It's wild. Can't make it up. Never say never. And if Daniel Jones keeps playing this way, you just heard the caller from Omaha nickname him Danny Dimes. We've got to upgrade. As I mentioned on Overreaction Monday podcast, Danny Dollars, or Danny Diamonds.
Danny Diamonds. That one I like.
Because that's what pressure makes it, from what I heard once upon a time.
Let's pump the brakes until like week 4. Okay?
No, I know. I got it. Don't forget, in his Carolina, brief tenure as Carolina quarterback, Sam Darnold was 3-0, and we were talking about MVP for him. Remember that?
Sam Darnold.
Okay. Indianapolis moving forward at Tennessee, at the Rams, home for Vegas, home for Arizona, at the Chargers, home for Tennessee, at Pittsburgh, Atlanta at home on a Monday night before a bye.
7-3.
Pardon me, that game against Atlanta is in Germany. My bad. That's in Berlin. It's going to be a pretty big game, by the way, where the Colts are playing now.
7-3 at the bye week?
Wouldn't that be good enough to win to lead the division by that point in time?
I would think so, especially if Houston wins tonight.
Jacksonville looks improved.
Jacksonville, yeah.
Hey,
something is up with Trevor Lawrence, man.
Let's go to Derek in Missouri. What's up, Derek?
Rich, yesterday was a bit of a humdinger until the very end. 1 minute I'm celebrating the victory. Next thing I know, I'm having that reaction of that Michael Jackson made me guys show last year.
Right.
So, not that going for me. But, unfortunately, I have to say it. The call was right. He had not one but two Bronco players leverage on that play. And you got to give it to Daniel Jones. He just played a remarkable game. And whatever kind of Kool-Aid he's drinking down there in Indianapolis, it seems to be working out. So, but on the other hand, Rich, Rivers going to really meet the road the next couple of weeks for Denver. I mean, you got to go into Los Angeles next week. That's probably not going to be favored in that one. Then that Monday night game against Cincinnati has a lot more intrigue to it with Burrow being out. And then you got to go and play the champions in Philadelphia. So
yeah, before a London game that I'll be calling against the Jets, and then they got the Giants and then the Cowboys all back to back to back. Listen, man, and thanks for the call, Derek. If there's any also silver lining is Bo Nix looked terrific. He was good. And I'll tell you what, Troy Franklin, he is really, really good and probably available on your fantasy waiver wire.
Yeah, most definitely.
8 catches for 89 yards and a receiving touchdown, and they had no answer for him. Yeah, they took Cortland Sutton straight out. He had only one catch, but
Franklin's going to be that
too.
waiver wire darling this week.
I'm not worried about the Denver Broncos at all.
No,
not by any stretch. Let's go to Jason in Oregon. We'll take your call before we take a break. What's up, Jason? You there, Jason? Oh, boy. He's been waiting for 2+ hours.
No. Jason.
I'll give you another 2 seconds. Then we'll take a break, and we'll come back and see if Jason from Oregon wants to reach him. Put him back on hold, Mike. Don't hang up on him.
No, I didn't. Rich.
Okay. Hey, like you've never done that before.
Yeah, Rich.
This may be a new audience here, Mike. You can't shine off a new audience like that without us pushing back.
I haven't done that in...
Okay. 3
months.
weeks.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Maybe weeks.
Okay, very good. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the Rich Eisen Show. More of your phone calls and wrap things up right here. News involving Jaden Daniels. Is the MRI on his knee back?
Oh.
Stay tuned.
Oh, my gosh. That's coming up.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Injuries on the field are rough, but your injury case doesn't have to be. At Postman Law, there's no fee unless they win. Car crash, work accident, slip and fall. Postman Law's your local injury lawyers. With over $3 billion won for their clients, they don't just show up, they deliver results when it matters most. After an injury, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I know how tough it is dealing with lingering pain, whether it's your back, neck, or even headaches. You don't have to live with it anymore. Chiro One offers natural chiropractic care that can help you live pain-free without drugs or surgery. From everyday activities to getting back in the gym, or most importantly, playing with your kids. Chiro One has your back, literally. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including downtown Chicago, South Barrington, and Gurnee. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
For over 2 decades, I've called the plays here in Chicago, and when it comes to a winning strategy for selling your home, I've found the perfect play.
At Jeff Buys Your House, we offer a fast and easy solution for selling your house. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. We're a local, veteran-owned company, and we've made the process simple since 2007.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Trust the team at Jeff Buys Your House. Visit jeffbuysyourhouse.com today for your no-obligation offer.
Are you looking to buy a new or used car? Or maybe you're looking to save some money by refinancing your current auto loan? Check out Navy Federal Credit Union. They offer great rates on auto loans. And if you're active duty or retired military, you could get a special discount too. Applying is super simple. You could do it online or through their mobile app, and in most cases, you'll get a decision in just seconds. Not ready to buy just yet? That's okay. Refinancing your current loan with Navy Federal might help you lower your monthly payments, pay it off faster, or just save some money. And here's a nice bonus. If you refinance a loan from another lender of at least $5,000 with Navy Federal, you could get a $200 bonus. At Navy Federal, our members are the mission. Find out more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans.
Credit and collateral subject to approval. Rates are subject to change and are based on credit worthiness. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200 bonus. Terms and conditions apply. Terms and conditions apply for military discounts. Message and data rates may apply. Visit NavyFederal.org for more information. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
There's an app for that. Download. Listen live. Podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
Not committing the resources to the pass catchers that they need in order to get the most out of Patrick Mahomes.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Rich Eisen Show. Back here, one big happy simulcast stream, radio and television. The Hyundai Palisade Hybrid is an incredible SUV. It is all new. You need to check it out. Certainly if you're looking for something with a spacious interior, comfy for your entire crew. If you want something that goes off-road too, you got that. Check that box. This one is remarkable. 600-plus miles of range. Does that sound good to you? I think it does.
Yeah, sign me up.
Maybe it's you. If you put it together, you're driving behind the wheel. It makes it that much more incredible. So much more than another SUV. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603 for more details. Here on the Rich Eisen Show. Only fitting that we play our breaking news drop, maybe for the first time on our Disney Plus existence, fresh off of an award show night. It was Emmy last night. Our drop comes from, you'll hear some great moment from recent Oscars. Hit it.
Here it comes. And my eyes see.
Breaking news.
All right, Christopher, what's the latest on Jaden Daniels, sir?
Rich, Jaden Daniels had an MRI today. There was a thought going around that he had a banged-up knee. That is confirmed, and his status for Week 3 is in doubt.
In doubt. So the extra mini-bye might not be enough.
Not to believe to be a serious injury, but whether he can go this week.
Perhaps not enough to answer the bell.
Uncertain.
Okay. The Commanders next up for them as the Raiders at home. And then you see after that, if it's an issue, at Atlanta, which showed on Sunday night that they can get after a quarterback in a way that we're not used to associating with them. Marcus Mariota is next man up. So it could be Mariota v. Geno Smith in Week 3. That doesn't do a lot for anybody who may have Jaden Daniels in their fantasy, and that includes the person talking to the microphone right now.
It includes Sarah Tiano, who has him in every league.
Okay, pretty much an egg you would want to put in every basket, I understand.
I mean, what did you say you had him in fantasy?
Okay.
Is that, I thought earlier we didn't?
No, I didn't.
Oh, it's just my fantasy.
No, I'm also giving
Good job, TJ. That's perfect.
We got some more, Rich, we got some more quarterback news.
And speaking of...
Here it comes. And my eyes see.
Double news.
Okay.
Bad news for the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, no.
J.J. McCarthy has been ruled out Sunday already.
Why?
Due to an ankle injury.
Wow.
Aaron Jones also not playing this week with a hamstring injury. Unlikely, according to Kevin.
Yeah, Minnesota's next up is against the Bengals. So it'll be Carson Wentz v. Jake Browning.
Oh, yes. We're all in for that.
Mike.
Not the reaction that you should be having.
Okay, very good. Man, oh man alive.
I can guess which play that happened on McCarthy. It's got to be the fumble. He got taken down and rolled up, and the way he kind of landed definitely looked like he rolled his ankle on that play, forcing him to fumble.
Carson Wentz is going to start a football game.
I mean, in 2025.
And by the way,
he might win.
Rest, ice, compression, and elevation.
Yep.
Because the next 2 games for the Vikings are overseas.
Oh.
So you got to, put that foot up and hope it doesn't swell or anything like that, because week 4 is in Ireland against the Steelers. And then the Vikings are the first team in the history of the NFL to play back-to-back road games outside of the country in different countries. They have to then take all their gear and move it to London to play the Browns in Tottenham. Both games on NFL Network, I should add.
Wentz beats the Bengals, right?
Not if Jake Browning shows up and starts winging it around, pal.
This is a Vikings question. If he beats the Bengals, McCarthy hasn't looked good in 7 of the 8 quarters. You start Wentz against Pittsburgh and the overseas games, right?
100% not. You got to get this kid going, man. And it's unfortunate that he's banged up.
Got to get him going. Carson Wentz was MVP of this league for 15 weeks.
Let me tell you something. Do you know why Anthony Richardson was drafted? And the Indianapolis Colts...
I don't know why he was drafted, actually.
...could not get Carson Wentz out of Indianapolis fast enough. That was the worst-kept secret in Indianapolis at that combine after Wentz, I believe, lost a Week 18 game in Jacksonville, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, needed to win, and they would have been in.
Right. And the late Jim Irsay, may he rest in peace, wanted Carson Wentz disappeared from his organization.
Steak and shake.
But we'll see what, again, Kevin O'Connell.
Kevin O'Connell is the QB whisperer.
I mean.
But, in our final moments of this program.
Just saying. Just throw it out.
We do need to, again, Jaden Daniels being out for the Washington Commanders is a significant piece of news if he's going to miss it. We shall see. Remember, he was going to miss that start against the Bears, and we're all like, what a bummer that his ribs are all banged up. I mean, he's not going to play against the number 1 overall pick, and we're missing 1 versus 2, and he wound up throwing a Hail Mary to win it anyway. I'm just going to reserve judgment on, obviously it's not, this just not good if he's not playing. Maybe you sit him out against the Vegas Raiders, let him nurse it up and hope that Marcus Mariota can win the game for you, and you go to Atlanta. He better be able to be spry, because if the Falcons pass rush that we saw that knocked J.J. McCarthy around and then potentially out of his next start.
Yeah, pass rush.
Let me just tell you, that is significant what we saw from the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday night. I mean, the Falcons, one thing that you could say about the Atlanta Falcons, for sure, over the past decade is, boy, their quarterback's good, really good, and that offense is good, really good. They can win the division and be really good, maybe go deep. One thing they're not going to do, they're not going to sack your quarterback.
Nope.
The one thing they don't have is a pass rush. And so they said, screw it. We're going to draft 2 of them in the first round and trade up to get 1 of them. And against a banged-up offensive line. And again, that's what J.J. McCarthy's dealing with as well. His center went out. Ryan Kelly went out in the middle of the game. You take your center out of a game, in the middle of a game, you lose your center. That is a massive problem. Protection issues, certainly if you got a kid back there who needs some help with some protection, physically and also literally, figuratively, to figure stuff out neck up. And then you're down to your 3rd left tackle because Darrisaw's out. And Atlanta put a quarterback pressure percentage up of 53.3%. Their best such pressure since week 15 of 2018 when they also had 6 sacks in a game, and they had 7 on that day. Same day. That was the last time they had a quarterback pressure that much and as many sacks as they had on Sunday night. And only 179 sacks since that game, Week 15 of 2018 against Arizona. No other team in the NFL since that date had fewer than 200. So if Atlanta's figured that out, and Penix can get the ball out that fast, and Bijan, call me Bijan, but call me Bijan again, Robinson is running the way that he did. I don't know.
During the Sunday night intros.
I don't know.
I heard Bijan. I was like, what?
Wait a minute. I thought it was Bijan. And then Tirico and
explained it.
It said he wanted to be Bijan again.
Okay.
Hey, we'll just call you Awesome. Exactly. Because he runs like the friggin' Matrix.
Yep.
Remember that 6-yarder at the end of the game?
Just like,
that looked like Barry Sanders. I'm not going to lie. I shouldn't say these things out loud, but
they
that's
were
what
saying
looked
it
like
on the broadcast.
Dude. 3rd career game with 125 or more rushing yards. And that's the tied for the most in the NFL since he's come into the NFL. Only Derrick Henry, Saquon, and Jonathan Taylor have had more in that span. So here we go. Atlanta, nice bounce-back win. And kicker, John Parker Romo.
Oh.
Which, by the way, normally that's how you refer to, a serial killer. And the reason why I only say that is because that's the nickname associated with a kicker in Week 1 by Mike Tomlin.
What's Boswell's middle name?
All right. And John Parker Romo had 5 field goals. So Koo gets the gate, and in comes Romo. Now, I got to tell you, Jim, this guy can kick. So the Falcons, nice bounce-back win, brother.
That was nice. He was meeting teammates in the post-game interview.
There you go. And that wraps it up this Monday show. Check out our Overreaction Monday podcast. If you're listening to this on a podcast, it's right there on your RSS feed or our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. Back on Disney Plus and the ESPN app everywhere to wrap this show up on a Monday. Are you?
There you go, Rich Eisen. It's Bleck Abdalla live from Chicago, and we have tons of NFL news to get to. Abdalla, the Bears lose yesterday, 52-21 to Detroit. We will break it down with your phone calls coming up in 5 minutes.
There's a lot of stuff to discuss, a lot of injuries, even more injuries to discuss around the NFL, and a big one for the Bears. We'll talk about it here in about 5 minutes.
And at 2:15, we will hear Ben Johnson sitting down with Jeff Joniak, exclusive to ESPN Chicago. So the Coaches Show coming up as well. Bleck and Abdalla coming up at 2.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and 0 for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Hey,
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower by Navy Pier with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just
Welcome in to a Bears Monday here on ESPN Chicago. I'm Chris Bleck along with Adam Abdalla. It's Bleck and Abdalla weekdays 2 to 3 right here on ESPN Chicago, uninterrupted. And if you want to join us today, you can call us at 312-332-3776. We're brought to you by Yuengling. And Abdalla, boy, did I need a few Yuenglings after the game yesterday as the Bears lose 52-21. The Bears are now 0-2 to start the season. They dropped their first 2 against divisional opponents, and yesterday was ugly.
Yeah, ugly's that's a kind way to describe it, I would say.
Ugly.
Yeah, I didn't think the game would be over at halftime, but pretty much that's kind of the way to describe it. Having to leave the field and then come back and then getting scored on with 6 seconds left in the game is pretty much a perfect way to describe
in the half,
that game. Yeah, in the half. And then just everything that could go wrong went wrong in that game. Getting basically punked by the Detroit Lions, the former team of your now head coach, Ben Johnson. I did not think that a Ben Johnson head coach team would get blown out the way that this team did yesterday. I didn't think that they would lose the game. I thought that it'd be close. I thought that they would, there's always a chance that they would lose the game, obviously. But I did not see a blowout of this proportion and a team once again not looking prepared and not looking like they got off the bus for a road game. I did not see that in a Ben Johnson tenured team coming from this Chicago Bears football team.
Yeah, the way yesterday played out, and all of us who are Bears fans, all of us that live in the city of Chicago or the suburbs or the Chicagoland area, or you're a transplant, you live somewhere else, but you're a lifelong Bears fan. Yesterday was a comfortable feeling. We've been here before. Yeah. We know how this goes. Our team sucks. The defense stinks. The offense can't do this. We have penalties, all these different mistakes. 50 points on the board by the opposition at home. They're rocking and rolling. Like, it's comfortable for us to be in this spot. It sucks that we're in this spot once again, but I know how to kind of operate. Watching my team be an absolutely atrocious football team on a Sunday afternoon that's just gorgeous and beautiful, and I should be outside enjoying my life, but instead I'm inside hating everything because of this Bears franchise. It's comfortable. We know how it is. What's not comfortable, though, is games like this at the start of a tenure for a head coach. I'm used to games like this at the end when we know the Eberflus, the Nagy, the Tressman, those individuals are on their way out. The Foxes, those coaches, when the games like this were out of hand, 50 points, we knew it was over. We knew that Tressman lost that team when you had the back-to-back 50 games, right? That was it.
Yeah.
He was going to get fired. It is unusual to see this happen at the start when enthusiasm should be at the highest, when all the details should be buttoned up and everything should be like ready to go, and the first-year coaching bump should be adding help to this team. And it really feels like this is exactly the same group that we saw last year. And there's really not a lot different that I see at this point. Maybe Roma Dunze is playing a little bit better football than what we saw last year. Caleb maybe playing a little bit better than what we saw last year. But that's it. Everything else is exactly what we saw last year. I don't see any difference with this team.
Well, the only difference would have been is if they were competitive in the 50 burger, right? If this would have been back and forth, if this would have been, okay, they're going back and forth, shootout, you know, one team's putting up touchdowns back and forth. Ben Johnson offense is flowing. You see Caleb rebounding from the Monday Night Football game against the Vikings, against, you know, all of the inaccuracies and all of the missed throws and all of the overthrows and everything that you saw against the Vikings. He came back and responded and heard all the criticisms and got in the film room and everything was adjusted for and all of the criticisms were answered. But no, it was all the same stuff again. And I'm not saying that Caleb was perfect. This was not 100% on Caleb Williams. There is a pie chart, and there is a lot of blame to place on a lot of places, and I don't think a lot of it is on Caleb Williams.
No, not yesterday. If you want to talk about the Monday night collapse and point to the inability for the quarterback to get rid of the football and to not take bad sacks, then you're right. But yesterday, I have a really difficult time watching yesterday's game, suggesting that the reason the Bears lost yesterday was because of the quarterback. In fact, I think in most spots he was pretty decent yesterday.
Yeah.
The 52 points on the board with a defense that is just an embarrassment to Chicago Bears football and the rich history of defense in this town and what this team has become in the last year. Ever since Billings went out the first time last season, this defense has been one of the worst defenses in the entire league.
Mm-hmm.
Defensive yards per play, they're 32nd. So we can go through tons of different stats. Last year they were in the 30s. All of this stuff. This defense sucks. And if they play like this throughout this season, you're giving your offense no chance, and it's going to be really difficult for all of us to figure out whether or not Caleb Williams can really play, because in every game they're going to be down by 30 points, and it's reminiscent of the way Caleb went out at USC in his final season, where that defense for his college team gave up a touchdown on every possession that his defense faced. And so every single time Caleb went out there with the offense, it was, we have to score a touchdown or else. And that's where you got all the hero ball stuff and all of the bad habits that he started to show at USC, was because his defense was horrendous.
And it looks like it's going to be even harder because a few hours ago, Adam Schefter and Courtney Cronin reporting that Bears cornerback Jalen Johnson is going to be out indefinitely with his groin injury that he re-aggravated early in the game yesterday, breaking up a pass and then landing on the groin, re-aggravating the injury. He left the game, did not return. Jordan Schultz saying that he's going to need surgery, likely to be out for the remainder of the season. Adam Schefter and Courtney saying that he's going to see whether or not he needs surgery, going to be out indefinitely. We'll find out a little bit later on in the week what is going to happen, but the Bears are going to be without Jalen Johnson for a very long time, for most likely most of the season. So it's going to be a long time without your best player, and someone needs to step up in his absence. A lot of guys need to step up for this Bears defense, and you got to face a very good offensive team coming up here on Sunday at home against the Dallas Cowboys. So it doesn't get any easier with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb coming into town. So someone needs to step up. This whole team needs to step up, and it's been done. Jurko was sitting here a few hours ago talking about how his team gave up 50 points and they rebounded and came back and won. So you can do it, but a lot needs to be fixed in a very short amount of time. It has only been 2 games, but you can't start quitting now. You have to find a way to rebound and figure out a way to get this right so the season isn't completely lost, because it's getting late early. Yeah. It's getting very late early.
Event with us, Bleck Abdalla, for the next hour here on ESPN 1000, uninterrupted, and we'll take your calls at 312-332-3776. Abdalla give you the update on Jalen Johnson from Adam Schefter. There are 2 other major notes around the NFL in the last 20 minutes that I also have to give you as well. Schefter saying that the Commanders and Jaden Daniels, he has a knee injury, and that his status for Sunday's game against the Raiders is in question per league sources. So the injury is not believed to be serious, but it remains uncertain whether or not Jaden Daniels will play this upcoming Sunday. So that's something to keep an eye on. Another starting quarterback in the NFC may not be available to go this week. And then also in Minnesota with the Vikings, J.J. McCarthy has an ankle injury, and that he is likely not to play this weekend in their game this weekend. So the team is not expecting J.J. McCarthy to play this weekend for the Vikings. He has not yet been ruled out, but he is not likely to play this weekend. So that's the other piece of news coming out of Minneapolis with the Vikings after they lost yesterday to the Falcons on Sunday Night Football. So we've got quarterbacks going down earlier in the morning. We had the Joe Burrow information. Joe Burrow likely to miss 2 to 3 months with surgery on his toe. So that might be a situation to keep your eyes on. All of the injury updates that I'm bringing to the table is playing along with the idea, if you can get a win on Sunday against the Cowboys, and if you can make it get back to even against the Raiders, who knows this knee injury with Jaden Daniels in a couple weeks, right? That's a situation for Bears fans to keep an eye on. You also have the Vikings situation with the quarterback. I know it's down the road a bit.
Yeah.
But then also the Bengals, when the Bears face the Bengals in Cincinnati, the Bengals will be without Joe Burrow.
They will be.
So it's just, if you take care of business this week and you find a way to win against the Cowboys, all hope is not lost yet. But you said it correctly. It is certainly getting late early in this season, the way they look.
Well, yeah, and look, before the season started, Ben Johnson always talked about how the measuring stick was going to be the bye week, and you still have 2 more weeks to get to the bye week. And if you're 2-2 going into the bye week, I haven't looked at the odds for the game on Sunday since the Jalen Johnson news came out. They're still a 1.5 point favorite. The Bears are still a 1.5 point favorite against the Cowboys. So the Jalen Johnson news didn't really affect that.
Usually a corner doesn't.
Well, and he was injured before the line came out, so it wouldn't have really mattered anyway. So the Bears are a favorite. If you take care of business at home and you win the game, you're 1-2. And then I would imagine still, depending on what happens tonight against the Chargers, the Raiders and the Chargers, you might be a favorite going on the road against the Raiders. You take care of business there. You're still 2-2 going into your bye. You assess what's going on there. You still have a chance to make up some ground here. It's still tough 0-2. It's tough to make the playoffs, but you still have a chance to salvage this season and turn this into something. It's not lost. It's obviously bad now. There is a ton to work on. There is a lot to go through right now. People are very upset, and rightfully so. There is a whole laundry list of things that we are going to go through that is wrong with this football team right now, and it starts at the very top with Ryan Poles and who were the healthy scratches and who were used and not used during this football game yesterday, and why they were not used, and what is going on with this football team and what is not going on with this football team. And we got a lot of pissed off fans right now on the line.
We will get to those phone calls in just a second. We have the Ben Johnson interview with Jeff Joniak, the coach's show, coming up in just a couple moments. But first, let's get a couple of calls, and we go to Robert in Bolingbrook. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Robert?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What do you think from yesterday?
Yeah, so what I was thinking was that basically, like, what we saw was like the different coaching, like our defensive coaching mindset before kept us closer in the games. So yesterday, what we saw was like an offensive mindset coach that, you know, it might hurt, give us some pain short term, but long term, this, you know, going on fourth down, that's what we really want. It's an offensive weapon or an offensive machine that's producing a lot of points. And as Bears fans, we're going to have to bear through it because it's not going to look like what our past defensive-minded coaches made it look like. It's going to be an offensive approach, and it's going to hurt. Maybe it's going to look painful for maybe a year or two because it's going to be a completely different mindset of our approach to the game.
Well, Robert, here's the thing that I would say, Abdalla. I have no issue with Ben Johnson going for it on 4th and short. I have an issue with the execution of the play calls that were called, and I would also question the play calls. Like, I have the mindset of going for it around midfield when you're looking to create momentum for your team, and the inability of a team to gain a half yard or a yard as an offensive team, that's the problem. I have no problem going for it on 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. The problem is the quarterback sneaks and the bad quarterback sneaks. Mm-hmm. That's the problem. Yeah. That to me, like, all I heard about the entire training camp was using a wide receiver getting practice snaps at running back. Mm-hmm. DJ Moore, a highly paid player on this offense. All he did in training camp was share snap responsibilities, mixing it up with the running backs, practicing. Why not put him in the backfield if you don't trust DeAndre Swift or Roschon Johnson or anyone or Kyle Monungai to get 1 yard? Put DJ Moore back there. Put the football in his chest. Have him dive over the pile or something. Why is this? I don't understand the play calls back to back. That's a problem.
Look, if you want to try it with Caleb on 3rd and 1, that's fine. But if that doesn't work and you want to go for it on 4th and 1 or even flip it and try it on 3rd and 1 with Swift, last I checked, you've got an all-pro at guard in Joe Thuney. Line up right behind him because Swift was playing fine early. He was running right behind Thuney. They were creating space for him to run, and he was playing decent. The run game was working for a while. And so I don't understand why, when it doesn't work, you just keep doing it and keep trying. It's not, you have an undersized quarterback. Why do you keep thinking you can do this? It's not going to work.
Well, I mean, he's a normal size. He's just not a big dude. I mean, he's not Kyler Murray running around back there.
I understand that, but he also doesn't bench 600 pounds like Jalen Hurts.
No,
dude. Like, he's not gonna do this.
Use a back.
Yes.
Use a receiver that you're grooming to be a guy who can take snaps out of the backfield.
Put Luther Burden back there.
Why not? I have no problem. I mean, does Colson Loveland, is he allergic to the football? Is he allowed to touch the football?
He might be.
I mean, I don't know. All good questions.
Is he Muslim? Is he allergic to pigskin?
And we'll see if some of these get answered as we now go to the coach's show with Bears head coach Ben Johnson with Jeff Joniak. And it's brought to you by the Village at Bedford Park. Here's Ben Johnson with Jeff Joniak earlier today.
Jeff Joniak with Bears head coach Ben Johnson here on ESPN 1000. Good morning, Ben. Good to talk to you. The way the game started, I honestly thought we were in for a shootout, man. I really thought it was going to be a shootout. It appeared to be headed in that direction. Did you entertain that thought at all?
Yeah, I mean, we knew that was a high-powered offense and that our defense was going to have their hands full looking to contain them. Turned out being that way with, I think they had 10 explosives and They were making it into a track race, and unfortunately, our offense couldn't keep up. Particularly when you have the turnovers and you have the failed fourth down attempts, that adds up pretty quickly.
First drive of the game, success again. That hasn't happened in the first 2 weeks of a Bears season since 2018. I'd imagine one of the positives you kind of pick off the tape to build on for week 3.
Yeah, it was good to see. Guys were clicking. They came out playing with high amount of energy and effort, and felt like the run game was at a higher clip than what it had been the week before. So that's a positive. I think that first drive, we had 3 explosives ourselves. So that was a good starting point. And unfortunately, there on out, we ended up having a number of 3 and outs. And as I alluded to, the turnovers and the failed fourth downs really stalled us out.
Did you feel Caleb look more comfortable in the pocket, footwork-wise? Didn't appear to rush many throws early on in the game. The tempo, the no huddle, running the offense, hitting the back foot, hitting Rome, bam. Good stuff like that. And Rome's day was big, too. How'd you feel about Caleb?
There was no doubt. Caleb was much more comfortable than he was the week before. That was right in his wheelhouse. I thought he had a number of plays where he worked through his progressions and did a really nice job. Overall, Rome had the big day in terms of the receiving core. That was good to see. He did some things with the ball in his hands after the catch. That was a positive. We're still looking to distribute the ball a little bit more to our tight ends and our running backs, and get a little bit more involvement from all of our skill players going forward.
Yeah, the tight end thing, I'm sure you'll get asked about it. I think 9 targets in the first 2 games. But as you indicated before this thing started, the one ball, many weapons, each week's going to feel different, look different requirements. True or false?
Yeah, that's 100% the case. We're not discouraged by the start there at all. We'll be just fine. It's going to be a point of emphasis for us. Those guys are playing really well in other ways. I think they're involved in the running game and in pass protection. And we know that they can get open when called upon. So it's just a matter of us putting in those opportunities a little bit more for them so that they can showcase their talents.
All right, so not to scratch this itch again, but end of the first half. Did you feel then that the energy left a little bit because it was 14-7? You're going to get the ball to start the third. They get the touchdown instead because of the ruling and the ref and so forth. Was that a big deal, as it turns out?
Well, it's always a game of momentum. And, when you have the momentum, you want to keep pressing. And when you don't have the momentum, you need to stop the bleeding somehow, some way. And so that certainly going into halftime made it a 7-score game to a 14-point game. And, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. We got the ball coming out of halftime, and had we been able to put some points on the board out of halftime, I think we would have stopped that bleeding and been just fine. But we had a 3 and out, and so it wasn't the start that we wanted to, and we just couldn't get our footing there in the second half.
I had the score wrong, too, 21-14 at that point. I know you get a chance to look over the tape if you have questions for the league office. Will you ask the league office about that end-of-half situation again?
Yeah, we'll get some clarity there on exactly what they saw and how that played out for them. Like I said, after the game, there was a lot of miscommunication going on from the officials to myself, and that's unfortunate, but that's part of the game.
Yeah, it is. Let's go back to the run game. The idea with Wildcat, with Swift, what does that present for you? What does that give him? What does that give your offensive line on occasion?
Yeah, it was just a little different wrinkle on the road, silent cadence. It was something that we wanted to feature, and we'll see going forward whether we want to utilize that more or not.
Is Roschon Johnson ready for a role right now as he comes back? And then how'd you think the 7 carries from Anungai?
Yeah, so Roschon did have a role. He played special teams, and I think he got almost 20 snaps there, and I think he did a pretty good job. So he has a role. We'll see if we want to get him more involved on offense going forward, but that our special teams is a big deal for us. So just because a guy's not playing on defense or on offense doesn't mean that they don't play a big role in terms of our success on game day. Manungai did a great job. I thought he played with effort throughout that game. His finish, his intent, his attention to detail, that stands out to me particularly for such a young guy. I got a lot of confidence in him, and I think he's a guy that we can continue to build around.
I guess I should have clarified offense on Roschon because he did have a big impact on special teams since he's been here. So very good on that. We're Ben Johnson here on ESPN 1000 as we break down the Bears' Week 2 game against the Lions. As you talked about it, you want to be in attack mode. This is how you have coached in your career. The Lions were in attack mode from the jump, on brand, so to speak, and it's what you're trying to establish here as well, right?
Yeah, we expected them to come out firing like they did. That was the mantra all week long. We knew that they were going to be pissed off from how the prior week had gone for them. They were going to be excited for a home opener. We knew that the fact that I was coming back there, that they would be amped up. All those things played a part of it. But really, it comes down to us, and we need to match and surpass that same energy on our behalf. And there were times early in the game that I felt like we had it, but for 60 minutes, I think that they came out swinging harder for longer. And, that's something that we'll address with the team. But when you play a team like that's the team that won the division the year ago, you can't make as many mistakes as we made. And it's plain as simple as that. We gotta take a look at that. We got to look in the mirror and figure out where we want to go going forward. Some guys got to step up for us. I thought we saw improvement from week 1 to week 2 for a number of players, but as a whole, we got to get a lot better in a hurry.
Yeah. Anybody in specifics, or are you just talking about the unit in general?
Yeah, I thought you brought up Kyle Monungai. He stood out to me in a bright fashion. I thought Caleb Williams played better week 2 than he did week 1. Noah Sewell's a guy on defense that stands out to me, that is flying around, and he's a physical player. I'd give you those 3 names off the top of my head here.
As we look at what is going on defensively with the injuries, the re-injured players from Gordon to TJ to Jalen Johnson, the process of getting players back on the field with these soft tissue things, it is you're weighing, and the player is too, about, how much do you need the rehab to get ready to go? And is this just the nature of soft tissue injuries?
Yeah, I think this is the nature of the NFL. We have a protocol that we adhere to in terms of getting these guys to return to play. I feel strongly about our training staff and our sports science program, that they know not only what to do to prevent injuries, but what we need to do when they do occur, how to rehab those guys and get them back on track as quickly as we possibly can. Our guys take a lot of pride in knowing that their availability is a huge part of us being able to win games as a team. And so I know they're working their tails off, the guys that are in the training room, to get back out and help us. But end of the day, whoever's out there, that's the National Football League. It's guys are up, guys are down, and the train keeps rolling, and no one's going to put an asterisk next to the game that, oh, you were down a few starters. That's every team in this league. And the longer we go in the season, there's going to be more attrition as we go. And so we're going to need the depth. We're going to need the reserves. We're going to need the practice squad guys to step up for us and be able to contribute at a high level over the course of the season.
Ben, Caleb Williams at the podium yesterday alluded to something you said in the locker room that really struck a chord with him. If you could give us a part of that message of what you told these guys after that.
Was it after the game? Is that
Yes.
what you're referring to? Yeah, yes. It's demoralizing to a degree that you feel that loss like that, and you lose by 31 points. But we have a lot of confidence in the coaching staff and the players, and a lot of belief that we're going to get this thing turned around. There's too many talented individuals in this building for us to think that this is who we are. It's one game. We're going to look at the tape and we're going to learn from it, and we're going to turn the page and we're going to move on. And we're committed, particularly this early in the season, to just find a way to get better this week. We're going to have a great week of preparation, and we'll look forward to the Dallas Cowboys coming into town. It's simple as that. There is no woe is me mentality, particularly this early. We're 0-2. I think there's 9 teams in the NFL that are 0-2 right now. It's not where you want to be, but there's very easily no reason why you can't turn this thing around before the bye week and get us going back on the right track. And so that's what we're going to be committed to as a coaching staff and as a locker room.
It's almost become cliche, but it is one hell of a humbling sport, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. You take the highs and you take the lows and you go with it. But, I think you find out a lot about yourself. You find out a lot about the guy next to you when these things happen. And it's a good thing that it happens early in the season too, because, the true colors come out not just within the building, but outside of the building as well. We know who the true guys are that we can count on, that we can lean on when times get tough, because that's what we're building on for this year and in years future as well.
All right, final question. Thank you for your time once again. Let's do a sneak peek of the Cowboys. Dak Prescott's coming in hot, looking good, and they've got weapons, too, that can rival everybody else in the National Football League offensively.
Yeah, I saw a glimpse of their first game. That's really the extent of what I've seen so far, but there are playmakers all over that offense. I think they're really well schemed. I was impressed with their running game in that first week. They had some unique things that popped out and got some explosive runs, so much more efficient than what they were the year before in terms of that regard. I know Coach Eberflus fairly well from competing against him in a scheme over the last few years here. So I got to dive into that tape and see what that looks like. But no, it's a good opponent, and they just won a big game, I think, in overtime there yesterday. Yeah. So we'll have our hands full.
All right, Ben, thank you so much. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Jeff.
For Ben Johnson, I'm Jeff Joniak on ESPN Chicago.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff Joniak with Ben Johnson. The Coaches Show, which is brought to you by the Village of Bedford Park, heard right here on ESPN 1000 the day after a game. So if they play on Sunday, usually on Mondays, it's Bleck Abdalla hanging out with you until 3 o'clock, uninterrupted here on ESPN 1000. And we'll continue taking your calls at 312-332-3776. Coach Johnson just said it to Jeff Joniak, quote, "There's too much talent here to say this is who we are." He just said that to Jeff Joniak. He also said that Caleb was more comfortable yesterday working through his progressions. He's still looking to see him distribute a little bit better. He's looking for more improvement from the skill position players, including the tight ends. Is there anything else that stood out to you from Ben Johnson talking with Joniak?
Yeah, I think one of the second to last answers there about, you're going to find out who these guys are, inside the locker room. When you lose games like this, now you're 0-2. You don't want to look ahead to losing to, the Cowboys and saying that you're 0-3 and then maybe 0-4. But reality is, how do you respond? You've got a home game here, national TV. The guys are going to know that. You're a later game. How do you respond? How do you respond knowing that you are on that feature game, that everybody is going to be talking about you this way, that you got your asses handed to you in that way? Everybody knows this. You have to have respect for yourself, but also respect for your head coach. That's what his former employer did. You let that happen, right? You let that happen to him. So if you have respect for yourself and respect for your head coach, you go out and you respond. And guys in that locker room, veterans in that locker room, need to lead by example and respond to that and go out there and show an effort against the Cowboys and respond and beat that team and win at home in front of the hometown fans and go to 1-2 and actually put a win on the board, because you can't have that. You got punked. The Lions were laughing at you.
Yeah.
The fans were laughing at you. The players were laughing at you. Dan Campbell was not laughing at you, but on the inside, he might have been laughing at you. And I'm sure he said it wasn't demoralizing, but I'm sure that it felt awful for Ben Johnson to have to get on that plane on the way home and have to face those guys, to have to leave Detroit and have to come back that way, the way that he did.
No doubt. And it goes along with kind of the way you and I started the show and looking at the players who are not performing for this team. Coach Johnson just said to Jeff Joniak, quote, "Some guys need to step up for us," end quote. I mean, that's what it is. The talent, I think, they think is there. Guys just need to play better football. I did kind of note Jeff Joniak asking about Roschon Johnson's role, and Ben Johnson responding, quote, "He has a role on special teams," end quote.
Well,
yes. Correct. He does. And Jeff followed up afterwards that he meant like in the running backs room. And I think most Bears fans, when we saw Roschon Johnson active yesterday, he'd
have been nice on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1.
Well, I'm
back
just
to back.
I'm just pointing out, per what the head coach just said, to point out, I think Ben Johnson is very specific in what he says. Roschon Johnson right now is a special teams player. But that's it.
Yeah.
He is a special teams player. So that's another Ryan Poles draft pick that is performing under the level that was expected to contribute to this team. This guy was supposed to be a number 1 or 2 back. Mm-hmm. He's a special teamer for you.
Yep.
312-332-3776. So Ben Johnson got a chance to talk with Jeff Joniak earlier today. Ben Johnson will meet the rest of the media at 3 o'clock. Waddle and Silvy will carry that news conference coming up at 3 o'clock right here on ESPN Chicago. We go to Brad in River North. You're on ESPN 1000 Talking Bears. What's up, Brad?
Hey, guys, real quick. I'm just numb to it at this point, but I had a question when it comes to penalties, and I think sometimes I could be better than Gene Steratore. But when there was that, I think it was in the second quarter, where Goff got sacked, the offense had a illegal formation, and I think the Bears had like a defensive holding or illegal contact. If an offensive formation penalty is called, why does that not supersede the defensive penalty? Because the offensive penalty,
it happened first,
the play
and then
would not have happened.
Yeah, right. No, I
just
don't
want some clarity on that.
I don't have an answer for you. I just know that when that takes place, they nullify each other.
Yeah. The two penalties there's 2 penalties.
Yeah.
Just redo it.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. I always think the same thing, Brad. Like that part of the play would never have happened if the play was stopped, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. I feel the same thing. I don't have a specific answer, but that's just how it is. Thanks for the call, Brad.
Okay. Appreciate it, guys.
We go Scott in South Elgin. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Scott?
Hey, happy frickin' Bears Monday, guys.
Hey. Happy Monday, Scott.
Man. So when you think it can't get worse than Phil Emery, you get Pace. When you think it can't get worse than Pace, you get Poles. And, I mean, golly, even those guys could draft Pro Bowlers. Ryan Poles has now drafted 34 players as a GM. 26 of them have played only 1 or more seasons for the Bears, and none have made the Pro Bowl. Not to mention, he can't pay the right players. Montez Sweat looks dead out there. He's just inept at putting together a strong roster. You draft Colson Loveland at 10. He was on the field for 50% of the snaps yesterday, and he was non-existent. I can't wrap my head around the stupidity and the absolute malpractice of this organization from top to bottom on a week-to-week basis. And for all of you folks heading out to the Mistake on the Lake this Sunday, don't expect anything different.
Got you down. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. That's a good call. And if you look through the history of draft classes for Ryan Poles since 2022, his first draft, it's tough. And it was notable yesterday because when you see the inactives come out before the game and you have 2 second-round picks from this year and a third-round pick from last year, all inactive, healthy inactive players, that's a gigantic red flag. When you have Trapillo, Turner, and Amagaji all just sitting on the sidelines doing nothing because they can't get active for game day.
Yeah.
That's it. The second-round picks should be starters, if not stars.
Mm-hmm.
Third-round picks should be starters.
Well, and some of those guys
if you're telling me that these are picks from the 4th, 5th, and 6th round and you don't have a spot for them, it's this, that, and the other, I get that. But you spent 2 second-round picks on guys who were inactive, and then 2 guys that you picked before those 2. So Luther Burden, who's a second-round pick, and Colson Loveland, a first-round pick, the 10th pick overall in the draft, does absolutely nothing to contribute to this team.
Well, what's shocking, too, is some of those guys, supposedly, Ben Johnson had a hand in drafting. Like, we all thought that Colson Loveland, that seems like a Ben Johnson type player. Ben Johnson sung the praises of this guy. I'm going to turn him into Sam Laporta. Like, this is going to be the guy. This is going to be this guy. Okay. All right. Luther Burden. Do we really need another wide receiver that's got Ben Johnson's fingerprints all over it, right? Okay. He's not doing it. You go in and get Ozzie Trapillo. Okay. It's another offensive lineman, but it seems like he would kind of fit the mold of what Ben Johnson likes. Okay. And then he's inactive. And like all of this stuff, we thought like Ben Johnson was kind of in the draft room, kind of molding what Ryan Poles was doing, and then these guys are inactive, and then they're also, the other ones aren't being utilized during the games, these first 2 games. I don't know why they're not being utilized, why the others aren't active on game day, or what's going on during these first 2 games, but it seems like someone who used tight ends a bunch during his time in Detroit during the first 2 games has not used them at all so far. And it seems like in his offense, would use them a lot to help out Caleb Williams and hasn't used them at all.
I will never get over the fact that he spent a 4th-round draft pick on a punter. That to me is like, think about where Ryan Poles has to take this team for people to say, yeah, it's okay that he did that.
Yeah.
Like what? 1 Super Bowl? 2? Like, how many playoff wins does Ryan Poles need to accumulate for all of us to stop pointing out that he spent a 4th-round pick on a punter?
It'd be nice to make them first. Like,
do you see my point?
First.
Like, how many playoff wins does he need for us to finally be like, it's okay that he did that?
Make them first.
You go back to the 2023 draft, Darnell Wright, questionable right now, not playing well. Trevon Dexter's a decent football player. I'll give him that. That's the second guy he selected in 2023.
Yeah.
Tyreek Stevenson, not very good.
Mid.
Zach Pickens, not on the team.
Nope.
Roshan Johnson,
Special
teamer. Tyler Scott,
not on the roster.
Not on the roster. Noah Sewell, he got a shout out.
Good player.
Shout out from coach.
Good player.
He's one of the 3 players that coach mentioned.
Here's your gold star.
Boom. But I mean, do you see what's like? We're looking at these draft classes, and there's no depth, there's no stars, there's no starters in these groups. And then, you just look at the last 2 years specifically. Hopefully Caleb develops. Rome Odunze, I think, is a stud.
Yeah.
For anyone pointing out that maybe one day he'll be the number 1, guys, he's the number 1 receiver.
He's the number 1.
He was the number 1 receiver in camp. He's the number 1 receiver the season starts. He's the guy. And before we get to more calls, because we only have 20 minutes left here on the show today, we have a horrific song of the night, which is it's actually good. It's a bad song of the night, but I think it will be enjoyable to talk about. We will get that before the end of the show. I do need to point out that as a proactive strike, if you're trying to, because we've had very pleasant calls so far here, and no one's like going off the deep end on this yet, but I sense that it's out there in the ether. If you are trying to make a bold proclamation off of the way Caleb Williams plays based on yesterday, I don't think you watched the game. I don't think you're watching football. Yesterday, the Bears offense had 10 penalties where the down and distance was greater than 10 yards to gain.
Yeah.
10 plays. Now, that is due. A couple of them were because of sacks, but most of them were because of offensive line penalties and mistakes. They had a 1st and 15 in the first quarter. In the second quarter, they had a 1st and 20. They had a 2nd and 17. They then had a 2nd and 32.
Yeah, because of a face mask on Braxton. How can an offensive... I've never seen a face mask call on an offensive lineman.
Dude, you're telling...
Hands to the face? Maybe.
Third quarter alone, listen to this. They had a 1st and 15, a 3rd and 14, a 1st and 25, a 2nd and 34, a 3rd and 34. And then in the fourth quarter, they had a 3rd and 15. Out of those 10 plays, the Bears had positive drives post those plays twice.
Yeah.
So 2 out of 10. The first drive, they got that touchdown. So they had one of those plays, a 1st and 15. They got out of it. They scored a touchdown. And then in the fourth quarter, the 3rd and 15. On that play, Caleb hit Rome for like a 37-yard completion. So they got the first down out of that. All 8 of those other situations were punts or turnovers.
Well, yeah, perfect example. Your first play out of half. You come out of half. All right, I get it. It was a weird ending to the half. Time on the clock, whatever. Okay, your last time touching the football, you scored a touchdown. Let's put some points on the board. What happens? False start on DeAndre Swift.
All right, immediately.
And then
First
punt.
and 15.
And then punt.
Yeah. And so, like, if you want to nitpick the play of Caleb Williams, show me a young quarterback developing facing 2nd and 34 that is successful. Or 2nd and 17 and then 2nd and 32 that is successful. So, like, the point is, if this offensive line could just get their blank together, this offense might be able to score some points.
Mm-hmm.
Because on the drives where they don't mess it up themselves, they actually look pretty decent. They do.
Yeah, and I'm not saying
they do. They look okay outside of these offensive line penalties.
And Caleb wasn't perfect, but in the pie chart of who's to blame, he's the small piece of who's to blame. The defense is the bigger piece. The offensive line and the penalties are the slightly smaller piece than the defense, and Caleb is probably the smallest of the pieces. Yesterday's game.
Monday night, he didn't play well.
Monday night's game, he's a much bigger piece. But as far as yesterday's game of giving up the 50 points, he's not the main problem of yesterday's game. So don't call in and say, I mean, you can call in and say whatever you want to, obviously, 312-332-3776, all calls welcome. But he's not the main problem of yesterday's game. Yesterday's game was undisciplined football by the offensive line and whoever was causing the false starts, DeAndre Swift, obviously, in the second half, and the defense not being out there, basically.
All right, that felt good. Yeah, I wanted to establish that on this show that I don't think you're really watching football if you just want to scream and yell that Caleb sucks. I don't think that's what took place yesterday. Barry in Evergreen Park, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Barry?
Barry.
Shay. Barry.
Chris.
We're going to put Barry on hold. Put him on hold. Yeah, Barry.
Chris, please. Chris,
stop for a minute.
Thank you, Cap. We go to Kevin in Lockport. You're on ESPN 1000.
Hey, guys. So, unfortunately, I don't know if this is going to get any better until we have somebody else selecting our draft picks. And I'm going to give two examples on why. As we watch Darnell Wright get random, false start penalties and moving backwards and getting bowled over, the person we gave up for him is sitting in the backfield and laying on top of quarterbacks and winning a Super Bowl. And then also this past draft, you can look at picking Colston Loveland. Don't think we really had the luxury of picking another tight end. When you look at needing help on the offensive line, the Chiefs took a Josh Simmons out of Ohio State who had a high score if he wasn't injured. Bears could have traded down or done something to pick him up to strengthen the line. And before anybody says, well, he was hurt, that's what he does. He drafts hurt people. How many people didn't Colston Loveland have surgery off season? So I don't want to hear that as an excuse not to grab him, but it looks like now Kansas City's got their left tackle and we drafted a tight end. So I don't have faith that he's going to be able to pick the talent needed.
Yeah, that's a good call, Kevin. Yeah, Colston Loveland was injured throughout the offseason. JK in Chicago, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, JK?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good, man. What do you think?
I got a couple of stories, but I'm going to tell you the first one.
All right.
Yesterday, my cousin is a high-priced lawyer out in Los Angeles, right?
Okay.
And he, about a month ago, calls me up and says, hey, would you like to go to Vegas? I got box seats. Everything's top, best hotel in town, all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. At halftime yesterday, we texted each other and said, not worth going.
You called it off.
Not worth going for free, okay? We're just absolutely a waste of our time. I think that, realistically speaking, that the stadium should be empty next Sunday. Okay. That's the only thing that's going to change these people.
All right, that's a fair point. I mean, as a lifelong Bears fan, I do feel like the only time we see massive change is when Bears fans stopped showing up to home games, like in December at the end of the seasons.
Yeah.
But we've got the massive change. Like, unfortunately, Ryan Poles, for some reason, not sure why, it's not the draft record or the great free agent signings or the wins he's amassed here as Bears GM. He got a contract extension.
Yeah.
Kevin Warren is here. You just hired Ben Johnson. Like, there will be no changes.
No.
Like, this is what we have going forward. You and I were on the air in for Waddle and Silvy the summer afternoon down at the South Side for the Mark Burley Statue Day.
What
And
a
that
day.
was, well, the reason it's notable is because there was breaking news that day that Ryan Poles received a contract extension. And you and I, in the moment, both said, why?
Yeah.
That our opinion in that moment was, why are you giving him a contract extension? He's won nothing. He has everything to prove.
Yeah.
This is a prove-it situation for him. And for some reason, he received a contract.
I remember playing both sides of it and saying, I understand why, but I also understand why not. Why did you do this? But also, why did you do this? Like, why'd you do this? And okay, I get why you did this, but why'd you do this? And you're right, change isn't going to happen, but also we've seen change happen. Everything that happened in this offseason isn't normal Bears. Using PJs and flying coaches in.
Oh, you said PJs.
PJs, yeah. What'd you think I said?
Oh, Ben Johnson's.
I mean, whatever it takes. Using PJs and getting the coach isn't normal Bears. You know, normally they would fly in Mike McCarthy, coach, take him to Outback, and he would sign on the dotted line, and that would have been your coach.
With a bloomin' onion?
Yeah, that would have been he would have used the bloomin' onion sauce and signed his name on the dotted line, and that would have been your coach. That would have been what happened. But no, instead, they went out and they spent $13 million a year and got you the guy. And this is the guy that everybody wanted. Remember that.
Yeah, this is the guy.
the guy that everybody wanted. Okay? So you can bitch and complain about polls all you want to. Okay? You can do that.
I think we will.
But don't complain about the coach, because this is what you wanted.
I wanted Vrabel.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, originally I did.
Oh, but you flipped.
Oh, yeah, eventually I came around.
You came around.
You can come around.
You
I
can.
didn't flip, though.
What's the difference?
Hey, you turn the corner.
Are you three-pointing it?
No, I'm just saying, sometimes you see information, you turn the corner, options aren't there anymore. At the start, I said Vrabel.
So you did get change. You got change. You're not getting polls change, but you did get some change. This isn't the way they operated in the offseason isn't normal Bears behavior.
We go to Ryan in Mount Prospect. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, guys. Great show.
Thanks, man.
I got to be honest. I'm not really worried. Like, they're 0-2, yes, but this team was not a coach away from, contending for a Super Bowl or winning the division. And I think Micah Parsons just kind of put a stamp on that as like, you're that much farther away. This is going to take time. It sucks to say because it's like, the same thing we say every year. In this city, we hear it every year for the Bulls, the Cubs, the Sox, the Bears. That's just kind of how it is. This isn't your year. I still think that they can win 9 or 10 games. I know that's crazy to say, but they're very easily. They could beat the Raiders and they could beat the Cowboys too, and be 2-2, and everything looks different. There are so many things that didn't look great, but they can improve on a lot of this stuff. I think that Ben Johnson made a great point. The talent is there. These guys do they have bad days? Absolutely. There's no excuse for what happened yesterday. They played awful, but I'd rather them play awful yesterday than have the coach, the team, the crappy attitudes that they had last year or with Trestman. I can't excuse everything Poles has done. I can't not excuse it either with the draft picks or just the money he's handed out. But I am saying this team, I think, is better than what they're showing. I think I'll feel differently halfway through the season. I think that's a good, or maybe the trade deadline, that's a good halfway point. But for right now, I can't panic too much. The Packers are 2-0, but the other teams only have one win. You're not that far behind the other teams. We're 2 weeks in the season. Great show, guys. Glad you're on in the afternoon now.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. And Ryan does have a good point because with all of the anger, us being upset at what we saw yesterday, and looking ahead at this actual situation, and I think we started about 50 minutes ago with the idea, and you said it, that this season is getting late early. Like, this week is the week. Like, if they're going to make anything out of this season, you have to win on Sunday.
Yeah.
You have to beat Dallas, and then we can all get on a plane, go enjoy our Vegas trip, and see the Bears win a road game, and then you have the bye right after that, and things are still okay. If you're 2-2 at the bye, everything's okay.
Look, were they a dog against Minnesota? Were they an underdog against Minnesota? Yes, they lost. Were they an underdog yesterday? Yes.
Were you looking for the class stance?
I was. Okay. I was going to kind of doing a thing here.
Yeah,
were they an underdog against Dallas?
We'll fix it in post.
Were they underdog against Minnesota or against Dallas? Yes, they lost. They're favored on Sunday. If they win, they're 1-2. the look ahead against Vegas, they were a favorite. They were a road favorite, a slight road favorite against Vegas. I don't know if that's going to hold up. We'll find out.
Yeah, and
if you're a road favorite and if you win that game, okay, now you're 2-2, and Ben Johnson put a lot of talk into assessing at the bye a month into the season, and we'll see whatever that means. And if you're 2-2 going into the bye, we'll see what Jaden Daniels' knee looks like in a couple weeks.
But that's the point, because as you creep along and you play the will we be the favorite? Can we win this game? All you need to know is from week to week, a lot of it rides on whether or not teams are starting their quarterback. And at that point, we're 2 weeks in, and today, J.J. McCarthy, Jaden Daniels, Justin Fields, Joe Burrow, Brock Purdy, all may be out this week. Mm-hmm. So who knows 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks down the road if they can start playing good football and just get back to even, get back to 500, and then we can kind of take it from there. 312-332-3776. Zach in Yorkville, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Zach?
Hey, great show, guys. I was calling in, don't get me wrong, watching that, I drank my beer, upset, hated life afterwards, but then, came down by the evening. And, a lot of the offensive struggles, I believe, truly will get fixed. I mean, the one-on-one losses up front, Braxton Jones got, ripped off a couple times, and we get sacked. That's the stuff that needs to establish and creating, an improved roster and looking at that tackle position. But Darnell Wright's false starts and penalties will get cleaned up. I think you're still dealing with a new offensive system and the communication from the quarterback. All that, I think, will get cleaned up. Caleb did look better. I think that's kind of a big takeaway that I had afterwards. We were able to stretch the field a little more. It wasn't necessarily taking checkdowns. He took his shots, even if they weren't completed. But he looked better. Now, defensively is what kind of worries me the most. And I think right now, giving up that many points, it looked uninspired. But I think a major injury that it's going to be watching all week at the report, Kyler Gordon. I mean, when we extended him, we talked about being able to flex him and do a lot of different things, rolling down in the box.
Yep.
And right now, McLeod is not that guy. So then you saw a little more of a 4-3 look. You have Sewell in there, who's, there's a reason he's in year 4 and hasn't started. And, McLeod is not Kyler Gordon. McLeod's not getting the extension Gordon got. So then I think you're seeing a little more run heavy and then playing man on the back end. And without your best man corner and cover corner, that's a tough look. And you're going to get torched.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks,
Jameson
Zach.
Williams. Yeah, no problem.
I'm with you. And watching, and thanks for the call, Zach. Watching Kyler Gordon throughout this week on whether or not he can play against Dallas will be a huge deal. It's Bleck Abdalla, uninterrupted from 2 to 3 every weekday right here on ESPN 1000. We thank Aiden O'Connor and Hannah Lamata for producing today's show, Bleck Abdalla. We'll return tomorrow at 2 o'clock, 2 to 3 every weekday right here on ESPN 1000. We are brought to you by Yuengling and now Abdalla. Before we get to Waddle and Silvy and Ben Johnson meeting the media at 3, it's time for the song of the night.
Hey, turn up the volume and don't touch that dial because it's time for...
What dial? There's no dial on my phone.
Yeah, it's just an... never mind. Crank the volume because it's time for Bleck Abdalla's Song of the Night.
Yo, later.
Tonight's song, we go to U2, The Miracle of Joey Ramone. Terrible song of the night.
Why?
Yep. It's from 2014. It's your song of the night.
Hit that post.
Chasing out a dream before it disappeared again. To be somewhere near your voice was all I heard. I was shaking from a storm in me. Haunted by the specters that we had to see. I wanted to be the melody above the noise, above the hurt. I was young, not dumb. I chose to pretend to be blinded by you, brand new. We were pilgrims on our way. You're so cynical.
Yeah, it's Ben.
All right, why are we listening to this?
Yeah.
I don't know. What is it called? The Miracle of Joey Ramone by U2.
Yes, from 2014.
2014 by U2 off the album something.
Songs of Innocence.
There it is, Songs of Innocence.
All right, so if you recall, if you were around for this, on September the 9th of 2014, in Cupertino, California.
Ooh, fancy.
Apple and U2 teamed up to put this album, Songs of Innocence, on your device.
This was this?
Well, so that was on the 9th.
Okay.
The reason today's date is notable is because it took till the 15th to Apple to realize that was the wrong move.
That no one wanted this?
Because 500 million people, Apple's iTunes customers worldwide, 500 million people did not want this album automatically put into their iTunes accounts. And so on the 15th, so today's date in 2014, Apple released a tool to remove the U2 album from your device and from your iTunes accounts 6 days after they gave you a gift you did not want.
The Edge called the album launch incredibly subversive, adding it's really punk rock.
Yeah.
It's disruptive.
Hardcore.
I remember this. I was so mad. I was so mad at U2. I was so mad. I almost became an Android person just because of this.
U2 is a very polarizing band. I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
Not for me.
You know what the moral of the story is? Always get consent.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Abdalla. Appreciate it. I agree.
Always get consent.
U2, The Miracle of Joey Ramone from 2014. A terrible song of the night.
Don't sign brand deals either. Bands. Weirdos.
Hey, turn up the volume and don't touch that dial because it's time for...
What dial? There's no dial on my phone.
Yeah, it's just never mind. Crank the volume because it's time for Bleck Abdalla's Song of the Night.
Yo, later.
Waddle and Silvy are next.
You're listening to Bleck and Abdalla. ESPN Chicago. This is Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY at villageofbedfordpark.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, we are ready to go, and at any moment, we'll be bringing in the Ben Johnson press conference. Just shout at me, Charlie. And we'll see what Ben Johnson announces officially. Is that my sign to go to Ben? All right, here's Ben Johnson at the podium.
On Jalen's situation and where you expect that to head here in the coming days.
Yeah, we're still gathering some information on that. It's a new injury. It's not related to what he had before. So, we're still trying to gather a little bit more information before we'll know for sure.
From a defensive overview standpoint,
Dan?
Sorry, did I cut out there? Ben, from a defensive overview standpoint, obviously there was an edge throughout training camp and the things that you guys were able to do there. How do you square that with what you showed in the month of August with what's happened in the fourth quarter last Monday and then what happened yesterday?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Dan, because that's the truth. And we talked about that today at the team meeting. Was we've seen that type of football, that brand of football that we want to be about. We saw it throughout training camp. We didn't see it enough yesterday for it to be up to our standard, and that's really the way the game went. We got outgained by a significant number of yards, and really it came down to, I think, 10 explosive plays for over 300 yards, and that's just really not what we want to be about. We came into the game with a plan, and how we wanted to contain these explosive athletes, and we just didn't do a good enough job at the end of the day. But I do agree with you. I think it starts with how we play, less so about the scheme or anything like that, but our play style really needs to stand out in a more positive fashion going forward.
Pat Finley.
Ben, as somebody who was raised as an offensive coach, how do you get your hands dirty looking at the defense this week? And what have you learned about being a head coach since you got here in January that's helped you to do that?
Yeah, I've been pretty involved. I feel like throughout my tenure here so far, I was sat in quite a few defensive meetings, both with the staff and with the players in the springtime, and tried to do the same throughout the course of training camp. And so I know what the calls are. I know how we should align. I know how technique is being taught right now, and I've got a lot of faith in our coaching staff too. I brought in Dennis Allen for a reason. He does a phenomenal job coaching it to not only the coaches, but to the players. And, I got a lot of faith and confidence that the experience we have on that side of the ball is going to shine through for us, and we'll get this thing back cranking the way we want it to go. Listen, it's a good group that we went against yesterday, and they were hungry. That showed on the tape. They finished. They had the explosive plays, and we got to play complementary football at the end of the day too. If one unit isn't playing as well as we'd like, we need both offense and special teams to come through and balance us on out. And we simply didn't stop the bleeding in really any phase and play complementary football.
Brad Biggs. Brad, we can't hear you. We'll come back to you. Kevin Fishbane.
Hey, Ben, with the pass rush, what specifically do you want to see from those guys that they need to improve upon ahead of the next week's game that maybe wasn't working yesterday?
Yeah, I think, we did not have any sacks. We didn't get any quarterback hits or pressures, not to the amount that we wanted to. Really, step number one for us going into this game was trying to affect the quarterback. We came up short in that regard, and we know with that particular player that when his pocket is clean, that he plays at a really high level. He's a very accurate player. So we're going to have to try to find a way, whether it's within the four that we're rushing, to generate more pressure, condense the pocket, and collapse it from the inside, or whether that means we need to pressure a little bit more. We'll find a way. I've got faith in the unit. I got faith in the defensive staff to find a way to get a little bit more pressure on the quarterback.
Herb Howard.
Coach, you've opened both of your games so far with scoring drives, but then the offense kind of slowed down a little bit over the course of the game. Is that, just a byproduct of the guys having repped those first 15 a little bit more, or is it about adjustments that the other teams are making? What is causing you guys to not be able to maintain the level that you kind of starting out these games with offensively?
I hear what you're saying. I think I've been on both sides of the equation where you start fast and slow down. You start slow and you end up heating up. It's 2 games in, so I can't say that we've really had a pattern quite yet. I know what it seems like at this point, but I'm happy with the fact that we've been able to score touchdowns on the first drive, but we got to find a way to run the ball better early in the game. We got to find a way to not shoot ourselves in the foot with penalties early in the game. We got to stay on schedule, not have these 3rd and longs. I think that all is a big part of the equation. We're not playing consistently clean football as an offense. I think when we do, we're an explosive team. I think we got significant playmakers across the board, but we haven't put it together for a consistent basis quite yet.
Courtney Cronin.
Hey, Ben, I know that you've talked about with rookies needing to earn your trust, in large part because they just don't have the playing experience when they're out there. But when you look at Colston, when you look at Luther, what do you think you need to do to get them more involved on offense?
Yeah, I kind of knew that first game that the tight end position wasn't going to be featured as much. I was hopeful that this game we would bounce back a little bit more, both with Cole and Colston. I think Luther's slowly gaining the trust as we go here. We're trying to get him more packages as we're going. The way that we've talked about it as a coaching staff going into this week is we're going to have a lot more competition. I've alluded to it before. Just what these guys look like when the ball's not in their hands, that's a big deal for us. And so there were some plays there yesterday that we weren't quite as pleased with what that looked like on tape. And so we're going to find out this week at practice who wants to practice hard and who wants to be a little bit more involved with the game plan here going into Sunday.
And back with what Kevin was just bringing up with the pass rush, with Montez specifically, I know we had that sack called back, negated because of the offsetting penalties. What have you seen from him through 2 games?
Yeah, I think he's brought substantial effort. He's trying to do it the way that we're coaching it. I think the one area that he's hearing from our coaches right now is when he does get these one-on-one opportunities, whether it's with tackles or the tight ends, that we'd like to see him capitalize on those just a little bit more. It's few and far between that they're singling him up, but we would like to see him get to the quarterback. I thought he did have a nice move there on the sack and was able to finish at the quarterback. That was good to see, but unfortunately it did get negated there by the penalty. So he's doing some really good things for us, even if it's not showing up on the stat sheet quite yet in terms of getting close to the quarterback in the passing game, and he is doing a nice job in the run game as well.
Phil Thompson.
I've been, can you hear me?
Yep, I got you.
Okay. My question was along those lines. Is there anything technically that Montez can do or something that a DA can scheme up for him that can put him in better positions to get to the quarterback more frequently?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not just Montez. It's our entire unit right now. We didn't affect the quarterback as a whole, and so we'll certainly look at where we can help him so that he can succeed a little bit more in terms of getting that done. I think Dio on the other side, when he gets the one-on-ones, we need to see a little bit more production there. And then I'd like to see from our defensive tackles a little bit more push to the interior of the pocket so that we can put the lineman on the lap of the quarterback. I think that's it really takes everybody, and when we pressure, we got to make them feel that as well. It's a combination of all of it. It's something that we're certainly gonna address. We played that first game against Minnesota, 3 quarters of really good football where we were collapsing the pocket and we were affecting the passer. And so I know we have it in us. I saw it during training camp as well. I experienced that on the offensive side of the ball going against this defense. So I know it's there. And it's just a matter of us helping those guys in those situations and them coming through for us on their side.
Andy?
Hey, Ben, with Jalen, what's the concern level that this could be a multi-game absence with him? And also, where do things stand with TJ and Kyler?
Yeah, we'll find out more on Jalen here, hopefully within the next day or two, just the severity of it. But that's really to be determined right now. And then TJ and Kyler are week to week, as I hear it.
Sean Hammond?
Yeah, Ben, sort of along those lines, at the risk of an obvious question, just what's your defense missing when Jalen's not available out there?
No, I think what he showed yesterday in the limited reps that he did get was the ability to close on the football, and I know he had the pass breakup, which was a big play for us. That was going to be another explosive gain, so he was able to get his hand on the ball. But I do see sticky coverage. I see recoverability. He certainly can anticipate, and he knows what's coming majority of the time. He does a great job with the film study. So he's a good player. He's a Pro Bowl player for a reason, and he's a guy that you want out there on the field for you, particularly when you give up that many passing yards.
Last question, Pat.
And Ben, when you did your rewatch with Caleb, in what ways do you think he got better from the opener, and in which ways did he not, or does he need to go a little farther in your mind? Well,
yeah, I did see significant growth. it's not perfect yet. There's still a number of plays where our eyes aren't quite in the right position, or we're holding on to the ball just a tick longer than what we're coaching. But I did see tremendous growth in terms of going through the progression. There were a few times there where we had to get to number 3 or number 4 in the read, and he was trusting his feet and his footwork and was able to get there. So I did think he got better from week 1 to week 2. I'm encouraged by what I saw, and I'm hopeful that we'll continue to see another leap here this week.
Awesome. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. There's Ben Johnson, another Zoom Monday press conference. If you're just tuning in, here is the injury report. It's brought to you by Postman Law. Injured, call Postman Law. Others promise, Postman delivers. So there's no confirmation yet on the Jalen Johnson injury, which Courtney and Shefty earlier in the day reported that he's out indefinitely, and I think he's considering surgery. And then Jordan Schultz also had a tweet a little later after that, another NFL insider, who then believes that Jalen is out for the year. So nothing official from the Bears from that standpoint. Ben Johnson also saying that it's not a re-aggravation of the old injury, that this is a new injury. I would have to talk to a doctor, but
sounded odd.
Wouldn't you think that one groin injury has something to do with another groin injury?
You would think that in some way, shape, or form it would be connected. The bottom line is he's arguably your best player, and it sounds like you're going to be out. He's going to be out for a significant period of time.
And then the phrasing to keep in mind when it comes to Gordon and Edwards. Edwards re-injured his hamstring yesterday and had to leave the game. Gordon re-injured himself without playing a game. Remember, he's had hamstring issues. He then was in the clear, was not on the injury report before week 1. And then the very last day before the Monday Night Football game, on the Saturday walkthrough, he came in and he said it's bugging him again. And there he just listed them week to week. So with Gordon, who has had this injury before and a few other times, and I would wonder, I've asked you guys this, I think Joniak asked Ben Johnson, we'll play it in a little bit. Besides all the other issues on the field, besides all the issues with Ryan Poles in his draft class, and we'll get into all of that here, 312-332-3776, I would think that the Bears with the new coaching staff would also want to put under the microscope the fact that 3 of their very important players who had soft tissue injuries all got re-injured immediately. Mm-hmm. That Jalen Johnson was re-injured immediately in that second quarter. That Gordon, who has had the injury all preseason, was re-injured before playing a game. And that Edwards, who had the hamstring injury, went and he was immediately re-injured too. That's going 3 for 3. I understand it's football. I understand that it's not foolproof. But to go 3 for 3 in the re-aggravation department, and they're not classifying the Jalen Johnson as a re-aggravation, but to have those guys.
How about us as fans re-aggravated every Sunday?
It's the life of a Bears fan, Waddle. The re-aggravation.
Listen, I could argue, too, that they're their 3 best defensive players. I mean, you get Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, and T.J. Edwards?
Yes. And that's because the defensive line doesn't get any pass rush.
Oh, yeah.
And you pointed something out from when the way Ben Johnson sort of in code talked about the defensive line.
He talked about having to scheme up, some things to help Montez Sweat out. You don't scheme things to help a $25 million a year pass rusher. He helps the rest of everybody on that defense because he individually has such an impact. He's worth $25 million a year, theoretically. I think the thought of having to scheme things up for him and then have to also for the other guy on the other side who was given $32 million guaranteed in a Dangbo, like, really? You've got so much money invested, not just money. You also gave Grady Jarrett a lot of $28.5 million, I think. You invested a second-round pick in Javon Dexter. Think of how many resources you've put into that front four. And now we got to talk about scheme-related scheming?
Right, and the way he your reaction to me, I know you always forget what you say in real time, but as he was going through Sweat and Dio, and then he talked about Dexter, and then you turn to me and he goes, he basically just said the entire defensive line has to play better.
Yes, I did say that.
He basically called out the entire defensive line as he went through it one by one. I mean, thus what happens when you get they score 52 points on you.
Jared Goff wasn't touched. Jared Goff was 23 of 28, I think, and threw for 370-some yards, 5 touchdowns, and no interceptions. They averaged 12 yards per pass attempt. And, oh, by the way, against the run, they gave up 177 rushing yards, 6 yards per carry. Do you realize, I know that you do, that in in their last 5 quarters, this defense has allowed 680 yards and 73 points. In their last 5 quarters. Yeah. And I heard Chris Bleck say today, it's the 5th most expensive defense in the National Football League based on what they're being paid collectively. So, I get, we could also have the offense conversation for sure. We have plenty of time for that as well.
Plenty of time for everything.
But the defense, and now you're without your 3 best defensive players. I think Dennis Allen is a really good defensive coach, and his resume says as such. I don't know that Dennis Allen's going to be able to play his scheme. You can't go out there and play man for 80 snaps, not with the guys they have. You got no pass rush, and you're playing second and third string cornerbacks. And Tyreek Stevenson, I thought this was going to be an opportunity for him to reestablish himself. Really difficult day yesterday. And I'm not sure that you can run Dennis Allen's scheme with the current personnel they have up front and in their secondary.
When you were talking about the defensive stats, I forgot if you mentioned the 73 points. Did you mention that?
Yeah, 680 yards and 73 points in 5 quarters.
Think about that, guys. The Bears allowed, I want to say, 6 points in the first 3 quarters of football against the Vikings. Wasn't it 17-6?
I think so, yeah.
And since that time, in the last 5 quarters of football, they have allowed 73 points. I'm telling you that if we went on in August and we said, let's script out the worst possible start for the Chicago Bears in the first 2 games. Let's write it. What do we imagine could be the worst possible start? I don't know if you could have come up in your imagination a worse start than this. You choked at home after having that lead to a quarterback who's starting his first game, allowing him to account for 3 touchdowns. Yeah. And you lost in an Eberflusian way where they came from behind.
Good use of the word.
And in the second game of the year, you went to Detroit, the home of where Ben Johnson used to work, the place where you didn't call that final timeout in a comeback game, and you were completely inept on the defensive side of the football, and you allowed 52 points. With your best player in Jalen Johnson probably being out for the entire season, with the defensive line, which you were just talking about, not even sacking the quarterback once. You could not come up with a script of your imagination of a worse start for the 2025 Chicago Bears.
Listen, 0-2 was not what I expected. I expected them before the season began to be 1-1 at this point, beat the Vikings, probably lose in a tough situation in Detroit. The fact that they're 0-2 is only made worse by how they've lost. How they've lost, to me, has been a bigger kick in the groin than
choke
actually
and a blowout.
Yeah.
To choke a game away in the fourth quarter, which is probably worse of the two. Like that Vikings game shines even brighter, especially after watching them on Sunday Night Football against Atlanta, not being able to score or move the football in their own building against Atlanta. Remember, this is the team that laughed at Atlanta when Atlanta chose Michael Penix so they could get Rome. Do you remember that scene from behind the scenes up at the Bears? Oh, they passed on a defensive player, or they didn't go after Rome. They took a quarterback when they just signed Kirk Cousins. The Atlanta Falcons look better than you in the current and in the future. And here you are, after all these changes, looking the way you've looked. And by the way, the Ryan Poles draft class, to go on top of the results of just the singular games, where your 10th overall pick isn't scratching the box score, where Luther Burden, your second-round pick, is really not scratching the box score, where other guys who you drafted in the second round are not even active and dressing for the game. This is a team coming off a 5-win season? What was their...
They were 5-12 last year.
They had top of the board draft picks in every round.
Yeah.
And they don't have draft picks who are even contributing so far.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to get to here. I mean, I thought the entire game yesterday was just an extension of the fourth quarter Monday night. We talked about last week. I said on the pregame show yesterday, I thought you're going to learn a lot about this Bears team this afternoon, meaning yesterday. How would they come out and respond to the adversity, the self-created adversity of losing from an, basically an inexcusable position on Monday night? Who would you see? Well, you saw a team that got dominated for 60 full minutes, and this is who they are right now. Like, they defined who they are. And and conversely, look at the Lions. They spit the bit up in Green Bay, got dominated. How are they going to respond to that adversity? They defined themselves yesterday. Again, they're a different team than this one. This one is, working through a new head coach. That team is a more veteran group, more established group. It's a 2-time division champion, but you saw on full display the difference between the two teams.
Yeah, we got to talk.
It wasn't even close.
And we had like Ben Johnson in his second straight game made questionable decisions, and I get it. Every coach, if you put him under a microscope, there are going to be plays that you want called back. Sean Payton, Andy Reid, Bill Belichick, they've all had them, even at the top of their game. But like coming off of a lot of questionable calls in game one, the back-to-back quarterback sneaks, there are a few areas where you're just wondering. And I want Bears fans to react. We had a great weekend of calls on the pregame show and on the halftime show, too, yesterday. We had some great calls last week on this show. So if you want to bring it strong and you have a comment, even if you want to joke about them, if you're angry, how are you feeling? Like, this is why I know, and I get it. This is why a lot of you say to us, we're not buying the offseason hype, where we don't care about winning the press conferences in the offseason. We don't care about mini camps. We don't care about free agency or the drafts. We want to see it on the field. And right now, we're moping again. Bears fans are moping after, you wait all off season. You crave the football season all winter, all spring. You can't wait for training camp. And this is what they deliver on your doorstep. In game one, a choke. In game two, you get blown out. And where's the hope? 312-332-3776. I'll give you a couple of things. Believe it or not, as angry as I am today, I'll give you a couple of examples on why you should be hopeful. And I saw from a team a couple of years ago that I think we could compare to the Bears that had a very similar start to this 2025 Bears team, and they have since turned it around. Let's see if you could figure out that team. I also want to talk about the root of this problem. It obviously starts at ownership, and it filters down to Ryan Poles. Those are the two main reasons the Bears are in the spot that they're in again. So Waddle and I are here for you, 312-332-3776. We major in these types of shows. Unfortunately, we hate doing these shows. Like one of my buddies.
Let's talk about it.
One of my buddies said to me, isn't it sometimes good for business? I go, it's not good for business when you've done the same show for years over and over and over. What's good for business is bringing new people into the party who want to hear Bears talk because they're excited about
These
it.
conversations have a shelf life, and these types of shows have a shelf life, and then they get tiresome for everybody.
Tiresome. And you played for the team. You want them to win. You're a Bears fan. I grew up a diehard Bears fans. We're sick of this. We want the Bears to win. So, recapping the stories, Ben Johnson would not confirm that Jalen Johnson is out for the year. They'll know more in the next day or two. But all the insiders, including Shefty and Courtney, saying that he is at least out indefinitely and surgery is on the table. Edwards and Gordon, week to week. The defense in shambles right now, both the way they're not producing and with the injuries. Let's talk about it. 312-332-3776. We'll take your calls coming up.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Bears and Cowboys. Joniak and Thayer call the game. Sunday at 3:30. This is the home of the Bears. Here comes ESPN Chicago.
At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win.
With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident? Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
All right, guys. True Chicago-style pizza is Connie's Frozen Pizza. We love it. It's the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Silvy Show. Had some for dinner last night. It was outstanding. We didn't want to cook. We had basketball after watching football. So we came home, put in a couple of Connie's Frozen Pizzas in the oven, and off we went. The kids loved it. I loved it. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are classic thin pies made with that same delicious cornmeal crust that Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. They're perfectly cheesy and saucy, and they're exactly what you want on hand when you're craving pizza. So do what we do and get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born right here in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. It's available at your local grocer's freezer.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hey, fellas, it's your pal Yurko, the good kid. Sometimes we all need a little extra confidence when it's your time to perform. And guess what? That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. And here's what I love. It's simple. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Everything is online. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right option. And it all ships in a discreet package right to your door. Think about it. Whether it's a big date night, an anniversary, or just a normal Tuesday, showing up ready makes all the difference. Confidence counts. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Be the legend of the night. And right now, I've got a special deal for you. Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, use promo code ESPN, and pay only $5 for shipping. That's it. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, a small chew for a big difference.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni. And I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Football season is finally here, and if you want to kick off like a pro, you need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you just to get in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from.
Bear Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Bear Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Bear Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. With a convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with everyday affordable prices, you'll save money for fall fun, too. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
Sprinting untouched into the end zone for the touchdown. Gibbs quickly. The Lions strike. It's 6-0. Crosser thrown and caught. Adunze away at the 20. 15-10. 5. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Gone from center. Giving to Montgomery. Plows forward and is touchdown Detroit. Swift with a man out in front. The ball comes out and popped in the air at around the 32-yard line of Detroit. And the Lions get the ball. Sneak again, this time off the left side. If he's denied, it's a silver platter for the Detroit Lions. Lions feel he's short. All right, so everybody was headed to the locker room. And now everybody's coming back on the field. Here's the throw, right corner, front corner of the end zone for the touchdown. Off looking with time, arching deep, wide open, inside the 5. Williams for the touchdown.
All right, lowlights, a couple of highlights spliced in there. Brought to you by our play-by-play crew of Joniak and Thayer, right here on ESPN 1000.
Boy, that first drive by the Lions was just hot knife through butter. It was 5 plays, 60 yards. It took 2 minutes and 47 seconds.
But the Bears responded.
With an 8-play, 79-yard touchdown drive themselves. Like I told you guys all, like I saw progress from the quarterback in the first half for sure. Like I mean, I'm not trying to sell you all hope after, kind of just hanging our heads for the first segment, but I thought Caleb was better yesterday than he was Monday night.
Yeah. Look, and I want to read you this tweet. This is from Brian Ayotte. He says, "What good is the constant flow of negative media given us as a Bears fan base? Nothing. If people always do things as they've done in the past, their future looks exactly like their past. Be better, Chicago media." The Bears just got beat by giving up 52 points. Ryan Poles has won 15 games in 3+ years, and he's mad at Chicago sports radio? Radio?
Yeah, you sound like Dicka right there. Radio fans.
It's 0. Like, that's what you're mad at? That is the ultimate passing the buck on. Like, not blaming.
We call that projection.
Yeah, the projecting. I'll see your one bit of hope, and I'll give you a little hope, too. And I'm not, you know me, I'm not a hope seller.
No, you're not. I would not say that that's on your business card,
I try, like, especially in the off seasons, to give benefits of the doubt to new people.
Absolutely.
I remember when the Denver Broncos coaching staff took over 2 years ago. You remember that?
Yeah.
Vance Joseph is a former head coach who was the defensive coordinator of the Denver Broncos. Do you remember the game where he gave up 70 to the Miami Dolphins in like game 3 or 4? If you look at that first year with Sean Payton, in the first few games, there were a couple of 30-point games they gave up. And, like, they rallied against our Bears after they lost to Miami, like 70-30 or something like that. I want to say they lost by 50. And they allowed 70. Look how times have changed. Mike McDaniel, everyone's favorite back then, scoring a bunch of points. No one can stop him. And Vance Joseph couldn't stop a fart, as you like to say.
Yeah.
Well, that defense can play now, and at least last year they had a very good defense, the same defensive coordinator. They got the right people in place. He knew what he was doing. Dennis Allen is cut from the same cloth, a former head coach who does have his defensive coordinator chops. So what I'm hopeful of is they'll weed out some of the guys who don't want to play. They'll figure out who's with them and who's not with them, and hopefully this will get better. Now,
Ben had experience with this himself. When he took over the offensive coordinator role with Detroit in 2022, their defense was hot trash for the first 8, 9, 10 games, and they found a way to become better as the season went on.
Yeah. So, like, if you want to look for historical things, I think under a not a first-time head coach, and this is Sean Payton, who's probably going to go to the Hall of Fame, but still the side of the defense where the things are very similar. Denver Broncos were terrible in the first part of that new regime's year in 2023.
They gave up 70 points to Miami. They lost 70-20. That's after losing to Washington 35-33 the week before.
Right, and they still gave up, like, the Bears still scored, I want to say, 28 in that game.
31-28.
Yeah, that was another terrible loss that the Bears have had. So, that's Waddle gave you, Caleb got better.
Yeah,
I gave you
saw progress.
Look at the Denver Broncos. Now let's get on to crapping on them again.
Yeah, listen,
No.
I mean, I think it's important, though, to point out that, I watched the tape this morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, and maybe I was a little bleary-eyed, but I saw what I saw. And was it perfect? No. And you heard the coach say it, and, I mean, the coach has been very kind with describing his players' performances so far. But one of the things we asked for last week before this game, kicked off was you wanted to see Caleb improve. I saw progress from him. Is it perfect? No. But I saw some progress, and I've talked to somebody who, watched this closely as well, and he saw some of the same stuff. So, long way to go, but incremental step forward for sure, in my opinion.
Another notable thing that Ben Johnson said, too, is he said that he saw some things with the wide receivers or skill guys that he didn't love.
There was a couple of situations where, how he has said no block, no rock.
Who was that?
Ben said that.
No, I know. Who were the...
There were a couple of situations on a wide receiver screen that I saw. I actually wrote one down where I think DJ and Rome both didn't do what they were supposed to do on a Zacchaeus screen.
All right, let's get to the calls here. 312-332-3776. Julian in Lindenhurst. What's up, Julian?
Hey, guys. All that excitement I had yesterday morning has turned into discouragement. My confusion here falls after what you guys had said in the opening. So you got Dennis Allen hired. You know what kind of defense he's going to run. Why don't you draft the defensive players that he needs? Now you got all these guys that you drafted. They don't even dress yesterday. And you cut Pickens. His draft picks aren't working. I mean, I hate to pile on polls, but I mean, it's more and more falling in his lap.
Why would you?
I'm just sorry, guys.
Julian, you're a smart guy. Why would you hate to pile on polls? It's not piling on. It's the reason the Bears are where they're at is because of their general manager. And if you drill down more, and I'll give you my theories on all that later in the show. But it's ownership. It starts at the top, and this stuff is permissible for years and years, and it is just taken by ownership.
Yeah, it's sad. The guys have a great show. Thanks a lot for taking my call.
All right, Julian.
And listen, Dennis Allen can coach. Dennis Allen's going to have to make some adjustments going forward because the crew he's got right now can't do what Dennis Allen wants to do. I heard Yerk say it earlier today, and I found myself nodding my head when I heard him say it, that if you want to keep going out there and playing a ton of man coverage with this group that's getting no pass rush to support them, you're going to have some long afternoons.
So you're going to rebuild the rebuild again.
You're going to have to adjust to how how you're running your system, or you're going to find yourself in trouble.
Drew in Milwaukee, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Drew?
Hey, guys. I called in last week, and I said very much the same thing that Silvy said, that there was just no bright spots after week one. First of all, you can't put me in a box. I thought Caleb and Rome, and then I actually thought that the running game looked pretty good yesterday. At some point, the game got so out of hand that you know what I mean? You're playing 1st and 25 or 2nd and 30, But anytime I'm calling in, I'm laser focused on the offense. And I thought Caleb, wasn't just, I thought he was pretty good. He made big throws. It wasn't just the script, he got some big third downs. And if Rome is going to emerge as the number one wide receiver, that's a bright spot.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that too, like what happens with that with Rome and maybe some of the other wide receivers.
You're right, though, too. Like, they ran the ball better. They ran it for 134 yards, 5.3 yards per carry from Swift alone. He only got 12 carries because the game got out of hand, but
the problem
they had more success running the ball.
The problem is with both of those things is they both made catastrophic mistakes.
No doubt.
Like DeAndre Swift with the game still undecided had a big fumble as they were driving.
Yes.
Caleb Williams on the 2nd and 30, and nothing good happens with downs and distances like that, but still, you cannot allow that to happen. I don't know if he was trying to make a play. Like, you watched the film. Was he going for Zacchaeus?
He was trying to be Superman.
Or was he trying to throw the ball out of bounds, and again, he came up short?
No, he wasn't trying to throw the ball out of bounds.
Well, why wasn't he?
I don't know. And listen, quarterbacks are not going to be 100% mistake-free through games. And he had his share of mistakes. That's one of them. That is a big mistake. There's no question about it. But the body of work in the first half, to me, was improvement from what you saw in week 1. So, I mean, you scored 14 points and had 175 yards of offense in the first half, and you had the interception, you had them turn it over on downs, and you had the fumble. So they've got to clean up a ton of stuff. But there are moments where this does work, and you just got to be a little more mistake-free.
Delano,
do you want like scrambled salmon and applesauce, please?
Yes, please. Please.
That sounds good?
Yes, sounds great. Can
Now,
I get
Jazz,
some? Delano, can I get
what
some
do you
too?
want in the morning?
Delano.
I'm going to the grocery store. I can buy anything you want to eat in the morning. What is that?
He's having a great conversation with like either son or daughter. Yeah. Boy, oh boy.
So we're going to have a smoothie then?
Getting smoothies.
Maybe we'll make some granola to put in it.
Granola too? This guy is a dream. But he's not on the phone. Delano. Hello.
Oh, hey, I'm here.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Can I get a smoothie too? I like banana strawberry for me. Can I get one?
Yeah, we make some delicious smoothies, me and my 6-year-old son.
That's awesome.
So
we heard your parenting.
Maybe we should make one for the whole team because they need something.
What do you got for us, Delano?
Okay, I wanted to talk about the character of the players that Ryan Poles has been drafting. I mean, we got a lot of nice guys. Rome Odunze, Caleb Williams, a number of, Ozzie, all of them. They're all nice guys. But what we really need is some people with some nastiness, some, a mean disposition, like Richard Dent or Wilbur Marshall, like back in the day, they had a nasty disposition. They'd hit people. And then the other thing, the one that we do have, like people mention all the time, Jaquan Brisker, you haven't heard his name called. Where has he been? Where have the big hits been? And then we're talking about the secondary being the strength of our team, and then they get shredded by the Detroit Lions. I'll leave it there, but I don't think we have enough nastiness on the team. Like, we could have drafted first, but instead who did we get? Wright?
Yes, Darnell Wright.
Our right tackle? Yeah, Darnell Wright.
Delano,
so
thanks.
Anyway, that's where I'll leave it. No anger when they get beat. I haven't heard anybody get angry. Like, I didn't hear anger from Ben Johnson. I didn't hear anger from Caleb Williams. He's just like, I got to get better. I got to hit that shot. But I didn't hear, like, somebody being pissed off that they lost like that. I was pissed. Fans are pissed. I want to see my team pissed that they got beat like that.
It's all fair. Delano, thank you. It's 12 losses in 13 games, I believe. Now.
Yeah, I can understand the frustration. More players like Richard Dent and Wilbur Marshall as well. Richard Dent's a Hall of Famer, and Wilbur played at an exceptionally high level as well. Both played the game with an attitude for sure, but both were highly skilled players. The skill part of it is more important to me than the how you're going to carry yourself, but this team could use a little more nastiness, for sure.
Right, nastiness, and then, like you were alluding to, talent. They don't have many blue chippers. I always remember when we had Polian on the show after they made the selection of Ryan Poles, we asked him to take us through the process, and he was telling us we discussed how many blue chip guys this Bears roster has now and how many you need.
Yeah.
And they've gotten rid of more blue chip players under Ryan Poles than they've acquired. They got rid of Khalil Mack. They got rid of Roquan Smith. You know, and who have they gotten? He has not drafted even a single Pro Bowler yet. You know, and Darnell Wright is like an average plus player. Like, he's better than average, but he's not a good. I wouldn't say Darnell Wright's a good player.
He's not in the Pro Bowl conversation for sure.
So 312-332-3776. Like, to me, when I get the most angry about the Bears, it has to do with their general manager, then them doubling down on that same general manager, and if it will prevent them from making a change if things get ugly on that front. But they're always out of sorts. They draft a quarterback when the coaches are on the hot seat. They hire a new general manager when the president's retiring. This is the way they do things, and we wonder why they're back at it again, losing 12 out of 13. 332-3776. Ben Johnson did get angry yesterday, but it wasn't at who you thought. We'll play you that coming up next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Orioles. Coverage begins tonight at 6
on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. That's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills as well. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
When your cat's mean, and your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse,
and you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower by Navy Pier with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants you to drive away a winner this September. Every Friday, we're giving away a brand new 2026 Jaguar. Earn entries weekly to increase your chances of driving away in luxury and style. Join us at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana each Friday in September. Be there, and you could be the next lucky winner to drive away in a Jaguar. Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Every season brings change. One year it's a rookie making headlines. The next year it's a whole new coaching staff. Even the rules of the game keep evolving. But here's the thing. You don't want that kind of change showing up on your internet bill. And with Xfinity's 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about it. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. That means while football keeps shifting, and life does too, your internet price stays locked. No surprises, no hikes, just a reliable price for a reliable connection. And Xfinity goes all in. Unlimited data, the best Wi-Fi equipment included. It's like signing your star quarterback to a 5-year deal. You know what you got, you know it's reliable, and you know it's going to perform on game day. So while teams retool and the league evolves, your internet stays rock solid. To get started, call them. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products or compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments, including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products or compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments, including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
To win games, you have to win the game.
That's right. There you go.
I like his philosophy.
That's the philosopher Mike McDaniel. It's nothing to do with the Bears, but they are probably at a worse stage than the Bears are, if that's possible.
Yeah, we kind of had the feeling when the Dolphins were here to practice against the Bears that this was going to be a rocky year for them. I mean, obviously, we need to have mirrors installed in our own building because we have to look at ourselves. But I thought you could come to a pretty simple conclusion that this was going to be a tough year for them.
Yeah. I want to play you a couple of things. There were 2 times yesterday the caller was complaining that who's angry up there, who's mad over the loss. Ben Johnson did get angry on 2 different occasions. One, I didn't hear this. I was leaving the building after our halftime show. One of my buddies heard this. This is the interview with J-Mac as they were set to play the second half. So this is right after that whole debacle before the half where, you know, he caught it with 16 seconds and they ran 10 off to get it to 6 seconds when they were told that the game the half ended.
The official standing next to Ben Johnson told him that it was halftime and you can go inside.
Take a listen to this on our radio station, the home of the Bears.
Arlington Heights, here's Dan on Kap and J Hood.
Wait, hold on here. That's not it. That was J Hood.
That was someone from Arlington Heights calling, hey, if they're going to play like this, we don't want them here. I heard that this morning.
Yeah. I want to get back, get me the right bite here, Charlie, and let me know. He also didn't like the question about, I'm looking to see where that is, if Dan Campbell was running up the score.
What's he supposed to do? It's 4th and goal. What do you want him to do?
Yeah, he could have kicked the field goal. They don't kick field goals. They go for it there. So he was doing what he was supposed to do. That's what he does.
Amen. Nothing to add.
Yeah,
This is the NFL.
Yeah, right.
This isn't high school.
Right.
Stop them. You don't want them in your end zone. Then stop them.
Yeah.
I thought Ben Johnson answered that probably more perfectly than anyone else could have.
The last thing I would want the Bears to do after a terrible loss like that is blame them for running up the score.
Yeah, I thought we were friends. No, we are friends, and I would have done the same thing to him if we were in the shoe was on the other foot.
Maybe that bite was of the caller that I want to share with you coming up next. Was this the caller that you loved so much this morning? Was that the beginning of it?
Oh, yeah, the guy.
Don't give it away. Yeah. This could be the caller of the day on ESPN 1000. We will play that for you. I'll play the right Ben Johnson bite here. If you want to weigh in, 312-332-3776. And did Jalen Johnson intentionally not want to give Caleb Williams a vote of confidence? There was something from before this game that came out that I want to call your attention to that may have been buried under a rug. 312-332-3776. More coming up on Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, I've already been on the Circa app, and I already got in early, too, on the over of our game with Dallas on Sunday. I think the over is the play. The Bears aren't stopping anybody. Dallas can't stop anybody. Russell Wilson threw for 450 yards. So, and I do think, believe it or not, this is a good spot for our team. So if you want to make a play, go to Circa Sports Illinois. It's the world's largest sports book right here on your fingertips. It's a good weekend, actually. You wouldn't know it by our Like It, Love It picks, though. I love Circa because it's sports betting the way it should be. You get high app limits, low holds, outstanding customer service, no bots. And best of all, guys, no bet fees ever. They're not going to nickel and dime you like some of these other sports books do. Circa, they want your business. They're not going to give you any bet fees here. So start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime, right here in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at Circa Sports Illinois. You got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers Legends Red Bull Original and sugar-free. First-round picks like watermelon, wild berries, and rookie Red Bull Zero. Right now, grab 3 of your favorite 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store. Score this deal before the clock runs out. True North convenience stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
There's Crash Bang.
And then there's...
Of course, the first one is our great defense.
The other means someone is hurt. I'm Lisa Longo.
And I'm Jim Morisi of the Chicago personal injury firm of Morisi, Longo and Associates.
We're here for you when an injury happens. Having us in your corner is a smart move.
Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. MorisiLongo.com. We're here when you need us.
Get the last roof you'll ever need with Steel Roofing from Menards. Steel Roofing is durable, offering your home the best protection against wind, hail, and fire. Choose from 29 stylish colors to enhance the appearance of your home. Available in cut-to-your-length panels that cover a large area quickly for fast installation. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
In football, the red zone is where games are won and lost. Same thing with retirement. The 5 years before and after you ride off into the sunset, that's your retirement red zone. And when it comes to navigating that critical window, you can trust Mitch Lyons and his team at Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch played in the NFL. He knows how to build a winning game plan for your future. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com to make sure you have the income you need when you are done working. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
Hit the road in a brand new Toyota in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Toyota River Oaks, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Toyota is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Arlington Heights, here's Dan on Kap and J Hood. Dan, good morning.
Gervon Dexter, Luther Burden, Tyreek Stevenson, Velus Jones. I mean, you're spot on. My friend Ernest from Arlington Heights is spot on. Like, what have we really gotten? We've got what happens when people walk into 1920 football drives? They put on their stupid pants and just start eating paste. I mean, the ineptitude here is honestly mind-boggling.
We love that. You sent out a message to the
It was
crew.
like 6:30 this morning, and I heard that. And he delivered it with just such a calm, demeanor. Put on your stupid pants and start eating paste.
We have discussed this multiple times in this show. Oh. We all knew people, right?
Yes.
When we were in grammar school,
that would eat paste?
I had two guys. There was Aaron Hodges and Mark Baba. They would have glue eating contests in the third grade, and it was like these guys are on a different level, And like I'm sitting there, go, wow. Look at these two.
Listen, I mean, not to jump ahead real quick, too, but like on that front.
No, I want your best glue eating story.
No, I don't have one. I don't remember.
You drank glue, didn't you?
No.
Would you ever eat paste?
No. Why would I eat paste?
I feel like glue is the whipped cream and paste is more the Cool Whip.
No, none of it.
It's a thicker quality, is all I'm saying.
No, I don't recall any of that.
Tyler, did you ever eat glue or paste?
No. Never.
Charlie certainly did.
Still does. So I mislabeled that drop recently. No, I always heard it was sweet. I'd never tried it. I'd always heard Elmer's glue is like sweet, which I feel like it shouldn't be. They should make it as bitter as possible.
Yeah, I don't think that was not a thing when I grew up. Was eating paste and glue.
Do you remember liquid paper? Liquid paper was the white stuff. Whiteout, right?
Yeah.
Right. It was I think the brand name was liquid paper.
Okay.
And it was whiteout. Like people would sniff that and try and get high.
Really?
Do you remember that? That was another school shenanigan.
Yeah, listen, every now and again I'll huff a new, Sharpie just real quick. Or when I'm pumping gas in my car, I'll stand out, and by the dispenser a little longer than most.
I'm a little nervous about you in football.
Yeah, I get it.
You've always liked the gasoline smell.
I have. I got to tell you, I felt like sniffing paste or sniffing glue or a Sharpie when I found out yesterday. We were sitting in these exact chairs when we found out that Shamar Turner, Karan Amagaji, and Ozzie Trapilla were all inactive. We looked at each other and were like, are you kidding me? Are you serious? Like, I heard Yerk say today is what, listen, the offensive lineman, if you're not going to keep 10 active, you got to have some guys that are going to play special teams, and offensive linemen won't. And he's 100% right. But I said to you, the guys that should be sitting down and inactive are the kid from Canada, and Luke Newman.
Benedict and
Newman. The 6th round pick and the free agent from Canada are the guys that you would say, hey, you know what, we got to sit a couple of offensive linemen down. Ozzie, you and Karan are going to be active. No, they took the 2nd round pick from this year and the 3rd round pick from last year and sat them down.
Right, and it's one thing to miss, but it's another thing that when the process is all backwards, we pointed it out when it happened at the time. This is not a second guess. I said right away, we're drafting a right tackle to play left tackle. Yes. That doesn't make sense, and early in his career, Boston College moved him off of left tackle because he was better off at right. And so now we have a backup to Darnell Wright. Darnell Wright's not that great to begin with, and now we've got a guy who this year was drafted in the 2nd round as his backup. Karan Amagaji, and I've heard these polls apologists say, well, Silvy, the hit rate in the 3rd round is only 10 or 15%. The problem is the only time you have drafted tackles, a big need for this team, basically, is with the 2nd and 3rd round pick, and they're projects.
Yes.
Karan Amagaji, project out of Yale, who was hurt. Bad process. Ozzie Trapillo, you drafted him to be your left tackle, but he's a right tackle. This is so egregious on the miss, not just simply missing on a player. Same guy who drafted a punter in the 4th round instead of drafting Bucky Irving. Yes. There's the same guy who gave up a 2nd round pick for Chase Claypool. He gave up a 2nd round pick for Montez Sweat, who still isn't doing anything.
And gave him $100 million.
Think about all these wasted 2nd and 3rd round picks.
Not to mention, also, Shamar Turner was inactive yesterday as well.
2 of your 3 2nd round picks from this year with the new coaching staff where you expect to get guys right away to at least contribute on the field.
For a 5-win team. It'd be different if they were the Eagles or the Chiefs or even the Chargers for that.
Or you had no other needs. You drafted right now in Loveland, who we liked, but still he is not doing a thing early on. And you drafted Burden, and Burden is your 4th wide receiver.
So you had 2 guys out there, the 10th pick of the draft, the 39th pick of the draft, and you targeted them twice. And then 2 of your other 2nd round picks were sat down and inactive. Now, again, my point.
But and then you gave the guy the extension who drafted all them.
Yes.
So if they do get bad, I'm telling you, Waddle, and you were on this from the start. At first, I'm like, well, you got to have continuity. And I'm like, the more I thought about it, no, he was 2 years out.
Yeah.
He was 15 and 36 or whatever it was.
Wasn't necessary.
I gave a stat on the swing yesterday, and I hate being on the swing. I don't want to be on the swing. The White Sox last year, the White Sox were the worst modern-day baseball team in the history of MLB, in the modern era. They had a win percentage of .238. Okay? 238 for the whole season, setting the record.
Worst team in Major League Baseball history.
Ryan Poles' win percentage now, after the 2 losses this season, his win percentage is .258.
It's not extension worthy.
It's like percentage points off. He is historically bad. He is 3-18 now in the division. And he had the gall to say, we're going to take the North and we're never going to give it back.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
And this team isn't getting better. In the 4th year, you expect them to be getting better. They're playing their worst football with a 1-12 record in their last 13. And I pointed it out last week. The win was a fake win against the Packers when they sat their guys at halftime.
Yes.
It wasn't a real win.
And your 2 of your 3 2nd round picks in this year's draft were inactive in week 2, and your 3rd round pick from last year was inactive in week 2. I mean that you've got to get more out of your picks. You just do. You kept a free agent from Canada and a 6th round pick this year active over a 2nd and a 3rd. What does that tell you? It tells you that they were more comfortable with Newman and Benedict being available, whether or not you think that they're more versatile or they're just better players, versus a kid you drafted in the 3rd round 2 years ago and a kid you drafted in the 2nd round this year.
Yeah. And the other apologists like to say, well, Silvy, he really had to clean up a mess with the salary cap. What good is it having cap flexibility when you bring in Dio Adengbo, who's not much of a difference maker, you bring in then Grady Jarrett, you bring in these guys, and you're still a terrible football team. Who cares?
Those are two starters on a defense that actually, they gave up 177 rushing yards yesterday, 6 yards per carry. You allowed Jared Goff to go 23 of 28 for 334 yards, 5 touchdowns. He averaged 12 yards per attempt. Let
me go to Billy really quick. He just called in. I'm going to get him to the front of the line. Refresh our memory on this one, Billy, on Poles.
Yes. The first move that Ryan Poles made was that free agent signing that didn't pass the physical that we always kind of over-missed because it was like the first thing. I just always wanted to make sure.
Wasn't it Larry Ogunjobi?
Yes.
Yes.
So like the first guy they signed, and then he couldn't pass a physical, and then they cut him. That's the warning sign right there. And we're
then he went on to actually play well that year, I think, for Pittsburgh.
Yeah. And he's still in the league somewhere. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, there hasn't been a feather in his cap. Jalen Johnson remains the best player on this team. He's probably going to be out for the year. It's a Ryan Pace pick.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I've said to you all along, my expectation is this team's going to win 9 games this year. Think about what they've invested in. You've invested in Ben Johnson, $13 million. You traded for a Hall of Fame left guard. You made Drew Dahlman if not the highest paid center in the league, one of them, 3 years, $42 million, $28 million guaranteed. You traded a 6th-round pick for the right guard, gave him $30 million. He's on the hook for $30 million there. You used a 10th pick of the draft the year before on the right tackle. You gave Adengbo $32 million guaranteed. You gave Grady Jarrett $29 million guaranteed. Look, if you don't get, and you picked Caleb number 1 overall 2 years ago, you drafted Rome 9th, you drafted a tight end 10th, you drafted another wide receiver to help your offense. If you're a 5-win team next year, you need a new decision maker.
Yeah. And I fear that they won't, because they remember all the rumors. Oh, Poles couldn't fire Eberflus 2 years ago going into the year
because of the
ownership. Because ownership. So if that's the case when he had a year or two left with Eberflus, this guy has probably 4 or 5 years left on his deal. How is he going to be?
They put him in sync with a coach, so it's 5 years.
5 years. So how are they going to part ways with him?
Well, I mean, you have to belly up and make a move if, in fact, all of these decisions don't turn out to be improvements. Like, the money is insignificant when you compare it to all of the other resources you have spent on your players. So if you don't get the necessary results from all that you've invested money-wise or draft pick-wise, you need a different decision maker.
I agree. I would have done it last year, but now when they, this team, you always say there's the right move and then there's the Bears move.
Well, they finally started. They got rid of Eberflus in the middle of the year last year. They finally opened their checkbook and hired a head coach for $13 million a year for 5 years. They paid the assistants and I still think this is the right staff, and I still think they're a good group. But if all of these decisions turn in another 5-12 season and you don't get any bump from all of these investments, then you need a different decision maker.
How could they sit there with 2 years left and his record and his draft record and them say, let's extend him? What are they worried about that if they didn't extend him, what would happen?
I don't know. The continuity with the coach never made any sense to me.
Especially with 2 years left.
Well, right. And look, I mean, worst case scenario was all of the spending and all the decisions didn't bring the improvement. And if that's the case, and we're only 2 games in, but if this continues, you're going to find yourself in that worst case situation. And then what are you going to do? And I think we sat here and said, look, as long as they're doing business differently up there and they're willing to make a change regardless of what the contract status is and the money that's attached to it, then it's insignificant. But if you revert back to your old ways and contract length and money still on the table is part of your decision-making, then you are the same old Bears.
I owe you a couple of things. First of all, this is Ben Johnson going into halftime or coming out of halftime yesterday.
Here, Bears head coach Ben Johnson. Coach Johnson, what explanation did the officials give you there at the end of half?
They told me it was halftime, so we went in for halftime. So simple as that. And then they decided that he wasn't out of bounds or in bounds or whatever the hell they said. So They told me one thing and they went with another thing.
And then he went off. So good stuff there. Like I don't know what happened. I still am not sure what really happened.
I don't know what's happening going into the half and coming out of half, to be honest with you, on the field as well. Because each of the last two games, the momentum that was gained by the offense scoring with a couple minutes to go has been completely lost because your defense has coughed up a score. Whether it was the field goal that was kicked right before the half against the Vikings, or it was the minute 55 you left on the clock, which is fine. I mean, scoring a touchdown was more important to me than managing the clock at that time. But then your defense has got to get a stop. The Lions drive the length of the field and put it in the end zone. So instead of having a 21-14 deficit and feeling pretty good about yourself, and you're getting the ball to start the second half, you let them get in the end zone, take all of your momentum away. You come out of half, and again, you're inept offensively. You go 3 and out.
Yeah, and they've started the game so well, but absolutely, it's a great point.
It has been carbon copy at both the games. End of the half and coming out of the half in both games.
Yeah, this was interesting, too. Then we have full phone lines. I'm going to get to everyone, and promise here we'll go through it, but there's been so much to say. This was going around on Friday. I don't know if everyone got to hear this. Jalen Johnson, who, if you're just tuning in, has another groin injury. Ben said that it has nothing to do with the last one, but it's the groin. I don't know. And he could need surgery, according to Shefty. And Courtney, another report has him probably out for the year. So we will see.
Doesn't sound good.
It doesn't sound good. Before this game, when Jalen was set to come back, he was on the pivot. The pivot is with Ryan Clark, Channing Crowder. Those
Fred
guys.
Taylor, I think, is also
Fred
on
Taylor, yeah.
So.
Marsh used to be on it. I think they had a falling out.
Shocking. Yeah, not good.
Yeah, and Jalen was asked about Caleb Williams. Take a listen, and I want people to react. What do you hear here with the answer about from Jalen Johnson on Caleb?
I wouldn't want to.
So he's asked, is Caleb Williams going to become the quarterback that you've long been looking for in Chicago? Something to that extent.
I wouldn't want to dip my hand in something that's not mine, in a way of like, I don't know what that looks like. Because, I mean, respectfully, before him, we had Justin. He didn't really get opportunity to really show too much. Quarterbacks before, we had Nick Foles, we had Mitch Trubisky. I mean, I've been through a lot of quarterbacks, so it's like, I don't know what that looks like on a day-to-day. I don't know what that looks like mentally, of course, playing them. Looking at it through the TV, it's like, nah, Tom, he's cool, calm, and collective. He always gets through 2-minute drives. Patrick Mahomes, like...
different when you're in the building.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's different when you can actually see it. I know talking to some guys that have, it's like, I know Mike Pennell, he's with KC, D lineman. He came from KC to the Bears, and he was just like, bro, he's different. But it's like, I can never really understand what he's talking about. Yeah. But he was just like, the way that they operate, the way that he operates, we always truly believe, because he's that guy, and we see him putting in a certain level of work. And I think even beyond putting in a level of work, I feel like some guys' makeup is just a little different. Mm-hmm. And I feel like for me, I'm not going to say, oh yeah, I see him doing it or I see him not doing it. I know he's definitely taking steps. I definitely see his car in a lot longer than it was. Definitely see him taking those steps. But I couldn't just say, oh yeah, he's progressing to be a TB, and I ain't never really know what TB put in.
There ain't many TB.
No, and to be TB, Tom Brady, or Patrick Mahomes, as he was alluding to, is different. But I sure thought that was a player who didn't want to do...
It wasn't a ringing endorsement.
He didn't compliment Caleb. Now, and if you like that and you think it's honest, fine. Is it an indictment on Jalen as a teammate? Is it an indictment on what Jalen isn't seeing from... Because I always used to say, while I haven't seen a star quarterback here yet either, I know what a run-of-the-mill quarterback or a bad quarterback looks like. And if you've seen Mitch and you've seen Justin, is he different? And he wasn't willing to say that.
Well, I think that is the bigger cause for concern than whether or not you think Jalen should be protecting his teammate. You would want both in a perfect world. You would want Jalen to tell you what you wanted to hear, and you would want it to be an honest assessment from Jalen instead of him just lying to you to make you feel good and just being a good teammate. You asked me, what is the greater indictment? Is it again, if this is what he was projecting, To me, the greater issue here is somebody who has got that level of skill as a cornerback who looks at the quarterback and isn't willing to commit that, yes, he is, quote unquote, the guy.
Wouldn't a guy like Cuddy, if we asked him a question about a player like that and he gave some sort of answer like that, wouldn't everyone say, Cutler, terrible teammate, go to bat for your guy?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not suggesting that there's a good option here because you would always want your teammate to kind of, you know what, he would say, I'm not a quarterback evaluator. I see him, he's working hard, and he's a young player, and he'll get better as time goes on. Like, that's kind of the stock answer. If that makes you feel good, great. If you want to think that he's being a bad teammate, well, I mean, I can understand that. But to me, the more important issue here is
he opening up a window?
Is this talented player, is he telling you directly or indirectly that the quarterback that was drafted first overall is or is not the answer going forward?
He's not willing to even say it,
That, to me, would be the bigger issue. Again, you have to put it all into perspective. You just, we're interpreting an interview that was taking place with someone else, but.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Randy in Seattle. There was Cuddy right there. How do we still have that in the system?
Yeah, but we don't have some of the other stuff.
Randy in Seattle. What's up, Randy?
Hey, boys. How are you?
We're good.
I know you got a lot going on today. You had on a commercial break a little bit earlier, you had Jurko's promo for Blue Chew.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm wondering if there's a comparable thing that you could feed to the entire Bears team. So, in Jurko's words, they'd be stronger, harder, longer lasting, finishing the job.
And more talented.
Because they're none of the above. Tommy, a professional opinion as an ex-player, are we attributing the horrifying performance of the Bears defense to the injuries to the key players, or the failure of guys to step up, or do we need to put a finger on Dennis Allen and say, hey, you're not handling what you've got to work with? I mean, as far as material, can you do better?
Well,
I'm really interested to hear how you respond to that.
And thanks for the call, Randy. It always starts with the players. And I think we've highlighted the lack of a pass rush and the lack of a pass rush. 3 years ago, they were last in the league sacking quarterbacks. 2 years ago, they were next to last. Last year, they were middle of the pack. It has been a persistent problem. They don't get to quarterbacks enough. Now they have some secondary issues because of injury. Injuries are part of the game. I would tell you that it is a lack of talent up front, first and foremost. Then I would tell you that the injuries are limiting what you're able to do. And the last guy I would look at is Dennis Allen, because if you look across the board, Dennis Allen's got the best resume in his job of any of the people that are being listed here. Now, I did also say, and I heard Yerk say it, and I found myself nodding my head, Dennis Allen's going to have to sit down and ask himself, can I run my system with what's left? I'm getting no push up front, and I'm not only without Jalen Johnson, I'm without Kyler Gordon, I'm out without Terrell Smith, and the second-round pick from a couple of years ago, Tyreek Stevenson, is not playing well. So what am I going to do? Am I going to keep running man coverage?
It's a good question for him when he speaks on Thursday.
Or is he going to have to adjust what he's going to ask his guys to do? But in terms of Randy to rank him, I would say talent level, then the injuries to the group that you have, and then I would say this particular coach gets the benefit of the doubt before everyone else because he does have a resume.
Marty in Rosemont, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Marty?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just had a couple of really quick things I wanted to talk about. First of all, it's crazy to me that the Cowboys are coming in as underdogs next week, given the way that they just played the Giants. And, in a case of history, may not repeat itself, but it certainly rhymes. The last time that we had a defense this bad and gave up 50 points, it was 2014, and we gave up 50 points in back-to-back games.
Yeah,
50 burgers.
The double 50 burgers.
But at least that was against Tom Brady and prime Aaron Rodgers. So it's like, we're going to let Dak Prescott probably walk all over us next week too. So it's crazy that the Cowboys are coming in as underdogs.
I forgot who said it. Someone said earlier on the station that right now, maybe it was Abdalla, I forgot who it was, but they said hit every prop bet for Dak Prescott. Yeah. Like for the over, touchdowns, all that stuff.
How are you going to control CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, and their tight end?
Yeah. Mark, go ahead. Yeah. What was your second part?
The other thing I just wanted to say is, I know accountability has been like a big thing everybody's been talking about all off season. I would rather at this point honestly have an apology like you get occasionally from an EPL player or something like that. Somebody just come out and say, "Hey, sorry, we have been subjecting you to like psychological torture every Sunday for half a year for the last 3 or 4 years, or longer." I mean, honestly, Bears fans have been watching this for way too long. So I don't know. At least it feels like the rest of my Sundays this fall are going to be open. So
Marty, good stuff. Thanks. So he's not. I know a lot of. We had a caller yesterday at halftime say, "Don't watch or listen to the second half. Just go outside and enjoy the day." They ended up being right.
Go Bears!
It's Waddle and Silvy.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, everyone. Big news. Exciting news. Carmen and Jurko now, 9 a.m. to noon.
The new ESPN Chicago lineup.
On the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Well, music is one of those things that's always changing. What's at the top of the charts today, 5 years from now, we might laugh and say, I cannot believe I actually listened to that. But here's something you won't laugh at, because it's not changing, and that's the price of your internet. With Xfinity's 5-year price guarantee, you lock in 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi. And that means 5 years of streaming your music, your games, your shows, and not worrying about the price going up. Their best equipment is included, so you're covered from day one. Think about it, 5 years of stability with your internet bill. It's like signing a contract where, for once, you actually win. No surprises, no hikes, just the same price month after month. So while music will keep on changing, and I promise you it will, your Xfinity internet price won't. And that's about as reliable as it gets. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's legendary deep dish. Leave it to Lou Malnati's for everything you need for a delicious dinner, from salads and appetizers to pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. Lou Malnati's is available for catering, delivery, dine-in, and private events. Order online at LouMalnati's.com or through the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's is here to serve you one deep dish at a time. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Weather is perfect. We spent a lot of time playing hoops in our driveway with our brand new basketball hoop from FenceWorks, a.k.a. The Guy on 41. Check them out today at theguyon41.com. My guy Jake is going to set you up with the best basketball hoop in the business, and there are different varieties, different price points for you, and he'll tell you what works best for your driveway or wherever you want to put it, whether it's a trampoline, the best and safest on the market, play sets for the kids. Look, summer's winding down, but fall, get them outside, get the kids outside. Even winter, have something to do outside and get them off their screens, and they will custom build you a play set with the best customer service, white glove delivery service, and no middlemen. And also for fences, it's in the name, FenceWorks. So check them out today at theguyon41.com. Visit them today, theguyon41.com.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
Yes, Waddle's World brought to you by the great people, our friends and partners at Wintrust Community Banks. They are Chicago's banks. To find your nearest Wintrust Community Bank, visit wintrust.com/find us. Member FDIC. You know what we do on Mondays for Waddle's World? We take phone calls.
Except today, we're not just going to take calls, and I'm going to sprint through a bunch of these. But in about 5-7 minutes from now, we will qualify our first person for our Bud Light Windy City takeover of Cincinnati. How about this? Joe Burrow is out for this game, and our team stinks.
Our opportunity to beat the Bengals in Cincinnati went way up.
So what we're doing is we're taking a trip. The Waddle and Silvy show. Is Shay going with us? Is that why Shay's involved?
No, Shay's not going with.
But Shay is qualifying people at bars as well.
Correct. He will be at Rebel and Rye tonight.
Okay.
He just likes to go to bars and drink.
So the only way you can win a spot is by these appearances that we're doing, or by winning it on the air. This is not something that you can purchase. This is an exclusive thing for our listeners, and we're going to be doing Tom Waddle trivia every day for the next 3 weeks. We'll put all the winners in a hat, and then we'll pull the grand prize winner out. That person will head to Cincy, Waddle's hometown. This is a Waddle homecoming.
Yeah.
And you get round-trip airfare between O'Hare and Northern Kentucky International Airport, CVG.
Yeah, it's Covington International.
You get your hotel. You get VIP seats for our big event Friday before the game. We'll be broadcasting from Cincy. And, of course, you get tickets to the game.
And you get a chance to meet my brother and my friends.
Is that a guarantee?
Oh, my brother will be there.
Phil Vogel followed me.
Did he?
Yeah, like my day was
Phil's
made,
the best.
but he followed me on Instagram.
Perfect.
It's all brought to you by Bud Light. So in 5 to 7 minutes before the end of this segment, we will do the first qualifying trivia question. So get ready to call. Don't call now, though. Let's take some calls here. Ahmad in Chicago Ridge, you're on Waddle and Silvy. What's up, Ahmad?
Hey, Waddle and Silvy, how are you guys?
We're terrific. Thank you.
Yeah, good.
I called you guys last year in regards to why is Ryan Poles still employed by the Chicago Bears? And we went over the roster, and we realized that most of his players have been free agents, and the draft picks that he drafted ended up being busts. Now, as an owner, like George McCaskey, he's a lawyer, so he goes and extends Ryan Poles for being dead last in the division for 3 straight years. How does that even make sense?
It doesn't.
Then on top of that, you drafted a quarterback who has accuracy issues. He has the highest accuracy issues in the league. He's got 52 due to overthrown balls. Another thing, we all know that we needed a pass rush and a left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
The team is always built through the trenches. You and your new head coach can't even get on the same damn page about that, really? So you go and sign Cole Kmet, and then you go and draft Colston Loveland in the first round, and then a wide receiver in the second. How's that helping the team? I already knew it was going to be over from the start.
That's after drafting a wide receiver.
On ownership, man.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Ahmad, you have pinned it perfectly.
Sell the team.
It starts at the top. It always has. At 5, I'll go through the list of stuff on why like people always say.
Like, about that, really?
What? Huh? I don't. So Ahmad, thank you. He was very hot, but
very hot.
I've learned this through visiting doctors and stuff like this, where it's one thing to treat the symptoms, it's another thing to cure the disease. The Bears are a systemic. It's a systemic issue in that building. It is the way they do business that causes this. So whether you hire a new coach or whether you sign a new player, you are only trying to treat the symptom. You are never going after the cure. And the cure is the way they do business up there. And I'll go through that in a little bit. What were you looking at? What were you pointing at?
I was watching from 1994 when we came back and beat the Jets. They're showing it now because obviously you got Raiders and Chargers tonight, and there is a rivalry that exists between Harbaugh and Pete Carroll. So,
from Stanford and USC. Isn't that where it started in Seattle and San Francisco?
Well, Pete was the defensive coordinator for the Jets when Harbaugh was the quarterback for this massive come-from-behind game, which was only possible because the late Steve McMichael ripped the ball out of Blair Thomas's hands.
I loved it.
Like a grown-ass man.
Yes, he was. Jeff in Deerfield, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Jeff?
Not too much, guys. Thanks for taking my call. You know, real quick, I'm listening to everything. I know the defense played horrible. I get all that. But we're talking about 2 games, right? And we're talking about 2 games that Vegas had us favored to lose, that everybody basically said, when you look at the schedule, we'll probably lose these games. And I know we're all upset because we had a good lead against Minnesota. And guess what? A veteran coach who knows how to coach stole a win and taught us, you have to lose those games first to be able to win sometimes. And I think we're freaking out a little hard. Not that the defense didn't look horrible, but also, I mean, the Lions get hammered by the Packers. We're walking into the Lions' den, literally, when that happens, and we got smoked. But I'll tell you what that game came down to in a sense. That game came down to one play before the half. It was 21-14, and the refs blew the call. The refs blew the call. It should have been the half should have ended at 21-14. At the very least, they get out there to maybe kick a field goal and make it 24-14. But if it's 21-14 or 24-14 and we get that ball coming out at half, we have energy. The fact that they gave them a touchdown because of their bad call when the guy was in bounds, clearly, took all the energy away from us.
Well, okay, but this is the NFL. You can't blame a loss of energy for the reason why they went 3 and out to start the second half.
Well, I agree, and I think we would have got beat yesterday anyway, okay? But I'm saying that affected the game. You know, Waddle, you know the way in sports how something can shift. And, man, if they wouldn't have gotten anything because of what should have happened, where the half should have ended at 21-14. We would have walked back outside going, okay, we need just a touchdown here to tie this game, and we would have had way more energy than looking up and, like, what just happened.
I understand that there was significant momentum change that was brought on by that, but there was no feeling in my bones that this defense of the Bears was going to be able to slow down what the Detroit Lions were doing. Do you realize the Lions had 320-plus yards on first down alone?
On first down.
I mean, I agree 100%.
Just on first down. Like, for the day, they gave up, Jeff, 511 yards and 52 points. In the last 5 quarters,
Correct.
the defense has given up 680 yards and 73 points. I said earlier, the fact that they're 0-2 is one thing. How they've lost, to me, has been more of a disappointment or something that has stayed with me more than the 0-2.
Correct. I agree with that 100%.
Jeff, the only thing I'll say about this is, like, the fans who look, it's not that, like you're saying, it's not that bad and it's this and it's that. If they decided to change the general manager and you had a new regime and it was a brand new regime and you're like, all right, like, you got to give this new regime time to sort of take. But the problem is it's the same general manager who has drafted the last 4 drafts, and his recent draft looks like a complete crap show of guys who are not even contributing. So my question to you would be, how is it going to change if you continue to not draft properly?
Well, I agree 100% on that. I agree 100% on the
That's
GM.
our point, yeah.
But when it comes to the quarterback, though, and everybody's on him, and first of all, he's not playing defense. But look at Josh Allen at the beginning of the year.
Sure.
Look at Baker Mayfield. It takes a while in this league to become a good player.
Jeff, I said, listen, I tried to sell hope earlier in the show. I watched the tape again this morning. I thought the quarterback played better. I thought I saw progress.
Quarterback is very low on the list of issues from this game.
Yes. I mean, there's still things that need to be cleared up for sure, but I think that the quarterback played better and made progress. I thought they ran the ball better. They averaged better than they averaged better than 5 yards per carry. Swift averaged 5.3 yards per carry. Now, once you get down, 28-14 or 31-14, then the avalanche occurs and you can't run the football because you're constantly throwing it. And that's when you open yourself up to all of the quarterback sacks because you're not built to be a one-dimensional pass-only team because your tackles can't protect in that manner.
Yeah, I'm going to give the question out here in just a second. Tom in St. Charles, though, first. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Tom?
Hey, guys. Always a good pleasure to talk to both of you. One thing I want to say and then get to my point off of something you said, Silvy. The first thing is the Colston Loveland thing literally baffles me. I cannot understand the lack of dedication to Colston Loveland in any of these game plans.
Right.
But the second thing that I wanted to get to is you were talking about Jalen Johnson and played his comments. And if you listen to that, there's something he says in there that I've always suspected about Jalen Johnson. And I think it roots into some of the locker room problems that I think Eberflus had, and I think that this new coach is probably experiencing a little bit now, is I don't think he was in support of Caleb. I think he was a big Justin Fields fan, and I think he's still got that chapness about Justin Fields, and I think there's other guys on that team that they currently kept on that roster that have that same opinion. And if you go back and you play what he says about Justin, it almost sounds like they didn't give Justin a chance.
Sure.
And he feels that he should have. And I think he's kind of a bad guy to have around that team. I think DJ Moore's another one. I just think there's still some of that Justin Fields and the dislike for Caleb that lingers around that locker room. I really do.
Like it's fair, Tom. But the issue then is, as Waddle and I discussed, Jalen's your best player right now. He remains your best player. And so you're going to get rid of another talented guy because you don't like – they have not drafted guys because they're worried about them as people, right? A culture. Right. And so now you're going to give away another talented player. Then you're going to trade him for a pick that probably he'll then spend poorly. And then what?
The pattern has not been a good one in any way, shape, or form. I think they've got so many different issues at this particular time. Whether or not Jalen Johnson is a good teammate is not at the top of my list.
Yes. Tyler, what do we do? There's no lines open here for the trivia question.
We'll take the winner when we come back.
Okay, we'll do the winner. You can hang up on Eddie on the north side. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Whoa.
I'm kidding.
Eddie's going to tell you how much money he has made so far this year betting against the Bears.
Silvy, I made this much money betting on the over, and I had the Bears losing.
You know what? The first thing Eddie said to me when he when he got on the phone was taking a shot at Potsy for a pick that he gave out over the weekend.
Eddie, really quick, so I could get you off our phone bank and we could have an open line.
I took it off of Potsy because my main thing when I looked at college, I was like, Alabama over in that game. And as soon as they gave the 3-leg parlay, I go, that's a loss. And you know what happened, right? It was a loss. On Carm and Dion, I told them Detroit and the over. I got Detroit winning by between 14 or 17 points.
You're right.
And if you bump that up.
The only thing you're wrong about it was Carmen Peggy, though, was not Dion.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Peggy. I'm really sorry about that.
Then you apologize. All your bad takes, you don't apologize
I apologize
over.
for it, but you guys are great. But, hey, the main point is
that wasn't it?
No, that wasn't it. Is everyone was talking about Ben Johnson leaving Detroit and he's going to take this and this away. I believe 100% these decisions in Detroit to go on fourth down, we're not going to punt it. We're not going to do it. That's all from the head coach. It wasn't from Ben Johnson.
Sure, but it's his playbook still and his development of the offense and the weapons under him being the offensive coordinator. All right, we got a phone line free now. So don't put that guy on a hold, whoever calls. 312, I'm not saying about Eddie. I'm just saying don't screen a call on line 10. We have jam-packed phones. First correct answer, is this, or do I have to do it a certain way? I know how the rules are these days.
First correct caller.
First correct caller. This is all Waddle trivia based the next 3 weeks for the Bud Light Windy City takeover of Cincinnati. When Waddle was a senior in high school at Moeller, his high school team was the number 1 ranked team in the country, according to USA Today. They lost in the first round of the high school playoffs that year to a player who is now big time in the media. I don't believe this guy played, but he was on this team. He's currently a big time member of the media. Name that player. 312-332-3776. Can you believe Moeller was the number 1 team in the country, according to USA Today, and they got upset? This was in your backyard, too?
It was at our home stadium.
Unbelievable.
By the way, do you know Potsy's uncle's the one that kicked the game-winning field goal?
I remember right. No, he brought that up to us recently.
Yeah.
312-332-3776. Name that guy. Yeah. This is going to be 3 weeks of kicks in the balls to Waddle on Waddle and Silvy.
Not new.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Matt never played like Waddle did, I'll tell you that.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Orioles. Coverage begins tonight at 6
on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Guys, I want to tell you about Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90Nation or windownation.com. I got a text over the weekend from one of my buddies who is a big-time bar owner in this city who told me, hey, guess who I just had over? I had Window Nation over. And he wanted to make sure that I have the windows. I would never not be authentic to you. I have the windows. They're in the living room, in the kitchen, in the master bedroom, and in the kids' room. We talked about the windows. My guy, Alan Favada, made sure he got the absolute best price. And my guy is signing a deal with Window Nation. You should, too. 866-90Nation, 866-90Nation, or windownation.com. You buy 2 windows, you get 2 free through the end of September. And you won't pay a thing until 2027. That's right. Nothing down, no monthly payments, and no interest. Till 2027. That's 2 full years. Call them 866-90Nation for the best customer service out there. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Check out all they have to offer online at windownation.com and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. confidence, energy, swagger. I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
Kennedy Express lanes closed? Well, the CTA doors are open. Why are you sitting in traffic?
When you could ride the train.
Park and Ride is available at the Cumberland exit, number 79B. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic and spending money on gas. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back. We'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, and ride CTA.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, it's really nice to work with a law firm who's there for you and has your back when you're injured.
That's right, Hoodie. With Howard, it's personal.
Thanks, guys. And well, after all, Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
Auto, truck, rideshare, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Injury law made personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Football season is finally here, and if you want to kick off like a pro, you need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you just to get in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if a quarterback completed 4 out of his 5 passes? Or a point guard hit 4 out of 5 shots from behind the arc? Well, now, when you're hiring, you can play at that level. Because 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter's technology hustles to find skilled people for your job. And you can invite your top picks to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
That's right. Football season is in full swing, and Twin Peaks is the ultimate game day destination. From kickoff to final whistle, you'll catch every play on wall-to-wall TVs while enjoying ice-cold 29-degree beers made from scratch favorites. There's no better way to celebrate the return of football than at Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Harbaugh going deep. Man coverage deep. Caught. Touchdown, Chicago. Tom Waddle, the possession receiver.
It's right. And that's one of our favorite play-by-play guys.
Was that Vern?
It sounded like Vern. Sure the heck sounded like Vern. All right, so we are doing Tom Waddle trivia to give away this trip. Everybody who gets one right.
Have you ever been to Cincinnati?
When I was a kid. I told you I went to the Cubs-Reds game in the late 70s. Yeah. Someone on the Cubs hit an inside the park home run that day.
In the late 70s?
Yes. Yes.
Cesar Cedeno.
No, it wasn't on the Reds. Someone on the Cubs. Did I say the Cubs?
I don't know.
And then it poured. And then we also went to Kings Island on that trip. We
Good
did we toured the Silvermans back in the day. We would tour the Midwest. We went to Cincinnati one year. Another summer we went to St. Louis.
You guys doing a vacation every year like that?
Yeah, we went to
the Griswolds. You were the Griswolds.
That's right. And we didn't go to Wally World, but we went to Jesse James Caverns.
Of course.
Outside of St. Louis. Remember Jesse James, how big of a figure he was when we were growing up?
Uh-huh.
So anyway, Waddle's team choked in the first round of the
it's fair.
The high school football playoffs.
Not going to argue with you.
And Jack is in Bridgeport. He has the correct answer. Jack, who was on that other team that Waddle lost to in the first round?
I believe it was Kirk Herbstreit.
That is
and not his
correct.
dog.
That's right.
And not his dog, did you say?
Dog. No, his dog was not
his dog.
No,
Yeah.
that's a good line.
It's true.
It was Xavier High School. Is that what team?
No, Centerville.
Centerville.
Yeah, Centerville. And I believe Herbie was a freshman on that team. I don't believe he was playing at the time, but he was on the team. And, maybe the biggest upset in high school football history of all time.
All time, really?
Yeah.
Now you're joking, though, right? Or
I think if there was a line on the game back in the day, which there wasn't because it was high school football, it would have been 35. We would have been 35-point favorites.
Jeez. Jack, if you do win the trip, because you're in the hopper now as a qualifier, what would you bring to the table as as someone running the town with us in Cincinnati?
I'll bring the brown paper bags.
Well done.
To put over our heads as Bears fans or to puke in?
Exactly.
To puke in after eating the hot dog chili, right?
Yeah, the skyline.
All right, thanks, Jack.
Good work, Jack.
Good work. We'll qualify someone tomorrow during the show, and we'll do that for the next 3 weeks. Shay is out tonight, as you heard, and then I'm out Thursday. I'll be at Rizzo's in Wrigleyville.
Nice.
Yeah, I got something on Rizzo, too, Anthony Rizzo, for Good, Bad, and Dirty. What a weekend that was. All right, coming up next, I do want to just explain to those who aren't familiar at how we got here. Like, I think many of us were sort of watching this game saying, how are we here already? How are we already down two games in? And again, it all has to do with just treating the symptoms and never curing the disease. I'll take you on a little story time on the Chicago Bears next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shane Norling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us Saturday morning at 8 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, presented by Yuengling Beer.
All right, football fans, it's time to elevate your game with tough as nails Toyota trucks. Tacoma, a big-time playmaker no matter what your game plan is. Tundra is a tailgating MVP that works hard, plays even harder. And the 4Runner, a Hall of Famer when it comes to rugged roads. I drive the Sequoia, and I absolutely love it. Whichever Toyota truck you choose, you're riding with a champion. My wife now is looking into the Grand Highlander, and we just ordered it over the weekend. So visit Toyota.com to learn more and check out your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants you to drive away a winner this September. Every Friday, we're giving away a brand new 2026 Jaguar. Earn entries weekly to increase your chances of driving away in luxury and style. Join us at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana each Friday in September. Be there, and you could be the next lucky winner to drive away in a Jaguar. Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. In football, speed and quick decision-making change the game. The same's true for business. Cyber threats move fast, and you can't afford to play catch-up. That's why companies trust Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they detect and stop threats in real time before they ever slow your team down. Trusted by enterprises worldwide, backed by over 35 years of innovation, Trend Micro helps your business stay fast, agile, and secure. Cyber threats move fast. Trend Micro moves faster. Go to trendmicro.com to see for yourself.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at mauricilongo.com. That's MORICILONGO. Maurici Longo and Associates. We're there when you need us.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust, molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Football season's my favorite time of the year. Sometimes I don't like the outcomes, but that doesn't mean I don't like game day. And game day feasts are spectacular. And that includes me eating dips with chips and wings and veggies, all while watching the big game, sometimes in disappointing fashion. It also means Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip are on hand at the house. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they are made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you're going to find right there in your own kitchen. So do what we do on game day. Put Daisy French Onion Dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at your local grocery store.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Say the line, Bart.
And the last thing, the most important piece, is we're going to take the North and never give it back.
Yeah!
Soft pair of receivers to the left, sends Amon-Ra in motion to the right, play fake to Montgomery, throwing wide right, caught. St. Brown, toe tap touchdown, right front corner of the end zone. Nobody near him. Dio Dengbo coming off the bend. Couldn't catch up. And believe it or not, Detroit is up 30.
It's not only have they failed to take the North and never give it back, but they have been like a woeful 3-18.
Failed to take the North, period.
They've won 3 NFC North games in 4+ years.
Yeah.
They're like, I know it's early, but we're already a third through the NFC North schedule.
Yes.
They're 0-2. They play 6 games all year.
Yes.
They've won 3 games against the North. Make it stop. But a couple of things before I give you a little story. And I've done some of this before, but I'll add context to it because I believe the reason they're here is Ryan Poles. But he's not the big reason to blame because it's ownership. But if you missed the Ben Johnson press conference today, it is week to week with Edwards. It is week to week with Gordon. Not day to day. It is week to week, which sure sounds like Gordon won't be available for Dallas.
Which is not good because Dallas can chuck the pill all over the yard.
And I wanted to play something from Ben Johnson, too, talking about their sports and science department, because all these guys had these injuries previously, and they all have been re-injured immediately. Are they not rehabbing correctly? Are they not giving it enough time? Someone tweeted me, one of our fine listeners, saying that Max Kellerman used to say, if you ever have a guy with a groin injury or a hamstring injury, and you think he's healthy, give him 2 more weeks. That was his philosophy all the time, because these are very tricky injuries. And Jalen Johnson had a groin injury, and now they're not calling it a re-aggravation, but it's the other side of the groin or something like that. And Edwards had a hamstring injury, and he re-injured it in his very first game back. Gordon had a hamstring injury and has had those in the past. And before he even played a game, he tweaked it in practice. It's really amazing.
You can't afford to lose these guys either, because you're already not a very accomplished defense, despite the amount of money that's been spent on this defense. I heard Bleck say it's the 5th most expensive defense in the National Football League.
Yeah, here's Ben Johnson with Jeff Joniak today. They played the interview. It's the exclusive Ben Johnson interview that he does with the radio station that Jeff Joniak does each and every Monday morning when they play on Sundays. So this was Joniak asked him the question about soft tissue injuries and if they have to look at it and maybe reevaluate on how they bring guys back.
Yeah, I think this is the nature of the NFL. We have a protocol that we adhere to in terms of getting these guys to return to play. I feel strongly about our training staff and our sports science program, that they know not only what to do to prevent injuries, but what we need to do when they do occur, how to rehab those guys and get them back on track as quickly as we possibly can. Our guys take a lot of pride in knowing that their availability is a huge part of us being able to win games as a team. And so I know they're working their tails off, the guys that are in the training room, to get back out and help us. But end of the day, whoever's out there, that's the National Football League. It's guys are up, guys are down, and the train keeps rolling, and no one's going to put an asterisk next to the game that, you were down a few starters. That's every team in this league. And the longer we go in the season, there's going to be more attrition as we go. And so we're going to need the depth, we're going to need the reserves, we're going to need the practice squad guys to step up for us and be able to contribute at a high level over the course of the season.
So that's Ben. If you were him and you were a new head coach and you went 3 for 3 with guys coming off of soft tissue injuries and they immediately got re-injured, like this isn't 2 games later, 3 games later, wouldn't you want to reevaluate?
Yeah,
or at least,
we would sit down with it. Yeah.
Make
absolutely.
sure you're doing the right. And I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, maybe they are, but
be.
yes, you should definitely sit down and have conversations about it for sure.
Yeah. So why are the Bears where they're at? To me, this all starts. Would you agree that this all starts with Ryan Poles when we zoom in and we say, why are the Bears so bad? Why are they still not good? They don't draft well, and they haven't exactly broken through with big time acquisitions on the free agency front.
We took over 4 years ago, right?
Yeah.
And did what we all had hoped that he was going to do, which was tear it down. And I remember saying at the time, the tear down is the easy part. The rebuild is obviously the more difficult chore. In that building, while George is ultimately the one who has the most power, I think the person who has had the most input or impact on this team and this roster has certainly been the general manager over the last 3+ years, for sure.
And then this is embraced or accepted, tolerated, I guess is probably the better word, that you still extend the general manager even though he has not shown you 2 years away from his free agent year that he is yet to build a great team.
Well, think about it as well. I mean, the record is what the record is. They had 15 wins in 3 years. They had 3, and they only had 3 division wins, right?
Yes.
In those 3 years as well. There was no Pro Bowler that was drafted. I mean, obviously, Jalen became a Pro Bowler, but he wasn't drafted. I believe Montez Sweat went to a Pro Bowl, right? But he wasn't drafted. He was traded for. So, I mean, the facts are the facts.
And so why has Poles and why is this continually accepted, even though he has one of the worst runs as a general manager in the history of Chicago sports? Look it up based on a win percentage. When they hired Matt Eberflus, who we already know is a failure, and they hired Ryan Poles in that same cycle, the people who presided over the committee, the search committee, was President Ted Phillips, who they knew was retiring the following year, and they still let him run the search. He hired consultant Bill Polian, who had nothing to do with the organization. On that committee was Soup Campbell, who they fired soon after he elected to pick this and help on the committee. A year later, they fire him and Tanisha Wade. So you have a president that you know is retiring. It could have been an easy time to say, we're going to bring in the new president now. We're going to let him be the guy's boss and run the search now, so he's overseeing this all and has a stake in it. You have two of the major guys on that search committee are not in the building. 3 now, because your president who presided over that, gone. A consultant, gone. And you fired Soup Campbell. There is no accountability. And this has been the long problem with the Bears. You just go back to it. When they drafted Mitch Trubisky, they did it secretly, and they did not involve John Fox. And then they said, hey, John, develop Mitch in year number 1. How do you think that's going to work? So it starts there. And then all of a sudden, Mitch doesn't work out. And now you've got Pace and you've got Nagy who are on their last legs and they're on the hot seat. What do they allow them to do?
Draft another quarterback. Trade up to draft a quarterback.
They trade up and they draft another quarterback. Justin's there 1 year with Matt Nagy. You pull the rug out from under them. You fire them when we knew they were going to get fired. And then you bring in a new coach, Matt Eberflus, Ryan Poles, who is not their guy with Justin, and now Justin's a lame duck eventually. Now, you continue to do that. You coordinate the search committee, like I said, with a president that you know is going to retire. Now you hire a new president in Kevin Warren. A year after the Bears purchased land to build a stadium in Arlington Heights. What do the Bears do? They say, we don't care that we bought land in Arlington Heights. That's the old president. I'm going to explore downtown for the next year and a half. I'm going to build it on Soldier Field.
And some people don't think that was, they thought that was a ploy. No.
It was not a ploy. That was not negotiation.
That was the intent of the new president.
But again, what you're doing is you're taking the old person's plan. You make a choice. We're buying land in Arlington Heights, just like you made a plan with Mitch, like you made a plan with Justin. And then now you pull the rug out again and you say, we're going downtown. Are you shocked that the downtown plan didn't work? Now, a year and a half later, we're back to Arlington Heights. We knew Matt Eberflus was a complete failure. We told them 2 years after Matt Eberflus took over, fire Matt Eberflus. Do not allow yourself to draft a new quarterback with a lame duck coach. You've done it with Justin. You did it before that with Mitch Trubisky. What do? They keep Matt Eberflus, they draft Caleb Williams, and they allow the guy on the hot seat to put Caleb Williams through the worst possible scenario a rookie quarterback has ever been under. Shane Waldron fired halfway through the season. Matt Eberflus, the first coach who was fired within a season of the Chicago Bears. We told them this. We told them it wouldn't work. They ignored us. We don't care. We're still going to set up Caleb Williams to fail in his first year. Now we told them, after they fired Eberflus, part ways with Poles. There hasn't been enough here. He doesn't draft well. There are no blue chip players. He doesn't know what he's doing here. He told us everything last year that he was going to break the cycle, and all he did was make it worse on Caleb Williams and the entire Chicago Bears. They kept Ryan Poles. Not only did they keep Ryan Poles, they extended him before 2 years. You want this Bears fans to stop? It happens because ownership allows this to happen all the time. Ryan Poles is just the latest character in this ugly movie that we're on display every Sunday during football season. And it will not change until ownership says, and I'm sweating because I'm so angry at this, because they've done this over and over again, where they continue to allow the old guy to stay, to now have a new coach here with the old guy with bad draft. Nobody's playing from that draft yesterday. And now what's going to happen is you're going to have to be forced to probably fire Ryan Poles or keep him because he's got a new contract.
Well, they did something, I think, that was the request of some people, and that was try to get the general manager and the coach on the same schedule, contract-wise, which I thought was a ridiculously overrated concept. But now that's what you have.
And then, like, a lot of people will say, well, Silvy, Ben Johnson said he would have wanted to be with Ryan Poles. The reason why, make no mistake about this, Bears fans, the reason why Ben Johnson had no problem with Ryan Poles was because he knew he could give input and he would listen to him. Hey, I want Jonah Jackson. Okay, Ben, we'll trade for Jonah Jackson. Hey, Ryan, I want a tight end, just like the tight end in Detroit. Okay, we don't care that we need a defensive end. We don't care that we need a left tackle. We will draft a tight end at number 10. By the way, we could still use an offensive tackle. Let's draft another wide receiver to be our fourth wide receiver in the second round. Ben Johnson, who isn't a personnel guy, was given in his first head coaching the power with Ryan Poles to give this major input. And this is why we continue to be here. It is rinse and repeat, and we could blame Ryan Poles, but until they start doing business differently, there will be a new general manager in, and the cycle will continue.
We were hired to break a cycle.
No. You're enhancing the cycle.
Well, the real laugher is that players are actually held accountable by their performance. And others outside of the realm of players, in a lot of instances, are not. Like, if a player performs the way that some of the people you've just gone through the full list, they get fired right away. Like, the players are considered to be disposable in a lot of ways. You don't perform, we're going to move on from you. And that's, we understand that as players. But the same rules haven't existed for whether it's coaches or it's front office people. And certainly for owners, they own the team. Like, they're going to never, you're not going to fire an owner. So I just think from that front, there's, it's quite hypocritical that players are valued and then devalued based on how they perform, and the same set of rules doesn't exist outside of the group that's in the locker room.
I asked to that point, I asked the show in the meeting, I go, who would be a player comp to have such a lousy track record like Ryan Poles has had? And was given a contract extension 2 years before he's a free agent. And Charlie said Rowan Wicks, the Cubs pitcher.
I didn't even know. Is he the guy with the goggles?
Jordan Wicks.
Jordan Wicks, not Rowan. Who's Rowan Wicks?
He's an old relief pitcher for the Cubs.
He was I was like, this guy's the closer of the future, and it's a good thing nobody listened to me.
Yeah, it's the other Wicks. What's his first name again?
Jordan
Wicks.
Is he still on the team?
He's been up and down, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's up and down.
Up and down. He's nothing. But, this is what they did. They just doubled down on mistake after mistake. And so a lot of people always say, well, Silvy, you always want to run these guys out of town. I just want it done correctly, where the president hires the GM and the coach. Everyone's on the same page, and you start making smart decisions.
Now, some would say to you that it can still work even if you don't follow that formula, but the truth is it hasn't worked up at Halissaw in that manner.
And it's the same mistake. So what's the line about repeating the same mistake over and over?
Well, that's the definition of insanity.
Exactly. And the Bears are an insane organization.
Well, to think that it's going to change because it hasn't. Now, again, I still trust this coaching staff, and some people probably, I'm not saying they've been mistake-free through 2 weeks, but I still think that they're in good hands with this coaching staff. We'll find out if that assertion is true or false as the season unwinds.
The problem is like what you said about Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen can't run what he wants because of the pass rush and now the injuries in the secondary.
I think one of the other issues that they have had over the course of time is that you either draft or you sign players that you hope you can develop or that you hope will become better players when they get in your system. Like, how about, and Dayo Adangbo's one of them. 17 and a half career sacks, I think, in 4 years.
16 and a half.
16 and a half career sacks in 4 years.
Yeah, with the one this year. Is that what you're counting?
Well, yeah. I mean, but at this point, but you're right. No, I was talking about prior to coming here. So 16 and a half career sacks. And the sales pitch was, well, we think he can develop in DA's system, right? Well, history tells you that 16 and a half sacks in 4 years is 16 and a half sacks in 4 years. To think that you are just going to be able to develop him after he's been in the league for 4 years, some guys can. But to give that young man $32 million, God bless him, he's getting what the market's willing to bear. I think that there's a whole lot of hope put into that, as opposed to, let's just say, for example, and this may not be an apples-to-apples comparison, investing in someone which would cost you draft currency as well. Someone like Trey Hendrickson, who is actually somebody who has sacked 57 quarterbacks over the course of the last 4 years, who didn't have a training camp so far this year and has already got 2 sacks and 6 quarterback hits. Like, the point I'm making is that paying someone for something you know they can do because they've already done it is different than paying someone for something you think that they can do once they get in your system.
Of course, and that's why I worry when you say about the coaches that you still believe in the coaching staff. If you don't have the horses, it still doesn't matter. Brad Holmes still had to draft good players.
No doubt.
For Dan Campbell and Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson to have success.
There's only so much that a coaching staff can do to put you in position to take advantage of hopefully what you do well. Some coaches don't have that knack. They ask you to do stuff that you don't do well. I think this coaching staff is equipped to ask guys to do what they do well. The question is, do you have guys that can do enough well?
Yeah. Let's go to Larry in California. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Larry? Larry. I don't know if that's us in the background or not.
Larry.
Hollywood Fish in Geneva. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Fish?
Gentlemen, how are you?
We're good.
The thing is you're right. It comes straight from the top. There is no philosophy whatsoever with this ownership group. You look at the teams that are most successful, like the Eagles, their philosophy of building from the defensive line and offensive line comes from Jeff Lurie. You look at the Steelers, how they run their organization, even with the Chiefs and how they're doing it. Like, there is no philosophy. They're drafting punters in the 4th round. They're drafting wide receivers in the 1st and 2nd round, like every single draft. They have no idea what they're doing. They're running a fantasy football team, and they have to hire outside help to get evaluations on players. They have no idea what they're doing, and that needs to change, I guess.
Yeah. Fish, thanks.
The facts are the facts, and the stats are the stats. I mean, it's just the reality. I mean, you've had to then spend money in free agency to make up for mistakes that you've made in draft. Their defensive line is not bothering anybody right now. Trust me.
And who assembled the defensive line?
The same group.
Yeah.
I mean, same person involved. Like, Montez Sweat is not making anybody's heart rate go up.
Yeah.
Neither is a Dengbo. I give Grady Jarrett some credit. I think on a bad knee, he was the one that had the most impact of anyone of their front four, but it wasn't enough to even get to Jared Goff.
Patrick on the Northwest side. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Pat? There you go. John in Lincoln Square. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm calling about Jalen Johnson, but while I was on hold, I was thinking, Sylvie, another one is, to me, is rewarding a guy for lack of performance is Cole Kmet. I couldn't understand for the life of me. He had one great game where he posted a guy up a couple times, and they threw a contract at him. But just my opinion, I heard an interview with Jalen Johnson today, and I would just about say, in my opinion, you can scratch him for the year. He called.
He dropped. We're having bad luck right now with the phones.
Any idea what he wanted to say?
Not talking about this.
I don't know if he was talking about the pivot interview that we played or not. I think it was described that Jalen was selfish. So
and I don't know that to be true or untrue. I'm not in that locker room. There are plenty of guys in professional sports that are selfish, and you tolerate certain things based on performance.
Yeah.
And when you have someone as talented as him, whether you consider him selfish or not, he plays a role. In a perfect world, you let those guys go because you have talented players to fill their place. But if you don't have talented players to fill their place, you can't just start getting rid of people because they're selfish.
Yeah, let me get to Patrick one more time because he's back on. Patrick, really quick, tell us what you got in the email today.
Well, I agree with you. At what point do you look at polls and say, listen, this guy's he brought us nobody on defense. You know, we got Montez Sweat. Wrong name. He never sweats because he doesn't play hard during the game. But, you talk about how they want to, they abuse the players. They're just an entity. The fans, this loss came after we got an all-season ticket holders at PSL got a rule thing from the Bears.
that we have to sign off on the next time we pay for tickets. And it basically was like they could give you the Cliff Notes version. They ain't your tickets; they're our tickets. We can take them from you anytime we want. You could get you when you die, Pat. Guess what? Too bad. You don't get to keep the tickets. Your family don't. The tickets are ours. Or you could pay the death tax. You name it. We want your credit card to pay for your tickets, and we can then use that credit card anytime we. Pardon?
That came in the mail today?
No, that came in the mail last week. Email from the Bears.
Okay.
It's ridiculous. They tell season ticket holders that is just basically say we allow you to buy these tickets. We can take them from you anytime. It was. I'm like, are you kidding me? I know about the death tax. That I can't. And I'm thinking, you know what? My dad was paying for these tickets when George Halas used to sit in Wrigley Field in his underwear, counting money, drinking bourbon, figuring out if he had enough money to pay the bank. But that's too bad. And in all them years since '54, when my dad bought the tickets, let's see, we've had one Super Bowl and one NFC championship, 63 and 85. And they're really going to tell us that we take your tickets, you're nobody, pay up. They think they own the city. They don't. They're not in the real world. And I think it's because when you say about they never ran a football team, they never ran anything. They never ran anything. They were never like a Gillette who ran a big business. They just owned the football team, and they always owned it. And they never admit they make mistakes. Well, they never do. They never say, "Oh, well, we're sorry, we made a mistake."
Patrick, thank you. I hear the pain, and I hear the passion, and I hear Chicago. That's what I hear right there. That is the Chicago sports radio caller right there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, and the reality is that it's a transactional business.
Well,
and
get ready for new PSLs.
Yeah,
I think that's what they're setting it up for.
It's
for the new stadium.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's not the intimate exchange or the intimate relationship that maybe it used to be. It's big business.
All right, the good, the bad, the dirty coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Bears and Cowboys. Joniak and Thayer call the game. Sunday at 3:30. This is the home of the Bears. Here comes ESPN Chicago.
You're probably driving past one right now. A neighborhood bank you didn't even realize is part of something bigger. Wintrust has over 200 locally run community banks, and every one of them is powered by people who actually know the area and care. They make decisions right there in your neighborhood, not in some far-off corporate office. And whether it's growing your savings or launching a business, their local experts are ready to help. Because communities are not one-size-fits-all. Your bank shouldn't be either. And when strong communities connect, big things happen. Find your local Wintrust Community Bank and experience banking as it should be at wintrust.com. Wintrust, different approach, better results. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Football season is finally here, and if you want to kick off like a pro, you need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you just to get in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa, Iavone. Your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4MILLION.
All right, guys, are you dealing with pain? You shouldn't deal with that anymore. Go get a solution with my guys over at Cairo One Wellness Centers. Are you sore when you wake up? You having headaches? I do. I just went to Cairo One today. Got my plan. Not only is it great chiropractic care, but it's also therapy, corrective therapy. They identify the problem. They give you solutions. No drugs, no surgery. Get back to the gym. Run around with your kids. They've got locations all over Chicagoland, 50 to be exact. I went to the Libertyville location today. They've got them in Wheeling, in Glenview, in Gurnee, all around the northern suburbs. So check them out today. Go to Cairo1.com. That's Cairo1.com.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
And here we are, folks. It's the Jeff and Jeff Call. I know football.
And I know houses, because when it comes to selling your house, you need a winning team you can trust.
No surprises, no fumbles, just a clear path to closing, just like a perfect play.
Jeff Buys Your House makes it simple. A fair offer, no repairs needed, and a closing date on your timeline.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Visit us at jeffbuysyourhouse.com for your no-obligation offer today.
You know, one of my guilty pleasures during the football season is the game day feast, where I am eating dips with chips and wings and veggies, all while watching my favorite games. And that means Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip as well. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients that you're going to find right there in your own kitchen. So do what I do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store.
The good.
It's gone! Oh, my God!
The bad.
That is so bad, that is absolutely brutal.
And the dirty.
I'm talking about nasty. Wow. So many stories are running through my head right now.
Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
The good, the bad, the dirty is brought to you by Window Nation. Now's the perfect time to replace your old drafty or builder-grade windows. With Window Nation can get the job done in 1 day or less. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus, enjoy no payments for 2 years. Don't wait. Upgrade your home today. It's also brought to you by Trend Micro, the smart AI-driven defense businesses trust to stop threats before they happen. Visit trendmicro.com today. Around the room we go. One thing good, one thing bad, one thing we deemed is dirty. What's your good, Waddle?
I've said it a bunch, and I have to go with it because I thought he was the player of the weekend. But Jared Goff was 23 of 28 for 334, 5 tutties and no interceptions. Was not sacked once. Had a 156 quarterback rating. But can I give you an honorable mention as well?
Sure, of course.
Mac Jones stepping in for Brock Purdy with the 49ers was 26 of 39, threw for 279 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no interceptions in their win.
Yeah.
So a small tip of the cap to Mac Jones. That's what your backup quarterback is supposed to do when given the opportunity.
And he could find new life with Shanny over there. Mine was Anthony Rizzo Day at Wrigley Field. The only thing that wasn't good was the outcome, and the Cubs blew that game. But if you watch the Anthony Rizzo game where he retired as a Cub from throwing out the first pitch to the moment of the game was Ballesteros' first home run of his career. But it was because Anthony Rizzo was watching the game from the bleachers. And take a listen to this.
In the air, well struck left field by Ballesteros. First big league homer. Mo B with the homer.
And the guy right behind Anthony's got the baseball.
Amazing. First major league homer for Moises Ballesteros, and Anthony Rizzo almost caught it.
I saw Rizzo jersey trying to make the play on it. I thought, could it be? Oh, Rizzy had it.
Oh, he had it. He literally hit it right to him.
That's amazing.
Oh, my gosh.
What are the chances that on Rizzo Day, sitting in the bleachers, and a home run ball is hit directly to him? This was Rizzo's reaction when he sat down with Boog and JD in the booth on Marquee Sports Network.
Why didn't you catch the ball in left field?
Because I'm retired. Everyone's ragging on me for the. I can't look at this. Are you kidding me? I should have dropped the beer. I didn't even have a beer in my hand. I had my phone. Everyone was ragging me for the first pitch too. I'm like, I'm retired.
Yes.
Like, I don't need to do this anymore.
I saw you mouth, that's why I'm retired.
Exactly.
He hit it right to you, which is the part that's incredible.
All I know is that I already told Danny I want a picture with him because I threw the ball back because it's his first home run. So I better get some bat or something.
You want to get something from him? I want to meet Moises Ballesteros and get something signed.
This is my first Cubs game. I want to get a sticker and all of it.
It was incredible.
He was definitely having a good time.
He had a great time. He had beer in the outfield bleachers, and he was involved in the Cup Snake as we thought he would be. And he was waxing poetic, too, in that interview, just about what it meant to be a Cub and to be at Wrigley and to see it from that perspective. Until the outcome, it was one of the more perfect days to watch just the singular game because of that. It was so good. Tyler, what's your good?
Yeah, it was so perfectly done. I will go with a different Cub. I'm going to go with Nico Horner. The September that he's putting together right now has been fantastic. He's got a hit in all but one of the 12 games that he's played, and he delivered with the go-ahead RBI double with 2 strikes, 2 outs in the 7th yesterday, and he is a 6-WAR player right now.
He's incredible. And
he's the highest WAR of any second baseman in baseball.
Wow. I was critical last year, but he is now doing what I've always wanted him to do. You got to hit for that high average. I got to give him all the credit in the world. And Nico Horner, that's our win of the day right there. Wins with Wallner are brought to you by Wallner Law. Wallner Law handles the toughest car accident cases in Chicago. Call 312-8-million. Wallner Law, win with Wallner. What do you got, Charlie?
Yeah, I got somebody I never expected to say good for good, bad, dirty, and that's Daniel Jones and the Indianapolis Colts. Dare I say it, the Colts are fun and kind of good, and like maybe Shane Steichen actually knew what he was doing when he said Anthony Richardson can't be his starting quarterback and made Daniel Jones a starting quarterback. Like, this team is fun. They just kind of took it to, like, it ended up being very close, but they moved the ball on a Denver defense that we all thought was going to be one of the best in the NFL. They have the reigning defensive player of the year. Daniel Jones and the Indianapolis Colts. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? It's a great point.
Who would have thought they would have actually won that game?
See, the Colts have not punted through 2 weeks.
They haven't punted?
They
Really?
have not punted once.
No, that's pretty incredible. Yeah. What's your bad, Waddle?
I'll stick with the Cubs theme. My bad, I hate to say it, is PCA. He was 0 for 12 with 5 strikeouts in this series with the Rays, and he's now hitting 167 for the month of September. His slash line for this month is 167, 263, 200 for a 463 OPS. And the reason why I bring it up is because his entire August was pretty much the same. A 160 average, 216 on base, 230 slug for a 446 month of August. It's lingered, and if your team is going to make any noise in the postseason, he's going to have to be more of the guy we saw in the first 8 weeks versus what we've seen the last 6 weeks.
He's got to be a difference-making player.
Yeah.
Turner, too, when he gets off the IL. And it is affecting his defense. I've continued to say that to you. There was a play on Saturday that he could have made at the base of the wall, and he gave up on it. And I really believe these at-bats are affecting him in the field. It's rule number 1, but it's hard when it continues to go bad to not take your offense out into the outfield with you, and he's been doing that. My bad is you and Tyler.
Yeah.
What is
guilty?
We were texting about our cover 5. We have, I believe, 1,038 participants.
Yeah.
What is your ranking currently?
I believe I'm 999.
Waddle is 999 of 1,000.
998.
998 out of 1,038.
Yeah.
Tyler, where are you?
Well, thanks to the Falcons, I made a little bit of a leap last night, but I am 887.
Whoa, you have moved way ahead.
Yeah.
Well done.
How about our 2 football brains?
Yesterday, Waddle sent a text saying, he's like, I guarantee I'm in last in this group chat right now. I am like 998th right now. There's only 40 people behind me. And I said, sir, I am one of the 40 right now.
Listen, I had the Steelers. By the way, did you see how that game opened up where the Steelers return man just left the ball sitting in the end zone? Touchdown, Seattle.
Was that Caleb Johnson? Was that
one of the Bears to draft? You'd fit right in.
Yeah, I had the Bears too, Charlie, which got me a minus 24.5. I had Dallas, who gave up, 37 points to a Giants team that couldn't move the ball to save their lives. And then I had Denver. Denver was winning by 2, kicked a 42-yard field goal to go up 5. He clanks it against the upright. Then they give the ball back to the Colts. The Colts kicker misses a 60-yarder. They get a personal foul call. He gets another try. They kick it and they win.
Tough look for the program.
Waddle said to me, I was selling this when we were at Twin Peaks. I was saying, Waddle sucks at picking games. He's a brilliant football man, but he can't gamble. Nope. And he goes, hey, are you going to apologize if this turns around? Yeah. And I said, yeah.
It's early.
And I had faith. You are 998 out of 1038.
No doubt. But I'm going to get some points tonight because I have the Chargers tonight.
Okay. Where you could fall deeper in a hole.
Maybe I just cursed my former quarterback.
What do you got, Tyler? What's your bad?
My bad is DJ Lagway, quarterback at Florida, threw 5 interceptions in a loss to LSU. Florida was hanging in this game on the road against the number 3 team in the country. And not just that, but they were momentum-killing interceptions. All of them came at the Florida 40 or further into LSU territory. So usually you'll see interceptions and the team has a short field going the other way. That was not the case. All 5 pretty much ended up in LSU territory. So he really pulled his team out of this game, and this was a guy who used to be the number 1 overall prospect from a couple years ago, and he has not looked good through the first couple
Are you going to double down on this game, too, for your dirty?
I'm not, no.
Can I do my dirty really quick, even though it's out of order? Brian Kelly after the game. Did you hear Brian Kelly?
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
I mean, you talk about
He apologized today.
Oh, did he apologize
today?
So. This was so out of hand here for Brian Kelly to be acting this way.
So on mark for him.
It is on mark. He's so pompous.
You love these immediate post-game sessions, but what are you seeing with your offense?
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you. We played the game to win the game. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's some ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it. That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect. How about that? Give them some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous. For a group of seasoned reporters, that kind of question is so out of line.
You know, Nick Saban could stand up in front of a group of reporters and say, what are you guys spoiled with all my championships? Brian Kelly, after coming to LSU, can't drop the, hey, we're this at night. What does that have to do with anything? You've not really had a chance to win a national championship, have you?
Not since Joe Burrow, right? Wasn't Joe Burrow
And he wasn't there then.
They didn't win with Jaden
He's only been there a couple of years.
Yeah.
He hasn't made the playoff yet.
They won a Heisman with Jaden Daniels.
Right.
That's all that's the only accolade they have.
All right, Charlie, sorry, what's your bad out of order? But I wanted, since we're on that game, I wanted to.
No, yeah, I mean, let's stick with college football here. My bad is Arch Manning. I'm surprised by this. I'm one who kind of trusted the recruiting services on this one. I thought the hate had gone too far in one direction. Like, oh, now this guy sucks. I got news. This guy's not very good. 27-10 against UTEP. Texas is supposed to beat UTEP by a lot more than that. So that's my bad for the weekend.
What's your dirty, Waddle?
My dirty, did you see the catch that Isaac Tesla? Is that how you pronounce his name?
Yeah, there's an accent, like it's Tesla.
Tesla, whatever it is. He's played 2 games. He's got 2 catches, and he's only had to use 2 hands. One hand for each catch.
Yes.
Yeah. Unbelievable catches. One in Green Bay last week for a touchdown. And this one, to get them down inside the 5 at the end of the first half, was another miracle catch. It was fantastic.
The rich get richer.
It was dirty.
All right,
Dirty.
what's your dirty, Tyler?
I am going to, as the special teams coordinator of the show, I'm going to go with Brandon Aubrey because the 64-yarder that he hit, I mean, the Cowboys were content kicking that thing from 70 and in with the draw play that they called.
They ran a draw just to get the ball
just to
into
get
the
from
center.
like the 67 to the 64 or something like that.
Isn't it weird to just look at the field and say they're like kicking this from midfield and that they think you're in field goal range?
It's incredible. They're kicking from the other side of midfield.
Yeah, right, where they spot it. Yeah,
and I think that this is maybe the football stat of the year too. I saw this on SVP last night. There have been 44 attempts at the end of regulation from 60 yards or longer. Everyone going up against any team not the Giants is 3 for 41. Against the Giants, they're 3 for 3.
Crazy.
Us on 60-plus yarders in the
terrible
history
luck.
of the NFL.
Yeah, for the Giants. And then wrap us up, Charlie. You're dirty.
Did you see the Detroit Lions interception celebration where they recreated the stumble bum in the end zone? Brutal.
Also, didn't Amon-Ra St. Brown also fake a hamstring injury in one of his touchdown celebrations?
Yeah, and Jared Goff looked very concerned.
Yeah.
So wait, are you saying the celebration was brutal because for us, or was it a brutal celebration?
For us.
Yeah.
It was
creative, right?
I said the only thing Ben Johnson can do now is actually call stumble bum on the first play of the next drive.
All right, coming up next, I got an additional bonus dirty. I don't know if you saw this from a baseball reporter over the weekend, but I laughed at this. It was quite funny. And then we've got the White Sox and Orioles, but a bonus dirty for you coming up next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Orioles. Coverage begins tonight at 6
on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You know those old drafty windows that let all the cold in and just don't look right? It's time to upgrade, and Window Nation can get it all replaced in a day or less. Right now, they've got an amazing deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years on top of that. I trust Window Nation because I've got their windows throughout my own home. I've seen the quality and the difference they can make. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com for your free estimate.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. On the field, every great team starts with a strong defense, and the same's true in business. That's why companies trust my friends at Trend Micro. They protect your network, your cloud, your data, and your people from ransomware, phishing, and today's toughest cyber threats. With AI-powered proactive security, Trend Micro stops attacks before they ever reach you. Trusted worldwide and backed by over 35 years of innovation, this is enterprise defense done right. Go to trendmicro.com today. That's trendmicro.com.
Guys, do you have a plumbing emergency? Call my friends over at Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. Heating or cooling not working? You know who to call. Four Seasons. Need a new hot water tank installed today? Call Four Seasons. You're thinking about a whole home generator? They've got you covered at Four Seasons. They also guarantee same-day installation for your heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical, and generator needs with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. I've got Four Seasons coming over to the house tomorrow. My guy Wade set me up. Call them today at 866-4-SEASONS. That's 866-4-SEASONS. For all the right reasons, call Four Seasons.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
The new owner of Michael Jordan's former North Suburban estate wants to sell million-dollar shares of the property, and local officials are not having it. The city of Highland Park last week said the plan would make the 7.5-acre property a timeshare, which is not allowed for a single-family home in the suburb. Real estate investor John Cooper paid $9.5 million in December for Jordan's old house and branded it as Champions Point, offering ownership shares to buyers that would get to use it for a week out of the year. Cooper has said he's exploring other uses, and the property is listed for rent on Airbnb for $89,000 per month, but his attorney said he has a right to sell partial shares of the nearly 38,000 square foot mansion. Meantime, county records show he's got a $6.2 million mortgage on the property that comes due January 1st. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
We are back, and we are looking at a pretty lopsided matchup, Jim.
That's right, Ron. I mean, in one corner, we've got a 175-pound guy, and in the other, a 6,000-ton heavyweight train.
Jim, this guy has no idea what he's getting himself into.
It's no contest. Every day, people tempt fate and die trespassing on railroad tracks. See tracks? Think train.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit AureliosPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut that you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With a convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up for your haircut so you can get all your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. And once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips are going to save the details and clip notes so you can get the same look you love every time you come in. And the best part, Great Clips everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Ready to look your greatest for next season? Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Portion of Waddle and Silvy brought to you by Steinhoffel's 7 Chicagoland locations, including the newest in Northwest Indiana and Maryville Plaza. Check them out today. Did you see the Ken Rosenthal thing with the Milwaukee Brewers celebrating their win.
He almost tripped over a guy?
No, he did. He was
tripped over. He knocked a guy over.
He knocked him over. What was it, Saturday night?
Saturday, I believe, yeah.
So the Fox coverage, he's interviewing the player. I forget who the player was. The Gatorade comes out, and he's backtracking to get out of the way so he doesn't get splashed. Yeah. And there was a photographer behind him taking a picture. So as he's backing up, he runs over this photographer. The photographer falls over. Ken's annoyed because the photographer
doing his job,
but wasn't it was a Fox interview. It wasn't the camera guy for the TV.